Chapter 74. As still as a maiden, as swift as a fleeing rabbit. Soon, the crowd gathered beside the open-air arena. This outdoor arena was specifically constructed by the company, originally intended as a stage for various events. Later, finding it to be of no use, it was transformed into a fighting ring. Typically, no one frequented this place for leisurely strolls. Yet, this is indeed a villa district. No matter the location, even the corners, everything is kept impeccably clean. Therefore, even a long-neglected outdoor arena remained pristine. Zhou Tian leapt directly onto the arena, commencing his warm-up exercises. Wei Su followed suit, also ascending the arena to begin his warm-up. However, Wei Su's warm-up was not akin to Zhou Tian's movements. Rather, it resembled the practice of martial arts. In truth, these were fundamental stances from the basics of martial arts proficiency. Wei Su was practicing while simultaneously warming up. In reality, he had already mastered the concepts. The skills of a mere amateur, Zhou Tian remarked with a scoff upon witnessing Wei Su's movements. He perceived that although the man's movements appeared somewhat impressive, they were merely flashy and ineffectual. Xia country is the birthplace of martial arts, yet Zhou Tian held a profound disdain for it. The reason was simple. He believed martial arts lacked any real lethality, consisting solely of superficial techniques. How could such flamboyant displays be suitable for genuine competition? He had long been unimpressed by many so-called martial arts masters, leading him to challenge them, with predictable outcomes. Those who claimed to be martial arts grandmasters online were, in reality, nothing more than charlatans. If they were truly to engage in combat, they would likely fall after just a few punches. Zhou Tian had once faced two of these widely recognized martial arts masters online, who ultimately begged him to cease their punishment. Since then, Zhou Tian had come to regard Xia country's martial arts as nothing but superficial displays, utterly devoid of practical utility. Wei Su disregarded Zhou Tian's contemptuous gaze, remaining focused on his practice of the stances. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Zhou Bo, saying, "Uncle Zhou, would you kindly serve as the referee this time?" Upon speaking, she noticed that Zhou Bo had not moved at all. Lin Xiaoxiao was somewhat taken aback, then turned her gaze toward Zhou Bo, only to find him intently observing Wei Su's peculiar stances. "Uncle Zhou, what is it?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. Zhou Bo returned to reality, merely smiling as he replied, "Miss, who do you think will win, young Master Zhou or Mr. Wei?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. She was familiar with Zhou Tian, who had trained in boxing, taekwondo, and karate. Although he was an amateur, he had participated in several amateur competitions, reportedly achieving commendable results. Thus, it was evident that Zhou Tian possessed genuine skill. Conversely, she was unfamiliar with Wei Su. Judging by appearances, his physique was not as robust as Zhou Tian's, and his stances resembled those practiced by fraudulent martial artists online. Upon reflection, she found Wei Su's chances of victory to be slim. She stated directly, "I believe Zhou Tian has greater odds of winning." In truth, she wanted to assert that Zhou Tian was certainly destined to win, but opted for a more diplomatic expression. Zhou Bo, upon hearing her words, gently shook his head. "Miss, you may be mistaken. I believe young Master Zhou may not even withstand 3 punches from Mr. Wei, perhaps not even a single round." Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback upon hearing this. It is noteworthy that this Zhou Bo, who appeared to be an ordinary steward in daily life, was, in reality, a master. If he were not a formidable expert, he would not have been entrusted with the responsibility of being her steward. After all, she is the sole legitimate daughter of the Lin family. Sending someone inept to protect her would be utterly inconceivable. Yet, such a capable Zhou Bo claimed that Zhou Tian was doomed to failure, asserting that he was not even a match for that man, which seemed somewhat exaggerated. Indeed, it was quite outrageous. "Miss, do not doubt it. You shall see for yourself," Zhou Bo said with a faint smile before stepping onto the stage and positioning himself at the center. He cast a glance at Zhou Tian and then at Wei Su, merely stating, "Allow me to serve as the referee for this match." Zhou Tian twisted his neck, remaining silent. Wei Su let his hands hang gently at his sides, his expression devoid of emotion. Zhou Bo began to raise his hand. Zhou Tian had already assumed a stance, exhibiting an air of professionalism. Wei Su also took up his fighting stance, exuding the essence of a martial arts expert. The spectators below buzzed with chatter. Who do you think will win? As much as I dislike admitting it, Zhou Tian appears to hold the upper hand. I share the same sentiment. He seems quite professional, whereas Mr. Wei appears to be somewhat flashy in his movements. You are right. He resembles those so-called martial arts masters online, who often crumble under a single punch. It's hard to say. I can't shake the feeling that Mr. Wei is not to be underestimated. The discussions among the audience revealed that most believed Wei Su had a higher likelihood of failing. In recent years, they had seldom witnessed the emergence of true masters. Those online martial arts masters who flaunted their flashy techniques frequently suffered humiliating defeats, often being knocked out with a single blow. Consequently, the citizens of the Xia nation have begun to harbor skepticism towards martial arts, a tradition that has persisted for thousands of years. Their doubts are not unfounded. In the Xia nation, the purpose of practicing martial arts has shifted from lethality to enhancing physical fitness. As a result, many lethal techniques have been lost to time. In such a society, martial prowess meant to kill is of little use. In ancient times, superior martial skill could serve as a bodyguard or protector. However, in the present, great skill does not guarantee financial success. Nowadays, earning a living relies on one's intellect and abilities. Hence, most commoners believe that disciplines such as Taekwondo, karate, Muay Thai, and boxing possess greater destructive potential. Little do they realize that all of these arts have evolved from traditional martial practices. Wei Su, standing atop the stage, was able to absorb the murmurs of the crowd with meticulous clarity. After consuming the body enhancement pills, both his vision and hearing had undergone remarkable improvements, allowing him to hear the discussions below. Nevertheless, even if he heard them, it mattered little to him. He had never taken such remarks to heart, merely perceiving the spectators' perspectives as rather superficial. The items he procured from the 1 yuan annihilation system were all authentic, without any omissions. Thus, the foundational martial arts proficiency he acquired encompassed a complete array of techniques, including some exceedingly fierce moves. At that moment, Zhou Bo inquired, "Are you all prepared?" Zhou Tian scoffed, "I am ready at any moment." Wei Su nodded slightly. "I am prepared." Zhou Bo then raised his hand high and brought it down decisively, declaring, "Begin." As his words fell, his form did not retreat, for at that very instant, Wei Su had already sprung into action, as serene as a maiden, yet as swift as a darting rabbit. Chapter 75. Do you think I care about living here? No one anticipated the astonishing swiftness with which this man moved. Only Zhou Bo had foreseen it. Thus, he made no attempt to retreat from the arena, remaining steadfastly on the stage. He was acutely aware that the outcome would soon be determined. Furthermore, by standing on the platform, he could avert any unforeseen incidents. After all, he had discerned that Wei Su was no ordinary opponent. Should Wei Su incapacitate Zhou Tian, the situation could spiral out of control. A mere resolution of victory and defeat would suffice. Wei Su's movements were extraordinarily rapid, so much so that Zhou Tian was left astounded. He scarcely had the opportunity to throw a punch. Just as Zhou Tian contemplated making a move, a fist hurtled toward his face. Speed. That was the only word that could encapsulate it. In an instant, the punch struck his visage before Zhou Tian could even react. Bang! A resounding noise echoed. "Ah!" Zhou Tian cried out in agony, as the blow landed squarely on his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, the punch had struck his nose, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Wei Su's gaze was sharp. In truth, he had never imagined that one day he would possess such formidable skills. He stepped forward, intent on delivering another blow to crush Zhou Tian. However, at that moment, Zhou Bo hurriedly intervened, blocking Wei Su's advance. With a wry smile, Zhou Bo remarked, "Mr. Wei, this is merely a spar. If you deliver another punch like that, Zhou Tian might very well end up in the hospital." Wei Su's expression turned awkward, and he could only withdraw his hand, smiling sheepishly. Only now did he realize he had lost control of his strength and nearly sent his opponent to the hospital. Sparring should be about restraint and moderation. Wei Su nodded in agreement to cease his assault. Meanwhile, Zhou Bo knelt beside Zhou Tian, pressing on 2 acupoints, and after a moment, Zhou Tian gradually regained consciousness. The crowd below erupted in astonishment. They had not expected Wei Su to emerge victorious. They initially believed Zhou Tian had the greater odds of winning. Even if Wei Su was playing the role of a cunning underdog, his skills were indeed remarkable. They assumed it would take some time to determine the victor. They were utterly unprepared for the fact that Wei Su had defeated Zhou Tian in a single strike. Was it possible that Zhou Tian was merely showmanship? Lin Xiaoxiao gently shook her head, equally surprised by Zhou Tian's defeat. However, for her, it mattered little who lost, as it held no relevance to her. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder, had Zhou Tian's training in boxing and taekwondo been for naught? Not entirely. It was simply that Wei Su's physique had been augmented by a body enhancement serum, coupled with his mastery of the foundational martial arts, allowing him to easily best Zhou Tian. In the hands of another, such prowess would be unattainable. This was the true essence of martial arts in Xia country, once unleashed. It was as swift as the wind and as thunderous as a storm, unstoppable. As Zhou Tian slowly opened his eyes, he stared blankly at the azure sky. He had lost. Indeed, he had. He touched his nose, discovering it was bleeding. Zhou Bo calmly urged, "Young Master Zhou, please rise." Zhou Tian slowly got to his feet, his expression one of utter dismay. He had never imagined he would be the one to lose, let alone to such a ferocious opponent. The two were clearly no longer on the same level. At that moment, Wei Su smiled and said, "My apologies, I concede." Zhou Tian's face paled, and he could only grit his teeth and offer a respectful bow. "I admit defeat. That villa belonging to young Master Zhou, I shall graciously accept it. But do not act dishonestly." Wei Su replied cheerfully, "Snap." This statement pierced through Zhou Tian's heart like a knife, intensifying his discomfort. This man was truly insufferable. Zhou Tian retorted coldly, "Rest assured, it's merely a villa. I can afford to lose." The spectators below could only gaze in envy. Mr. Wei had just acquired another villa. Moreover, it was a villa in Rinheng Tangbei. In an instant, he had netted billions. Incredible! How enviable! Zhou Tian, feeling increasingly humiliated, decided to excuse himself from the gathering. Addressing Lin Xiaoxiao, "Miss Lin, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he departed with his bodyguards, not looking back. As for the transfer of the villa, he would have to send someone to negotiate with this man later. He feared that engaging in conversation would provoke a heart attack. After all, he could neither outfight nor outwit this man, leaving him with no recourse for retaliation. Such matters could be addressed at a later time. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded lightly. Zhou Tian's presence or absence was of little concern to her. "All right, Miss Lin, it's time to commence our wager," Wei Su said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her calm demeanor, unfazed, as she would dictate the terms of the bet. Thus, she inquired, "Are you still wagering your villa?" Wei Su nodded with a grin. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "Very well. I shall also wager a villa against you for fun." Wei Su extended his hand, inviting her to declare the terms. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to Zhou Bo and said indifferently, "It's quite simple. You believe yourself to be strong, do you not? Let us see how you fare against Zhou Bo. If you can defeat my butler, you win. If you lose, you must leave." "Fine, I accept," Wei Su said, smiling. Zhou Bo chuckled and bowed to Wei Su. "Mr. Wei, as per the young lady's orders, I cannot refuse. Please instruct me." Yet, Wei Su suddenly waved his hand. "No need for instruction, I concede. The villa belongs to Miss Lin." The crowd. Lin Xiaoxiao. Zhou Bo. What was happening? He conceded just like that? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Are you confused?" Wei Su sneered. He was well aware that Zhou Bo was no ordinary opponent. He truly could not match him, for he was merely at the level of an ordinary martial artist. In the past, he may have been oblivious to martial arts. But now that he understood, he could clearly see that Zhou Bo's every move was a manifestation of martial arts mastery. Only a true expert could reach such a level. However, the reason for Wei Su's concession was not solely due to Zhou Bo's prowess. If he desired to spar, he would not be intimidated by Zhou Bo's strength. His true motivation for conceding was simply to distance himself from Lin Xiaoxiao, whom he found utterly intolerable. After all, he still had Zhou Tian's villa and felt no concern. Living next to this icy woman only made Wei Su feel uncomfortable. Wei Su continued to regard the perplexed Lin Xiaoxiao with a cold smile, candidly stating, "Let me be clear. I simply have no desire to be neighbors with someone like you, who enjoys backstabbing while pretending to be lofty. Do you think I care about living in this villa?" Lin Xiaoxiao. The crowd. Had they heard correctly? This man was discarding the villa simply out of disdain for President Lin? Chapter 76. Mutual disgust as Wei Su's words lingered in the air. Everyone present was left utterly bewildered. They were truly dumbfounded. In a bid to avoid becoming neighbors with Lin Xiaoxiao, he brazenly disposed of a villa without a second thought. The crux of the matter is that this villa is a standalone property in Rinheng Tangbei, valued at over $1 billion. It is astonishing that wealthy individuals, who would leap at the chance to acquire such a residence, cannot do so, while this man so carelessly relinquishes it. Even more astonishingly, he openly berates their president, labeling her as an ungrateful woman who abandons others once they have served their purpose. It is worth noting that if one were to compile a list of the most desirable women to wed in Suzhou, Lin Xiaoxiao would likely top that list. Why? Because not only is she breathtakingly beautiful, but she is also the sole heiress of the Lin family. Marrying her equates to allying oneself with the entire Lin clan, one of the 5 prestigious families in Suzhou. While other men would eagerly wish to be neighbors with Lin Xiaoxiao, hoping to gain her favor, this man appears to harbor no intention of winning her over. In fact, it is evident that he harbors a strong dislike for her, leaving many astonished and questioning his masculinity. After all, any man would typically be enamored by Lin Xiaoxiao. Could it be that he suffers from impotence? As the crowd gasps in disbelief, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression darkens. It is the first time in her life that a man has expressed such disdain and insult towards her. Yet, she finds herself unable to retort, for his words ring true. Her actions could indeed be perceived as abandoning a horse once it has outlived its usefulness. But it was merely her instinct to be vigilant towards a man. Throughout her life, she has encountered numerous men with ulterior motives, and had she not remained wary, she might have fallen prey to their designs. Thus, she has always maintained a state of alertness and harbored a deep-seated aversion towards men who approach her with insincere intentions. Initially, she had deemed Wei Su to be one of those men, which is why she had dismissed him so abruptly. While she acknowledges that her behavior was impolite, after all, he had assisted her, she did attempt to apologize later, only to find that he was unwilling to accept it. However, to openly express his disdain for her in front of so many people has genuinely infuriated Lin Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Zhou Bo, the steward, chuckles ruefully. He truly wishes to see harmony between his young mistress and Mr. Wei, for from the moment he met Wei Su, he sensed that this man was unlike any ordinary man. Thus, he hoped for a cordial relationship between them. Yet, he never anticipated that their interactions would devolve into such discord, leaving him in a state of bemusement. You do not wish to be my neighbor? As if I would relish the idea of living next to you, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted coldly. However, since you are so reluctant, I find it delightful to engage in actions that displease those who disdain me. If you wish to move away, then by all means, vacate Renheng Tangbei. Until you do, as long as you reside here, I shall remain here as well. With a sneer, she declared, as for your wager regarding that dilapidated villa, I have no interest whatsoever. Even if you were to gift it to me, I would refuse, simply to vex you. Whatever, Wei Su shrugged nonchalantly. I have a villa gifted by young Master Zhou. I can simply reside there. Zhou Tian felt as if he had been stabbed in the back. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao continued to smirk coldly. I apologize, but I have made it my mission to annoy you, Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo nodded, dutifully responding. I shall promptly inform the head of Renheng Tangbei that my young mistress intends to purchase another villa adjacent to young Master Zhou's previous residence. As you command, Zhou Bo replied, before turning to Wei Su with a cheerful demeanor. My apologies, Mr. Wei, but it seems we may be neighbors after all. Wei Su, the crowd, what the hell? A madwoman. She is undoubtedly a lunatic, throwing away billions just to irritate someone. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Wei Su, who could scarcely believe that this icy woman would go so far as to buy a villa next to his, solely to torment him. Mr. Wei, I apologize. Where do you plan to stay today? As your neighbor, I should provide suitable companionship, don't you think? Lin Xiaoxiao said, with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Wei Su, his expression darkened as he remarked, are you certain you are not mentally unhinged? We mutually detest one another. If that is the case, why pursue this course of action? Is this not a torment for both of us? Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled derisively. I apologize, but I find joy in such actions. Watching those I despise squirm brings me happiness. How could I ever consider it a torment? It delights me to see you uncomfortable. Wei Su, the employees of Lin Xiaoxiao's company fell silent, finally gleaning a bit of insight into their president. Never provoke Lin Xiaoxiao. This woman possesses immense wealth and countless ways to make your life miserable. Suddenly, Wei Su smiled. Do you not suspect that I am employing a strategy of feigned indifference to entice you? Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. Even if that were the case, we are merely neighbors. Do you truly believe it could lead to me developing feelings for you? Wei Su shrugged, unwilling to elaborate further, merely stating, are you certain you do not intend to reclaim your wager? Lin Xiaoxiao coldly replied, I have no interest in the wretched den you resided in. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. The crowd fell into silence. Young miss, you may not desire that miserable hovel, but we do. Could you not gift it to us? After all, it must be worth at least a good 10 billion. Zhou Bo bid farewell to Wei Su. With a sigh, Wei Su felt as if he had been dealt an unfair hand. This icy woman is truly insufferable. Upon returning to his villa, Wei Su retired to bed, contemplating his future plans. No longer was he destitute or a failure. He now possessed a 5-star hotel, 10 lakeside apartment buildings, the Haotian Credit Company, the Jiawan Auction House, and 2 standalone villas in Renheng Tangbei. All in all, his net worth was substantial, over 100 billion. Yet this was merely the beginning. In Suzhou, there are numerous tycoons with fortunes exceeding his own. The true powerhouses are the 5 prestigious families, whose wealth far surpasses a mere 100 billion. Thus, Wei Su must continue to expand his empire, relying on the ingenious system in his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao, having returned to her villa, sat down in a huff, sipping tea and muttering, "That man infuriates me. How can he be so utterly detestable?" Zhou Bo offered a wry smile and remarked, "Miss, I reckon Mr. Wei finds you rather nauseating at this moment as well. After all, he wishes to distance himself from you. Yet you thwart his desires by intentionally purchasing a villa right next to his. I suspect he is currently cursing you." Upon recalling this, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile with a rare sense of pride, thinking to herself that if that fellow dared to oppose her, she would not rest until she made him truly uncomfortable. However, at that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing down, she noticed it was her grandfather calling. "Hello?" She answered. "Xiao, do you have some free time in a couple of days?" Her grandfather's steady voice resonated through the line. "Yes, Grandpa, what is it?" Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her tone respectful in the presence of her elder. "There is someone who wishes to meet with you." Her grandfather hesitated momentarily. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed as she sensed something amiss. "Please don't tell me it's that Qin Jiang." Qin Jiang, the scion of the Qin family, was famously nicknamed the intelligent young master. The Qin family, like the Lin family, stood among the 5 prestigious families in Suzhou, holding an esteemed position. In this generation, Qin Jiang shone as the brightest star of the Qin clan. Not only was he exceptionally intelligent, but he also assumed control of all the family businesses at a young age, making him the likely heir to the Qin family. His extraordinary capabilities coupled with Lin Xiaoxiao's intelligence had led many to regard them as a perfect match, akin to a golden boy and jade girl. The union of their families would undoubtedly strengthen both the Qin and Lin clans. Many, both outside and within the families, yearned to see them come together. Even Qin Jiang himself had publicly stated that the only woman worthy of him in all of Suzhou was Lin Xiaoxiao, with the second choice being Mu Wanqing from the Mu family. However, Lin Xiaoxiao had never been particularly taken with Qin Jiang. She believed that love could not be forced. If one liked someone, it was genuine, but if not, no amount of charm could change that. Despite the familial expectations, she had always avoided Qin Jiang. Now, with her grandfather bringing up the subject, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of displeasure. "Perhaps you should meet him. That child is actually quite decent," her grandfather suggested cheerfully. "Grandpa, I really don't want to," Lin Xiaoxiao pouted. "Don't be foolish. If you had a boyfriend, I would immediately refuse all gifts from the Qin family. But you are 24 and still single. Doesn't that seem inappropriate?" Her grandfather gently admonished. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiaoxiao impulsively retorted, "Who said I don't have a boyfriend? I do." Chapter 77, An Unwelcome Plea. The moment Lin Xiaoxiao uttered those words, both Zhou Bo and Lin Xiaoxiao herself were struck with regret. She had no boyfriend whatsoever. In fact, she had no male friends with whom she even conversed. The men who had tried to get close to her had all been dismissed, and her only confidant was a close female friend. For Lin Xiaoxiao to claim she had a boyfriend was utterly absurd. "Wait, you have a boyfriend?" her grandfather exclaimed, clearly astonished. "How come I didn't know? You've never brought a so-called boyfriend home for dinner, and I've never heard of you socializing with any young men at the office." "Xiaoxiao, are you pulling my leg?" No, I'm not deceiving you, Grandpa. I truly have a boyfriend," Lin Xiaoxiao insisted, her eyes darting around as she felt like a child concocting a story to cover her tracks, her expression mischievous. "All right, since you claim to have one, bring him home in a couple of days so I can see if he is worthy of you," her grandfather decisively stated. "What?" Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had merely made an offhand comment about having a boyfriend to avoid meeting Qin Jiang, and now her grandfather insisted she bring this fictitious boyfriend home? How could that possibly work? Noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's stunned silence, her grandfather immediately sensed something was amiss. "What do you mean?" "I simply want you to introduce your boyfriend to our family for a dinner. I will assess whether he is suitable for you." "Your hesitation suggests that perhaps you are indeed deceiving me." "Xiaoxiao, do you really not have a boyfriend?" Lin Xiaoxiao was tempted to confess. "You guessed it right. I truly don't have a boyfriend." However, having already spoken, she felt compelled to maintain her facade. "How could I be deceiving you? I really do have a boyfriend. And I promise to bring him home in 2 days, all right? Now that is more like it. I have long awaited the joy of holding my great-grandchild. If the boyfriend you bring satisfies me, I will indeed reject the Qin family's proposal," her grandfather declared solemnly. The Qin family had already initiated discussions regarding a potential match, as both families were eager to see Lin Xiaoxiao and Qin Jiang unite, which would be immensely beneficial for their clans. Yet, as a grandfather, he had no intention of stifling his granddaughter's happiness. After all, life should not be dictated solely by interests. What mattered most was joy and fulfillment. He did not wish for his granddaughter to spend her life in regret. Seeing her grandfather's earnestness, Lin Xiaoxiao finally relented. "Fine. I will bring him home in 2 days for you to meet." "Very well. Take care of yourself and remember to rest, her grandfather concluded. Understood, Grandpa. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoxiao felt utterly dazed. Zhou Bo, observing her bewildered expression, could only manage a rueful smile. Miss, you found yourself in quite the predicament. How will you extricate yourself from this lie? As the butler, he was well aware of his mistress's single status. But now that the words had been spoken, what could be done? Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was about to inquire how Zhou Bo might assist her, her phone rang again. It was her mother. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? You little rascal, you asked me what's the matter? You have a boyfriend. And you didn't think to inform your mother? Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless. How did you find out so quickly? Well, it must have been your grandfather spilling the beans. All right, dear, bring him home in a couple of days. Your father and I are eager to meet the fortunate young man who has caught your eye. Our relatives will also be present. So remember to advise your boyfriend to dress well. Lin Xiaoxiao felt overwhelmed. And by the way, if your boyfriend turns out to be a deadbeat, don't blame your mother and relatives for taking sides, understood? All right, I understand. Okay, I want to keep you from resting, dear. See you in 2 days. Click. The phone call was abruptly terminated, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao in a state of dazed contemplation. She had forgotten that her grandfather had a penchant for gossip. Any matter concerning her was bound to be broadcast throughout the Lin family. After all, she was the sole heir of the Lin lineage. With her parents having no intentions of expanding their family, while other relatives were multiplying in number. What was she to do now, Uncle Zhou? Lin Xiaoxiao felt tears welling in her eyes. The icy female CEO seemed as helpless as a child at that moment. Uncle Zhou wore a face of resignation. What could he do? He certainly couldn't conjure a boyfriend for his young mistress. Miss, perhaps you might consider having young Master Zhou stand in for you? Uncle Zhou mused, realizing that this was the only viable option. However, he dismissed that thought, for Zhou Tian was so inept that he would likely falter in front of Qin Jiang. Unable to utter a word, Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Qin Jiang was an exceptionally accomplished man, to the extent that any other man standing beside him would feel an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. He was handsome, possessed formidable strength, and had trained rigorously from a young age. Furthermore, his emotional and intellectual intelligence was extraordinarily high. Those who had engaged in business with him were always eager to maintain long-term partnerships. In essence, he exuded an innate charisma. Zhou Tian would likely feel so humiliated in Qin Jiang's presence that he wouldn't be able to lift his head. Thus, if they were to select someone, it must at least be someone unafraid of Qin Jiang and not intimidated by her relatives. Did such a person exist in Gusa City? As this thought crossed her mind, an image suddenly flashed in her mind. Wei Su, the neighbor she had just exchanged barbs with. But then she shook her head vehemently. No, there was no way she would choose him. She would never deign to ask him for help. That was just a dream. Uncle Zhou seemed to have reached the same conclusion, suggesting, I believe Mr. Wei would be quite suitable. Perhaps you could invite him to impersonate your boyfriend? Uncle Zhou had always found Wei Su to be much more agreeable than Qin Jiang. This was because Wei Su's gaze was uncommonly clear, not in the naive sense, but rather in the way he treated others with sincerity, devoid of pretense, except when dealing with adversaries. In contrast, Uncle Zhou was all too familiar with Qin Jiang. Having seen him often during visits to the Lin family, he had always perceived Qin Jiang as a cunning individual, someone who rarely interacted with others genuinely. His eyes were perpetually smiling, yet his true thoughts remained inscrutable. From that moment on, Uncle Zhou had concluded that this man's intentions were far from simple. Moreover, he did not believe Qin Jiang would be a suitable companion for his young mistress. Thus, he was reluctant to see her wed to him. Many regarded Qin Jiang as an exceptional match, however, not in Uncle Zhou's eyes. Absolutely not. I will not beg that man. Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed. To lower herself and plead with him, especially after their recent conflict, to have him masquerade as her boyfriend, she could never bring herself to do such a thing. Miss, which is more important, your pride or your happiness? If your deception is uncovered, given your grandfather's temperament, he might very well betroth you to Qin Jiang. And you would have no choice but to marry him, Uncle Zhou reasoned. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered this and realized there was indeed some truth to it. Given her grandfather's nature, he could easily take such drastic measures. Thus, this deception must not be exposed. She knew well that if anyone were to act the part, Wei Su was the most fitting candidate. His residence in that villa community indicated that he was far from an ordinary person, and his willingness to oppose her, standing firm against her, was something Zhou Tian could never achieve. Even if Lin Xiaoxiao ordered Zhou Tian to scold her, he would likely cower. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent. Uncle Zhou chuckled. If you truly cannot lower your pride, I can sacrifice my own dignity. I am confident Mr. Wei would agree. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Would someone like him actually agree? Uncle Zhou nodded with a smile. Do not be deceived by his rivalry with you. In reality, Mr. Wei holds me in high regard and does not belittle me for being a servant. He speaks to me with utmost respect. If I were to swallow my pride and approach him, I believe he would acquiesce. Lin Xiaoxiao found it hard to believe. She had thought of him as someone arrogant, dismissive of others. Conversely, Qin Jiang treated everyone with a cold indifference, as if he were superior. Very well, I shall trouble you this time. Uncle Zhou, Lin Xiaoxiao conceded. Uncle Zhou nodded, assuring her there is no need for thanks. With that, he promptly left the room and knocked on Wei Su's door next door. Since Zhou Tian's villa had yet to be transferred to Wei Su, he still resided next door. Wei Su, who had just settled down, reluctantly got up to answer the door. Surprised to find Uncle Zhou, he nonetheless invited him in and offered him a glass of water before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Uncle Zhou? Uncle Zhou acknowledged that he had business to discuss. Wei Su smiled, "Feel free to speak, I'm all ears." He despised the cold-hearted woman but held no animosity toward Uncle Zhou, as the latter had been considerate when he first arrived. Uncle Zhou began, "I have an unusual request." Wei Su blinked, unable to guess what it might be, but he gestured for him to continue. "Whatever it is, just say it. We can discuss whether or not I will comply afterward." Uncle Zhou then stated, "I would like to request that you pose as my young mistress's boyfriend." "I refuse." Wei Su replied without hesitation, shaking his head. Chapter 78, Negotiation. Wei Su's refusal was unequivocal. At this moment, he wanted nothing to do with anything related to that woman. She repulsed him. The thought of pretending to be her boyfriend was utterly distasteful. Uncle Zhou was not surprised by Wei Su's reaction. He had anticipated that Wei Su would not easily acquiesce, especially since his young mistress and Wei Su had just had a falling out. Nevertheless, Uncle Zhou persisted, offering a wry smile. "I must still ask for your assistance. Should you have any requests afterward, I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Wei Su shook his head. "Even so, I still wish to avoid entanglements with this matter. Your Lin family is renowned in Gusu City. Should I agree, I would inevitably attract a multitude of troubles, potentially offending many within the Lin family. Thus, it is better for me to decline." Wei Su understood the implications well. As one of the 5 prominent families in Gusu City, the Lin family was vast, and many suitors sought Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, most of whom hailed from esteemed backgrounds. Should Wei Su agree to impersonate Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, he would unwittingly create numerous foes, a prospect he wished to avoid. It was not that he feared the trouble, he simply preferred not to become embroiled in it. However, what Wei Su did not anticipate was that Uncle Zhou suddenly stood up and prepared to kneel. "Ah, Zhou Bo, what are you doing?" Wei Su quickly offered his support. Zhou Bo smiled bitterly. "This matter primarily concerns the future happiness of our young lady. Should Mr. Wei refuse to assist, she will have to marry that Qin Jiang, and her happiness for the rest of her life would be irrevocably destroyed." Upon hearing this, Wei Su frowned slightly. "Is it truly that grave? I have heard of Qin Jiang. He is the eldest son of the esteemed Qin family and is often referred to as young Master Ji. Moreover, he was once ranked as the most desirable man among the women of Suzhou. Logically, wouldn't it be a match made in heaven for your young lady to be with him?" Even Wei Su had heard of Qin Jiang's illustrious reputation, which speaks volumes of his exceptional qualities. "Isn't he a suitable match for Lin Xiaoxiao? Why does she seem so unwilling?" Zhou Bo sighed. "Love is an unpredictable matter. It is either affection or aversion. If our young lady does not fancy Qin Jiang, then she simply does not. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Wei?" Wei Su nodded, acknowledging the truth in Zhou Bo's words. "Then, Mr. Wei, hold on, I have not yet agreed." Wei Su chuckled. "Let your young lady come and speak with me." Zhou Bo could only sigh in resignation. "Very well." He then returned to the adjoining room. "He wants me to go speak with him?" Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, miss," Zhou Bo replied. "No way. Who would willingly go over there?" Lin Xiaoxiao protested. "However, if you refuse to go, then this plan is doomed to fail. It is rare for Mr. Wei to show any willingness, and I advise you to speak with him, as it concerns your happiness," Zhou Bo urged. Lin Xiaoxiao wore a displeased expression. Fine, I will go." Ultimately, she capitulated. There was no other choice. She had dug her own grave by lying. Yet, if she did not lie, she would have to face Qin Jiang, leading to a potential engagement. Lin Xiaoxiao truly did not wish to marry him. Qin Jiang could at most be a friend. The notion of being lovers was out of the question. Lin Xiaoxiao changed into a JK uniform, despite being in her 20s, still drawn to such youthful attire, which lent her an air of vivacity. "Miss, are you certain you want to wear that?" Zhou Bo stared in astonishment. "Is there a problem? Did you not say that men are fond of such uniforms? If I wear this, that fool will surely fall at my feet without my needing to plead." Lin Xiaoxiao retorted. Zhou Bo's expression darkened. "Miss, do you truly consider Mr. Wei to be like those young masters? He dares to chastise you. Do you think he will be swayed merely by your attire?" "You have a point. That fellow is indeed quite formidable," Lin Xiaoxiao conceded, then returned to change into a simple dress. Yet even then, she remained enchanting. "This will suffice," Zhou Bo agreed. "Are you not accompanying me?" Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly inquired. "I shall not. Miss, you can converse with Mr. Wei alone, Zhou Bo responded. But what if he behaves inappropriately? Lin Xiaoxiao expressed concern. Rest assured, Mr. Wei is not that kind of person. What if he is? It is merely a hypothetical, Zhou Bo reassured her. You need not accompany me. I will go on my own. Ultimately, Lin Xiaoxiao resolved to face him alone. After all, she could not appear as though she were intimidated. Upon entering the adjoining room without knocking, she discovered Wei Su already seated in the living room, awaiting her arrival. Emotionless, she took a seat. Wei Su glanced at her. Would you care for something to drink? No, Lin Xiaoxiao replied bluntly. He nodded, then looked at her. Do you wish for me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, yes. What benefits do I gain from this arrangement? Wei Su queried. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. The honor of pretending to be my boyfriend is reward enough. After all, you will have the opportunity to have me on your arm, and yet you dare to ask what you gain? Hold it right there. Wei Su raised a hand. If you maintain that presumptuous attitude, then we shall cease our discussion here. Lin Xiaoxiao. Speak, what do you desire? She asked. I have not yet decided. I will inform you once I have, Wei Su replied. That won't do. What if your demands are excessive? Lin Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head. Do not worry. If my request is unreasonable, you have the right to refuse. That is more acceptable. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, then added, however, I must inform you in advance. In a few days you will accompany me to the Lin family to meet my relatives, and you may potentially encounter Qin Jiang. You won't be intimidated, will you? Wei Su smiled slightly. Intimidated? I dare to stand up to you. What fear could I possibly have of Qin Jiang? Frankly, in my eyes, you so-called young masters and ladies are all quite ordinary. Do you think you can frighten me? Not a chance. Lin Xiaoxiao merely smiled. I hope you speak the truth. I would hate for you to soil yourself when we reach my family. Chapter 79, triggering 2 events in succession. Your Lin family is neither a den of dragons nor a tiger's lair. Why should I be afraid? Wei Su chuckled. Not to mention the Lin family. I would boldly enter the Qin family as well. What is there to fear? We are all merely human, distinguished only by our power and wealth. Moreover, he was confident he would surpass them in due time, especially with the extraordinary system he possessed. Very well, since we have reached an agreement. I shall come to collect you the day after tomorrow. Do remember to wear your most appropriate attire. Do not show up in those baggy shorts. Lin Xiaoxiao stood up. What is wrong with baggy shorts? I might just wear them to your Lin family. Wei Su retorted with a smirk. You dare? If you appear dressed like that, there will be no need for pretense. Your exposure will be evident. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed angrily. Fear not, I shall wear them. If I expose myself, so be it. Wei Su replied nonchalantly. Lin Xiaoxiao, you. Now, off you go. Wei Su waved her away. Lin Xiaoxiao could only storm back to the villa. Frustrated, she turned to Zhou Bo and exclaimed, Zhou Bo, can you believe how infuriating he is? What happened? Did he not agree to your request, miss? Zhou Bo inquired, puzzled. He did agree. Then why are you still so upset? Because he said he would wear baggy shorts to the Lin family. Zhou Bo. Just think about it. If he actually wears those beach shorts to the Lin family, my grandfather would surely scold him to oblivion, Lin Xiaoxiao lamented. Zhou Bo considered, miss. It matters not what Mr. Wei wears. The ultimate goal is for you to escape this engagement debacle, and that is what truly counts. But what if he fails to pull it off? Lin Xiaoxiao protested. Do not worry. I believe Mr. Wei is a reliable person and will not falter. Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and resigned herself to the situation. It seems I have no choice, especially since I lack any suitable male friends. Host. The system does not recommend you wear baggy shorts when visiting others. It is quite impolite. Within the villa, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed. Oh. The system can actually provide suggestions? Wei Su exclaimed in astonishment. The fact that the system could offer such human-like advice was quite surprising. Host. The system is merely offering a reminder, it replied. Wei Su nodded, acknowledging the validity of this statement. However, he mused. I believe that one should wear whatever feels comfortable that day. It is unnecessary to don my most formal attire simply because I am visiting the Lin family. Yet, just as Wei Su finished speaking, a chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Due to the host's overly casual approach to attire, a 1 yuan flash sale event has been triggered. The item for this event is Charm Unlimited Capsule Plus Edition, priced at 1 yuan. The Charm Unlimited Capsule Plus Edition possesses greater potency than the standard version, significantly enhancing the charm of the user. Would the host like to purchase it? Wei Su was taken aback. Huh? Are you saying that my lack of concern for clothing has triggered a task? Please do not be surprised, host. The creator of this system originally intended to assist those who have encountered setbacks in life to fulfill their dreams. Therefore, all items are priced at 1 yuan. And once the system merges with the host, it automatically detects the host's deficiencies and aids in addressing them. Thus, should a random event occur, there is no need for alarm. Wei Su questioned, so, you sell whatever is lacking? Then what exactly is this Charm Unlimited Capsule Plus edition that you are offering me? It is because the host intended to visit someone in shorts, and the system believes you might be looked down upon or mocked. Hence, it seeks to enhance your charm to compensate for this shortcoming. May I ask, does the host wish to purchase it? Yes, I will buy it. There is no reason not to, considering it is just 1 yuan. Wei Su declared without hesitation. After clicking to purchase, the system inquired. Does the host wish to consume the item immediately? Yes. Ding. A notification sounded, and Wei Su suddenly felt as though a capsule had materialized in his mouth. He swallowed it, but noticed no immediate changes. However, he was aware that the transformation was likely subtle, and to others, his appearance must have become remarkably impressive. As Wei Su slowly closed his eyes, he began to contemplate his growing number of companies and the increasing possessions he had to manage. Previously, he had only overseen small enterprises, and now he faced the daunting prospect of managing larger corporations, which might prove challenging due to his lack of experience. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another familiar system voice interrupted him. Ding. The host has triggered a 1 yuan flash sale event. The item for this event is Intermediate Proficiency in Company Management, priced at 1 yuan. This book will allow the host to instantly grasp the principles of company management at an intermediate level, possessing knowledge comparable to that of CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. Would the host like to purchase it? Wei Su, who had just been about to relax, quickly perked up. Yes, yes, yes. Buy it. Ding. Purchase successful. Does the host wish to integrate the knowledge from the book into your brain? Yes. As soon as he spoke, a resounding explosion echoed in his mind. A torrent of knowledge surged into his consciousness, leaving him momentarily dazed. The vastness of management knowledge was overwhelming, and Wei Su's mind struggled to accommodate it all at once. After a brief pause, he finally regained his composure. Once muddled by the flood of information, he now found himself equipped with the understanding of effective management. Thus, he resolved to begin managing his company starting tomorrow. He marveled at the fact that he had triggered 2 1 yuan flash sales in a single day, both providing exactly what he needed. What incredible luck, he thought. Host, the system interjected. As previously explained, the creator designed this system to help you enhance yourself. So it is entirely normal for the events to offer items you require. Since it is so normal, can you trigger a few more for me? Apologies. Such triggers can only occur twice within a certain time frame. You have already exhausted your opportunities. And how long until I can trigger again? Unknown. How infuriating. The next day, Wei Su woke early and decided to head to the Kempinski Hotel. As the only 5-star hotel in Suzhou, it enjoyed a thriving business, attracting numerous wealthy patrons eager to showcase their affluence. This hotel had gained a stellar reputation, which was why Wei Su had been so pleased when he acquired it. It was accompanied by a bustling shopping complex. Indeed, the shopping building next to the Kempinski Hotel belonged to the hotel itself. Thus, when Wei Su saw the 1 yuan flash sale related to this hotel, his joy was understandable. The shopping complex also thrived, significantly boosting his income. He had even arranged for advertising, which led to increased foot traffic and a surge in business. Furthermore, plans for expansion were already underway. The hotel square had been in the works prior to Wei Su's tenure, and construction had commenced once he took office. Many workers were present, engaged in surveying and planning. While onlookers marveled at the ambitious undertakings of the hotel's owner, was a commercial street to be developed around the hotel. It seemed likely. The weather was pleasant that day, with a temperature of 27 degrees. Wei Su chose to wander the hotel without disturbing the staff, taking his time to explore. Since taking over the Kempinski Hotel, he had not taken the opportunity to thoroughly appreciate it. He had never even visited the presidential suite on the top floor, nor had he familiarized himself with the senior management. Today, he intended to meet some of these individuals. After all, he was their employer, yet none of them recognized him. Clad in casual attire, short sleeves and cropped pants, he looked fashionable and fresh. After consuming 2 Charm Unlimited capsules, his allure had skyrocketed, causing passers-by, particularly women, to gaze at him with admiration, captivated not only by his handsome appearance, but also by his undeniable charm. Men, handsome and charming, embody 2 distinct significances. One may possess striking features without exuding charm, while another may radiate charisma despite not fitting conventional standards of beauty. In the present day, Wei Su undeniably exemplifies both handsomeness and allure. Nonetheless, the women who cross his path merely cast fleeting glances before averting their eyes. Those who gaze longer are evidently very young women. Why is this? Because it is only those yet to fully enter society who believe that a man's attractiveness can serve as sustenance. Conversely, women who have ventured into the workforce grasp the profound truth that looks do not equate to sustenance, unless, of course, one is independently wealthy enough to disregard this reality. Amidst the throngs of admirers, both men and women, one singular gaze remained fixed upon him, a presence both astonished and incredulous. As he approached the elevator, he discerned a pair of eyes evaluating him amidst the ceaseless flow of human traffic. Following the consumption of a body-enhancing pill, his senses had sharpened tremendously. Where he once struggled to catch a mosquito, they now appeared to move in slow motion. This particular gaze stirred something within Wei Su, prompting him to turn and meet it. Their eyes locked for several seconds, and in almost perfect synchrony, they recognized one another. It was a woman, and a rather attractive one at that, though her heavy makeup detracted somewhat from her otherwise commendable features. Most men, in truth, tend to favor women who don't overdo their cosmetics. The woman hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to approach Wei Su. He gazed at her, reflecting on the serendipity of life's encounters. This woman was Zhang Yutong, a classmate from Wei Su's high school days. Renowned as the belle of the class and the object of many boys' affections. After entering university, they had lost touch, making this unexpected meeting in his hotel shopping complex all the more surprising. "You are Wei Su?" Zhang Yutong inquired, her eyes sparkling with recognition. Wei Su smiled and nodded, replying, "It has been a long time." "Indeed, it is you. You have become even more handsome than in high school," she remarked, her gaze appraising him. Clad in a white short-sleeve shirt that failed to conceal his athletic physique, paired with casual cropped pants, he emanated youthful exuberance. His strikingly handsome face and clear, bright eyes suggested a vibrant masculinity, reminiscent of a star who had stepped out from the screen of a television drama. Remarkably, he appeared ageless, if memory served. He must be around 27, yet he exuded the freshness of youth, especially when juxtaposed with Zhang Yutong, who was already 26 herself. To an outsider, Wei Su might easily be mistaken for an undergraduate still pursuing his studies. "You're too kind. I am not that handsome," Wei Su humbly replied. It is amusing to note that there existed an utterly perplexing misunderstanding between Zhang Yutong and Wei Su during their high school years. At that time, Wei Su held no interest in romance, preferring instead to immerse himself in studies, sports, and films, shunning social interactions with his peers. Unbeknownst to him, many female classmates harbored secret affections for him. With his refined appearance, commendable height, and amiable disposition, albeit somewhat reserved, he was perceived as exceptionally cool in the eyes of the girls. However, some male classmates, envious of Wei Su's unassuming charm, devised a plan to humiliate him. One boy approached Wei Su, requesting his assistance in crafting a love letter. Naively, Wei Su complied, penning a heartfelt note without signing his name. The boys, upon receiving the letter, promptly placed it in Zhang Yutong's drawer without a second thought. At that time, Zhang Yutong was the shining star of the class, lavished with attention from countless suitors. Ranging from the captain of the basketball team to the quietest of boys, she received an avalanche of love letters, easily exceeding 100 each day, alongside an unending stream of snacks from her admirers. Her high school experience was nothing short of dazzling. Would a goddess like her ever notice the quiet and studious Wei Su? Certainly not. Yet, one male classmate intentionally positioned Wei Su's love letter within Zhang Yutong's direct line of sight. Out of boredom, she opened the letter and was taken aback. It bore Wei Su's handwriting, the most recognizable in their class due to its elegance. She approached him, holding the letter, and asked, "Did you write this?" Wei Su glanced at the letter, realizing it was indeed his handwriting, and nodded. Initially, he assumed it was meant for Zhang Yutong from that boy, which was why he hadn't signed it. Little did he know, the boy had also omitted his name. Thus, a misunderstanding ensued. The other students were equally astonished. Wei Su, who had always seemed aloof from the group, suddenly became the focus of attention for having sent a love letter. The most bewildered of all was Wei Su himself, as he realized he had been the subject of a prank. Yet, Zhang Yutong interpreted the situation differently. She believed Wei Su was merely a frog dreaming of courting a swan. Even the school's heartthrobs had failed to win her over. So why would a regular boy like Wei Su presume to capture her interest? In a bid to embarrass him, Zhang Yutong publicly read the letter aloud, tearing it up afterward and coldly stating, "One must possess self-awareness." Wei Su, left speechless, merely shook his head and replied, "Think what you will," before exiting the classroom with poise and grace. To many classmates, this was seen as an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Even Zhang Yutong thought him to be merely stubborn. After all, she was stunning and exceptional, a girl any boy would admire, and Wei Su was no exception. That incident occurred many years ago, and now, as they stand face to face once more, Zhang Yutong still holds the conviction that Wei Su once harbored feelings for her, for she was the belle of the class. A rare gem. He had no reason not to be enamored with her. "Among those who once pursued me, it seems you have emerged as the most handsome," she quipped, as the elevator doors opened, winking at him playfully. The suitors of her past, once shining stars in high school, had faded into obscurity, their fortunes diminished. Only Wei Su had grown increasingly handsome, as if life had not dimmed his brilliance. Upon hearing the words, Wei Su found himself at a loss for words. Pursuing her? Please, I truly have no interest in you. The only person who could stir Wei Su's heart was Mu Wanqing, whom he encountered during his university years. Even now, his affection for her remains steadfast, as does hers for him. The notion that Zhang Yutong believed Wei Su was pursuing her struck him as ludicrous. Yet, he could not be bothered to refute such an outdated claim. What had transpired in the past was precisely that, past. Chapter 81. Time is indeed a butcher's knife. By the way, what brings you to the Kempinski Hotel? Are you here to shop, or to stay? Zhang Yutong inquired curiously after standing side by side with Wei Su. Wei Su had no intention of revealing his purpose, merely responding, I'm just here out of boredom. Not planning to purchase anything? Zhang Yutong asked provocatively, eager to discern whether Wei Su was financially capable. Wei Su shook his head, indicating he had no intention of buying anything. The entire shopping complex belonged to him. Why would he need to make a purchase? With a mere phone call, staff from the mall would personally deliver what he desired. As the owner of the Kempinski Hotel, if he expressed interest in any merchandise, the store owners would likely hesitate to charge him, opting instead to offer it as a gesture to win his favor. After all, should he be pleased, perhaps they could negotiate a reduction in his rent. The rents within this shopping complex were no trifling matter, and any owner would be elated to waive a portion of it. Upon hearing Wei Su declare he had no intention to buy anything, Zhang Yutong internally scoffed, concluding he must still be a pauper. She had moved beyond such superficial considerations. She had come to realize that only wealth could serve as a true companion. Thus, her initial inclination to entice Wei Su faded. To avoid the awkwardness, Wei Su took the initiative to ask, And you? What brings you here? Me? I'm here for an interview, Zhang Yutong replied, a hint of pride in her voice. She was interviewing for a managerial assistant position at the shopping complex of the Kempinski Hotel, which was in need of such a role. Wei Su nodded in understanding, realizing that indeed, the shopping complex required assistance. However, he was taken aback to find a former classmate among the seemingly endless stream of interviewees. Should she succeed? Would she not become a subordinate of his subordinate? Then you should put in some effort. After all, being an assistant to the management of a five-star hotel requires genuine ability, Wei Su remarked with a smile. Haha, you needn't worry about that. I don't need to exert myself at all, Zhang Yutong replied with a smile. Oh, why is that? Wei Su asked, puzzled. Because my boyfriend is the manager of this shopping complex, Zhang Yutong declared proudly, emphasizing the words my boyfriend as if to highlight her exclusive claim. She noted Wei Su's frown and felt an even greater sense of triumph, adding, he is only 25 and already the manager here. Every shop owner must treat him with utmost respect. Furthermore, his salary likely surpasses yours by a significant margin, with an annual income of $1 million. Not to mention he owns a car and a house, truly exceptional. Though he may not be as handsome as you, he is far superior in every other regard. I am quite fortunate not to have chosen a boyfriend from among you classmates or my former colleagues. Otherwise, I would have never encountered this Prince Charming, she boasted, her expression radiating self-satisfaction. Indeed, whether in high school, college, or now in the workplace, Zhang Yutong had always been the center of attention. In her previous company, many colleagues and superiors had shown interest in her, but she deemed them unworthy. While she projected an image of a gentle goddess, she harbored a disdain for those without wealth who dared to pursue her. Losers, the impoverished. Such individuals were never deserving of her. Even her former supervisors, earning a meager salary of a mere few $100,000, paled in comparison to her standards. At the very least, one needed to earn $1 million to be worthy of her. Among those she deemed unworthy, she included Wei Su, who had once penned love letters to her during their middle school days. Observing the pride and arrogance in her demeanor, Wei Su felt a twinge of skepticism. Although he had not met every employee at the Kempinski Hotel, he had reviewed the leadership roster. He recalled that the manager of this shopping complex had seemingly obtained his position through dubious means. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for someone so young to attain such a role. His hesitance to address this parasite stemmed from a lack of time, and besides, a managerial assistant in such a large hotel was hardly a formidable position. Thus, the position of assistant manager was undoubtedly his. No need for further consideration. Zhang Yutong exuded confidence. Wei Su chuckled and advised, don't be overly confident. True talent is what truly counts. With a mere shake of his head, not only would you fall, but so would your boyfriend. Of course, should she manage to secure the position on her own merit, Wei Su would have no objections. Yet, her confidence seemed solely rooted in her boyfriend's influence. Could that truly suffice? Why shouldn't I be confident? Zhang Yutong retorted, batting her eyelashes at Wei Su. I'm young, beautiful. It would be their honor to have me join the Kempinski Hotel. Just my presence in the shopping complex will attract countless men, thus increasing foot traffic. Who knows, I might not even need my boyfriend's connections to pass the interview. Wei Su was taken aback. Is your mind unwell? The assistant manager position at the Kempinski Hotel requires genuine skill to assist the manager in their duties. What can a mere ornament possibly achieve? Why spend so much money if one merely seeks a pretty face? Besides, in this vast sea of humanity, there are countless young and beautiful women. Any company would avoid hiring a mere decorative object. Even modeling agencies require their beauties to possess some talent. It seemed Zhang Yutong sensed the skepticism in Wei Su's gaze. She furrowed her brow and added, "If all else fails, I still have my boyfriend. I could simply ask him to intervene. Who would dare refuse? With just a word from him, the interviewer would likely approve me without hesitation. After all, he is a manager." Wei Su could only respond with disbelief. Isn't that quite brazen? A manager of a shopping complex, so openly facilitating his girlfriend's entry? Does he truly believe the company is his personal domain? This raised Wei Su's vigilance. He suspected that the entire Kempinski Hotel was not solely afflicted by this managerial parasite. There were likely others, and he would uncover them in due time. In regard to the credit company under one's own management, might there also be lingering pests? This is something that must be thoroughly investigated in due course. At this moment, the elevator has ascended to the 5th floor, indeed, the very floor designated for interviews. Zhang Yutong, hastily rummaging through her makeup case, diligently retouches her appearance. Upon completing her makeup, she offers a slight smile and, in a tone laced with admonition, remarks, "Wei Su, you ought to quickly seek a respectable job. Do you genuinely believe that mere good looks can sustain you? They cannot. I would never deign to consider a man like you, lacking both wealth and a commendable career. It's best for you to abandon such aspirations. Instead, focus on securing a decent position and find an ordinary woman to lead a modest life. Someone of my caliber is simply unattainable for you." As she stows her makeup case into her purse, she casts a glance at Wei Su. Her words may be harsh, but they are indeed the truth. "You cannot aspire to my level." Wei Su remains silent. Has he succumbed to silence? Is his confidence shaken? Zhang Yutong smiles, a hint of disdain flickering across her face. You truly are of such limited caliber." She presumes that Wei Su still harbors unyielding feelings for her, perhaps still yearning to pursue her, hence her choice to speak so bluntly. "How could I, Zhang Yutong, ever consider a partner of inferior status? How could I entertain the notion of being with a pauper? Not to mention billionaires, at the very least, my counterpart should be among the elite." In her mind, Wei Su remains the adopted son of an ordinary family, with abysmal living conditions. Such a person could hardly achieve success. It would be laughable to think otherwise. Thus, in her eyes, even though Wei Su has grown handsome and charming, he remains akin to a toad. A toad can only dream of consuming a swan. In reality, it would be crushed beneath the feet of a swan's prince. Now that you mention it, I am quite curious to meet this boyfriend of yours. Does he truly possess such remarkable qualities? Wei Su suddenly interjects. Zhang Yutong's eyes brighten at his words, but her expression soon shifts to one of sarcasm. "Oh no, I fear you might feel inferior. If you were to fall into despair from the encounter, that would indeed be my fault." Wei Su offers no rebuttal, merely nodding with a smile. "Indeed, you have a point. I am genuinely concerned I might be disheartened to the point of never recovering." How frightful, truly frightful. As the behind-the-scenes proprietor of the Kempinski Hotel, the chairman of Haotian Credit Company, the owner of Jivan Auction House, and a significant stakeholder in 10 luxurious buildings along the lakeshore, as well as 2 opulent villas in Renheng Tangbei, he finds it amusing that a mere junior manager could ever dishearten him. He is genuinely curious to discover who might be the one to falter. Simultaneously, Wei Su reflects on the passage of time. Zhang Yutong, during their school days, she was undeniably the belle of the class. In those times, she was innocent and charming, albeit arrogant, yet her core was not malevolent. Years later, their paths cross once more, only to reveal that she has morphed into a superficial woman, driven solely by materialism, failing to cultivate her own worth, and becoming a parasite that clings to the powerful. Wei Su recalls an age-old adage, "Time truly is a butcher's knife." It not only disfigures one's appearance, but also shatters the purity of the soul, rendering it tainted and corrupt. Chapter 82, A Frenzy of Mockery. Ding. The elevator doors finally slide open. Zhang Yutong steps out, and Wei Su, who initially intended to visit the hotel's general manager on the top floor, follows suit. Abandoning his original plan to meet the junior manager of the shopping mall. "Are you certain you wish to meet my boyfriend? I truly fear you may feel inadequate." Zhang Yutong delivers her final warning. Wei Su nods in agreement. "Perhaps it is beneficial for me to broaden my horizons. Who knows what wisdom I might acquire? Indeed, if my boyfriend is as exceptional as you claim, then should you gain any insight, that would certainly be to your advantage." Zhang Yutong misinterprets Wei Su's sarcasm. Taking his words at face value, Wei Su silently shakes his head. This woman has become utterly irredeemable. Soon enough, Zhang Yutong arrives at an office and knocks on the door. "Who is it?" A male voice responds from within. Darling, it's me. Please open the door. Zhang Yutong coos in a feigned delicate tone. Wei Su subtly shakes his head, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. He has always despised such contrived sweetness. Zhang Yutong pales in comparison to Han Yun. Having encountered numerous women of superior caliber, including the likes of Mu Wanqing and Lin Xiaoxiao, he finds Lin Xiaoxiao, despite his aversion to her, genuinely authentic. Her aloofness towards outsiders is not a facade, nor does she feign gentility. Next comes Han Yun, who has already become his partner, and although he has had limited interactions with Miao Ran, her ability to leave an impression speaks volumes of her merit. In stark contrast, Zhang Yutong is simply repulsive. Yet, Wei Su conceals his disdain, maintaining an air of indifference. Shortly, the office door swings open, revealing a 25-year-old man. Though still young, his physique has begun to sag, sporting a slight paunch, a consequence of prolonged inactivity. His complexion betrays a lack of proper rest, and his attire is unkempt. His suit is ill-fitted, with his shirt untucked. His hair is disheveled, and he wears an expression of arrogance despite his unattractiveness, marked by numerous blemishes. A name tag hangs from his neck, Zhou Shangbin, the manager of the shopping mall's management department. Upon seeing Zhou Shangbin, Zhang Yutong's eyes gleam, and she rushes to wrap her arm around his, her voice dripping with feigned sweetness. Darling, how do I look today? Is my outfit appropriate? In truth, her usual demeanor is not so clingy, and Zhou Shangbin's acne-ridden face repulses her. Her interest lies solely in his wealth, while she holds him in disdain. Her current display of affection serves merely to provoke Wei Su, motivated by a fleeting moment of malicious amusement. Zhou Shangbin seems taken aback by Zhang Yutong's excessive enthusiasm. After all, he has worked relentlessly to win her over. Naturally, wealth played a significant role. The former Zhang Yutong, with her towering pride, had a boyfriend who was a mere small company manager, but once Zhou Shangbin entered the picture, she swiftly discarded her former partner. Yet even now, her treatment of Zhou Shangbin remains tepid. She is unperturbed by the prospect of being unwanted. Zhou Shangbin, bewildered by Zhang Yutong's sudden affection, is about to inquire if she has set her sights on another handbag when he catches her glare directed at Wei Su. He finally comprehends the situation. This is a signal for him to assist in dealing with those bothersome flies. Very well, then. With a slight smile, Zhou Shangbin curiously gazed at Wei Su and intentionally inquired, and who might this be? Zhang Yutong eagerly interjected, this is my classmate, Wei Su. It has been many years since we last saw each other. She then proudly turned to Wei Su and remarked, Zhou Shangbin, the manager of the shopping mall's management department, wealthy and accomplished at a young age. Impressive, isn't? I hope you can handle the blow. Stay strong. Hello. Wei Su responded amiably, extending his hand in greeting without a hint of concern. Zhou Shangbin, with his hands on his hips, scrutinized Wei Su from a superior vantage point, even too indolent to shake his hand. He then turned to Zhang Yutong and gently said, My dear, shall we head to the interview venue? The preparations for the interview are about to commence. Sure, Zhang Yutong replied, quickly retrieving her makeup kit to touch up her appearance. In the midst of her preparations, she asked Zhou Shangbin, Are you certain I'll pass? Zhou Shangbin nodded confidently, thumping his chest. Rest assured, even if you don't utter a word upon entering, you will surely succeed. Zhang Yutong beamed. Now that is more like it. She then glanced at Wei Su, stating, This is what an exceptional boyfriend looks like. If I were with you, Wei Su, not only would I effortlessly secure a position at the Kempinski Hotel, but I might even struggle to find a mere job at a regular company. Wei Su remained silent. Zhou Shangbin mockingly laughed, My dear, let us not belittle this inferior individual. Comparing him to me is nothing short of an insult. Zhang Yutong nodded in agreement, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. Their conversation devolved into a display of affection and casual banter, momentarily sidelining Wei Su's presence. Zhou Shangbin occasionally attempted to engage Wei Su, but each time, it was laced with ridicule. Nevertheless, Wei Su maintained his composure, responding with a calm smile. Upon arriving at the interview room, Zhou Shangbin turned to Zhang Yutong with a grin. My dear, go in for your interview. By next week, when you join the company as my assistant, we'll travel for work together, dining and enjoying life without the confines of the office, and yet still earn a salary. Zhang Yutong's eyes sparkled with delight. No office hours and still receiving a paycheck, plus the opportunity to indulge in food and entertainment? It's simply paradise. Have you witnessed this, Wei Su? This is the disparity between my boyfriend and you, Zhang Yutong teased, fluttering her long lashes excitedly. Zhou Shangbin cleared his throat, smiling slightly. My dear, you are truly remarkable. Without you, how could I have entered the Kempinski Hotel? Zhang Yutong feigned innocence, angling for Zhou Shangbin's favor. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Wei Su stated, feeling the moment had run its course. Oh, but weren't you just saying you had nothing to do? Once the interview concludes, Let us all dine together, Zhang Yutong insisted playfully. You've surely tasted the most exquisite meals at the Kempinski, right? I'll have my boyfriend treat you to a culinary experience. I'd rather not. I'm not fond of such fare, Wei Su replied, shaking his head. In truth, I initially had no obligations, but now I do. He had come to the hotel today merely to take a stroll and hold a brief employee meeting, allowing the staff to familiarize themselves with him. Other matters he intended to address gradually. Yet, it was now evident that time was of the essence. Zhou Shangbin, a mere junior manager who had entered through a back door, wielded the authority to neglect his duties, allowing anyone he favored to work at the hotel while enjoying a lavish lifestyle without any responsibilities, simply collecting a paycheck. Wei Su, as the owner, was the one who issued the salaries of all hotel staff, deducting funds from his own account. To think he had spent $1 million in a year to employ Zhou Shangbin, who produced no value whatsoever. Both Zhou Shangbin and his superior were now on Wei Su's list for immediate dismissal. The infestation of incompetence was too rampant to ignore. Do take your time. What could a poor nobody like you possibly have to attend to? Zhang Yutong continued to feign concern. My dear, please, no need to hold him back. After all, he is merely a pauper. It would be quite embarrassing for him to dine with us. Not knowing how to appreciate fine cuisine, Zhou Shangbin interjected, casting a dismissive glance at Wei Su. I have countless restaurant owners vying to host me. For him to be invited to dine with us would be an honor. And if he claims to have matters to attend to, then let him leave. His words dripped with direct insult and contempt, repeatedly referring to Wei Su as a poor nobody and denigrating his taste. Has this pauper offended you? Zhang Yutong's eyes narrowed, a smile on her lips as she agreed. Indeed, my dear, not everyone is worthy of dining with you. With a sigh, Wei Su pondered, is it truly possible for such repugnant individuals to exist in this world? Without further ado, he turned and stepped into the elevator, ascending to the highest floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he arrived at the opulent presidential office, where the hotel's general manager, a middle-aged woman named Guokai, awaited him with a respectful demeanor. Her aura exuded competence, unmistakably a woman of genuine ability. Welcome, boss, she greeted with utmost respect. Wei Su nodded, eschewing any unnecessary pleasantries, and stated, immediately convene a meeting with all employees, excluding those essential for the hotel's daily operations. I want every member of management, from both the hotel and the shopping mall, in the general conference room. The general conference room was a venue reserved for significant gatherings presided over by the owner. Guokai was taken aback, pondering the gravity of the situation. But without hesitation or doubt, she affirmed, understood. I will notify everyone at once. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Zhou Shangbin, having ushered Zhang Yutong into her interview, leered. Once the interview is over, let us go enjoy ourselves. Zhang Yutong cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Shangbin's distasteful visage, yet obediently nodded. Despite her revulsion, she recognized the necessity of appeasing him to ensure his financial support in the future. After Zhang Yutong entered for her interview, Zhou Shangbin prepared to indulge in a cigarette when he noticed a flurry of activity among his colleagues on the same floor. They were animatedly whispering to one another, their expressions brimming with excitement. Curious, Zhou Shangbin quickly approached a coworker, inquiring, what is the commotion about? Are you unaware? The colleague replied with surprise. Our hotel's true owner has arrived. The general manager announced that the boss insists all management must convene in the top-level conference room. Something significant must be underway. Zhou Shangbin's expression shifted as he processed the news. The true owner meant the elusive figure who had covertly acquired the five-star hotel. Why had he come? Information about this enigmatic owner was scant among hotel staff, as he had remained in the shadows, unseen by anyone. Zhou Shangbin, realizing he could not afford to linger, hastily extinguished his cigarette and checked his phone, noting a mass message. He promptly joined his colleagues in heading towards the top-floor conference room. The new owner was convening a meeting, and he dared not delay. Thus, he ascended the staircase leading to the pinnacle of the building. He encountered the prominent figures within the hotel, the procurement department, human resources, public relations, operations, finance, and more. A cadre of seasoned executives, all at the ministerial level, awaited outside the conference hall, their expressions tinged with gravity. This assembly could only be described as opulent, a veritable gathering of the company's elite. Even the esteemed hotel general manager, the formidable Guokai, was relegated to standing at the entrance of the conference room, quietly awaiting the proceedings. It seemed that the elusive major shareholder had indeed graced them with his presence. Zhou Shangbin hastily retreated to the very end of the line. In the presence of such illustrious individuals, he felt utterly insignificant. His only option was to remain in the background, a mere subordinate. When the meeting commenced, he would be left standing, with no chair available for someone of his lowly rank. Come in, a voice resonated from within the conference room. Guokai took the lead, ushering the other executives inside. Zhou Xiangbin raised an eyebrow. That voice sounded vaguely familiar. However, he had no time for further contemplation, as he quickly followed the throng. Keeping his head down, resolved to assume a humble position at the back, he planned to remain silent, listening intently to the discourse of the Titans. After all, as a mere underling who had gained entry through backdoor means, he had no right to interject in such a gathering of power. Yet, upon entering, he was met with a sight that left him both astonished and fearful. The company's main conference room featured a vast transparent glass ceiling through which the sunlight poured down upon the podium. Bathed in this radiant light stood not a figure clad in a dignified suit, nor an elderly statesman exuding gravitas, but rather a young man dressed in casual attire. Despite his relaxed appearance, his back turned to the audience, he emanated an aura that rendered the atmosphere suffocating with pressure. Zhou Xiangbin was unsure if he was hallucinating or if the atmosphere truly was that oppressive, but he felt an uncanny familiarity with this silhouette. It seemed he had encountered it before. I am sure many of you find me a stranger, as this marks my first public appearance at the hotel. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Wei, my given name is Su. It is a pleasure to meet you all for the first time. The figure suddenly pivoted, his voice resonant and clear. This turn not only captured the attention of all present, but also sent Zhou Xiangbin into a state of sheer panic. Chapter 84. An Overwhelming Presence. It was impossible for Zhou Xiangbin not to feel overwhelmed, as the shock was profound. While Zhou Xiangbin had been lost in astonishment, Wei Su leaned casually against the podium, exuding an air of nonchalance, unperturbed by the presence of the hotel's senior management. I trust you have long been curious about my identity, for I am your new boss. Today serves to clarify any misconceptions. Some of you may have imagined me to be an elderly gentleman. After his opening remarks, he added a light-hearted jest, causing subdued laughter among the assembled employees. They had indeed entertained the notion that their new boss would be a man of mature years, perhaps in his 40s or 50s. Yet, standing before them was a man so astonishingly youthful, he appeared barely in his 30s, if even that. And yet, this remarkably young individual was the proprietor of the Kempinski Hotel. To suggest he lacked competence would be utterly implausible. The only individual not laughing or daring to speak was Zhou Xiangbin, still reeling from disbelief. Now that everyone seems at ease, please take your seats. The meeting is officially underway. Wei Su disregarded Zhou Xiangbin, who remained in a state of shock, gesturing for the others to sit. His demeanor was calm. Hands crossed before him on the table, an unflappable presence that compelled the attendees to regard their youthful leader with newfound respect. Despite his youth, he commanded an impressive aura. The seasoned executives, typically regarded as the giants of the industry, found themselves overshadowed in his presence. With everyone seated, Zhou Xiangbin finally regained his senses. Unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, he yearned to join the executives in taking a seat, but his position afforded him no such luxury. Lost in disbelief, he could scarcely comprehend the transformation that had unfolded in a mere 10 minutes. The individual he had previously dismissed as a mere loser had now emerged as the commanding owner of the Kempinski Hotel. If not for the pain of his own fingers digging into his thigh, he might have thought he was ensnared in a surreal dream. How could a mere pretty face ascend to such heights of power? It seemed this was a case of the proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhou Xiangbin felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Why did this wolf in sheep's clothing have to cross paths with him? And worse yet, he had offended this very individual? He recalled with clarity how he had derisively referred to the new owner as a loser, asserting that he was unworthy of sharing a meal with him. What was he to do now? As the cadre of senior executives settled into their seats, Zhou Xiangbin remained in a daze, a mere shadow of himself. A colleague nearby noticed his unusual demeanor but refrained from speaking, acutely aware that in such meetings, unless directly addressed by the boss, one was not permitted to speak without risking disrespect. Everyone knows that the Kempinski Hotel stands as the sole 5-star establishment in Suzhou. We must not only consider the present, but also our potential for the future. I have reviewed many of your proposals, and while they show promise, there is ample room for improvement. Wei Su proceeded to open the document on the podium's computer, projecting it onto the large screen, his words brimming with confidence. As though he possessed an intimate understanding of the proposals and could effortlessly identify their shortcomings. Notably, he made no mention of Zhou Xiangbin's previous negligence and self-serving conduct. This blatant disregard only intensified Zhou Xiangbin's anxiety, leaving him pale and trembling. He could not fathom that the owner had truly forgotten the events of mere minutes ago. After all, it had only been a short while. Unless the owner suffered from amnesia, a notion that seemed preposterous for one in such a position, it was evident he had chosen to remain silent on the matter. This realization filled Zhou Xiangbin with dread. The calm before the storm often heralds a tempestuous upheaval. Given this, Zhou Xiangbin pondered whether it would be wiser to confess his missteps outright, in hopes that the owner might be in a forgiving mood and choose to overlook past transgressions. With a heavy heart, he braced himself. Having contemplated the intricate web of relationships, Zhou Shangbin, with a resolute clench of his teeth, abruptly knelt before the multitude, exclaiming, "Boss, I sincerely apologize for the transgressions I have committed. I humbly beseech your forgiveness." This unexpected act of submission shocked all present, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. What was the meaning of this spectacle? The room fell into an uneasy silence. Zhou Shangbin remained trembling on the ground, his expression marred by bitterness. Wei Su, bearing an impassive demeanor, slowly rose to his feet. The crowd, perplexed, struggled to comprehend the situation. A mere manager from the operations department, overseeing only a shopping complex, hardly commanded respect in this gathering. After all, those without any significant position could hardly be deemed formidable. Yet, this ostensibly inconsequential manager had inexplicably knelt before the company's owner, admitting fault. What error could warrant such an act? In an instant, the assembly was rendered speechless. Wakai, the hotel's general manager, swiftly stepped forward, narrowing her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Zhou Shangbin, demanding in a low voice, "What on earth is happening?" Zhou Shangbin had ascended through backdoor connections, having been retained merely due to the influence of the former shareholder. Following the complete acquisition of the Kempinski Hotel by this young owner, that shareholder had exited the establishment. Nevertheless, Zhou Shangbin, lingering on due to the former shareholder's connection, had not resigned. Upon learning of his patron's forced departure from the Kempinski, Zhou had tempered his previously audacious demeanor significantly. However, his sudden kneeling before the boss indicated a grave misstep had been made, one that had evidently come to the attention of the higher-ups. This realization ignited a furious rage within Guokai. As Zhou Shangbin's subordinate, any wrongdoing on his part would inevitably implicate her as his direct superior. Should the owner truly become incensed, her position as general manager would be jeopardized. To conduct oneself in such a manner at the inaugural company meeting was utterly reckless. "I command you to disclose the entire situation to me, immediately." Guokai, suppressing her urge to tear Zhou Shangbin apart, spoke through gritted teeth. Zhou Shangbin hastily stood and approached his superior, promptly revealing every detail of his misconduct, including his intentions to exploit his position for personal gain by facilitating his girlfriend's employment at the hotel, as well as his derisive comments directed towards the owner. In an instant, Guokai, despite her extensive experience as a high-ranking executive, nearly found herself breathless with indignation upon hearing Zhou Shangbin's account. This audacious man had dared to mock the owner. Zhou Shangbin, witnessing the fury etched on Guokai's face, felt his tongue tied in fear. The others, observing Guokai's expression, recognized the gravity of the situation. If it weren't severe, she would not be so enraged. Clearly, Zhou Shangbin had committed a serious offense. "Boss, I will provide an explanation regarding this matter and assure you it will be resolved to your satisfaction." At this juncture, Guokai could only vow solemnly. Zhou Shangbin's pockmarked visage was filled with remorse, as he had never anticipated that he would stumble upon such a formidable obstacle. "Boss, I am truly sorry. I seek your forgiveness. I assure you it will not happen again." Zhou Shangbin longed to defend himself, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, the owner was the very subject of the incident and was fully aware of its context. No amount of justification would suffice. Wei Su remained impassive, showing no inclination to speak, merely observing Zhou Shangbin with indifference. The oppressive atmosphere returned, and the smiles that had once graced the lips of the attendees vanished. They grasped the seriousness of the situation, yet most focused their attention on Guokai, for she, as the general manager, bore the responsibility of addressing the owner. However, even Guokai felt suffocated in the presence of Wei Su's aloof countenance. This young man was truly inscrutable. Moreover, he exuded an extraordinary aura of authority. Typically, one would expect a youthful president to tread carefully in such meetings, for the attendees were seasoned employees, many of whom were exceptional talents. Thus, projecting an air of arrogance would be ill-advised. Simultaneously, it was imperative to maintain one's image, preventing any perception of being overly subservient, lest one be underestimated by those self-important veterans. If a leader is seen as contemptible by their staff, managing the company and hotel would become an arduous task. Yet, this young owner confronted everyone with an unusual and assertive demeanor, rendering the atmosphere so tense that no one dared to breathe. He radiated an undeniable decisiveness and an air of decisiveness that hinted at an unwavering resolve. Should anyone dare to boast about their meager past achievements before him, it seemed likely he would dismiss them without a second thought. Chapter 85, The Twist. Moreover, this owner was seldom heard speaking, and his previous suggestions for revising the proposal had been astutely on point, indicating that he possessed genuine expertise rather than being an ill-informed pretender. Thus, If one were to encapsulate this owner in 4 words, Wakai could only describe him as profoundly unfathomable. Indeed, he was truly inscrutable. One could neither discern his thoughts nor anticipate his next move. Yet, he perpetually instilled a sense of danger, compelling those around him to tread carefully. Truth be told, after years of diligent service in the hotel industry, culminating in her ascent to the position of general manager, Wakai was undoubtedly competent. Yet, at this moment, she found herself utterly perplexed by this young man. Sighing inwardly, she pondered, where did this extraordinary young owner emerge from? Due to Wei Su's indifferent demeanor, none of the high-ranking officials present dared to speak out of turn. The more the owner refrained from voicing his thoughts, the more hesitant the hotel executives became to probe. In the realm of business, no one ever regarded this place as a sanctuary. On the contrary, it was a battleground. Wei Su was akin to a general, while the executives were his soldiers. Naturally, among these soldiers, not everyone stood united. Each harbored their own circles of influence. In a company devoid of competition, survival would be an arduous task. Thus, despite the apparent camaraderie displayed in the conference room, underlying rivalries existed, as they were all competitors. Consequently, for a company to thrive, a strong leader was required to balance these competitive dynamics. However, achieving such equilibrium is notoriously challenging, further complicating the role of a leader. However, before this young boss, there was an undeniable aura of balance that he wielded with effortless ease. It was primarily due to Wei Su's formidable presence. Since the commencement of the meeting, whether it was the previously suggested amendments to the proposal or the current silence, he had instilled an immense amount of pressure upon everyone present. The management team, who had hoped to seize this opportunity to make an impression on the new boss, found themselves hesitating. In such a tense atmosphere, who would dare to step forward? Did they not know that the one who stands out often becomes the target? The conference room fell into a lengthy silence, suffused with an oppressive atmosphere that rendered everyone tense and trembling. Just then, Wei Su, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. With merely 2 sentences, he concluded the meeting. Today's meeting is hereby adjourned. You may disperse. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. They were so stunned that they remained rooted to the spot. Wei Su raised his gaze towards them and coldly inquired, "What? Are you all lingering here to continue our discussion?" In an instant, panic ensued, and everyone hastily retreated. Goodness, where did this prodigy come from? Despite his youth, he exudes a presence far more powerful than those in their twilight years. They realized they could no longer afford to slack off. This sort of boss, I tell you, is undoubtedly a figure with an iron fist. One must tread carefully, lest they find themselves dismissed. It was a frightening thought. If you choose to be lazy, do not involve me. I refuse to associate with such behavior. As the crowd trickled out of the conference hall, whispered exchanges among familiar colleagues filled the air, with even their voices lowered in reverence. The meeting concluded, yet not a single soul felt at ease. The weight of pressure stemmed entirely from that enigmatic boss. Zhou Shangbin's complexion was ashen as he staggered up and down the stairs, fully aware that, although the boss had said nothing, his career prospects were irreparably damaged. At that moment, Zhang Yutong finally stepped into the interview hall. Inside, numerous candidates awaited their turn. After all, the managerial position at a 5-star hotel was a coveted opportunity. Who would not wish to secure a spot? Zhang Yutong cast a glance at those retouching their makeup or frantically cramming last-minute knowledge. A subtle smile gracing her lips as she maintained an air of aloofness. Look at these ants, she thought. I am destined to be a regal princess, unlike them. My interview shall proceed effortlessly. Zhang Yutong, an assistant, called out. Realizing it was her turn, she rose with confidence and entered the interview room. Good day, esteemed leaders, she said, slightly bowing in deference. Inside the room, there were 2 interviewers, one male and one female. The woman possessed a frigid countenance, while the man appeared rather frivolous. Upon seeing Zhang Yutong, an inexplicable glimmer flashed in the man's eyes. He was the interviewer covertly bribed by Zhou Shangbin. The female interviewer glanced at Zhang Yutong, preparing to pose a question, but the male interviewer interjected first. Please elaborate on your strengths and specialties, and tell me why you wish to apply for a position at our hotel. The female interviewer frowned. Shouldn't the initial inquiry pertain to professional knowledge? After all, only with a solid foundation of expertise could the conversation progress. Noticing the female interviewer's peculiar gaze, the male interviewer couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Zhou Shangbin had informed him that his girlfriend was utterly unqualified, merely a decorative vase. If he started with professional questions, she would surely falter. Thus, he decided to allow her to speak freely. At that moment, Zhang Yutong, oblivious to the fact that an opportunity was being granted to her and unaware of her boyfriend's fall from grace, seated herself elegantly, chest out and head held high, brimming with confidence. Just as she was about to showcase her exquisite attributes, the door suddenly swung open with a bang. Both interviewers were startled, and upon closer inspection, they recognized Zhou Xiangbin, drenched in cold sweat and bearing a grim expression, clearly agitated. Zhang Yutong turned around, perplexed at Zhou Xiangbin's abrupt entrance. Just as she was about to speak, he stepped forward and forcibly pulled her along. No need for the interview. Let us go, quickly. Why? Zhang Yutong asked hurriedly. Zhou Xiangbin dragged her out into the corridor. What on earth is going on? Zhang Yutong furrowed her brow in confusion. She had intended to display her graceful demeanor, and now she was being interrupted. Ah, does this mean I don't need to interview, and I can start working the day after tomorrow? She mused, her expression brightening as she feigned shyness, playfully nudging Zhou Xiangbin. Look at you, so eager. It's just a hotel room, I agree to it. So let us go now. Zhang Yutong assumed Zhou Xiangbin was simply overly eager, wanting to skip the interview and head straight to work. However, Zhou Xiangbin wore a look of utter despair, staring at her without uttering a word. What is wrong with you? Zhang Yutong noticed something was amiss, observing the despondency etched on his face. You don't need to interview anymore, nor do you need to come to work, Zhou Xiangbin said, his voice hollow. What? What is happening? Zhang Yutong pressed, perplexed. How did it change so suddenly? His demeanor was that of a defeated man. I said you don't need to continue the interview, nor should you think about working here. Zhou Xiangbin suddenly shouted, the corridor thankfully empty. Or else his outburst might have startled others. Why? Why? Zhang Yutong's face was a canvas of confusion. Are you really asking why? Zhou Xiangbin exploded in fury. Your classmate is not some insignificant loser. He is the true mastermind behind the Kempinski Hotel. Now, not only have you offended him, but you have also dragged me into this mess. Now we are both finished. What? He asked the hidden owner of this hotel? Zhang Yutong was astounded, her mind reeling. No, it was more accurate to say her mind was bombarded with disbelief. This twist echoed Zhou Xiangbin's reaction in the conference room earlier. How could this be possible? No, this can't be right. How could he possibly be the owner of this five-star hotel? Zhang Yutong muttered in disbelief. Zhou Xiangbin took a deep breath, urging himself to remain calm. At this point, all they could do was take it one step at a time. He grasped Zhang Yutong's hand and said, let us go. There is no opportunity left for us here. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhang Yutong wrenched her hand away from his grip. She fixed her gaze on Zhou Xiangbin's unsightly face, her eyes narrowing. If what you say is true, then you are no longer the manager of the shopping mall. Are you? Zhou Xiangbin looked perplexed. What are you trying to imply? Zhang Yutong smirked. What am I trying to imply? Since you are no longer a manager and have become a jobless stray dog, you are no longer qualified to pursue me, Zhang Yutong. Do you understand? You. What about me? Take a good look at your own ugly face. Not only is it repulsive, but it is also marred by acne. Do you believe that without this position, you are still worthy of me? Zhang Yutong's expression was cold, her materialistic nature fully revealed. From this moment on, let us part ways. Zhou Xiangbin felt as if he had been struck dumb. He had witnessed harsh realities, but never such an unvarnished one. Zhang Yutong scoffed and turned to leave. However, just as she pivoted, she spotted Wei Su emerging confidently from the elevator, exuding a powerful aura and irresistible charm. Following him was a team of temporary assistants from core senior management, including General Manager Guokai and various department heads. The scene was majestic, like a gathering of clouds. Drawing everyone's attention, Zhang Yutong's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, sensing that Wei Su was indeed her true match. Not only was he handsome and charismatic, but he was also affluent. Such a man perfectly embodied Zhang Yutong's ideal. Hence, she abandoned her initial intention to leave and swiftly pursued Wei Su. Chapter 86, A Roaring Laughter. This is an opportunity. This phrase suddenly echoed in Zhang Yutong's mind. She was acutely aware that this man, the center of attention, was precisely what she needed at this moment. He could provide her with a life of luxury, lavish cars, and opulent residences, granting her access to the elite society she coveted. If she could win his affection, she would no longer have to endure the burdens of renting or placating others. In other words, if she could capture the heart of this diamond bachelor, Wei Su, she, Zhang Yutong, would instantly ascend to the status of a queen. At that moment, someone might question whether Zhang Yutong could truly aspire to such a man. She would only smile in response. Unable to pursue him? What a joke. She was Wei Su's first love. During their school days, he had even penned love letters to her. He must have dreamt of her endlessly back then. It is often said that a man can never forget his first love, and Zhang Yutong was that for Wei Su. How could she possibly fail to win him over? Surely, if she pursued Wei Su, he would come running to her like a loyal dog. Her confidence was boundless. Even though years had passed, and her previous demeanor had been somewhat unkind, it mattered not. As long as she projected the aura of the goddess she once was, this man would undoubtedly submit once more and fervently pursue her. You are the owner of the Kempinski Hotel, and likely a diamond bachelor coveted by countless young women. Yet, in the realm of love, I, Zhang Yutong, am your queen. Yutong, you said. Zhou Shangbin seemed unable to wrap his mind around Zhang Yutong's abrupt change in attitude. When he was still a manager, she had affectionately called him dear. Now, facing despair in his career, she had swiftly turned her back on him. He found it incomprehensible, even suspecting it to be a mere illusion. However, the ensuing reality crushed him entirely. Zhang Yutong looked at him with disdain, gritting her teeth as she declared, Zhou Shangbin, I will reiterate this. We have broken up. From now on, we share no connection whatsoever. Please do not harass me again. Farewell. With that, she left him in a state of bewilderment. Today, Zhou Shangbin learned two crucial lessons in life. First, do not judge a person by their appearance, nor should you hold yourself in high regard. Second, do not trust the love professed by materialistic women. As Zhou Shangbin sat slumped on the ground, Zhang Yutong was already racing towards Wei Su. Hey, Wei Su. Look at me. I'm here. The self-assured Zhang Yutong shouted as she caught up with the group. However, an assistant on the periphery shot her a disapproving glance and promptly pushed her aside, saying sternly, Miss, our boss is engaged in important discussions with the department heads. Please refrain from making a commotion to avoid disturbing him. Disturbing? Are you certain I'm the one being disruptive? I am a classmate of your boss. Let me remind you not to be so arrogant. What if I become your boss's wife one day? Zhang Yutong fumed. Yet, before she could finish, she was interrupted as Wei Su halted and turned to her, his expression calm, even indifferent. Is there something you need? She found his demeanor repulsive, thinking to herself how he pretended to be aloof in front of his former first love. Despite her inner disdain, she maintained a facade of charming confidence, knowing that men are fond of pride. Wei Su, do you have some free time today? I would like to invite you to dinner. Would that be agreeable? Zhang Yutong, still positioned outside the circle, disliked this feeling of being sidelined but felt compelled to extend the invitation. This was her opportunity. Yet, having grown accustomed to being the center of attention, she felt a sense of discomfort in her newfound status as an outsider. However, Wei Su shook his head. I'm sorry. I have matters to attend to. Being a former classmate, he afforded her a modicum of respect. Even if this woman had previously mocked him, he never found it worth his while to stoop to her level. Oh, you're busy then. Zhang Yutong feigned a look of hurt. This expression had previously softened the hearts of many men. Yet, to her surprise, Wei Su remained indifferent, offering no reaction. Little did she know, in Wei Su's mind, Zhang Yutong was merely an old classmate he hadn't seen in years, not even a friend. Given her earlier demeanor, he felt even less inclined to be charmed. Let alone fall for her. He might have even wanted to slap her, were it not for her being a woman. Thus, while he maintained a facade of indifference, he was inwardly growing increasingly annoyed. He had numerous tasks to delegate and was busy, while Zhang Yutong was merely wasting his time. Yet, Zhang Yutong remained oblivious, suddenly smiling and saying, By the way, I have something that will make you very happy. In front of so many people, Wei Su felt obliged to be polite. May I ask what it is? I just broke up with Zhou Shangbin, Zhang Yutong proudly proclaimed. The implication was clear. I am single again. You may pursue me now. However, Wei Su did not react with the excitement she had anticipated. Instead, she only saw a flat expression on his face, one that conveyed indifference, as if her situation were of no concern to him. You are single again, and what does that have to do with me? Wei Su asked, somewhat bemused. How could it not be related? Zhang Yutong retorted. Wei Su countered, what connection could there possibly be? Please clarify. He gestured for her to explain. Zhang Yutong squinted her eyes, a cold smirk forming within her heart. This is your doing, Wei Su. With that, she unveiled, back in our high school days, you harbored feelings for me and even penned love letters. Now, you still seem to be pining for me. While I have already severed ties with Zhou Shangbin and returned to singlehood, this is your chance. Why not seize it and pursue me instead of pretending? As soon as her words fell, a thunderous laughter erupted from everyone in the team, as if they had just heard the most hilarious joke in the world. These elite individuals exchanged glances, silently shaking their heads at her overconfidence and arrogance. Was this woman out of her mind? Wei Su was not merely an ordinary man. He was their boss, the mastermind behind the Kempinski Hotel. Moreover, he undoubtedly possessed other assets, his worth starting in the billions. Would he lack for women? The very thought was absurd. If Wei Su were in need of a woman, then it would seem that none of them, these talented elites, would ever find wives themselves. The laughter of the crowd rendered Zhang Yutong's expression pale. Why? Was there any flaw in her statement? Chapter 87. An unchanging heart of thievery. Ultimately, unable to endure the mocking laughter any longer, Zhang Yutong departed. Her face burned with embarrassment, feeling as though she had been struck. Yet, before leaving, perhaps in a bid to salvage her dignity, she shot several fierce glares at those around her. Then, she maintained her proud demeanor as she left, resembling a peacock that had yet to taste defeat. In response, the onlookers merely shook their heads in derision, regarding her as a foolish woman. In this vast world, are there truly a lack of beautiful women? Not at all. Especially within the entertainment industry, finding stunning women is akin to a mere sweep of the hand. What grounds did she have to be so presumptuous? What made her so confident that Wei Dong would fall for her and that she was his only choice? To put it bluntly, with Wei Dong's capabilities and wealth, how could he ever settle for someone else's worn-out shoe? Wei Su's countenance remained unchanged. He understood Zhang Yutong's mindset all too well. It was simply that she had been perched atop her pedestal for far too long, resulting in her overwhelming arrogance. In her eyes, every man should be infatuated with her. She believed that merely being somewhat attractive would compel all men to bow before her. Moreover, regarding the incident with the love letter, Wei Su had already clarified the misunderstanding. However, she remained deaf to his explanations, steadfast in her belief that he was her devoted admirer. Perhaps it was because Wei Su had always seemed so out of place, refraining from mingling with female classmates, thus creating an aloof impression. Hence, upon learning that the love letter was from him, she mistakenly concluded that he harbored feelings for her. To conquer an exceptionally aloof girl is an achievement that many boys yearn for. Conversely, for a woman to win over a distant man is equally gratifying. Zhang Yutong likely took pride in the notion that she had managed to conquer the typically frigid Wei Su, which is why she remained fixated on the love letter. Surely, she must now realize how narcissistic and foolish she truly was. Yet, Wei Su was mistaken. As Zhang Yutong exited the hotel, she did not engage in self-reflection. Instead, she settled onto a public bench, lost in thought. She felt humiliated, yet she still believed that Wei Su was fond of her. After all, he was a man, a prominent figure, with a sense of pride that would prevent him from openly declaring his feelings for a girl in front of so many people. Such an admission would be far too shameful. Yet in reality, perhaps he was secretly pleased to see her actively pursuing him. After all, she was his goddess. Moreover, she now considered herself more beautiful than ever. At least, that was her conviction. With this thought, Zhang Yutong felt a surge of satisfaction within her. Her choices had always been so astute. Thankfully, she had ended things with that useless Zhou Shangbian, and timely separation had afforded her this opportunity. In comparison to Wei Su, what was Zhou Shangbian? Nothing but an utterly repugnant man. At this moment, Zhang Yutong was already resting at the hotel entrance, patiently waiting for Wei Su to finish his business, fantasizing about his grand greeting upon his exit. She envisioned him taking her to the movies, dining at a luxurious restaurant, visiting an amusement park, indulging in a romantic candlelit dinner, and ultimately retreating to a 5-star hotel where they would consummate their relationship. Then she, Zhang Yutong, would become the proprietress of the Kempinski Hotel, free to squander and reside as she pleased. Lost in this reverie, Zhang Yutong hastily retrieved her makeup kit, preparing to enhance her appearance. Just then, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed Su Su. She was a university classmate. In college, Su Su had garnered the affections of many boys with her petite, adorable, and naturally endearing personality, while Zhang Yutong had won over numerous men through feigned gentleness. However, Su Su was not interested in romantic entanglements, focusing instead on eating and studying. Now, Su Su was calling Zhang Yutong because the latter had mentioned she would be interviewing at the Kempinski Hotel and suggested grabbing a meal together. Their bond was not particularly deep. They were merely old classmates catching up over a meal. As it happened, the timing was just right for lunch, prompting Su Su's call. "Yutong, where are you?" Su Su inquired. Her voice was still soft, but it bore a natural charm, devoid of pretense. Zhang Yutong had always envied that quality, as using such a tone to flirt with boys would be far more effective. The two had agreed in advance that after Zhang Yutong's interview, they would have a meal, reminisce, and then part ways. "I'm right at the hotel entrance, but I can't leave just yet. I have to wait for someone." "Do you know who I'm waiting for?" Zhang Yutong replied mysteriously. "Who?" Su Su asked, puzzled. "Wei Su. You don't know him, but let me tell you. He is the owner of the Kempinski Hotel, and also my classmate from high school. He likes me." Su Su. "What?" Wei Su likes Zhang Yutong. She couldn't help but feel utterly bewildered. Wei Su was her boss. However, he did not strike Su Su as the type who would be attracted to someone like Zhang Yutong. After all, Zhang Yutong was rather materialistic and exceedingly snobbish. Although Su Su had only interacted with Wei Su briefly, she had gleaned enough about his character to deduce that he would likely prefer a devoted and gentle woman. Zhang Yutong, in contrast, was hardly a match for that description. If there was any resemblance, it would be Zhang Yutong's peculiar affection for money. What astonished Su Su even more was the revelation that Wei Su and Zhang Yutong were high school classmates. "Let us meet first and discuss," Su Su suggested. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the hotel, two figures converged, the petite and charming Su Su, alongside the slightly taller Zhang Yutong. "Su Su, why not keep me company for a moment? After all, he is my future boyfriend," Zhang Yutong proclaimed with an air of self-satisfaction. Su Su, somewhat puzzled, inquired. Are you certain that Director Wei will develop feelings for you? How could he not? I possess such allure, and besides, I am his ideal woman. Zhang Yutong replied proudly. Once he steps out and finds himself alone, I shall approach him, and he will undoubtedly shed his facade, revealing his longing for me. Su Su, though aware of Zhang Yutong's character from their university days, couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. This woman, her ambitions unchanged, fell for every exceptional man she encountered. Had she known, she would have refrained from mentioning her employment at this hotel. A woman like her could hardly be appealing. Even to Su Su, who, as a fellow woman, felt disinclined to associate with her. Why don't we find a restaurant to wait in? Su Su suggested after a few minutes of waiting without sight of Wei Su. In truth, she harbored doubts about her boss's interest in Zhang Yutong. A woman so egotistical and lacking self-awareness could hardly attract the attention of someone like Wei Su. It wasn't that Su Su bore any prejudice against Zhang Yutong. She merely held this belief based on her understanding of Wei Su's discerning nature. Thus, she refrained from disclosing her thoughts and suggested they head to a restaurant. As she felt a pang of hunger. No, let's wait a little longer. He will surely come down once he finishes his business, Zhang Yutong insisted, still clinging to hope. At that moment, a group of women emerged from the shopping mall, arms laden with purchases. Ah, isn't that Yutong and Su Su? One of them exclaimed. Su Su's eyes brightened. These women were her classmates from university. What a coincidence. She replied. Yutong, you've become even more beautiful since we last met, one woman remarked with a smile. Of course, I encountered my Prince Charming today, Zhang Yutong boasted. A woman who meets her Prince Charming should indeed radiate brilliance and allure. Prince Charming? The others looked at Su Su with curiosity. Reluctantly, Su Su explained, today, Yutong ran into an old classmate, and that classmate happens to be the owner of the Kempinski Hotel. Yutong is waiting for him to come out. Wow, how enviable. No wonder he called a Prince Charming. Yutong is so fortunate. Why haven't I encountered such a Prince Charming? They chattered, expressing their admiration for Zhang Yutong. It was impossible not to feel envious. After all, the owner of a five-star hotel was Zhang Yutong's old classmate. Given that she referred to him as her Prince Charming, it was likely he had developed an affection for her. Yet, amidst this admiration, only Su Su remained untouched by envy. She simply did not believe that Zhang Yutong could capture her boss's heart. Observing her former classmates fawn over Zhang Yutong, she recognized their intentions. They sought to win her favor, hoping that once Zhang Yutong struck it rich and associated with the hotel owner, she would be the one footing the bill during shopping excursions. The benefits were abundant, hence their flattery. As the conversation unfolded, a tall, handsome figure emerged from the hotel's entrance, flanked by a cadre of staff members, all of whom bowed slightly in respect. The crowd gazed in awe, most filled with envy, wondering what stature one must possess to warrant such attention from the staff of a five-star establishment. That figure was none other than Wei Su. After delegating a few tasks, he descended the stairs and exited the hotel. Zhang Yutong, who had been vigilantly watching the entrance, brightened at the sight of Wei Su finally emerging alone. She hurriedly took a few steps forward and called out, Wei Su. Turning to her classmates, she exclaimed, Behold, my Prince Charming. Isn't he handsome? Not only is he striking, but he is also immensely wealthy, the owner of this hotel. Wealth and looks make us a perfect match. The others internally scoffed at her audacity. A match made in heaven? Pray tell, which prominent family does Zhang Yutong belong to? Or is she a princess from some foreign land? She is merely a pretty face, a mere vase, at best, they thought, though they maintained their outward expressions of admiration. Upon hearing Zhang Yutong's call, Wei Su indeed approached. The onlookers felt further convinced of Zhang Yutong's assertions. How fortunate she is, they mused. After so many relationships, she finally lands a dashing millionaire. As Zhang Yutong watched Wei Su stride confidently towards her, her heart swelled with pride. It appeared her assumptions were correct. His earlier refusal to join her was merely to preserve his dignity. With no subordinates around, how could he resist her charm? Su Su, too, was momentarily taken aback, witnessing her boss approach. Did he truly harbor feelings for Zhang Yutong? Just as Zhang Yutong awaited Wei Su's arrival with unyielding confidence, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone speechless. Rather than walking directly to Zhang Yutong, Wei Su bypassed her entirely, offering her no acknowledgement, and instead approached Su Su with a smile, inquiring, Just finished work, huh? At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Zhang Yutong's smile froze, her expression turning incredulous. What epitomized awkwardness was exemplified in this moment. Just moments ago, she had boasted about her connection with the wealthy owner, declaring him her Prince Charming. And now he bypassed her entirely to converse with Su Su. The narrative had taken an unexpected turn, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Though Su Su, also momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure in front of her boss and replied, Yes, I just finished work. Wei Su surveyed his surroundings, seemingly just now noticing Zhang Yutong. He offered her a perfunctory nod, an action imbued with a palpable sense of detachment and indifference, as if their acquaintance was merely superficial. The notion of a prince charming or a first love was entirely irrelevant to their interaction. Zhang Yutong's expression darkened, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. Wei Su, indifferent to her distress, turned his attention to Su Su and inquired, "What? Planning to dine with friends?" Su Su nodded obediently, explaining that she was meeting with long-lost classmates and wished to share a meal. "That's acceptable, since we crossed paths. I, as your employer, ought to make a gesture," he stated, casually retrieving a black and gold card from his pocket and handing it to Su Su. "This is the Supreme Consumption Card for the Kempinski Hotel. Use it to treat your classmates to a meal on my behalf. Indulge as you wish." "That's inappropriate." Su Su attempted to refuse, but Wei Su had already pressed the card into her hands and departed. The onlookers were left speechless. "Yutong, didn't you claim this was your Prince Charming?" someone provocatively asked, feigning confusion. Zhang Yutong's already displeased countenance darkened further upon hearing the question. Su Su, sensing the mounting tension, stepped in to alleviate the awkwardness. "Shall we head inside and eat?" she suggested. "Apologies, but something has come up. I won't be joining," Zhang Yutong declared, her appetite extinguished by the stinging reality of the situation. Wordlessly, she exited, her retreat marked by an air of unsteadiness. She finally comprehended that, in Wei Su's eyes, she was akin to a stranger, a stark contrast to her previous delusions. Observing Zhang Yutong's departure, Su Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She truly did not wish to engage in such confrontation. However, it was unavoidable given her employer's presence. Moreover, it was indeed evident that someone like Wei Su would never be enamored with a woman of Zhang Yutong's ilk. "It's all right, let us hurry and eat together," Su Su urged, leading the way. The previously aloof classmates, who had ignored Su Su, suddenly showered her with compliments. Such is the nature of social dynamics. Su Su's demeanor shifted to one of cool detachment. She found Zhang Yutong distasteful, as well as those fickle classmates. "Actually, I've just remembered something I need to attend to. I won't be joining you," she stated before departing. The group exchanged glances, and one finally remarked, "What a miser! Such is the essence of humanity." Upon returning to the company, Su Su decided to indulge in a meal alone, having no desire to treat her classmates. It was not a matter of being stingy. Rather, she deemed them unworthy. After leaving the company, Wei Su climbed into his luxurious car, intending to return to the Rinheng Tangbei Villa area, only to find Zhang Yutong obstructing his path. A wave of annoyance surged within him. This woman was truly relentless. He exited the vehicle, looking at Zhang Yutong with a frosty demeanor. Her gaze was transfixed on the opulent Lamborghini Poison, almost dazzled by its splendor, an embodiment of her mercenary nature. "What is it? Do you need something?" Wei Su asked coldly. "I want to know why you're so indifferent towards me," Zhang Yutong replied, her eyes locking onto his with intensity. The sight of the luxury car reignited her wavering resolve. She was adamant about winning him over. She refused to accept that the man who once pursued her could now treat her with such disdain. In response to her inquiry, Wei Su merely spat out a single word: "Scram." Chapter 89. Is wearing underwear considered low class? To be frank, Wei Su had never encountered such an unabashed woman. For the sake of wealth, she was willing to cast aside all semblance of dignity. How could one abandon their principles to such an extent? Initially, out of respect for her being a woman, Wei Su had intended to dismiss the incident, allowing it to pass unchallenged. Yet, her relentless pursuit was utterly exasperating. Moreover, he was astounded by her brazen behavior. One moment, she was entwined with Zhou Shangbin, and the next, upon discovering his connection to the Kempinski Hotel, she swiftly severed ties with him, boasting of her newfound single status. It appeared she took pride in this. At that moment, Wei Su felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. Although Zhou Shangbin was hardly deserving of sympathy from a man's perspective, dealing with someone as materialistic as Zhang Yutong was a true misfortune. And now, she was still undeterred, having approached him, her eyes sparkling with desire upon seeing his Lamborghini Poison. Thus, Wei Su could only reiterate his command: "Get lost. Get as far away as you can." Zhang Yutong stood before him, disbelief etched across her features. "Are you scolding me?" Wei Su found the situation laughable. "What is wrong with scolding you? I'm a woman. How can you be so harsh? Are you still a man?" she retorted defiantly. "What?" Wei Su found her audacity amusing, but chose not to engage further. "Please move aside. I have no time to waste on someone as repugnant as you." Zhang Yutong gritted her teeth, resolutely blocking his vehicle. "Can you not be so disgusting?" Wei Su suppressed his revulsion, wishing he could punch her in the face. "Stop pretending." Zhang Yutong steadied herself, fixing her gaze on him. "You're feigning indifference. I understand this common tactic. I'll be candid. I'm willing to be your woman. Is that satisfactory? There's no need to prolong this game of push and pull. I've seen it all before. Excuse me? Wei Su was utterly astounded. He had thought he understood her audacity, yet she had exceeded all expectations of her shamelessness. Seeing his speechless reaction, Zhang Yutong pressed on. I'm agreeing to be your mistress. Is that acceptable now? In her eyes, her willingness to be Wei Su's lover was a privilege he should be grateful for. With a heavy sigh, Wei Su silently retrieved his phone and dialed the security department. The head of the hotel's security department answered, his voice filled with trepidation. Hello, boss. What is going on? I just left, and already I'm receiving calls about a deranged woman causing a scene in the parking lot. Why hasn't any security shown up? Does the parking lot not require oversight? Wei Su queried, brows furrowed in irritation. The security chief was taken aback, utterly bewildered. His boss had called merely to address this? The parking lot is indeed secured, particularly at the exit. However, since the boss has spoken, he must comply unconditionally. Thus, he quickly assured, Boss, please hold on. I will resolve this immediately. Wei Su nodded, hung up the phone, and entered his vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhang Yutong stubbornly stood in front of Wei Su's car, refusing to let him leave. To be fair, had she not been a woman, Wei Su would have already dealt with her decisively. He simply had no desire to strike a woman. Before long, the security personnel arrived as anticipated. They approached Zhang Yutong and stated, Miss, you are disrupting the order of our parking lot. We kindly ask that you vacate the area. Zhang Yutong retorted with a cold smile. Do you know who I am? The security guard replied indifferently, regardless of your identity. You are currently violating our parking regulations by obstructing this vehicle owner. Therefore, I must insist that you leave immediately and cease to disturb the order here. Unyielding, Zhang Yutong stood her ground, defiantly questioning what they could do to her. The security guard glanced at Wei Su, who merely nodded. Miss, this is your first verbal warning. I urge you to step aside and allow this vehicle owner to depart. You are in serious violation of our rules, and should you continue this behavior, we will have no choice but to blacklist you from this facility. The guard stated firmly. Yet, Zhang Yutong remained obstinate, firmly planted in front of the car. Wei Su looked at her with disdain, feeling utterly disgusted. Ultimately, the security personnel had to forcibly remove her before Wei Su could drive away. Zhang Yutong sat on the ground, staring blankly at the retreating silhouette of the Lamborghini Poison, her expression one of despair. Everything was lost. She had not only been humiliated, but had also lost the support of Zhou Shangbin. The security guard regarded the unreasonable woman with cold indifference. Feeling no sympathy for her plight, for individuals like her, he could only offer 4 words. You brought this upon yourself. Upon returning to his villa, Wei Su discovered that someone had already taken a seat inside, awaiting his arrival. It was Lin Xiaoxiao. At that moment, she wore an elegant office dress that accentuated her alluring figure. However, the coldness and authority in her gaze rendered her as unapproachable as a white lotus blooming atop a snowy peak. This appeared to be her modus operandi, an aloof and commanding female CEO. Zhou Bo stood quietly nearby, greeting Wei Su with a slight smile and nod upon his return. Nevertheless, Wei Su was puzzled and inquired of Lin Xiaoxiao. You entered without the owner's consent? Lin Xiaoxiao coldly responded. You left the door ajar, and according to our wager, this house technically belongs to me. Wei Su could only feel speechless. Hadn't she previously stated she didn't want it? Did I ever say that? Lin Xiaoxiao met his gaze, her demeanor unfazed. Do you have any evidence? Realizing the futility of the argument, Wei Su relented. But you have no proof that I lost our wager. Oh, you think I cannot provide proof? Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Wei Su nearly forgot that this woman was the current president of the Lin Group. Most of the attendees at the barbecue gathering were her employees. If she called upon them as witnesses, it would be effortless. He decided to drop the matter and redirected the conversation. So, what brings you here? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him and replied, Of course, I have matters to discuss. You haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? I haven't forgotten, Wei Su acknowledged. It was merely a charade of posing as her boyfriend to share a meal at her home. After all, he had already visited Mu Wanqing's residence. Given that Mu Wanqing was currently preoccupied, their interactions were limited to phone conversations. Having already navigated the Mu family, he had no reason to fear the Lin family. Although the Lin family was significantly more affluent, he felt no trepidation. Since you remember, you wouldn't genuinely intend to show up at my home in casual shorts, would you? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Wei Su sighed. What? Do you disdain casual shorts? I wore these comfortable cropped pants to my own company, where employees even remarked on my sexiness. So why can't I wear shorts to your Lin residence? Lin Xiaoxiao appeared taken aback. Was this man truly so nonchalant? Wearing casual cropped pants to work? While she didn't doubt his claim of owning a company, she found his casualness unexpected. Wouldn't anyone else opt for formal attire? Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed her beautiful brows in thought. Zhou Bo, chuckling, remarked, Mr. Wei is indeed unconventional. Wei Su responded with a smile. If being unconventional is a compliment from you, Zhou Bo, then I shall accept it. After all, it's my own company, so why not dress comfortably? Zhou Bo nodded, acknowledging the validity of his statement. Lin Xiaoxiao found it hard to believe that Zhou Bo concurred with him. All right then, what do you need from me? Wei Su, eager to cut through the small talk with the Ice Queen, pressed for the main point. I need to take you shopping for some clothes, Lin Xiaoxiao stated indifferently. I'll cover the expenses. I refuse to be mocked by relatives for having a boyfriend who dresses like a bum. Wait, wearing shorts makes someone a bum. Wei Su was incredulous. Regardless, I don't care. Immediately, right now, follow me to buy clothes. Lin Xiaoxiao commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Fine, fine, fine. Wei Su raised his hands in surrender, unable to refuse an opportunity to have someone else pay for his clothes. Lin Xiaoxiao then stood and exited, with Wei Su trailing behind. Zhou Bo observed the pair, noting how well they appeared together, and remarked, Miss, I won't accompany you. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Zhou Bo, if you're not there, what if something happens? Rest assured, Mississippi Mr. Wei is quite capable of protecting you, Zhou Bo replied cheerfully. Having witnessed Wei Su's skills, he knew that while not as formidable as himself, he was still quite competent among martial artists, which reassured him. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, casting a surprised glance at Wei Su. She had not anticipated this man possessed any capability. The contest with Zhou Tian had concluded so swiftly that she assumed it was merely due to Zhou Tian's incompetence. Now, hearing praise from Zhou Bo, who rarely commended anyone, indicated that Wei Su indeed had some merit. Wei Su maintained his carefree demeanor. At times, he was a commanding decision-maker. Yet he preferred this relaxed and comfortable disposition in everyday life. Chapter 90, Flirting. Wei Su was, in truth, a man of casual living. He embraced comfort above all else. Even as a wealthy individual, he still relished the simplicity of enjoying street food at roadside stalls. In truth, under normal circumstances, such a person would be utterly incapable of achieving success. However, Wei Su possesses a formidable system that guarantees instant victory, making it impossible for him to fail, even if he wished to. Lin Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Wei Su's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a surge of disdain. Upon exiting, Lin Xiaoxiao arrived in a striking red Ferrari and insisted that Wei Su get in. Wei Su eyed the car with envy, noting its limited edition status. It was a true display of wealth. Lin Xiaoxiao observed him, exasperated. Stop pretending, will you? It's just a car. How audacious her words were. Just a car. Truly. The arrogance of the affluent was infuriating. Wei Su remarked, can't we just take a more ordinary vehicle? If I ride in this one, others might think I'm your kept boy. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. No more nonsense, just hurry. Reluctantly, Wei Su complied and entered the car. With a swift press of the accelerator, Lin Xiaoxiao sped off toward a high-end clothing store in the city center. This establishment specialized in bespoke suits, where the least expensive options started at a staggering 20,000. Such prices were justified, as all suits were meticulously handcrafted. Wei Su gazed around in awe, feeling like a country bumpkin experiencing the city for the first time. The clientele surrounding him were all impeccably dressed and well-mannered, while he remained in casual shorts and a t-shirt. His demeanor and attitude, resembling that of a rustic, drew curious glances from other patrons. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao paid no heed to their stares. She was indifferent to the opinions of others, caring only for her family's views. Otherwise, she would not have brought Wei Su to shop for clothes. The store attendant approached Lin Xiaoxiao, recognizing her as a valued customer and the esteemed heiress of the Lin Corporation. Good day. May I ask what you are looking to purchase? The attendant inquired politely. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed directly at Wei Su. Commission him a suit. How much will it cost? The attendant glanced at Wei Su, surprised, although he dressed casually. He was undeniably handsome. Was he perhaps the young man supported by the Lin heiress? But wasn't it said that she was typically aloof with men? Nevertheless, the attendant refrained from asking questions, nodding and instructing Wei Su to follow her for measurements so the designer could create his attire. After the measurements were taken, they waited. We should only need to wait half a day, the attendant assured. Wei Su was taken aback. Is it really that quick? Typically, crafting a complete suit, especially one handmade, would take quite some time. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, her expression indifferent. If one has the money, what cannot be accomplished? Wei Su cautiously inquired. And how much will this suit cost? Not much, just around 150,000, she replied. Wei Su was astonished. That is not much? While 150,000 isn't a significant sum for me, spending that on a suit seems excessive. However, since Lin Xiaoxiao was willing to purchase it for him, he felt unconcerned. After all, it was not his money being spent. Wei Su suggested, if you wish to wait here, feel free. I'll go find something to eat. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent. Just as Wei Su was about to leave, a voice called from behind him. Excuse me, beautiful lady, are you alone? May I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? The voice was insidiously sleazy. Wei Su turned to find a portly man grinning as he attempted to flirt with Lin Xiaoxiao. Dressed in an expensive suit, the man bore an off-putting air. Adorned with ostentatious gold chains and rings, a quintessential nouveau riche. Following closely was a heavily made-up woman, not unattractive but rendered so by her excessive makeup, clearly his companion. Despite the man's advances, she exhibited no emotional response, indicating a mutual understanding of their arrangement. Lin Xiaoxiao had no intention of engaging with the man. She stood to leave. "Hey, don't go, beauty," the man said, reaching for Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. In an instant, Wei Su intervened, raising his hand and delivering a sharp slap, causing the man's hand to recoil. Despite the slap landing on his hand, it was forceful enough to cause him pain, even with his robust physique. "You're courting death." Upon recognizing the dashing young man before him, the portly man's fury intensified. Wei Su retorted coldly, "I'm courting death? Who gave you the audacity to flirt with my girlfriend?" The portly man, taken aback, scowled. "What? She has a boyfriend? Don't be defiant." Wei Su replied with a slight smile, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his well-defined muscles. "If you're truly unconvinced, let us sign a waiver and settle this in the ring. Either you defeat me, or I defeat you. Do you dare?" The man, realizing the challenge, hastily retreated with his companion. Observers, who had intended to witness the unfolding drama, now regarded Wei Su with newfound respect. He was more than just a pretty face. He was a formidable character. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded Wei Su, who stood protectively in front of her, and the ice in her gaze began to thaw, albeit slightly. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, another woman's voice interrupted. "Oh, do you think you're strong?" The voice dripped with pretentiousness and a hint of malice. Wei Su turned to see a woman of average appearance, whom he did not recognize. However, Lin Xiaoxiao did. She frowned. "Zhang Yan, what are you doing here?" "Where I am is none of your concern." Miss Lin, the woman, identified as Zhang Yan, replied with a smirk, her eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. Lin Xiaoxiao remained unfazed. Their rivalry was long-standing. They had never gotten along since childhood. Zhang Yan's family had gained a modicum of power by aligning with one of the 5 prominent families, the Qin family. Her sister had married a branch member of the Qin clan. Originally, Zhang Yan had no standing to oppose Lin Xiaoxiao, but since her family's rise, she had made it her mission to harass Lin Xiaoxiao, driven solely by her discontent toward her. After all, women, not all, but many possess a formidable sense of jealousy. Thus, she began to oppose Lin Xiaoxiao. Today, encountering Lin Xiaoxiao by chance, she certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, she could discern that the individual beside her was merely a pretty boy. While his physique was commendable, it paled in comparison to her companion, a professional boxer. The towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, approached Zhang Yan. With a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate bird, Zhang Yan, brimming with pride, glanced at Wei Su and remarked, "You little pretty boy, do you fancy yourself a fighter?" Wei Su cast a glance at the burly man and quickly grasped the situation. This robust fellow was indeed the one being financially supported by Zhang Yan, the wealthy woman. This chap had likely saved himself 2 decades of toil. Unfazed, Wei Su smiled and nodded, acknowledging that he was indeed somewhat capable. Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yan narrowed her eyes and provocatively challenged, "You think you can fight? I don't believe it. Are you daring enough to spar with my boyfriend? There's a boxing gym nearby, no need for any liability waivers. Just a simple sparring session with a small wager. How about that?" Wei Su turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. "What are you looking at me for?" Lin Xiaoxiao replied coldly. Wei Su found it incredulous. This ugly woman was clearly targeting him, and yet she managed to utter such merciless words. At that moment, he suddenly turned to the visibly displeased Zhang Yan and apologized. "My bad. I tend to speak rather bluntly. Beautiful is beautiful, and ugly is ugly." Zhang Yan erupted with fury. Her boyfriend also seethed with rage. How could he stand idly by when the wealthy woman who supported him was angry? He stepped forward to confront Wei Su, intending to lift this young man by his collar. Standing at 1.8 meters, he was tall among the crowd. Yet he appeared diminutive compared to the nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular giant. Wei Su, however, merely smiled calmly, awaiting the man's advance. Should he dare to reach out, Wei Su would gladly show him what a grappling technique entailed. Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao interjected. She looked at Zhang Yan and said indifferently, "Speak up. What do you want to wager?" Zhang Yan gestured for her boyfriend to hold off, smiling sweetly at Lin Xiaoxiao, intending to engage in a light-hearted game to pass the time. "Did you not purchase 2 villas in Renheng Tangbei? They should be worth around 3 billion. If you lose, those 2 villas will be transferred to my name." Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, "And if you lose?" She exhibited no trace of concern. For Elder Zhou had mentioned that Wei Su's skills were extraordinary. With Elder Zhou's endorsement, she felt no apprehension. Zhang Yan chuckled. "Do you honestly believe my boyfriend could lose? What a joke. State your wager. No more dilly-dallying." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice turned icy. Zhang Yin hesitated for a moment before ultimately sneering. If I lose, I shall compensate you with the equivalent value in cash. Those 2 villas are worth 3 billion, so if I, Zhang Yin, lose, I will pay you 3 billion. The surrounding spectators were left dumbfounded. To wager 2 villas valued at 3 billion? This was outrageous. Wei Su, however, felt no trepidation, merely annoyance. Lately, it seemed every encounter led to sparring sessions. However, this time, the stakes were substantial. 3 billion was no trifling sum. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed. Zhang Yin, do you possess 3 billion? Others may not know you, but I am well aware. Your Zhang family is relatively modest, merely having latched onto the Qin family for recent gains. While 3 billion might not be much for your family, it is certainly beyond your reach. You would be hard-pressed to gather even 2 billion. That would be pushing it. The crowd quickly realized the implications, and whispers began to circulate, pointing fingers at Zhang Yan. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhang Yan's already unattractive face darkened further. She truly lacked that much money. Forget 2 billion, even 1 billion was beyond her current means. After all, her allowance was meager, totaling only a few 100,000 each month. Unlike Lin Xiaoxiao, who presided over a conglomerate, capable of making decisions involving billions, Zhang Yin merely believed she was destined to win, hence her desire to wager high. Little did she anticipate that her opponent was astute enough to discern her financial limitations. Oh, you can't even produce 2 billion, yet you wish to deceive my girlfriend out of 3 billion? What a clever scheme. At that moment, Wei Su chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm and schadenfreude, which only served to deepen Zhang Yan's scowl. Then let us wager 1 billion. Do you dare? Zhang Yin declared fiercely. This time, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Wei Su. Wei Su retorted, what are you looking at me for? Lin Xiaoxiao replied calmly, since you will be the one participating. It all hinges on your willingness. Wei Su nodded, acknowledging her consideration. Fair enough, since I'm idle anyway. It could be a good way to pass the time and stretch my muscles while making some money. Why not? All right, it's settled then. Zhang Yin seemed eager to finalize the agreement, swiftly taking the lead. The burly man cast a glance at Wei Su and sneered. I hope your skills match your bravado. Otherwise, you might face some serious consequences. Wei Su shrugged, remaining silent, dismissive of any threats. As Lin Xiaoxiao walked beside him, she quietly asked, are you all right with this? Wei Su replied with feigned surprise. Oh, Miss Lin, you actually care about me? What an honor. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Why must you always speak in such a sarcastic tone? Wei Su smiled. What can I say? I happen to be a master of yin and yang. What does yin and yang master mean? Just a term from the internet. You wouldn't understand. Upon arriving at the boxing gym, Zhang Yin expertly instructed the owner to set up the ring. Wei Su and the burly man effortlessly climbed onto the stage. Wei Su surveyed his surroundings and sighed. Perhaps this lifetime will be spent accumulating wealth through boxing. Previously, he had relied on martial prowess to gain wealth, and just days ago, he had won a villa from Zhou Tian. Now, he was set to engage in a sparring match with this burly man, with a wager of 1 billion daxia currency at stake. Wei Su mused that he might as well abandon managing any business and focus solely on challenging these arrogant young masters and ladies to earn money through sparring. Chapter 92, The Short Punch. A referee at the boxing gym began to prepare both parties for warm-up exercises. However, he did not believe that a warm-up was necessary. Why? Because he thought this pretty boy stood no chance of winning. The massive man, standing at 2 meters tall, was a familiar sight at their boxing gym. Known as Fong Long, he was once a ne'er-do-well, but had since taken up boxing and, with his towering stature and robust physique, had gained notoriety in the area, defeating numerous amateur boxers. Now, having been taken under the wing of the wealthy Zhang Yan, he was living a comfortable life. And it appeared that Zhang Yan had a conflict with someone, hence enlisting Fong Long to teach the opponent a lesson. The referee cast a glance at the woman who had provoked Zhang Yan. Lo and behold, upon closer inspection, she was indeed an ice-cold beauty. Observing the jealousy and disdain flickering in Zhang Yan's eyes, even the male referee was not taken aback. Such a stunning ice princess was bound to elicit envy from many women, for her innate charm was something that few could possess. The surrounding boxers, drawn by the commotion, hurried over and soon recognized Fong Long and his adversary, the delicate young man, sparking a flurry of gossip. Ah, Fong Long, your opponent is a pretty boy. You must show him some mercy. Mercy? Not a chance. This pretty boy dares to step onto the ring. It's nothing short of a provocation. Let us teach him a lesson. Indeed, this arena was no place for such a pretty boy. Voices rose in loud discussions, feeling that Wei Su's mere presence on the stage was an affront to them. Yet, some spectators remained silent, merely intending to witness the spectacle unfold. However, they too believed that the odds were decidedly against the pretty boy. After all, Fong Long was a renowned boxer, having defeated many formidable opponents. And with a towering height of 2 meters, Coupled with his professional training, he was undoubtedly one of the elite fighters in this boxing gym. As Fong Long stood on the platform, he began to warm up, his expression dripping with disdain. He glanced at the referee, thinking that the warm-up was unnecessary and could be skipped. The referee concurred, estimating that the pretty boy would likely be dispatched with a single punch, rendering the warm-up a mere waste of time. They could dive straight into the fray, resolving the contest in an instant. Turning his gaze to Wei Su, the referee noticed that this man was not engaging in any warm-up exercises. He inquired, "Fong Long suggests we forego the warm-up and commence the match directly. What do you think, contestant?" Wei Su nodded nonchalantly, indicating his approval. The referee merely advised, "Please put on a mouthguard, otherwise you might lose a tooth. And dental work can be quite costly." Wei Su pointed to himself, questioning, "Do you truly believe I will lose?" The referee chuckled, his expression seemingly questioning whether Wei Su thought he could triumph. The audience erupted in derisive murmurs. Did this pretty boy possess no self-awareness? Though his physique suggested some training, standing against a powerhouse like Fong Long, did he truly believe he had a chance to retaliate, regardless of weight, height, strength, or skill? It was universally acknowledged that Fong Long would dominate this pretty boy. "Perhaps you should transfer 100 million to my account in advance, allowing your pretty boy to concede gracefully, thus sparing him from a beating. What do you say?" Zhang Yin sneered at Lin Xiaoxiao from the stands. Lin Xiaoxiao, with her frosty demeanor and statuesque allure, captivated every man's attention in the vicinity. Yet, most merely stole glances at her. She calmly replied, "Do not celebrate prematurely. It can lead to tragic consequences." Zhang Yin laughed wickedly. "Tragic consequences? Are you sure?" Lin Xiaoxiao, uninterested in further banter, chose silence. She had little patience for idle chatter. Those who resorted to bravado in her eyes were merely inept. True prowess spoke through action, not words. Noting Lin Xiaoxiao's disinterest in continuing their dialogue, Zhang Yin huffed in annoyance, fixing her gaze on the two men poised on the stage. Soon, the victor would be revealed, and she would relish in humiliating Lin Xiaoxiao, simultaneously securing a hefty sum of money. On the ring, the referee glanced at both contestants and asked, "Are you both ready?" Fong Long slammed his gloved fists together, producing a resounding crack, then grinned, "I am ready to begin at any moment." Wei Su nodded in agreement, indicating his readiness as well. The referee raised his hand high, and in a dramatic flourish, brought it down to signal the start of the match. As the sound echoed, Fong Long assumed a highly professional fighting stance, sneering, "Shall I let you take 3 punches first? Otherwise, people might say I'm bullying you." Wei Su shook his head, "No need to hold back. You may attack." He stood there, unperturbed, without even adopting a fighting posture. Seeking death, Fong Long was incensed by Wei Su's audacity. Not only did he refuse to accept a concession, but he also stood there without any defense. Fueled by anger, he took a large step forward, coiling his right fist, and unleashed a powerful right hook. The wind from his punch sliced through the air, causing the audience to shake their heads and chuckle. Clearly, the outcome was already determined. If the pretty boy were to take that right hook squarely, he would surely be knocked out cold. After all, Fong Long had used that very punch to defeat numerous opponents. The force of Fong Long's right hook was 5 times that of his left. If the opponent merely lost consciousness, he would be extremely fortunate. A concussion would be the least of his worries. Zhang Yin wore a victorious smile. Lin Xiaoxiao remained composed, her gaze fixed on Wei Su. She still believed that this man would prevail. There was no rational basis for her belief, merely an instinctive faith that he would not disappoint her. And indeed, he did not. Just as Fong Long's right hook was about to connect with Wei Su, the latter smiled faintly, having no intention of enduring the blow. Admittedly, even after taking body enhancement pills, Wei Su could not match Fong Long in strength, a fact he readily accepted. However, Wei Su possessed skill. Martial arts have never been solely about strength, they are rooted in technique. Have you ever seen a mere 4 ounces of force move a 1,000-pound boulder? That is the essence of technique. In truth, Wei Su had once been skeptical about the martial arts of Xia country. After all, the prevailing philosophy of modern martial arts was to promote health and fitness. If everyone were to master lethal techniques, chaos would surely ensue. Thus, contemporary martial arts focused on strengthening the body rather than inflicting harm. The skills practiced by Wu Mei and Zhou Bo were indeed lethal techniques, while Wei Su's mastery acquired from the 1 yuan instant kill system also leaned towards lethal arts. His approach always aimed to achieve victory in the simplest and most direct manner, striking swiftly and decisively, leaving the opponent no time to react. In the face of Fong Long's powerful right hook, Wei Su merely crouched slightly, evading the blow effortlessly. Those familiar with physics would understand that the faster a vehicle travels, the greater its inertia. The same principle applies to Fong Long's right hook, which he unleashed with all his might, fueled by rage. Thus, while possessing immense strength and remarkable speed, the inertia it generates is equally considerable. It causes Fong Long's body to twist, leaving him no time to retract his fist. In that fleeting moment, Wei Su's gaze turned sharp and fierce. He was unloved. Initially, the referee insisted he wear boxing gloves, but Wei Su expressed his discomfort with them. Fong Long, too, made no demands for Wei Su to don gloves, for he believed this pretty boy would not last even a second in the ring. So what was the point of wearing gloves? Whether he wore them or not was of little consequence. Therefore, Wei Su was indeed in a state of unarmed combat. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he could adeptly unleash a martial arts technique known as the inch punch. His forefingers approached Fong Long's abdomen with alarming proximity. If his intent were to kill Fong Long, he would have aimed for his liver directly. Do you know the alternative name for the inch punch? The exploding liver punch. The tremendous force generated by the inch punch, when it strikes the liver, can instantly obliterate an ordinary person's organ. This is why Wei Su refrained from targeting Fong Long's liver. Murder is a crime, and one cannot take a life. This was merely a sparring match, hence, a matter of restraint. As Wei Su's fingers neared Fong Long's belly, an ominous premonition gripped Fong Long. His complexion paled drastically. Yet, he lacked the time to withdraw his fist for defense. His previous right hook, executed with all his might, prevented him from forcefully altering his body's trajectory. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the pretty boy's 4 fingertips closed in on his abdomen. Then, in an instant, Wei Su's fingers lightly tapped, then curled, and his arm jolted with sudden vigor. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, startling every onlooker present. They beheld Fong Long, a towering figure of 2 meters, being sent sprawling off the stage by a single punch from this pretty boy. The evasion and the strike transpired in the blink of an eye. Shock enveloped the crowd. It was impossible not to be astonished. Even Lin Xiaoxiao, despite her unwavering trust in Wei Su, could not suppress her gasp, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. She had never anticipated such extraordinary martial prowess from this man. Chapter 93, The True Heiress of Wealth. If miracles exist in this world, what unfolded before everyone now was indeed a miracle. The petite figure of 1 meter 80 had, with a mere punch, sent a 2-meter muscular giant hurtling through the air. Crucially, this giant was not an untrained fighter. On the contrary, he was a renowned boxer. How could anyone not be astonished? At this moment, silence reigned. A profound stillness enveloped the boxing gym, as all gazes widened in disbelief, particularly the referee, who had witnessed the punch firsthand. As a referee and coach at this prestigious boxing academy, he was well versed in various techniques. He understood the sheer magnitude of power behind the inch punch unleashed by this pretty boy. If a wooden post were placed before him, and this pretty boy were to strike it with the inch punch, the referee had no doubt it would shatter into splinters. Goodness, was this pretty boy a martial arts master? How had he mastered such an exaggerated technique? Unbeknownst to him, Wei Su's proficiency in the inch punch stemmed from the one-hit kill system concealed within his mind. All it took was a single thought. There is nothing unattainable if you dare to dream. Gagging, Fong Long was expelled from the ring, blood spewing forth from his lips, his complexion ashen. Pain. His abdomen throbbed, as if set ablaze. His expression was one of sheer terror and disbelief. Simultaneously, a flicker of fear began to rise within him. Why? Because if he had not misread the situation, that man's gaze had fixated on the location of his liver. Indeed, he had glimpsed that very spot. If, hypothetically, this punch had landed on his liver, it would have resulted in utter devastation. Upon this realization, Fong Long felt an overwhelming sense of relief, mixed with a burgeoning dread towards this man. Here was a once revered boxer trembling in fear, having witnessed the terrifying capabilities of martial arts from the Summer Kingdom. One strike, lethal and swift. In the face of such a fearsome technique, even possessing superior strength rendered one powerless. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan, who had believed victory was assured, stood frozen, dumbfounded. Fong Long had been knocked from the ring, yet she felt no concern for him. Her sole worry was the staggering sum of 100 million. Where on earth could she procure such an amount to pay Lin Xiaoxiao? With only a few $100,000 in monthly allowances from her family's dividends, and immense expenses that left no room for savings, she realized she could hardly muster even 10 million. Her initial confidence in the wager stemmed from a belief in her inevitable victory. Thus she had dared to gamble with Lin Xiaoxiao. But now, joy had turned to despair. The outcome had reversed. She stood there, stunned, without even the inclination to blame Fong Long. In the ring, Wei Su merely cast a calm glance at Fong Long before turning to the astonished referee, smiling as he asked, "Is it time to declare the result?" At this moment, the referee finally emerged from his stupor. He had intended to raise Wei Su's hand and announce him as the victor. However, upon seeing the hand that had delivered the blow, he hesitated, a grin forming on his face as he declared loudly, "I announce that this gentleman is the victor of this sparring match." Boom. The audience erupted into applause, unable to contain their admiration. They acknowledged their earlier underestimation of this man. Now, they recognized him as a formidable force. He had delivered a stunning display of skill that left them in awe. They never withheld their applause for the strong. Amidst the clapping, Wei Su remained unaffected. To him, facing Fong Long was akin to sparring with a child, merely a demonstration of one who had yet to mature in martial arts. Upon descending from the ring, he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and smiled. I have not disgraced my promise. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at him. It was only now that she realized, though he often appeared carefree, he was remarkably reliable and never failed to deliver when it mattered. Wei Su, oblivious to her gaze, cheerfully turned to Zhang Yan, saying, Oh, miss, do remember to transfer the money. A bet is a bet. Zhang Yan turned her head numbly, her expression extremely grim, and remained silent. Wei Su glanced again at the dejected figure of Fong Long leaning against the wall, a smile breaking across his face as he remarked, My dear brother, I suggest you make haste to the hospital. While your injuries may not be severe, it would be prudent to seek treatment to avoid any lingering complications. Fong Long's eyes darkened, and he said nothing, feeling the acute embarrassment of being a failure. Lin Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, accentuating her formidable presence, contrasting sharply with Zhang Yan, who seemed as if she were grounded while Lin floated above. Even Wei Su couldn't resist stealing a couple of glances before hastily averting his gaze. Muttering to himself about propriety, Lin Xiaoxiao addressed Zhang Yan with an icy demeanor. Please proceed with the payment directly. You know my account. Wei Su thought to himself. This woman is truly ruthless. She intends to demand payment on the spot? It was indeed a rather embarrassing situation for Zhang Yan. After all, she had instigated this conflict. Why provoke trouble if you weren't prepared for the consequences? Now, instead of reclaiming her dignity, she found herself at a loss of 100 million daxia coins. With a sullen tone, Zhang Yan replied, I will transfer it once I return home. Did Lin Xiaoxiao truly wish to humiliate her in public? Yet, she was not mistaken in her assumptions. Lin Xiaoxiao harbored no thoughts of mercy. In her eyes, having offended her meant that she would show no leniency. You instigated this situation, and now that you have lost, do you expect me to grant you some semblance of dignity? I'm afraid such kindness does not exist in this world. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao coldly insisted, No, it must be done here and now. Whether you contact your company, reach out to your family, borrow from friends, or obtain a loan from the bank, you must fulfill this wager that you set. Since you have lost, it is imperative that you adhere to your own terms. Otherwise, I shall personally take you to the Zhang family. Do you believe that I will not? A gasp rippled through the crowd at her words. This icy beauty was indeed formidable, showing no mercy. Zhang Yan, in a low voice, challenged Lin Xiaoxiao. Are you certain you wish to sever all ties? Lin Xiaoxiao retorted with a cold laugh. Oh, has it escalated to the point of severing ties? When you instigated this conflict, did you not consider the potential outcome? Zhang Yan remained speechless, her face burning with humiliation. Those around her recognized the truth in Lin Xiaoxiao's words. How could one instigate trouble and then expect leniency when the inevitable result was upon them? Lin Xiaoxiao, with an indifferent expression, continued, Furthermore, severing ties? Why not consult your family's decision-makers and ask them whether they dare to confront the Lin family? Do you think your Zhang family has the audacity? Zhang Yan's face was a portrait of disgrace. She felt utterly humiliated, her pride shattered. Wei Su couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the audacity of the Zhang family to question the Lin family. What audacity did they possess? The Lin family was one of the 5 prestigious families, on par with the Qin family, while the Zhang family was merely a minor player. Moreover, Zhang Yan was but an inconsequential member of her family. How could she dare to respond in such a way? Did she truly believe that the head of the Zhang family would jeopardize their relationship with the Lin family for someone like her, who knew nothing of wealth creation and simply sought pleasure? Even if the Zhang family had tenfold courage, they wouldn't dare. If the Lin family decided to target the Zhang family, the latter would find themselves utterly incapacitated in Suzhou. And for families of such modest standing, neither Lin Xiaoxiao nor Wei Su would harbor any fear. Thus, Zhang Yan's threats were laughable, truly ridiculous. Lin Xiaoxiao stated coldly, Enough of this idle chatter. Within 10 minutes. I expect the money. Otherwise, I shall personally pay a visit to your Zhang family to inquire how they educate their children. Zhang Yan's expression darkened even further. This day marked one of the most humiliating of her life. The saddest part being that while she thought she could oppose Lin Xiaoxiao, the latter could directly engage with her elders, placing her at a distinct disadvantage. How absurd. Ultimately, Zhang Yan was compelled to produce her phone and, in front of the assembled crowd, pleaded desperately, borrowing from various sources until she finally managed to gather the 100 million, which she then transferred to Lin Xiaoxiao. This sum was lent to her primarily due to her status as the legitimate daughter of the Zhang family, and it would need to be repaid. Had Lin Xiaoxiao sought to borrow money, Countless wealthy individuals would have willingly lent her the sum without expectation of repayment, merely to cultivate a friendship with the future head of the Lin family. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao was the sole heir of the Lin family. If she were not to become the head, then who would? Upon receiving the 100 million, Lin Xiaoxiao made no effort to linger further, pulling Wei Su along as they exited. As they walked along the street, Lin Xiaoxiao inquired about Wei Su's bank account. Wei Su asked, "What do you need it for?" "To transfer this 100 million to you," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. "Why? It is your rightful earnings. I have defeated Zhang Yan and regained face. This 100 million is yours," Lin Xiaoxiao explained. However, Wei Su waved his hand dismissively, pretending to be modest. "It's merely a trifling sum. Keep it. And just treat me to something nice next time." He anticipated that Lin Xiaoxiao would insist on transferring the money. To his surprise, she took him seriously, believing that 100 million was indeed not worth quibbling over, and nodded, asking, "Then what would you like to eat?" Wei Su was momentarily taken aback. He had only feigned politeness, not expecting her to take him at his word. Lin Xiaoxiao, puzzled, mused that since he had said not to transfer it, she would not. Wei Su, 100 million, not a significant amount? At last, he had encountered the epitome of a wealthy and beautiful woman. Chapter 94, You owe me 20 yuan. Wei Su could only lament his misfortune. How could he now shamelessly ask for it back? A man's dignity was at stake. He wished to slap himself for attempting to appear grand. Was 100 million not money? Forget 100 million. Even 1,000 or 100 yuan would be something he desired. Having once faced dire poverty, bankruptcy, and debt, he had learned to appreciate the value of money. Thus, even though he had attained wealth and his circumstances had changed, he had not adopted any extravagant habits. His meals were often taken in modest eateries rather than upscale restaurants. His wardrobe consisted of items no more expensive than a few hundred yuan each. For Wei Su, this was a comfortable lifestyle. There was no need to pursue excessive luxury. Even the phone that had recently malfunctioned had been one he hesitated to replace. Had his old phone not broken, he would have continued using it. Now, he had acquired a phone costing 3,000 yuan, a slight upgrade. Yet it was still comparatively inexpensive next to those premium models costing 5 or 6,000 or even 10,000 yuan. More importantly, Wei Su had never believed that possessing such items would elevate his status above others. The true measure of a person's worth is never in material possessions. Yet, many remain superficial, gauging worth solely through externalities. A person's value should be assessed by their abilities and character. Competence and integrity are the hallmarks of a truly exceptional individual. Words once spoken are akin to water poured out. They cannot be reclaimed. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is his bond. And since Wei Su has declared that he does not wish to receive that 100 million, I must simply endure it. Consider it a means of softening the demeanor of this ice queen. However, given Wei Su's character, which abhors the idea of passing up an opportunity, he ought to salvage something from this situation. If money cannot be transferred, then a meal will suffice. Wei Su is intent on reclaiming a modicum of favor, even if it means merely enjoying a meal at her expense. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. To her, 100 million and a meal were practically equivalent. As the sovereign of the Lin family's vast commercial empire, the sum of 100 million holds no sway over her emotions. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Wei Su inquired, "Where are you going?" Lin Xiaoxiao, perplexed, replied, "Aren't we going to eat? The direction of the fine dining establishment is right here. There's a Michelin restaurant over there." Wei Su sighed, stating that the food there was subpar and questioned how much one would need to consume to feel satisfied. Lin Xiaoxiao was further bewildered. If even Michelin-starred cuisine was unsatisfactory, then what culinary delights could possibly surpass it? Wei Su covered his face in exasperation. He had dined at Michelin restaurants before and had come across numerous reviews online criticizing their small portions and lack of flavor. This was indeed true. With his wealth, he could indulge in Michelin dining every day, yet he refrained from doing so. The reason was simple. The food was not sufficiently delectable, and the prices were exorbitant. The true culinary treasures lie in the street food, particularly that of Xia country. Is barbecue not enticing? Or is hot pot lacking in appeal? Perhaps Sichuan cuisine doesn't tantalize the taste buds? Ultimately, it boils down to personal preference. Some favor Michelin dining, while others relish street food. Wei Su, for one, decidedly preferred the latter. Forget the upscale restaurant. Let's simply find a quaint roadside eatery, he suggested. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned, expressing concern about the hygiene of street vendors. In truth, she had never dined at such establishments. Being the sole daughter of the Lin family, she had been afforded the finest education and a well-rounded upbringing. In her youth, Lin Xiaoxiao had never attended a conventional school, as the Lin family had invested a fortune to hire renowned international tutors, including distinguished professors and scholars. After all, with wealth, anything is attainable. This explains her formidable business acumen. Additionally, she was steeped in sophisticated etiquette training and had never set foot in an ordinary restaurant. Dining was either at home or in high-end venues, with chefs exclusively recruited from Michelin establishments. Such is the privilege of the affluent Lin family. Wei Su glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and remarked, "If Miss Lin is unwilling to eat, that's perfectly fine. After all, it's not you who will be dining." Lin Xiaoxiao conceded, acknowledging that there was no reason for her to be stingy since it was not her meal. "Lead the way," she instructed. Wei Su nodded, slipping his hands into his pockets and striding forth with an air of nonchalance, his handsome visage somewhat wasted on a demeanor reminiscent of a street urchin. However, after only a few steps, he halted at a squid stall. "Boss, how much for a skewer of grilled squid?" he called out. The proprietor, a jovial man, grinned broadly, declaring 3 yuan per skewer or 10 yuan for 4. "How about it, handsome? Shall we go for 2? He added, charmed by Wei Su's good looks. Wei Su waved his hand grandly, responding, "I'll take 10 yuan worth." To an unsuspecting observer, it might seem as though he were purchasing something of great value. "All right." The vendor agreed with a smile, setting to work on the grilled squid. Lin Xiaoxiao stood nearby, her brow furrowed as she observed the oil sizzling on the grill, casting doubt on the cleanliness of the fare. Yet, Wei Su seemed to relish it. Could it truly be that delicious? Upon noticing Lin Xiaoxiao, the vendor was taken aback by her beauty and exclaimed, "Wow, your girlfriend is stunning. Are you not getting her a couple of skewers?" Wei Su chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "She is not my girlfriend, and she doesn't like this kind of food." The vendor chuckled awkwardly, bemused that someone could dislike such a delightful snack. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Wei Su and countered, "Who says I don't like it?" Wei Su, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you accustomed to dining only at upscale restaurants?" Lin Xiaoxiao then addressed the vendor, "Please, I would like 4 skewers as well." The vendor beamed, responding, "I knew it. How could anyone not enjoy this?" Wei Su shrugged indifferently. The vendor, deft and experienced, quickly prepared 8 skewers of spicy grilled squid, handing them over to the 2. He cheerfully announced, "That'll be 20 yuan. Thank you for your patronage." Lin Xiaoxiao accepted the squid and reached into her bag for a bank card, saying, "Please, let me pay by card." The vendor looked puzzled, and Wei Su echoed his confusion. "What do you mean, by card?" The vendor simply pointed to the QR code above, saying, "Miss, just scan the QR code with your payment app on your phone, and you can pay." Lin Xiaoxiao's expression turned awkward as she admitted, "I don't have that kind of software on my phone." She rarely needed such apps, as she typically paid by card for everything. Wei Su sighed in resignation, thinking to himself that he was going to be broke again. He took his newly purchased smartphone and scanned the QR code to complete the payment, then glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, "Remember, you owe me 20 yuan. Chapter 95, Self-Awareness. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Yet she soon found it hard to believe that he would keep track of 20 yuan. "What, is 20 yuan not money?" Wei Su retorted confidently. "Don't think of it as just 20 yuan. Even if it were a dime, it would still be a debt. This is a matter of principle, unrelated to any notions of being stingy." Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent, finding him rather peculiar. He could so easily dismiss 100 million, yet he quibbled over 20 yuan. Wei Su, uninterested in further engaging with this ice queen, plucked a skewer of grilled squid and began to eat with little regard for decorum, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to frown in disapproval. Her upbringing had instilled in her the importance of etiquette, prohibiting such behavior. Thus, she lowered her head and took small, delicate bites. To her surprise, upon tasting the first bite, her captivating eyes lit up. It was indeed quite delectable. However, the method of consumption was somewhat inconvenient, as it was served on sticks. Meanwhile, Wei Su finished his skewers in a matter of moments and looked toward Lin Xiaoxiao, who still had 3 skewers remaining. "Are you going to eat that? If not, pass it over to me. We shouldn't waste any." "Who says I'm not eating? I'm just eating a bit more slowly," Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, determined not to give him any. In truth, she was not a glutton. If anyone else had asked her for a bite, she would have readily shared, considering it merely a trivial 10 yuan expense. Yet, with this man, she found herself reluctant to comply. "You eat so slowly, they'll get cold." Wei Su suddenly spoke up. Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows and inquired, "How should one eat then? Should it be in the manner you do? That seems rather uncouth and impolite." "Why is that so? Who has decreed such a thing?" Wei Su found it almost amusing. Eating street snacks in public, as long as it does not disturb others. Who is to dictate how one should indulge? She replied with nonchalance, "My etiquette instructor in the Royal Protocol class mentioned it. To hell with royal etiquette." Wei Su exclaimed with disdain. He gestured towards the throngs of people indulging in barbecued skewers around them, saying, "Look at them. None are eating like you. Do you find pleasure in nibbling like that? It's hardly satisfying." Lin Xiaoxiao turned to observe, and indeed, everyone around was devouring their skewers with abandon. In the upscale dining establishments she frequented, everyone adhered to a strict decorum, even in their dining habits. Coupled with her etiquette teacher's insistence on maintaining an air of grace and nobility, she had always held herself to such standards. Yet here, it seemed that formalities were abandoned. Come, hand me 2 skewers of squid, and I shall teach you how to enjoy them properly. Honestly, must one be instructed on how to eat a skewer? Wei Su mockingly snatched the squid from her grasp, then devoured it with delight. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a flicker of doubt. Was there truly a distinction in flavor between nibbling delicately and indulging unabashedly? Hesitantly, she finally picked up a skewer of squid, mimicking Wei Su's approach, and finished it in 2 bites. Her petite mouth puffed up, filled with food, and in that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared less like an icy corporate queen and more endearingly charming. Her beautiful eyes began to sparkle. Juicy, tender, spicy. The sauce was imbued with a flavor never encountered in high-end restaurants. It was a taste that brought profound satisfaction. Observing the glimmer in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, Wei Su clapped his hands and laughed. Now that is how one should enjoy skewers. Eating like a delicate lady, as if at a Western restaurant, even with a steak. I would use chopsticks. Uffed. Lin Xiaoxiao could not suppress her laughter upon hearing Wei Su's words. She envisioned the carefree man devouring steak with chopsticks in a Western restaurant, a comical image. Her previously frosty demeanor seemed to thaw, blooming like spring flowers, utterly captivating. Wei Su was momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but the men passing by were also momentarily entranced by the scene, quickly pulling out their phones. Pondering who this goddess of the people was, Wei Su snapped back to reality, quickly pinching his own cheek, internally chiding himself. Don't be fooled. She is merely an insufferable ice queen. Is there anything else delectable here? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, having finished her 2 skewers and wiping her mouth with a napkin. She was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Wei Su glanced at her and asked, Are you treating? Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated. If they accept card payments here, I shall treat. Wei Su looked at her incredulously. While there were places that accepted cards, most street vendors only allowed payments via QR code. Then I shall owe you. And later I will have Uncle Fu transfer the money to you, Lin Xiaoxiao stated. Without a second thought, Wei Su outright refused. No debts. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Wei Su would be so stingy. Are you even a man? You won't even let a few dozen or 100 slip. Countless men are waiting to treat me to dinner, and you don't have the honor to do so. Now, accompanying this man through a humble street food market, he was unwilling to engage in a small debt? Wei Su chuckled. If it were any other woman, sure. But with you, I refuse to treat or owe you anything. Do not forget, we are still rivals. Did you think we were burying the hatchet? You. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted in annoyance, truly surprised that this man still held a grudge over previous incidents. However, the mention of past grievances irked her as well. Observing Lin Xiaoxiao's inadvertently sulky expression, Wei Su thought it rather adorable. Yet, it did not alter his desire to remain uninvolved with her. Do not be so familiar with me. We are not that close. With this woman, even misunderstandings were best avoided. Were it not for Uncle Zhou's insistence, he would not have pretended to be her boyfriend. After all, trouble was abundant. As one of the 5 prominent families, the Lin family's daughter was more sought after than Mu Wanxing and Suzhou. If he were mistaken for a suitor by those men, he would surely become the enemy of 80% of the men in Suzhou. Furthermore, Wei Su was acutely aware of the boundaries he must maintain. He knew precisely who he could pursue and who he could not. He dared to pursue Mu Wanxing because, firstly, he genuinely liked her. They were a perfect match, which was paramount. Secondly, he could withstand the pressures from the Mu family. However, for Wei Su, as long as he was genuinely fond of someone, he would dare to pursue even the daughter of a king. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, he would rather pass. She was indeed stunning, captivating to the point where he would not dispute her being labeled the most beautiful woman in Suzhou. Yet, a lack of affection remained. Pursuing her seemed far too troublesome. Chapter 96. Planning. Some might think Wei Su a fool for not rushing to pursue such a beautiful woman. Given his current status, he was hardly in a poor position. With the aid of a system that could be deemed a life cheat, why not pursue her? In truth, Wei Su had the qualifications to pursue Lin Xiaoxiao. Yet, he was uninterested. Firstly, it seemed too cumbersome. Secondly, he felt little inclination towards her. As for Han Yun, he did not harbor strong feelings for her either. His initial intent was merely to place a green hat on Yuan Liang. However, Han Yun had indeed become his woman, thus he chose to support her. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, he thought it best to let it be. She was a strong woman, undoubtedly intelligent and capable. With his current abilities, he could not dominate her. As someone beyond his control, she was a ticking time bomb he preferred to steer clear of. Lin Xiaoxiao could sense Wei Su's deliberate distance, but was perplexed as to why he wished to keep her at arm's length. She pondered, was she not attractive enough? Her figure was undeniably flawless, and she possessed considerable wealth. According to the current opinions of men, Lin Xiaoxiao was the epitome of the perfect affluent woman. Yet, Wei Su seemed unwilling to draw near. Why? Was it due to their initial conflict? That could not be right. Although their earlier clash had indeed caused some discomfort, both had seemingly moved past it. Even she, a woman of stature, deemed the incident trivial. What more could be said of Wei Su, a man? The man's heart could not possibly be so narrow, especially considering that he could dismiss a sum as substantial as 100 million without a second thought. This speaks volumes about his character. Yet, a question arises. Why is this man reluctant to foster a relationship with her? Lin Xiaoxiao found this utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, despite her bewilderment, she felt compelled to indulge in the street food, which she suddenly realized was not inferior to those so-called Michelin-starred restaurants. It must be acknowledged, however, that while Michelin establishments ensure impeccable food hygiene, the same cannot be guaranteed by these roadside stalls. Yet, this did not deter Lin Xiaoxiao from developing a fondness for such fare. Wei Su, of course, showed no inclination to foot the bill. However, Lin Xiaoxiao discovered an ATM nearby and withdrew several thousand. She hesitantly inquired, "Will this be enough to buy food?" Wei Su could only sigh, thinking that this woman must have a few screws loose. Have you ever seen someone consume thousands worth of barbecue? It's more than sufficient. Even enough to burst your stomach, he said nonchalantly. Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, sensing, "Do you dislike me?" Wei Su shook his head, stating he neither liked nor disliked her. He simply wished to avoid entanglements. Why? She pressed. Because I detest complications. Especially those stemming from a woman I hold no affection for, he replied. Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. Don't believe me? Wei Su chuckled. After a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao glanced into his eyes and finally nodded. I believe you. From that point onward, she refrained from further conversation with him, much to Wei Su's relief. They then proceeded to the clothing store, where the attendant suggested that Wei Su try on a suit. The other women in the shop perked up at the sight of such a handsome man. They were eager to see how he would look in a tailored suit. After all, men enjoy gazing at beautiful women. Why should women not appreciate handsome men? Yet, Wei Su declined. The attendant insisted, Sir, I recommend you try it on. If you find anything unsatisfactory, alterations can be made. Wei Su shook his head again. No need. Very well, the attendant responded, her face reflecting disappointment as she began to package the clothes. The women in the shop sighed internally. It was indeed a pity. On their return, Lin Xiaoxiao drove, remaining silent throughout the ride, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. Upon arriving at the villa, she merely reminded him, Don't forget. I'll come to pick you up the day after tomorrow. Wei Su nodded, and Lin Xiaoxiao exited the vehicle, heading back to the villa. As he watched her enchanting figure depart, he shrugged. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host, are you still a man? Wei Su, taken aback, retorted, What do you mean by that? During this time, he had come to realize that this system was not a mere robot. Its voice may be mechanical, but it seemed to possess its own thoughts. This revelation delighted Wei Su, for having a system with its own intellect was akin to gaining a new friend. A truly marvelous prospect. Host, according to the mindset of men on your planet, should one not prefer to eliminate potential threats rather than risk letting them slip away? The system queried. Wei Su stroked his chin and nodded. Indeed, most men would not let an opportunity with a woman pass them by. However, the issue is that this woman has not presented herself as an opportunity. The system continued, but I sense that this woman harbors intentions of improving her relationship with you. That is merely a desire for improvement, Wei Su waved dismissively. What is the point of enhancing a relationship to the level of mere acquaintances? If it only amounts to that, it holds no value. The system fell silent. Wei Su chuckled. Moreover, this woman brings a plethora of complications that I can hardly manage. With that, he turned and returned to the villa, completing his evening routine before retiring for the night. The following morning, Wei Su drove to the hotel to convene with the management team, continuing their discussions. However, this meeting held significant importance, as Wei Su intended to consolidate his enterprises. This move signified his intention to establish his own company, merging the Kempinski Hotel, Haoyan Credit Company, and Zhaoan Auction House into a singular entity. Yet for now, they were merely in the preliminary stages of negotiation. Execution would await the opportune moment. In Chapter 97, bringing a modest gift for a visit, we find ourselves in a courtyard known as Anran Courtyard. This estate features an artificial lake at its center, not overly large, yet not insignificant either, filled with lotus flowers and inhabited by small fish and shrimp. The courtyard gained fame when it was once public property, but was later acquired by a man named Qin Jiang, the eldest son of the Qin family and a prodigy regarded as the pillar of his household, earning the nickname Young Master of Wisdom due to his remarkable talents, which earned him this moniker among his peers. At this moment, within the pavilion of the courtyard, the tall and handsome Qin Jiang stood, gazing serenely at the lotus blossoms on the lake. With his hands clasped behind him, he emanated an extraordinary aura, suggesting he was not to be underestimated. In the pavilion, he was not alone. A woman sat within, gently playing the guqin, her melodies enchanting and tranquil. Suddenly, she ceased her playing as a man entered the pavilion. Qin Jiang's trusted subordinate, Song Zi. The woman, aware that Song Zi would not intrude unless there was a matter of importance, discreetly gathered her instrument and left. Is there something you need? Qin Jiang inquired calmly, his demeanor unfazed, as if nothing could disturb his composure. Song Zi nodded gently. Young master, there is indeed a matter that requires your attention. Speak, Qin Jiang replied succinctly. Report to the young master. Lin Xiaoxiao has acquired a boyfriend and plans to introduce him to her family tomorrow, Song Zi informed him. Yet, upon hearing this, Qin Jiang displayed no surprise. He merely shook his head lightly. Based on my understanding of Lin Xiaoxiao, this woman does not truly have a boyfriend. If she were to seek one, it could only be me. No one else is worthy of her. His words dripped with confidence, conveying a clear implication. Lin Xiaoxiao's supposed boyfriend was nothing but an illusion. For, in Qin Jiang's estimation, she would never settle for someone beneath her. And in the entirety of Suzhou, only he, Qin Jiang, was deserving of her. In the presence of Lin Xiaoxiao, a formidable woman, others find it difficult to even lift their heads. This includes the sons of the other 3 prestigious families among the 5 great clans, none of whom are worthy of her. The Lan, Fang, and Guo families certainly possess many exceptional talents. However, none among them can be deemed a suitable match for Lin Xiaoxiao. Only Qin Jiang stands as a worthy contender. Song Zi nodded in agreement, expressing his belief that the so-called boyfriend was merely a facade, a ruse concocted by Miss Lin to placate her family's persistent pressure. It is common knowledge that Lin Xiaoxiao, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, has reached the age of 23, an age deemed appropriate for marriage. The Lin family has their sights set on none other than Qin Jiang, and it is widely acknowledged that all relatives, including the venerable patriarch of the Lin family, hold him in high regard. In fact, they were on the verge of consenting to the Qin family's proposal, but Lin Xiaoxiao's adamant opposition thwarted the arrangement. The Qin family, however, harbored no resentment, believing that the Lin family would eventually acquiesce, and that Lin Xiaoxiao would inevitably relent. After all, in the entire city of Suzhou, it is nearly impossible to find another man worthy of her. Therefore, the Qin family remains unconcerned, knowing that this union is merely a matter of time. It is not just the Lin family that views Qin Jiang as a fitting match for Lin Xiaoxiao. Outsiders share this sentiment. The 5 great clans have long sought to form alliances with the Lin family, and it is not solely the Qin family that desires such a union. The other 3 clans harbor similar aspirations. However, none have dared to propose, believing they stand no chance against Qin Jiang. His Excellence compels the heirs of the other 3 families to abandon their proposals. Consequently, the only suitor the Lin family has received is from the Qin family. Standing in a pavilion, Qin Jiang gazed at the lake's surface and remarked with an air of indifference. While I suspect Lin Xiaoxiao is merely playing a role, it is essential to ascertain the details of this performance and the identity of the actor involved. Song Zi nodded, inquiring if he wished to uncover the identity of the actor. The actor, of course, refers to the so-called boyfriend accompanying Lin Xiaoxiao in this charade. Qin Jiang acknowledged this with a slight nod, prompting Song Zi to continue. According to the intel gathered, the actor Lin Xiaoxiao has enlisted is named Wei Su, whose background is rather impressive. Not only is he the proprietor of the Kempinski Hotel, but he also heads Haoyan Credit Company. Oh, Qin Jiang responded with mild surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. This was to be expected. Lin Xiaoxiao would not settle for an ordinary individual to play the role of her boyfriend. Wei Su, it seems, is just the right fit, not too plump, not too slender. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jiang mused. What do you suppose the scene would be like if I were to visit the Lin family on the day of their performance? Song Zi chuckled. Sir, such an action might be somewhat ungracious. If you were to attend the Lin family gathering, the faux boyfriend would surely pale in comparison, and all attention would undoubtedly shift to you, placing Miss Lin in a most difficult position. Indeed, a man who causes his woman to lose face is hardly a commendable partner. Qin Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet he found the prospect of inaction rather dull. Perhaps I could send a gift tomorrow, suggested Song Zi. It would serve to unsettle Wei Su and remind him that as an actor, he is merely that. Once the performance is over, he should take his leave without overstepping his bounds, lest he face dire consequences. Qin Jiang pondered this, deeming it a feasible plan. If the other party proves to be obstinate or harbors any untoward intentions, he would have no qualms about putting Wei Su in his place. Thus, Qin Jiang nodded, deciding to bring a modest gift for his visit the following day. Song Zi grinned in agreement. To others, what Qin Jiang deemed a modest gift would certainly appear anything but trivial. Anticipation built for the following day. as he envisioned the spectacle of him visiting the Lin family to reprimand the so-called boyfriend, likely garnering the support of the Lin family members in the process. One could only wonder about the fate that awaited Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. Chapter 98. A Debt to Repay. Upon exiting the hotel, Wei Su gazed at the overcast sky, his brow furrowed in unease. Why did he suddenly feel an ominous premonition about the upcoming visit to the Lin family? After concluding his business, he had begun to formulate a clearer vision for his future. His plan was to establish a company, amalgamating all his assets. Though he acknowledged that his current wealth was insufficient and required further accumulation, nonetheless, he believed that day would eventually come. As he contemplated what gift to bring to the Lin family, he considered various options. Perhaps wine? While the quality of the limao was commendable, it paled in comparison to what the Lin family was accustomed to. After all, the Lin family surpassed the Mu family in stature, and their members were inherently more proud and dismissive of such offerings. Thus, Wei Su pondered his choice of gift. At that moment, an unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar call interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, he hesitated, reluctant to answer. For it was a relative with whom he shared a strained relationship, indeed, one that could be described as antagonistic. The reason for this animosity traces back to a long-standing family dynamic. Wei Su's family was not an ordinary one. Residing outside of Suzhou in a provincial city known as Phoenix City, a significant distance away from Suzhou, where Wei Su's true lineage lay. The source of the discord with his relatives stemmed from the peculiar position of his family within the Wei clan. Wei Su's father was an adopted son of the Wei family, lacking any blood relation, and had two biological brothers, Wei Tong and Wei Yin, who looked down upon him due to his non-bloodline status. The caller was none other than Wei Su's nominal uncle, Wei Tong, who had not reached out in over a year. Wei Su's father had often advised him during his childhood to rely on no one but himself, especially not the Wei family, urging him to forge his own path and to avoid the humiliation he had endured. Though his father owned a small company, it was only possible through the Wei family's support. Thus, Wei Su's father often bore ridicule from the family, swallowing his pride to provide for his own. To outsiders, Wei Su's father appeared pitiful, constantly becoming the target of mockery at family gatherings, enduring humiliation in silence. Several years later, Wei Su's father had finally managed to amass a considerable sum of money. He decided to relinquish his small company, returning it to the Wei family, and subsequently distanced himself from it, choosing to settle in Suzhou as an ordinary worker. Wei Su's mother and Wei Su himself accompanied him. Although their life was simple and unremarkable, the family no longer had to endure the scorn of the Wei family, which brought them a measure of happiness. However, this bliss was short-lived. Shortly after Wei Su embarked on his entrepreneurial journey and life began to improve, tragedy struck when his parents were involved in a car accident and sadly passed away. At that moment, Wei Su was inconsolable, his emotions in turmoil, leading him to make numerous erroneous decisions in his company, ultimately resulting in his entrepreneurial failure and bankruptcy. The death of his parents, compounded by the crushing blow of his business collapse and the burden of debt, transformed Wei Su from a once ambitious individual into a complete failure, stripped of everything. One might wonder why, during such despair, Wei Su contemplated suicide. It was simply the depth of his hopelessness that drove him to such thoughts. It was during this dark period that Mu Wanqing entered his life, accompanying Wei Su through his most arduous times, igniting within him a renewed will to live. She also bestowed upon him a miraculous system that granted him the opportunity to turn his fortunes around. Had Wei Su succumbed to his despair and taken his own life, he would have never encountered this chance for redemption. At the time of his parents' funeral, he even contemplated contacting the Wei family, reasoning that despite their cruelty, they should at least attend out of respect for the deceased as relatives. Yet, to his utter dismay, not a single person from the Wei family showed up to pay their respects. Ironically, Wei Su found himself alone at his parents' funeral. From that moment on, he realized that he would never again be entangled with the so-called Wei family. He harbored a desire to change his surname, but his father had once advised against it, stating that despite the Wei family's lack of compassion, it was the place that nurtured him, and thus, his name should not be forgotten or altered. Now, when Uncle Wei Tong called, what could it possibly signify? Wei Su hesitated briefly before answering the phone. Hello? Is this Wei Su? The voice remained haughty, laced with disdain for Wei Su. Unperturbed, Wei Su replied calmly. Yes, what do you want? Of course I have a reason to call you. Why else would I? Wei Tong retorted sharply. You need to return to Phoenix City immediately. In a couple of days, it's the old man's birthday celebration. He insists on having all Wei family members, even those with no blood ties, return for the occasion. Upon hearing this, Wei Su narrowed his eyes and responded. I have no connection to the Wei family anymore. Had it not been for my father, I would have changed my surname long ago. Now you want me to attend the old man's celebration, as if it concerns me? Huh. It seems your family is indeed filled with ungrateful wretches. After all, you grew up on the Wei family's generosity, and now that you've spread your wings, you act so arrogant? The so-called uncle sneered coldly. But I almost forgot. Your wings are not strong. They are broken. I heard about your business failure and your current destitution. You're probably too poor to afford a meal, aren't you? If you come back, I'll treat you like a beggar, tossing you a few scraps to eat. Very well, I will return for the birthday celebration. Wei Su suddenly changed his mind. Humph. A pathetic failure has no choice but to come back for alms, Wei Tong scoffed. Wei Su felt no anger. He simply stated, I merely wish to repay what I owe to the Wei family. Repay? With what? Air. Wei Tong laughed derisively. With that, Wei Su hung up the phone, uninterested in further conversation. Meanwhile, in Phoenix City, at the Wei residence, Wei Tong angrily ended the call and cursed. Indeed, an outsider dares to speak to me, his elder. With such insolence. No wonder his father died young. How infuriating. He conveniently forgot that he was the one who had used harsh words against Wei Su from the start. While Wei Su had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, a young member of the Wei family chuckled and said, Uncle, don't let this little brat upset you. It's not good for your health. I don't understand why the old man suddenly made such a decision, but once he returns, we'll have ample opportunity to mock him, reminding him that he will always be a failure. After sipping his tea and exhaling slowly, Wei Tong mused. He talks about repaying us. How can he even afford it? Altogether, he owes us millions, and when I demand $1 billion, does he think he can come up with that? Ridiculous. I heard he is bankrupt. He probably won't even have the face to eat when he returns. Wei Tong's wife, a proud and haughty woman, interjected, when that little brat returns, we'll show him his place. No need to get worked up. It's not good for your health. After hanging up, Wei Su gazed up at the sky. He truly did not wish to return to the Wei family. But he had no choice. He needed to settle his father's debts with them to find peace. Otherwise, his father might never rest in peace. In his childhood, Wei Su had often been bullied within the Wei family. The reason was simple. Many labeled him a bastard, claiming he was not a true member of the Wei family. At that time, he would retort, asserting that he bore the Wei surname. Thus he was indeed part of the family. Now, however, all Wei Su desired was to escape that so-called Wei family. In truth, the Wei family was merely a third-rate clan in Phoenix City, hardly worthy of any distinction. Thus, Wei Su did not regard his affiliation with the Wei family as particularly significant. If it weren't for Wei Tong's call, he might not have even remembered that the Wei family existed in Phoenix City. However, with pressing matters at hand, he set aside the trivialities. He picked up his phone and dialed Lin Xiaoxiao's number. Hello? Lin Xiaoxiao answered. Unfortunately, I won't be able to visit your Lin family tomorrow, Wei Su informed her. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned, her voice turning cold. Why not? You promised me. Reluctantly, Wei Su explained, I have some extremely important matters to attend to that I cannot ignore. I hope you can postpone the date by a few days. How important could it be? Lin Xiaoxiao queried. At that moment, she sat in the Lin Group's towering building. Overlooking the scenery of Suzhou, her mood decidedly bleak. Since returning from that night, her spirits had been low. Wei Su sensed her discontent, but felt even more troubled himself. Simply stating, I need to repay my father's debts, so I apologize. Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, sensing the complexity of emotions emanating from him through the phone. Chapter 99. I am interested. This was the first time Lin Xiaoxiao had heard such a complicated tone from Wei Su. It is she, and for reasons unbeknownst to her. Her heart tightened. Ever since her return that fateful night, her spirits had remained low, a state that persisted until now. Upon seeing that man's call, she harbored the hope that he might be reaching out to apologize, to speak kind words. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao herself was unaware of her own anticipation for a man to offer her comforting words. However, after hearing Wei Su's words, Lin Xiaoxiao could only remain silent for a moment before softly inquiring, May I know what this is about? To repay my father's debts. The moment this phrase escaped his lips, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a tightening in her chest, coupled with an insatiable curiosity regarding the situation at hand. Wei Su, his inner turmoil evident, fell silent for a brief moment before responding, It's none of your concern, and subsequently hung up the phone. Caught in a web of hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao ultimately decided to call her grandfather directly. After explaining the need for a delay, her grandfather, of course, expressed his displeasure. However, considering that his granddaughter's boyfriend was in urgent need, he reluctantly agreed to postpone matters for a few days. Curiously, he began to ponder the nature of his granddaughter's boyfriend. Was he unaware of the Lin family's stature? Or was it that, even if he was aware, he dared to request a postponement in light of an emergency? After her call to her grandfather, Lin Xiaoxiao promptly reached out to Uncle Zhou, requesting that he come to the office to pick her up as she intended to leave early. Uncle Zhou was taken aback. It was barely noon, and Miss Lin had never left the office early before. What could be the reason for such a departure? Nevertheless, He harbored no doubts and immediately drove to the company to collect Lin Xiaoxiao. Upon notifying her assistant of her sudden leave, she instructed that all matters for the day be postponed. The assistant was momentarily stunned. Their IC-CEO had never taken a day off since assuming control of the company, nor had she ever left early. This unprecedented decision left many employees hesitant to request time off. However, despite their astonishment, no one dared to speak ill of their employer. Such an act would be tantamount to courting trouble. Uncle Zhou arrived swiftly, and after Lin Xiaoxiao entered the car, he inquired, "Miss, where are you planning to go with your early departure?" With a calm demeanor, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "I will return directly to the villa area." Uncle Zhou nodded, offering no further discussion, and turned the car towards the villa area. Upon her return, instead of heading straight to her own villa, Lin Xiaoxiao walked directly into Wei Su's home. Uncle Zhou felt a sense of confusion but followed his mistress inside. It seemed as though she treated Mr. Wei's residence as her own, entering at will, and notably, she possessed a key to his home. This key had been obtained by Lin Xiaoxiao as a result of a prior wager, utilizing it as leverage. Upon entering Wei Su's villa, she indeed found him packing his belongings. Lin Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. Was this man planning to leave Suzhou? Noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's unexpected entrance, Wei Su had neither the inclination nor the time to confront her, merely asking, "Miss Lin, what brings you here?" However, Lin Xiaoxiao countered with a question of her own. "Are you packing to go somewhere?" Wei Su rolled his eyes and retorted, "What does that have to do with you?" Lin Xiaoxiao, to her surprise, nodded, asserting, "It certainly concerns me." Wei Su raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "How so?" "I still owe you 20 kuai." Lin Xiaoxiao replied. "If you leave, how will I repay you that 20? At this, Wei Su chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. "You needn't worry about it. It's just 20 kuai." Seeing that Wei Su still refused to divulge his destination, Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, about to press further. Yet she realized she had no legitimate reason to inquire. After all, she was merely a neighbor. Fortunately, Uncle Zhou was there. Observing the complex expression on his mistress's face, Uncle Zhou began to piece together the situation and, with a knowing smile, asked, "Mr. Wei, where are you heading?" In the presence of Uncle Zhou, Wei Su was polite, responding with a smile, "I'm merely returning home to attend a birthday banquet." Understanding dawned on Uncle Zhou. But Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, "What do you mean by repaying your father's debts?" Wei Su shook his head, "It's nothing of significance." Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed, an inexplicable unease settling in her heart. She loathed the incessant questioning with no reciprocation, a feeling she found utterly intolerable. Yet, she understood that this man had no obligation to inform her, and she had no rightful claim to that knowledge. Still, her mood remained exceedingly dismal. Uncle Zhou, witnessing the turmoil within Lin Xiaoxiao, felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that she had developed some feelings for Mr. Wei? He had never seen her so inquisitive about a man outside her family. Moreover, the fact that she had taken an unprecedented day off, leaving work early, initially suggested urgency. Yet here she was, deliberately seeking out Wei Su to inquire about his plans. This revelation genuinely astonished Uncle Zhou. Truth be told, he was quite pleased to see his mistress with Wei Su, for he believed that if the cold Lin Xiaoxiao were to be with someone as intriguing as Wei Su, her smiles would multiply exponentially compared to her time with Qin Jiang. In stark contrast, her association with Qin Jiang would likely leave her countenance forever frozen. Qin Jiang was someone Uncle Zhou had watched grow up, being of the same generation as Lin Xiaoxiao. They had played together as children, but as Lin Xiaoxiao matured, she began to treat many men, including Qin Jiang, with indifference. Strangely, Qin Jiang seemed unfazed. Now, he had become a well-known figure in Suzhou, while Lin Xiaoxiao was hailed as the city's most beautiful woman. To outsiders, they appeared well-matched. Yet, Uncle Zhou felt they were not suited at all. Only someone capable of melting the ice from Lin Xiaoxiao's heart would be her true match. He had witnessed her face display a range of emotions recently, a stark contrast to her previously perpetually frigid demeanor. Had it not been for his understanding of her, he might have mistaken her for someone devoid of expression. However, since encountering Wei Su, Lin Xiaoxiao had begun to exhibit a greater variety of expressions. Occasionally, Uncle Zhou even caught glimpses of a smile gracing her lips. It was all quite perplexing. Thus, Uncle Zhou believed that Lin Xiaoxiao's companionship with Wei Su was far superior to her association with that clever young man. Yet, there loomed an unavoidable issue. It is Mr. Wei, who appears rather indifferent towards his own lady, to the extent that one might say he is entirely disinterested. Zhou Bo can discern that Mr. Wei seems consistently intent on avoiding any association with his young mistress. For instance, should he be asked to masquerade as her boyfriend, any other man would likely leap at the chance, eager to comply, and perhaps even seize the opportunity to turn pretense into reality. After all, his lady is the queen of the Lin group, and the advantages of being her boyfriend are all too evident. Yet, Mr. Wei displays a remarkable reluctance. Were it not for the embarrassment he felt in soliciting Zhou Bo's assistance, he would likely have declined outright. This aspect of Wei Su is something Zhou Bo greatly appreciates. Wei Su has always treated him with respect, regarding him as an elder rather than a servant. In contrast, Qin Zheng looks down upon him, his gaze imbued with condescension, as if viewing a subordinate. However, what Qin Zheng fails to grasp is Zhou Bo's significance in Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. Had he been aware, he might have devoted considerable effort to ingratiating himself with Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo has cared for Lin Xiaoxiao since her childhood, and aside from her parents and grandfather, he is the one to whom she is closest, regarding him as a family member rather than a servant. Therefore, when Zhou Bo compares Wei Su's respectful demeanor with Qin Zheng's disdainful attitude, the outcome is clear. Wei Su is far more likable. Thus, upon observing that his young mistress has begun to take an interest in Mr. Wei, he feels no disquiet. Rather, he is somewhat gratified. In light of this, he, as an elder, feels compelled to encourage the relationship. With a smile, Zhou Bo said, "Mr. Wei, if you wouldn't mind, could you perhaps elaborate on the details of your situation for the sake of this old man? After all, we are neighbors. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. If you are to travel far, it would be only courteous to inform us, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Wei Su found the reasoning sound. He replied, "In truth, I am merely returning to attend a birthday celebration and will be staying for a few days. As for the matter of repaying my father's debts, it is a lengthy tale, and I suspect you may not find it of interest, so I shall refrain from elaborating." "Who says we are not interested?" At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected, fixing her gaze intently on Wei Su. "I am quite interested." Wei Su looked towards Zhou Bo, who nodded with a smile, confirming his interest. With a resigned sigh, Wei Su quickly gathered a few articles of clothing, invited them to sit, poured tea for them, and after a moment of contemplation, began recounting previous events. Lin Xiaoxiao listened with unprecedented focus, while Zhou Bo remained quietly attentive. In the end, they both grasped the reason behind the man's assertion that he must go to repay his father's debts. He intended to sever all ties with his family and assert his authority over the Wei clan. Chapter 100. The Wei family's branches. Wei Su was already packed and prepared to depart. The old patriarch of the Wei family was soon to celebrate his birthday. Many of the clan's younger members were hastily returning to Phoenix City, regardless of their busy lives. Some had even arrived 2 days in advance. Although the current generation of the Wei family had fallen on hard times, they still had numerous descendants. Thus, the old patriarch's birthday occasion warranted a swift return from the younger branches. At a certain entrance in Phoenix City, Wei Xiaoyang, following her father's early instructions, had come to welcome the guests. Wei Xiaoyang's father, Wei Xianming, was a relative from a collateral branch of the Wei family and had a significant friendship with Wei Su's father. Therefore, if there was anyone in the Wei family whom Wei Su did not despise, it would undoubtedly be Wei Xianming and his daughter, Wei Xiaoyang. Today, Wei Xiaoyang had been tasked with welcoming family members and various guests. It was known that the old patriarch's birthday celebration would attract not only scattered members of the Wei family, but also guests with whom they had good relations. Originally, this welcoming duty should have fallen to Wei Tong's son, Wei Quan. However, Wei Quan, being arrogant, looked down on such tasks. Likewise, the children from Wei Yan's side shared this sentiment. Consequently, the responsibility for greeting the guests ultimately fell to Wei Xiaoyang. The weather was still quite warm, reaching a scorching 32 degrees. After wiping the sweat from her brow numerous times while standing in the service area, Wei Xiaoyang finally spotted several luxury cars bearing out-of-town license plates, which flashed their lights at her in advance. Wei Xiaoyang, nervously smoothing her long hair, felt a twinge of anxiety. These luxury vehicles were evidently driven by members of the Wei family who had fared well outside, and if her memory served her correctly, they were her elders, known for their assertive personalities and intolerance for any slight. Their childhood had left her with heavy shadows. Today, receiving them alone filled her with trepidation. After all, the main branch of the Wei family had declined, while the collateral branches had thrived, which was why those from Wei Tong's side were reluctant to come and greet them, fearing possible humiliation. This was one reason. Once the fleet of luxury cars, each valued over $1 million, came to a halt, the first to emerge was a young man of about 30, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and frameless glasses. His gaze sharp as a blade, and his stature imposing. He was Wei Tian, the most successful member of the collateral branch of the Wei family. His lineage had flourished due to his connections with another family in the provincial capital, subsequently leading to his wealth. Last year, he formally requested the old patriarch of the Wei family to allow his branch to be integrated into the main lineage. The old patriarch agreed without hesitation. It was only logical to incorporate such a prosperous branch into the family. However, as for Wei Su, the family had no qualms about outright rejecting him. That underachiever was only invited due to the old patriarch's desire for a grand reunion. A small place is just that, a small place, utterly lacking the prosperity of our Wansong provincial capital. Wei Tian casually placed his right hand in his pocket while using his left hand to take out a handkerchief to gently wipe his glasses. Subsequently, several others disembarked. A mix of men and women, young and old alike. Among them was a woman adorned in luxurious attire with a chic bob hairstyle, who casually adjusted her pearl necklace, never once casting a glance towards Wei Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, it has been many years since we last met. You have indeed grown quite beautiful, she greeted insincerely. Aunt San. Wei Xiaoyang promptly stepped forward to acknowledge her. The Wei family originally had two main branches, Wei Tongs and Wei Ans. Wei Su's father was also considered a branch. Yet many within the family looked down on him, prompting his decision to sever ties with the Wei family. Meanwhile, Wei Tian represented the newly integrated lineage, making it the third branch. It was said that Wei Tian's father was seriously ill and could not attend, thus only allowing his son and wife, Hulan, to represent him. Yet, in truth, both Wei Tian and Hulan held the Wei family in contempt, viewing them as a fallen lineage. Their attendance at the old patriarch's birthday celebration was already a significant concession, and they carried an air of arrogance about them. Wei Tian, priding himself on having established a company valued at over 10 billion, regarded it as an impressive achievement within the Wei family. This staggering valuation positioned his enterprise as the largest in the family, significantly overshadowing the previous record of merely 700 million. In contrast, the small company that Wei Sun's father had acquired from the Wei family held a mere 200,000 in value. As Wei Tian lit a cigarette, casually slipping his left hand into his pocket, he displayed no interest in the conversation between his mother and his distant cousin. Xiaoyang, you must be 23 by now. Why haven't you settled down yet? Hulan's gaze narrowed as she scrutinized Wei Xiaoyang, a faint smile playing on her lips. You're quite attractive. So why is it that no suitors have come forward? Could it be that our family has fallen from grace? It certainly seems so. Back when Wei Tian was still on the rise, your Wei family boasted a proud lineage. Now, it seems even a lovely girl like you, Wei Xiaoyang, struggles to find a match. I suspect your family is eager to marry you off to a prominent family in Phoenix City, but they look down upon the Wei family. And you, Wei Xiaoyang, disdain those of lesser standing. Thus, you prolong your singlehood, am I right? Hulan's words, while delivered with a veneer of cheerfulness, bore an edge as sharp as a knife. Yet, Wei Xiaoyang remained unfazed, for she felt little connection to the main branch of the Wei family, being merely a collateral descendant. With a smile, she replied, Auntie, you are mistaken. It is not that prominent families reject me, nor do I look down upon those of lesser standing. It simply comes down to the fact that I have yet to find someone I truly like. Hulan squinted. Really? Wei Xiaoyang maintained her smile. You can inquire if you'd like. At that moment, Hulan shifted her demeanor, becoming less confrontational. After all, Wei Xiaoyang was but a child from a collateral branch, and pressing her would only reveal Hulan's lack of grace. By the way, has that little brat Wei Su been invited by your family? Wei Tian suddenly inquired, recalling their past grievances. In their childhood, Wei Tian had taken pleasure in bullying Wei Xiaoyang until Wei Su caught him in the act, leading to a confrontation. Although Wei Su was merely a child of 10, his upbringing had made him physically robust, and he had bested Wei Tian in their scuffle. From then on, Wei Tian hesitated to bully Wei Xiaoyang, though he harbored resentment towards Wei Su. Each year at the family banquet, Wei Tian and his collateral kin would join in mocking Wei Su's family. Listening to Wei Tian's words, Wei Xiaoyang's expression hardened. We are all family. There is no need for such venomous remarks. How can you speak to your cousin like that? Politeness is in order. No wonder your branch of the Wei family lacks distinction, much like that family of Wei Su. Hulan frowned and chastised Wei Xiaoyang upon seeing her icy demeanor. Mother, please don't be angry. It's quite normal, Wei Tian replied with a slight smile, his words laced with an underlying sharpness. In the main branch of the Wei family, whether collateral or direct descendants, I am the only one who has truly succeeded. The rest are rather lackluster. You're right, my son. But since the main branch has invited Wei Su, why hasn't this little brat come out to greet us? Hulan adjusted her short hair, her demeanor haughty. Does he truly think of himself as a guest? Just because he has returned to Phoenix City, doesn't he mean he can rest on his laurels? Hulan implied that even if Wei Su had returned, he should toil like the servants of the Wei household, while the direct descendants, Wei Tong and Wei Yin, likely lounged at home. Enough about him. That brat will only infuriate me. Wei Tian waved his hand dismissively, recalling the anger of being bested by Wei Su. The mere thought of that youth's disrespectful demeanor nearly provoked him to curse. Little bastard. Son, do you think Wei Su will attempt to rejoin the Wei family tree? After all, with your remarkable achievements, the Wei family might soar to new heights, Hulan suddenly mused. Wei Tian smiled, reassuring his mother, rest easy. As long as I am in the Wei family, that little brat will never be part of our lineage. Though the Wei family had experienced a decline in recent years, they were still numerous, branching out and multiplying. Even in their downfall, the adage held true, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, with Wei Tian, a prodigy, the family had begun to glimpse the opportunity for resurgence and glory. The importance of the family tree had always been paramount to the Wei family, as it meticulously documented lineage through blood relations and the notable deeds of its members. It was a testament to ancestral honor and the continuation of their legacy, detailing every generation and every connection to the Wei family, including those related through marriage. Although Wei Su's father, Wei Dao, had been adopted by the elder Wei, and they referred to each other as father and son, Wei Su, being Wei Dao's son, was entitled to be recorded in the family tree. However, Wei Tian had no intention of allowing that insolent brat into their lineage. He could not bear the thought of his name sharing the same family tree with Wei Su, as it would be a profound insult to him. Unbeknownst to Wei Tian, Wei Su, having just departed from Gusu City, had no intention of rejoining the Wei family tree. In fact, his current visit was aimed at severing all ties with the Wei family once and for all. Chapter 101, Memories of a City. Phoenix City. Despite its name, this place, while bearing the title of a city, could only be considered a modest town, lacking the grandeur of larger cities like Gusu. Yet, it was the very place where Wei Su had grown up, and its scenic beauty far surpassed that of bustling Gusu. The air was fresher, and the natural landscape was breathtaking. Nestled amidst several majestic mountains, the small Phoenix City thrived, with verdant waves undulating across its expanse, maintaining its charm throughout the seasons. A crystal-clear river, renowned as the Phoenix River, meandered through the town, its sandy bed visible beneath the water. In late winter, when the river froze over, locals would walk and run upon its surface. After a 2-day journey, Wei Su arrived in Phoenix City, accompanied by Yuan Xiong, his trusted subordinate, who was assisting him with various matters. Unexpectedly, after recounting past events to Lin Xiaoxiao, she expressed a desire to accompany him. However, Lin Xiaoxiao did not travel with Wei Su but opted to fly to Phoenix City, where she had already checked into a 3-star hotel. When Wei Su inquired about her reasons for joining him, Lin Xiaoxiao simply stated that after working for a long time, she wanted to take a break and explore. Wei Su could only acquiesce. How could he possibly deny the icy demeanor of this woman? There was no valid reason to prevent her from enjoying a leisurely outing. Approaching the Mother River, Wei Su gestured for Yuan Xiong to halt the vehicle, then alighted and stood beside the Phoenix River, a sight brimming with memories. Smiling as he absorbed the scenery, a cluster of children, aged 7 or 8, raced about joyfully. Nearby, an elderly man had brought a small stool, quietly fishing at the riverbank. Young couples openly expressed their affection for one another, unabashed in the presence of the public. Wei Su crouched by the water's edge. This billionaire mogul, casually smoking an ordinary cigarette, remarked with a smile, "After all these years, the river remains crystal clear, yet the hearts of men have become murky." Originally, Wei Su's family resided on the outskirts of Phoenix City, close to the Phoenix River. Living in the suburbs was not only economical, but also allowed them to distance themselves from the Wei family's main branch. Although Wei Su's father, Wei Dao, was an adopted son of the Wei family and held the rights to manage a small company, he received no profits whatsoever. The earnings of the company flowed into the pockets of the Wei family's direct descendants, leaving Wei Dao with a meager salary that barely reached 10,000 annually. Thus, Wei Su's family resided in the suburbs rather than in the city center, saving whatever they could. Wei Su's mother had advised her husband to sever ties with the Wei family, arguing that the income from honest labor would surpass what he earned there. Have you ever witnessed a company manager earning less than 10,000 a month? Wei Dao, heeding his wife's counsel, lacked the opportunity to act until later, when he took Wei Su and his wife away from the Wei family to Suzhou City. The catalyst for Wei Dao's departure was none other than Wei Su himself. At that time, Wei Su had just completed high school and, distinguished by his exceptional grades, gained admission to a prestigious institution in Suzhou City. This achievement was the primary reason for Wei Dao's decision to break away from the Wei family. Those were blissful days, liberated from the scorn and derision of the Wei family. No longer reliant on others for shelter, and with Wei Su attending a commendable university, it marked the happiest period for the Wei family. Even as an ordinary worker, Wei Dao felt immense joy. Now, after many years, Wei Su had returned to this city, imbued with both cherished and sour memories. After finishing his cigarette, Wei Su began walking along the riverbank. Despite the passage of time, the streets of this city remained vividly etched in his mind. Observing his boss's reflective demeanor, Yuan Xiong chuckled, "Boss, didn't you say you came here to reclaim your honor and settle debts?" Why are you lost in nostalgia? Wei Su replied with a smile. Honor must indeed be reclaimed, and debts settled, yet there is no rush. This mere branch of the family is hardly worth my direct attention. Yuan Xiong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Wei Su dialed his cousin, Wei Xiaoliang. Cousin? The call was answered. Wei Su smiled and confirmed. Yes, it's me. Ah, have you arrived? Wei Xiaoliang's tone was filled with surprise. If there was anyone in the Wei family who still held a favorable impression of Wei Su, it was her and her father, Wei Xianming. I have, Wei Su replied. Why didn't you inform me? I could have come to pick you up. She exclaimed cheerfully. There's no need. Just tell me your location, and I'll come directly, Wei Su responded. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Xiaoliang divulged. I'm at the Phoenix Hotel, the only 3-star hotel in Phoenix City. But what? Wei Su inquired. Wei Tian is also here. Along with my uncle's son and my second uncle's son, Wei Xiaoliang whispered. Wei Su nodded, understanding. They were all gathered together, his childhood rivals. Should I arrange for you to stay at a different hotel, cousin? She gently offered, genuinely wishing to spare her cousin any discomfort. Wei Su shook his head with a smile. No need, I'm on my way now. Trust me, I am no longer the insignificant character they once belittled. Wei Xiaoliang nodded and provided the location. Turning to Yuan Xiong, Wei Su jested, Tell me, if I were to be bullied, what would you, as my bodyguard, do? Yuan Xiong grinned broadly. Why? I would ensure those ruffians leave with missing teeth. Wei Su smiled, not so hasty. He then stood up and got back into the car. Before long, they arrived at the designated location. Upon entering the lobby of the Phoenix Hotel and ascending to the second-floor restaurant, Wei Su recognized several familiar faces. Wei Tian, sipping red wine and savoring steak, feigned superiority. Wei Quan, exuding confidence, was engaged in animated conversation. Wei Jiantang, aloof and self-important, surveyed the scene with disdain. Wei Tian's mother, Hulan, looked disapprovingly at the dishes on the table, while Wei Xiaoliang accompanied them cautiously, and a few family servants hovered nearby. Wei Su raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, Wei Quan, who had been laughing heartily just moments before, unexpectedly spotted Wei Su standing at the entrance of the restaurant. Without a word, he nudged Wei Tian, who paused mid-sip, initially perplexed. Following Wei Quan's gaze, he finally laid eyes on Wei Su, whom he had not seen for a decade, and his expression hardened instantly. I thought it was someone of importance. But it's just that little nobody, Wei Tian scoffed, casting a disdainful, cold, and condescending glance at Wei Su, reminiscent of their past encounters. He still regarded Wei Su with contempt, especially after hearing rumors of his failed ventures and bankruptcy, which only fueled his delight. How can you, Wei Su, still hold your head high before me? He nonchalantly commanded Wei Quan. Let him wait at the entrance while we finish our meal. Wei Tian sneered. A mere peripheral relative arriving a day late. What audacity. He has always been an ill-mannered wretch. It's to be expected, Wei Quan replied with a smile. For Wei Tian, Wei Quan was someone to be ingratiated with. Previously, Wei Quan had looked down upon Wei Tian because he was merely a branch of the family. However, now that Wei Tian had risen to prominence, overseeing a company valued at several billion, he had gained recognition in the family lineage, thus qualifying as a direct descendant. Accordingly, Wei Quan found it prudent to maintain a good rapport with him. At this moment, Hulan sneered, It's my son who understands etiquette and decorum. Even though he has achieved more than anyone in the Wei family, he arrives on time, while that little nobody Wei Su cannot even manage that. And who? Isn't that a bit redundant? Wei Jiantang interjected with a smile. Comparing Wei Tian with someone like Wei Su only lowers your own standing. Wei Tian sat silently, smiling without comment. Brother, you've arrived. Only Wei Xiaoliang was eager to rise and warmly greet Wei Su. Wei Su returned her with a gentle smile. Just arrived. Have you eaten? Let us sit together. It's almost noon. Let us eat later, Wei Su declined, uninterested in sharing a meal with such company that would only ruin his appetite. Wei Xiaoliang pouted, glancing at Wei Tian and the others, her brow furrowing in frustration, then stuck out her tongue in exasperation. Don't mind them. Wei Su ruffled Wei Xiaoliang's hair playfully. She giggled, holding her head but beaming with joy. Once again, it is that affectionate brother Wei Su. In his childhood, brother Wei Su delighted in playfully tapping her little head, often exclaiming her foolishness, as he found himself at a loss for words whenever he attempted to teach her lessons. Each question required several repetitions before she could grasp it, rendering her almost incapable of understanding. Consequently, brother Wei Su would frequently and gently tap her little head. Now, as this gesture reemerges, it fills Wei Xiaoliang's heart with warmth. Let them finish their meal. I shall go book a room first, brother Wei Su chuckled. No need for that. I have funds provided by the family. Allow me to book it for you, brother Wei Su, Wei Xiaoliang quickly replied. Brother Wei Su winked and smiled, saying, That little amount of money, Keep it for yourself, save it for spicy strips. Wei Xiaoliang rolled her eyes playfully, retorting, look at you. I'm not a child anymore. I don't eat spicy strips. In her youth, she had adored them, but now they held no appeal. She had matured. Brother Wei Su shook his head with a smile, just as he was about to turn and head downstairs to book the room. In the dining hall, Wei Tian and the others, having finished their meal, were rising and slowly making their way towards Brother Wei Su. Wei Tian, hands tucked in his pockets, took the lead. His mother, Hulan, followed closely behind, her expression marked by bitterness and mockery. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang shared a subtle smile, thinking that they need not intervene, for Wei Tian would surely give Brother Wei Su a taste of his own medicine. You busy man, now that you've returned, why don't you come over and greet me personally? Wei Tian said with a beaming smile. Chapter 102, Brother Wei Su's counterattack. Brother Wei Su maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, if you have something to discuss, let us do so downstairs. This is the entrance to the dining hall and may disturb others. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Wei Quan scoffed softly. It seemed Brother Wei Su was afraid of being embarrassed in front of them, opting to retreat downstairs to seek a corner for a quiet excuse. Wei Tian chuckled lightly, curious to see what would unfold. Wei Xiaoliang felt a wave of disgust wash over her, utterly appalled by these people. Why must they deliberately make things difficult? Despite being family, once downstairs, they arrived at a plaza outside the hotel. Wei Quan suddenly took the lead, producing a cigarette and offering it to Brother Wei Su with a smile. Long time no see, care for a smoke? Just as he offered it, he snapped his fingers, feigning realization. Oh, I forgot, this is a premium brand. You wouldn't be accustomed to it. The implication being that Brother Wei Su was unworthy of such fine tobacco. Swiftly, he retrieved another pack, clearly of a significantly lower quality, and chuckled as he handed one to Brother Wei Su. Brother Wei Su cast a disinterested glance, unmoved. What is the matter? Wei Quan frowned, his expression darkening as he arrogantly proclaimed, cousin offers you a cigarette, and you refuse? Do you look down upon me? Or do you believe you have risen above your station? How ungrateful. Do you truly think that by acting polite, others will reciprocate in kind? Wei Tian laughed, addressing Wei Quan. Indeed, you are correct. This little brat lacks any sense of decorum or manners. Wei Quan retracted the cigarette with a cold smirk. Unwilling to let Brother Wei Su suffer humiliation, Wei Xiaoliang inquired, isn't sister-in-law with you? She had Wei Su's WeChat and had seen him post on social media, indicating that she could indeed visit. That post featured Brother Wei Su with a poised and exceptionally beautiful woman, hand in hand, captured in a photograph. She's a bit busy, so she couldn't make it, Brother Wei Su replied. Wei Xiaoliang let out a low "oh," feeling a pang of disappointment. At first glance, she had sensed that sister-in-law was a genuinely good person. Yet, these individuals would seize any opportunity to belittle Brother Wei Su. Upon hearing Wei Xiaoliang's remark, Hulan's eyes narrowed, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she remarked, oh, who would have thought that a bankrupt, debt-ridden little brat could attract an oblivious woman? Quite curious, isn't it? Brother Wei Su, a failure in every sense, managing to find a girlfriend? Surely, you must be fabricating this. Her words caused the atmosphere to grow tense once more. Hulan reveled in the discomfort she inflicted upon others. Wei Xiaoliang frowned and countered, Auntie, Brother Wei Su indeed has a girlfriend, and she is far more beautiful than I. Hulan continued to chuckle derisively. More beautiful than you? Surely, she must have paid someone for the photo. At that moment, Yuan Xiong, who had been silently standing beside Brother Wei Su, chuckled and said, Boss, can you really tolerate this? The others looked on in surprise. Boss? What boss? Wei Tian sneered. Oh, I thought this big fellow was hired to protect you. Turns out, he's just here to help you put on a show. Boss indeed. Yuan Xiong smiled faintly, about to speak further when Brother Wei Su raised his hand, stopping him, and turned to Wei Tian, saying, I know you. Wei Tian, dislike me, likely because I once thrashed you in our childhood, am I right? Wei Tian's expression darkened at the mention of old grievances. Yet Brother Wei Su then turned to Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang, smiling, of course. You two feel the same way. You both have been on the receiving end of my fists in our youth. You. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang's faces darkened. Hulan could barely contain her anger, ready to lash out at Brother Wei Su to defend her son. But just then, Brother Wei Su added with a smile, and you gossiping harpy, weren't you envious of my mother's beauty? You spoke ill of her behind her back. Indulging in your petty jealousy, you really are quite disgusting. Brother Wei Su, how dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Hulan was genuinely enraged, never expecting Brother Wei Su would dare to bring up their past. Yet, Brother Wei Su remained indifferent, shrugging nonchalantly. Are you my elder? Apologies, but I, Wei Su, do not acknowledge you as such. Kindly take your leave as far as possible, if you please. Wei Tian, Wei Quan, Wei Jiantang, Hulan, Wei Xiaoliang. How could this man's attitude shift so dramatically in an instant? Even Wei Xiaoliang gazed at her cousin in astonishment. Initially, she had thought he would be humiliated. Instead, he had turned the tables on them. Yet, she had to admit, it felt exhilarating. Wei Xiaoliang had also been enduring silently. These individuals had always considered themselves superior, their actions and words overflowing with arrogance. Ridiculing her, Wei Xiaoliang. Now that brother Wei Su had retaliated, their expressions were truly remarkable. Wei Tian's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on brother Wei Su. Are you certain you want to retract those words? Absolutely, brother Wei Su nodded, then smiled. What is the matter? Is the esteemed young master Wei Tian planning to send someone to deal with me? You are always welcome to try. Wei Tian narrowed his eyes. Do you believe it's possible for you to exit Phoenix City unscathed? Brother Wei Su laughed, a joyful sound, as though he had heard the most amusing joke. That threat of yours is rather childish. Wei Su chuckled softly and remarked, if one were unaware, they might think that you, Wei Tian, are the sovereign of Phoenix City, able to decree who may enter or exit at will. Yuan Xiong beside him couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, finding this Wei Tian utterly hilarious, to the point where he burst into laughter. Observing that Wei Su seemed completely unfazed by his words, Wei Tian took a deep breath, nodded with a smile, and replied, very well, we shall see. I hope that when the time comes, you won't be on your knees pleading for mercy. Wei Su laughed lightly, retorting, that should be a statement I make to you, hoping that the esteemed young master Wei Tian does not kneel before me. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang could barely contain themselves and were about to step forward with fierce declarations when Wei Tian stopped them, saying, hold on. There is plenty of time to play this out. With that, he turned and strode back to the Phoenix Grand Hotel. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang exchanged a fierce glare at Wei Su before following suit. Chapter 103, Living Next Door. You are not my brother Wei Su. Tell me, who are you? Wei Xiaoliang stared at Wei Su, her small face displaying a look of disbelief. Wei Su chuckled, unable to resist pinching her cheek. Wei Xiaoliang wriggled free from his grasp and exclaimed, oh, brother Wei Su, don't treat me like a child. Just tell me, are you truly the real Wei Su? She felt compelled to question, as it was her first time encountering such a formidable version of Wei Su, leading her to doubt whether he was indeed her cousin. Wei Su laughed. It's me, how could it not be? Is there truly another Wei Su in this world who resembles me so closely? Wei Xiaoliang glanced around, and ultimately confirmed that this was indeed the Wei Su she knew. You have changed quite a bit, she remarked after taking a deep breath. Not just a bit, Wei Su replied. In the past, I was quite taciturn, never daring to be arrogant in the presence of elders. Yet just now, with Hulan present, I still dared to retort. That is a significant change. Had it been the old Wei Su, he would have merely ignored such remarks and turned away. This time, however, he boldly countered in front of Wei Tian and others, leaving Wei Xiaoliang astonished. Don't be surprised. I have severed my ties with the Wei family, so I need not concern myself any longer, understand? Wei Su said with a smile. Wei Xiaoliang's expression tightened slightly. Brother Wei Su, what do you mean by that? Can't you figure it out? Wei Su smiled slightly. I intend to take this opportunity to completely part ways with the Wei family and bid a heartfelt farewell. From now on, we shall not affect one another. Which is splendid, don't you think? Wei Xiaoliang was taken aback. Brother, you. She was astonished, wasn't she? Wei Su laughed. Wei Xiaoliang fell silent, her demeanor growing serious. It was more than astonishment. She genuinely hadn't expected Wei Su's return was not for the old man's birthday celebration, but rather to use this opportunity to say goodbye to the Wei family. Yet upon reflection, her surprise seemed entirely unwarranted, for had she been in Wei Su's position, she too would likely wish to escape this family as soon as possible. After all, this family offered her no benefits whatsoever. Moreover, there were countless individuals who looked down upon her. These people were not relatives, but a group of strangers. Thus, Wei Su's decision to sever ties with the family seemed quite reasonable. To be honest, Wei Xiaoliang secretly yearned to distance herself from this family as well. The environment was too toxic. Many believed they were superior to the collateral branches. Consequently, over the years, during the family banquets, the collateral branches had often been the subject of ridicule. In the past, with Wei Su's father present, those arrogant individuals had mocked him. Now, however, Wei Su's family had not participated in the family banquets for many years, leading these direct descendants to seek mockery among the collateral branches instead. Such a Wei family was indeed quite toxic. Rest assured, nothing will happen. By the way, is the old man's birthday banquet going to be held at this Phoenix hotel? Wei Xiaoliang nodded. Yes, it will be held here. It's more convenient. Do you have anything else to attend to? Wei Su inquired. Wei Xiaoliang nodded. I still have quite a bit to do. Then I shall not disturb you. Once you are finished, we can chat and walk together. After all, if I stay by your side, it seems every time a guest arrives, I would be subjected to ridicule, which would surely upset you, Wei Su said with a smile. Wei Xiaoliang shook her head. I don't mind. But Wei Su waved his hand. All right, I can get my own room. You go ahead and be busy. Wei Xiaoliang had no choice but to acquiesce. After she left to attend to her matters, Wei Su turned to Yuan Xiong and said, book 2 presidential suites. One for you and one for me. Sure, thank you, boss. Yuan Xiong replied with a smile, thinking to himself that this boss never shortchanged his own people. Feeling fortunate to be on the right path this time, under the bemused gaze of the staff, they secured 2 presidential suites. Upon reaching the 8th floor and entering the presidential suite, Wei Su picked up his phone and dialed Lin Xiaoxiao's number. After all, he could be considered half a resident of Phoenix City, and it was only proper to check on the Lin family's young lady who had inexplicably appeared here. When the call connected, he heard Lin Xiaoxiao's voice. Hello? Where are you? Wei Su asked. Which room are you in? Lin Xiaoxiao replied cautiously. Why do you want to know? Are you planning to come find me? Wei Su sighed. Your wariness is entirely unnecessary. Isn't Zhou Bo accompanying you? Yes. I arranged for Zhou Bo to stay in the room next door. With Zhou Bo protecting you, what do you have to fear from me? Wei Su replied. A bit speechless. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was seated in the presidential suite, clad in a bathrobe after a shower, gazing out at the world beyond the window. And she softly remarked, after all, with Zhou Bo next door and you being quite capable, if you had any ill intentions, I wouldn't even be able to call for help. Enough with the chatter, just tell me which room you are in, Wei Su urged. Did she really think everyone was interested in her? If it weren't for coming here and being a familiar acquaintance, Wei Su wouldn't even bother asking. I'm in 804. Lin Xiaoxiao stated. At the same time, she hurriedly changed out of her bathrobe and donned a white dress that looked both elegant and cool. 804? Wei Su was taken aback. Isn't that right next door to me? His room was 803, Yuan Xiong's was 801, and Lin Xiaoxiao was in 804? Wei Su immediately stepped out of his room and knocked on the door of 804. When the door opened, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared before him, now in a dress. Exuding a fragrance from her recent bath, Wei Su was momentarily stunned. You actually took a shower? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Wei Su was at a loss for words. How should I even respond to you? Move aside. He pushed past Lin Xiaoxiao and entered the room. Lin Xiaoxiao was left with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? Why are you asking me what I'm doing? Wei Su found the situation utterly astonishing, exclaiming, do you not think it prudent for a young lady to first ascertain whether there are any hidden cameras in her room? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale as she stammered. This can't be possible, can it? Wei Su rolled his eyes, replying, do you really believe you are residing in a 5-star hotel? This is merely a 3-star establishment, which does not guarantee a lack of surveillance. With that, he began to scrutinize the room. When venturing outside, one must not only be vigilant about personal safety, but also consider the potential for privacy breaches. Many individuals, while lodging in hotels or inns, tend to let their guard down. After a long day of exploration, they often return to their accommodations without conducting a thorough inspection, only to later discover that their privacy has been compromised. Such occurrences are alarmingly common. Consequently, certain videos of privacy violations circulating on specific websites originate from these very situations. Others hold the misguided belief that such events could never happen to them, adopting a nonchalant attitude, only to be struck with the harsh reality when they find themselves victimized. This represents a naive reliance on luck. Some individuals mistakenly assume that a stay in a star-rated hotel renders them immune to such incidents, a notion that can only be described as profoundly naive. In truth, such occurrences can transpire in establishments of any caliber. Have you ever wondered why prominent figures insist that their bodyguards possess knowledge of counter-surveillance? It is simply because these individuals are unwilling to allow their privacy to be compromised. Thus, they require their protectors to be well-versed in counter-surveillance techniques, enabling them to mitigate potential risks. Whenever a notable figure checks into a hotel, they invariably instruct their bodyguards to meticulously inspect every corner of the room to ensure their safety. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao, without a second thought, had already proceeded to take a shower. Though the Phoenix Hotel is a 3-star venue, does that truly equate to safety? More critically, Lin Xiaoxiao is the esteemed president of the Lin Group and its future heir. Her elevated status is self-evident. Should her bathing moments be captured and subsequently used for blackmail, the consequences would be dire. The more renowned and capable one is, the greater their fear of such predicaments. Upon hearing Wei Su's words, Lin Xiaoxiao momentarily froze, her complexion paling dramatically. Indeed, she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Her instincts had always been sharp. However, after arriving in Phoenix City, perhaps enchanted by its breathtaking scenery or distracted by the presence of the man before her, she had let her guard down. Consequently, she neglected to have Uncle Zhou conduct the customary room check. You may not comprehend this, but what about Uncle Zhou? Wei Su inquired with a frown as he entered the room. Lin Xiaoxiao, her face drained of color, finally abandoned her aloof demeanor. After all, if she were to be secretly filmed during her shower, her reputation could be irrevocably tarnished. Despite her current exalted status as a princess of the Lin family, admired and envied by countless individuals, she alone understood that among those gazing up at her were numerous eyes, ever watchful for a moment of vulnerability. Does being part of the esteemed Lin family mean there are no adversaries? The reality is indeed harsh. The other 4 prominent families among the 5 great clans could very well be rivals to the Lin family. The relationships between these noble houses are marked by both competition and cooperation, and as the saying goes, the pie in Suzhou is finite. These families divided among themselves. If any one family could be eliminated, the others would gladly seize the opportunity, as fewer families mean less competition for resources. Lin Xiaoxiao was acutely aware that despite Qin Zhang's apparent infatuation with her, he was colder than anyone else. Should he uncover her weaknesses, he would undoubtedly launch a ruthless assault against the Lin family. Lin Xiaoxiao firmly believed that such a calculating individual as young Master Ji would not hesitate to execute such a scheme. Thus, it was no wonder she felt her composure slipping, her mind becoming increasingly unstable. Uncle Zhou is not precisely my bodyguard. He is merely a martial artist and has not undergone professional bodyguard training, so he is unaware of how to conduct such checks, Lin Xiaoxiao admitted, her anxiety palpable. Hearing this, Wei Su covered his forehead in exasperation, retorting, regardless of his status as an elder, Uncle Zhou should still possess basic knowledge in these matters. Typically, I travel with professional bodyguards who conduct thorough checks before my arrival at any hotel. However, I allowed myself to relax this time. At this moment, she finally relinquished her haughty and aloof demeanor, resembling a small girl caught in a mistake, her expression fraught with uncertainty. The gravity of her error, should it be confirmed, could lead to severe repercussions. What does Uncle Zhou usually do? Wei Su asked while inspecting the television wall. Lin Xiaoxiao obediently replied, he generally accompanies me on business trips, focusing solely on my personal safety. He protects me in the event of an assassination attempt. Wei Su nodded, understanding her implication. Uncle Zhou was merely a warrior, woefully uninformed about modern counter-surveillance techniques. Nevertheless, Uncle Zhou possessed formidable strength, giving Wei Su the impression that he could rival the likes of Wu Mei. Presently, only those 2 individuals instilled in him a sense of invulnerability. Enough of this. I shall conduct a thorough examination and hope this room is truly devoid of any hidden cameras. Wei Su sighed as he began a meticulous inspection of the space. He had indeed studied methods for identifying hotel room surveillance equipment, allowing him to perform the check effectively. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao flitted about helplessly, akin to a headless fly. She even forgot to summon Uncle Zhou, trailing closely behind Wei Su, hoping fervently that the room was entirely safe. After examining the living room, Wei Su stood up, shaking his head as he announced, no cameras were found in the living room. Lin Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief. However, Wei Su cast her a sidelong glance, cautioning, do not relax just yet. Do you truly believe the living room is the only area worth inspecting? The bathroom where you shower must also be scrutinized. Without further ado, Wei Su strode toward the bathroom, with Lin Xiaoxiao anxiously following in his wake. However, at that moment, Wei Su abruptly halted in the bathroom and turned back toward the living room. What is it? What's wrong? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, her face etched with concern. With a sigh, Wei Su pointed toward the bathroom and lamented, could you not have taken better care of your personal belongings? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao glanced into the bathroom and was mortified to discover her lingerie and bra carelessly discarded atop the laundry basket. It was unmistakably evident. Ah, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Her beautiful face instantly flushed, resembling a ripe red apple. She hurriedly entered the bathroom, retrieving her intimate garments before dashing into the bedroom. She had forgotten. After arriving by plane, she had not found the time to tidy up, and she had only just arrived that morning, slightly ahead of Wei Su. After her shower, she intended to place her lingerie aside for hand washing, as she would never subject her personal items to the washing machine, opting instead for a more delicate treatment. However, when Wei Su called, she was compelled to leave her discarded garments in the basket for the moment. Yet, upon being reminded by Wei Su, she nervously overlooked the intimate items left in the bathroom, leading to this embarrassing situation. After properly arranging her belongings in the bedroom, a blushing Lin Xiaoxiao finally emerged, unable to meet Wei Su's gaze. Throughout her life, aside from her parents and her personal maid, no unfamiliar male had ever seen her intimate apparel. And today, Wei Su had seen them. To make matters worse, it seemed she had chosen the more provocative pieces to wear. This truly made Lin Xiaoxiao wish to find a crevice to hide within. Wei Su, though somewhat embarrassed, was a man and could not remain shy for long. Pointing towards the bathroom, he asked if she had tidied everything up. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Her previously aloof demeanor dissipated, resembling a bashful girl on her first trip with a boyfriend. Upon seeing her nod, Wei Su proceeded into the bathroom. A delightful fragrance lingered in the air, likely from the shower gel. Wei Su began to inspect the area thoroughly, searching for any hidden cameras. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao stood at the bathroom door, her eyes fixed on Wei Su's inspecting form, silently hoping that no cameras were present. Yet, as the saying goes, what you fear often comes to pass. When Wei Su reached the large shower head above, he disassembled it, discovering a mini camera concealed within. Wei Su's heart sank as he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, stating that luck was not on her side. The camera existed, installed in the shower head. Boom. Lin Xiaoxiao's previously rosy complexion turned pale at his words, and she crumpled to the ground. It was over. Everything was over. The camera in the shower head meant that her entire body had likely been recorded, her face captured clearly as well. The implications of a video of the esteemed CEO of the Lin Corporation bathing being leaked were catastrophic. Just the thought of it sent this formidable woman into a spiral of despair. Not only was her reputation at stake, but the entire Lin family could be ruined. However, Wei Su remained composed, as it was not he who had been recorded. He continued to focus on disassembling the shower head. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of emotional collapse, Wei Su casually remarked, "Don't be too quick to despair. The situation isn't as dire as it seems." Chapter 105, Incomprehensible. Upon hearing Wei Su's words, Lin Xiaoxiao, whose emotions were teetering on the brink, clung to him as if he were her last lifeline. Rising from the floor, she threw herself into his arms, pleading through tears, "Please, don't let the video be released. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoxiao and the Lin family will truly be finished. I'll give you anything you want. Money, women, or perhaps, me." In her panic, Lin Xiaoxiao's words tumbled out in a disarrayed rush. With a sigh, Wei Su set the shower head down, understanding the gravity of the situation for both Lin Xiaoxiao and the Lin family, especially if the video were to fall into the hands of the other four prominent families. It would spell disaster. A favorable outcome might allow the Lin family to buy back the video at a high price. A less favorable one could see Lin Xiaoxiao's reputation shattered, with all the elite families wielding the video as leverage against the Lin family. And if it were to be released online, her body would be exposed to countless onlookers. For someone as proud and self-respecting as Lin Xiaoxiao, such a fate was utterly unacceptable. With Lin Xiaoxiao clinging tightly to him, Wei Su sighed and gently said, "Things have not yet reached their worst. Please, let me finish speaking." Perhaps the comfort of holding onto Wei Su provided Lin Xiaoxiao with a sense of security and calm as she stifled her tears and released him, gazing at the man in bewilderment, asking, "Do you have a plan?" In truth, no elaborate plan was necessary. The situation had not yet reached its worst. Wei Su approached her with the shower head containing the camera, showing it to Lin Xiaoxiao. Through her tear-filled eyes, she looked at the shower head, confusion written across her face. What does this mean? I don't understand." Realizing that she likely lacked knowledge about such electronic devices, Wei Su smiled and explained, "This type of camera is rather outdated. It seems the shadowy figures behind this sordid affair could not afford the latest real-time transmission technology and resorted to using this antiquated device. While it is operational and has recorded footage, it cannot directly transmit to the perpetrator's computer. The footage is stored on a memory card." As he spoke, Wei Su dismantled the last section of the shower pipe, revealing the memory card within, which he then extracted with a smile. "See, all the footage is stored on this memory card. It hasn't been leaked yet." "Is it truly so?" Lin Xiaoxiao stared in astonishment at the memory card. Wei Su nodded, affirming its validity. "Should be." Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened with fear. "It must be," Wei Su assured her. He could hardly fathom that the usually strong-willed CEO would become so fragile over this incident, filled with doubt and apprehension. "Then, can you check if there are any recordings on this memory card?" Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, steadying her emotions before speaking. Wei Su handed her the memory card, stating, "You can look for yourself." He knew that if all went as expected, the card would contain footage of Lin Xiaoxiao bathing. Thus, he could not accompany her in viewing it. After all, he was not her boyfriend and did not wish to overstep. However, Lin Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Wei Su's shirt, pleading, "I can't do it. Please help me." Wei Su sighed, recognizing that Lin Xiaoxiao was on the brink of emotional collapse. Otherwise, she would not have transformed into this vulnerable, helpless woman. Yet, it was understandable. If he were in her position, knowing that footage of him bathing could be released online, he would feel deeply unsettled. After all, he was not particularly famous. He lived modestly, and few knew he was the owner of the Kempinski Hotel. But Lin Xiaoxiao was different. She had achieved great success, representing an entire commercial empire as the queen of the Lin Corporation. If her video were to leak online, it would undoubtedly lead to the collapse of that empire. Hence, Her emotional turmoil was entirely justified. Ultimately, no matter how talented, capable, or exceptional this woman may be, she is merely in her early 20s. For an ordinary individual, that would equate to having just graduated from university and embarked on their professional journey for a mere year. Wei Su could only inquire, "Do you have a laptop with you?" Lin Xiaoxiao quickly nodded her head. Yes, just a moment, I will fetch it for you." She hurried off to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Wei Su continued to inspect the bathroom. Perhaps due to the other party's caution and fear of being discovered with too many hidden cameras, apart from the camera concealed within the showerhead, no other devices were installed. After thoroughly examining every nook and cranny, Wei Su took a photograph of the showerhead equipped with the camera, using his phone before exiting with the memory card. Lin Xiaoxiao awaited his emergence at the bathroom door, promptly handing him the laptop. Upon seeing it, Wei Su exclaimed, "Ah, this laptop is undoubtedly custom-made." Upon opening it, he was met with an array of stringent password protections. Not only did he need to input a series of passwords, but he also had to verify Lin Xiaoxiao's fingerprint and iris before finally entering an extensive numerical password, causing Wei Su to be momentarily taken aback. Is this the computer of the affluent? Surely it must contain numerous confidential business secrets of the Lin Corporation. Jokingly, Wei Su remarked, "Is this laptop not the very core of the Lin Corporation?" To his surprise, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in affirmation. "One could say that it is my work laptop. But fret not, I have backups. Even if this computer were to malfunction, it would not be an issue. Now, let's hasten to examine the contents of that memory card." Wei Su pondered, does this laptop before him hold essential data pertaining to the Lin business empire? However, he had no ulterior motives and simply inserted the memory card into the laptop. As he began to browse through the files, he discovered an astounding 20-plus videos. The mastermind behind this was undoubtedly a seasoned offender, and a significant one at that. Why, you may ask? Because the presence of over 20 videos indicated that the perpetrator had not yet removed the footage from the past 3 weeks. This could only suggest that the culprits either had too many venues to manage or had simply forgotten. However, Wei Su believed the latter to be the case, as the mastermind was likely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of operations. Lin Xiaoxiao fixated intently on the footage, her tear-filled, crimson eyes reflecting her focus. Some of the videos even featured 2 individuals together in the bathroom. She exhibited no sense of modesty whatsoever. Finally, when Wei Su scrolled to the last video, dated today, the cover image featured Lin Xiaoxiao herself, and she was devoid of clothing. Wei Su blinked in surprise. He turned to glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, who suddenly reacted by swiftly slamming the laptop's screen shut. Her previously pale complexion flushed a vibrant red. Wei Su innocently met her gaze. "See? I told you to look for yourself, yet you were reluctant. Now you have seen it, haven't you?" Lin Xiaoxiao glared at Wei Su, her cheeks ablaze. Wei Su sighed. "If I were to say I didn't see anything, would you believe me?" She shot him a look of disbelief, inhaled deeply, and finally regained her composure. The emotional turmoil, she had been on the brink of succumbing to, found stability in that moment. The aura of a strong woman returned to her as she pivoted the laptop towards herself and calmly began to operate it, swiftly deleting the video of her showering while preserving the other footage as evidence. After efficiently completing her task, she removed the memory card. Wei Su, feeling as though the matter was resolved, prepared to leave. However, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly grasped his sleeve. Confused, he turned back, wondering if there was something else. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression had returned to normal, yet the flush in her ears betrayed her inner turmoil, suggesting that she was far from composed. How could she be calm? Not only had she been filmed by hidden cameras, but in the span of mere minutes, her intimate garments had been exposed, and her bathing video had been seen by Wei Su, leaving her with no semblance of privacy. With narrowed eyes, she declared, "I wish to change rooms." Wei Su nodded. "Then feel free to do so. Why involve me? I want to move into the same room as you," Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly stated. "What?" Wei Su felt he had misheard. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao remained composed, stating firmly, "I said I want to move into the same room as you." Her delicate earlobes were now even more flushed. However, with her long hair cascading down, the color was not visible. She added, "The presidential suite has 2 bedrooms. I will occupy the other one." Wei Su shook his head. No. While there are 2 bedrooms, the bathroom is shared, and I am not accustomed to sharing a bathroom." How ridiculous this sounded. If a large man expressed a desire to share a room, it might be understandable if one declined. Yet here was the renowned beauty of Gusu City, Lin Xiaoxiao, wishing to share a room with him, and he dared to refuse. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, seizing Wei Su's collar, leaning in menacingly as she threatened. "Not only have you seen my intimate garments, but you've also seen my body. At this point, do you intend to take advantage of me and leave me without responsibility?" Wei Su was taken aback. What kind of absurdity was this? It sounded as though he had wished to see her. Wasn't it she who had implored him to look? Truly nonsensical. Chapter 106. Causing Trouble? Of course, one could dismiss the absurdity, but one undeniable truth remained. Lin Xiaoxiao was genuinely stunning. Gripping Wei Su's collar, threatening him up close, allowed him to behold her breathtakingly beautiful face. Fresh from a shower and devoid of makeup, she still exuded an ethereal beauty. Her delicate, fair skin, long lashes like fans, a dainty nose, and luscious, rosy lips combined with her deep, expressive eyes created a visage of unparalleled allure. Even a man like Wei Su, accustomed to beauty, found himself momentarily mesmerized by her breathtaking features. This woman needed no adornment. She effortlessly eclipsed all others in Gusu City. Even Wei Su, who harbored deep feelings for Mu Wanqing, had to concede that Lin Xiaoxiao, the Ice Queen, truly deserved the title of the most beautiful woman in Gusu City. What are you dazed about? Answer me. Seeing Wei Su lost in thought, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned, realizing she could not remain in this room any longer. The psychological shadow cast by the incident was too profound. Even after ensuring safety by inspecting every corner, she could not bring herself to stay. However, she also could not share a room with Zhou Bo. She found herself compelled to coexist with the man who had laid bare her vulnerabilities. After all, since he had already seen her in such a state, sharing a living space was of little consequence, especially considering they would occupy separate bedrooms. Unbeknownst to her, she harbored no animosity toward Wei Su. Rather, she felt a clandestine relief that it was he who had glimpsed her form, rather than any other man. The mere thought of another man's gaze upon her body filled her with profound revulsion and disgust. Yet, in this instance, being seen by Wei Su evoked no such feelings. In fact, she felt a flicker of gratitude that it was he who had witnessed her. It is often said that women and petty men are difficult to nurture. And indeed, the ancients do not deceive us. Wei Su, roused from his reverie, could not help but sigh. She was indeed a striking beauty. However, he was reluctant to entangle himself too deeply with this young woman. The troubles that would ensue were simply too great, and truth be told, he felt no particular affection for her. Of course, as a man, he appreciated beauty, but he was not inclined towards those who came with inherent complications. The adage was not intended as a slight against women. In classical texts, the term for woman serves as a homophone for thou. Lin Xiaoxiao spoke with an air of indifference. What a jest! Am I to demonstrate my inadequacies in front of a scholar such as yourself? Wei Su was rendered speechless. She indeed was a vexing woman, one who could best him even in dialogue. Very well, assist me in transferring my belongings to your room, she declared, releasing her proximity to him as she recognized their closeness. With a sigh, Wei Su replied, I have yet to consent. Your consent is unnecessary. Lin Xiaoxiao squinted at him, suddenly inquiring, by the way, do you have a girlfriend? Wei Su hesitated. Why do you ask? Lin Xiaoxiao, with a nonchalant demeanor, responded, just curious. Indeed, I do. Wei Su confessed candidly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao felt an unbidden flicker of melancholy pass through her gaze. Yet, in the next breath, Wei Su added, of course. It is someone I admire. Given my charm, I suspect she harbors feelings for me as well, and it is only a matter of time before we become an item. He was enamored with Mu Wanqing. In this lifetime, he would marry her. This woman was not to be given to anyone else, for she was his perfect match. Lin Xiaoxiao, discerning an underlying implication in Wei Su's words, remarked, oh, so you are merely pining after her then? Wei Su shot her an incredulous look. This was mutual affection, not unrequited love. But has she not yet agreed to date you? How can you be so certain she reciprocates your feelings? A slight smile graced Lin Xiaoxiao's lips. Whether in mockery of his unrequited affection or in relief at his continued single status, it was unclear. Do you not know how to engage in conversation? Wei Su retorted, displeased. He was certain Mu Wanqing held feelings for him. Although he was confident, they had not yet truly embarked on a relationship. Their last meeting with her parents had been a pretense of being in a relationship. No, he resolved internally. He must transform this charade into reality. As for Lin Xiaoxiao's pretense of a boyfriend, he dared not entertain such a notion. Having resolved the issue of being photographed, Lin Xiaoxiao regained her usual composure and pride. As she closed her laptop, she casually inquired, by the way, who is the woman you like? Wei Su saw no reason to conceal the truth. The legitimate daughter of the Mu family, Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing. Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Wei Su frowned, questioning. What do you ask this for? Lin Xiaoxiao's demeanor returned to normal. Oh, it's nothing. I have a bit of an acquaintance with her. We are friends. Wei Su was taken aback. Oh, so you are friends with my future wife? Upon saying this, he let out a dramatic sigh, lamenting his misfortune. Lin Xiaoxiao shot a glance at the man who seemed utterly unconcerned about maintaining decorum even in her presence, and suddenly had an idea. She took out her phone and commanded, come sit over here. Wei Su sat on the sofa, puzzled why. She leaned in closer to him, prompting him to shift away. Do you have an aversion to me? Are you afraid I might bite? Lin Xiaoxiao jested. Wei Su raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. This is merely a matter of propriety. I, Wei Su, am a gentleman. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoxiao playfully tugged at his ear, pulling him towards her. Given his current abilities, he could have resisted, but instead, he grasped her hand and warned, "Stop tugging at my ear. I warn you. If you persist, I shall retaliate. You won't be able to withstand my strength." Lin Xiaoxiao disregarded his playful threat, leaning in closer and taking a selfie with him, capturing both their faces in the frame. "What on earth are you photographing?" Wei Su frowned, suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. Lin Xiaoxiao released her grip on his ear, manipulating her phone with a nonchalant air, "Just taking a picture. You do like Mu Wanqing, do you not? I shall send this to her to show how close we are." "What? You wicked woman." Wei Su was momentarily taken aback, snatching the phone from her hands only to discover she hadn't opened her email, which brought him a sigh of relief. He quickly deleted the photo, then turned to her with a sardonic smile. "Such a venomous heart you possess. The ancients were not mistaken in their warnings. Are you attempting to sabotage my chances?" "Yet." Lin Xiaoxiao merely responded with a captivating smile. "Are you pleased with yourself?" Wei Su, on guard, replied, "The photo has been deleted. Do you still wish to play tricks?" Lin Xiaoxiao, think for a moment. I have done you a great favor this time. It would suffice if you merely offered me a share of the Lin Group as gratitude. Yet here you are, ungratefully attempting to ruin my relationship with my beloved. What are your intentions?" Wei Su realized that Lin Xiaoxiao's mischievous smile sent a shiver down his spine. While a beautiful smile may be enchanting, it also instilled a sense of trepidation. Even having deleted the photo, he felt uneasy. Lin Xiaoxiao's enchanting eyes narrowed, and her demeanor shifted from that of a regal CEO to that of a cunning vixen reveling in her mischief. "You truly believe the photo is gone? I have already uploaded our picture to my cloud storage. Unless you delete it from there, I will always have it in my possession." Wei Su was taken aback. "What? This woman?" He sighed, feeling exasperated by Lin Xiaoxiao's cunning nature. "So, will you agree to let me share a room with you?" Lin Xiaoxiao crossed her long legs, exuding confidence. Reluctantly, Wei Su conceded, "All right, you may stay. Just help me move my belongings." Lin Xiaoxiao commanded, her demeanor radiating a victorious glee, reminiscent of a triumphant general after a hard-fought battle. Unbeknownst to her, a long-standing chord within her heart had begun to resonate, stirred by the presence of this man. After moving her luggage, Lin Xiaoxiao coolly approached the front desk to check out. Zhou Bo naturally noticed that his young lady had unexpectedly changed rooms, and moreover, moved into the same room as Wei Su. This left Zhou Bo momentarily stunned, although he had long perceived that his young lady harbored a certain fondness for this Mr. Wei. Such rapid progress was quite astonishing, was it not? Sharing a room already? Upon seeing Zhou Bo's perplexed expression, Lin Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed, recounted the events that had transpired. Naturally, she omitted the details concerning her undergarments and body being seen by Wei Su. After hearing her explanation, Zhou Bo immediately stood up, his countenance darkening to an extreme. He had not anticipated that his young lady would encounter such an incident of being secretly filmed. How could this be tolerated? The old servant immediately demanded that the owner of the Phoenix Hotel come forth to explain the matter. The usually affable Zhou Bo had finally been incensed by such an occurrence. Wei Su, standing nearby, couldn't help but reflect on the situation. It was no surprise that individuals from prominent families wielded such authority. The owner of a three-star hotel would comply when instructed to do so. After uttering this command, Zhou Bo promptly bowed deeply to Wei Su, genuinely expressing his gratitude. Without Mr. Wei's assistance, the consequences of this incident would have been dire indeed. Wei Su quickly rose to assist Zhou Bo, indicating it was merely a trifling gesture. Zhou Bo then turned his attention back to Lin Xiaoxiao, smiling as he remarked, "Your judgment of character is truly commendable." His words carried an underlying meaning. However, Wei Su chuckled lightly, affirming, "Indeed, I, Wei Su, am a man of integrity." Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her composure, feigning ignorance of Zhou Bo's insinuation, and calmly replied, "Are you certain you are a man of integrity?" Wei Su, with confidence, responded, "Of course." Then, as a man of integrity, you must understand that in ancient times, if one gazed upon a woman's body, one would be obliged to take responsibility for her, correct? Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, a playful smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Wei Su's expression faltered momentarily, but Zhou Bo, bewildered, inquired, "Mr. Wei, whose body did you see?" He certainly did not connect it to his young lady, for she was such a modest girl. Despite her feelings for Mr. Wei, it was unimaginable that she would reveal herself to him. Unbeknownst to Zhou Bo, he was mistaken. Wei Su indeed had seen her, albeit accidentally, not by intent. Nevertheless, this was enough to instill a sense of guilt in Wei Su, prompting him to sit down and seriously propose. "Let us focus on how to resolve this incident of being secretly filmed. It would be a farce if Zhou Bo were to discover that Wei Su had completely seen through his young lady's facade. Wouldn't he raise his fists and deliver a few blows? Oh, 2 punches might even be considered lenient. Given Zhou Bo's prowess, it was likely that he could send Wei Su to the hospital. Lin Xiaoxiao chose not to press the matter further, feeling a tinge of embarrassment herself at the mere thought. Just thinking about it made her flush. Fortunately, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, concealing her reddened earlobes from the shyness that had overtaken her. She turned to Zhou Bo and asked, "Who is the owner of the Phoenix Hotel?" Zhou Bo made a phone call to inquire, and after receiving the information, he hung up and stated solemnly, "His name is Hu Tianyu, the chairman of the Phoenix Group." The Phoenix Group is merely a small enterprise, headquartered here in Phoenix City, and its shareholders have business dealings with our Lin Group. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, and then commanded, "Have him come over to see me immediately." Zhou Bo agreed and exited the room. At this moment, Wei Su put aside his carefree demeanor and calmly asked, "What do you plan to do?" Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Wei Su, who at that moment resembled the man who had previously provided her with immense reassurance. Composed and filled with wisdom, he was far from the carefree persona he usually displayed. Had he maintained his usual nonchalance, she would not have chosen to rely on him. It was precisely because of his calm and reassuring aura during her moment of emotional turmoil that she had turned to him for support. Through this incident, she had gained a preliminary understanding of this man. His carefree demeanor was simply a facade. Perhaps he found comfort in that state, yet when it came to significant matters, he exhibited poise, wisdom, and an undeniable reliability. This was his true self. No wonder he could reside next door to her. She had previously wondered how such a laid-back man could afford a villa worth billions. It turned out he was indeed a successful individual, and she, Lin Xiaoxiao, had been misled by his nonchalant appearance. This man surpassed Qin Jiang by an immeasurable margin. At least in her heart, she believed so at this moment. Wei Su noticed the woman lost in thought and couldn't help but touch his face, asking, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Why are you staring at me?" Lin Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze, her heart racing unexpectedly. What was happening to her? Taking a deep breath, she attempted to suppress the stirring emotions within. However, when she turned to look at Wei Su again, her heart began to race anew. What was this sensation? She gently covered her heart, unable to suppress the question within herself. Could this be the feeling of infatuation? Chapter 108. What can you use to compete with me? While Wei Su and Lin Xiaoxiao awaited Zhou Bo to bring the owner of the Phoenix Hotel, Wei Tian had already boarded a business vehicle with his mother, preparing to return to the ancestral residence of the Wei family. In the vehicle, Wei Tian and his mother sat together, while Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang occupied another car, with other family members in yet another. Inside the smaller vehicle where Wei Tian was seated, the driver was driving steadily. However, Wei Tian's expression was anything but pleasant. The audacity of that scoundrel, Wei Su, to retaliate against him infuriated him. Wei Tian's face flushed with anger as he gradually attempted to calm his emotions, that simmering rage, jealousy, and an inherent pride rooted in his belief of superiority surged anew. He felt deeply resentful. "Tianer, what's wrong? Are you upset because of that little scoundrel?" Hulan, observing her beloved son's pale visage, felt a pang of concern. After assessing him and confirming he was unharmed, she finally relaxed. Wei Tian, with a darkened expression, inhaled deeply, exhaling as he adjusted his mindset. He was, after all, the most outstanding and exceptional direct descendant of the Wei lineage. He held the position of executive chairman in several large corporations, with a fortune beyond measure and a status that was unassailable. Moreover, everyone in the Wei family believed that Wei Tian was likely to lead all family members to prosperity, although he had transitioned from a collateral branch to a direct descendant. Even now, Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang could not compare to him within the family. Thus, Wei Tian returned to Phoenix City with a sense of pride. He looked down upon the inept members of the Wei family, but even more so, he scorned that little scoundrel Wei Su, who had crossed him since childhood. Today, being thoroughly humiliated by Wei Su was unbearable for him. To Wei Tian, that wretched spawn of Wei Su was destined to crawl at his feet in this life and the next, forever unable to rise again. After all, his father was merely an adopted son of the Wei family, and Wei Su himself bore no blood relation to them. Thus, in the eyes of Wei Tian and 99.9% of the Wei family's members, Wei Su was nothing more than a detestable outcast. The reason it was stated as 99.9% was that there were still a few who held no disdain for Wei Su, namely Wei Xiaoyang and her father, Wei Xianming. Today, this ungrateful wretch, Wei Su, dared to leap onto his head and audaciously retort against him. Such insolence was utterly outrageous. "Don't get angry. It's not worth your temper to argue with such filth," Hulan gently soothed, patting Wei Tian on the shoulder. "Son, don't let that scum occupy your thoughts. He lacks the merit." Wei Tian nodded, falling into silence. Yet his mood remained bleak as he plotted how to deal with Wei Su. The convoy soon arrived at the ancestral home of the Wei family. The ancestral residence was far from impressive. In fact, it could be described as antiquated. Merely a vast courtyard. It was said that several generations of the Wei family had resided here, and thus the elderly patriarch clung to nostalgia, preferring to dwell in this old abode rather than the newly built villa across the way. Upon reaching the exterior of the ancestral home, Wei Tian and Hulan alighted from the vehicle, casting disdainful glances at the dwelling. They had no desire to enter a place exuding the scent of aged wood. Had it not been for their visit to the old man, they would have never set foot in such a location. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang also disembarked. Wei Quan stepped forward, approaching Wei Tian with a smile, saying, "Brother Tian, it's no trouble. Let that little scamp babble for a while. Once the birthday banquet commences, we shall have ample opportunities to make things difficult for him." Wei Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. There were indeed many ways to handle the situation. Word has it that Wei Su has been mingling in Suzhou for these past few years, and his newfound arrogance likely stems from having ingratiated himself with some powerful figures. That explains his audacity to challenge you, Wei Jiantang interjected, who had remained largely silent until now. Oh, Wei Tian's eyes sparkled as he stroked his chin, realizing the implications. So, he believed that merely because he had made connections with some influential individuals, he could wield power in my presence? As he spoke, Wei Tian casually lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke while rifling through his contacts on his phone. Suzhou was indeed a grand city, brimming with capable individuals. However, while he had befriended notable figures, the ones he associated with were friends, and their influence far surpassed that of Wei Su's acquaintances. With that thought, he raised his phone to his ear, declaring, "I'll summon a few good friends over, each worth billions. They can arrive here within a day." Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Excellent. This aligns perfectly with our intentions. They saw the opportunity to curry favor with Wei Tian's affluent friends, each a titan of wealth. Wei Tian paid no heed to their expressions or thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would find them beneath his consideration. His gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the ancestral home, his heart icy with resolve. If Wei Su dared to be so arrogant, then it was time for Wei Tian to demonstrate his formidable strength. When the moment came, he would ensure that Wei Su would kneel and apologize. Reflecting on his childhood, he recalled how, over trivial matters involving Wei Xiaoliang, this little wretch had the audacity to confront him fiercely. Back then, Wei Tian had been no match for Wei Su, suffering a humiliating defeat that lingered in his memory to this day. Having been raised in privilege, sheltered from hardship, he had never endured such maltreatment or humiliation. The years had passed, yet those childhood memories remained etched in his mind, haunting him during idle moments at work, reminding him of that deeply embarrassing episode. Wei Su had become a perpetual thorn in his side, an inescapable bane. The commencement of the birthday banquet would mark the beginning of Wei Tian's vengeance. Wei Su had returned to attend the feast, likely with the singular motive of securing a place for his deceased parents in the Wei family's lineage. Wei Jiantang, ever the provocateur, boldly speculated, the Wei family once basked in glory, and though it has fallen, it still retains its luster. Especially now, with an outstanding figure like Wei Tian in our midst, the Wei family is destined to shine once more. We may not grow stronger or larger, but we can at least reclaim our former status as the foremost family in Phoenix City. In such circumstances, the identity of a Wei family scion becomes a badge of honor. And you, Wei Su, what right do you have to enter the family tree? Your deceased parents have even less claim. You are all mere bastards. In Wei Jiantang's eyes, Wei Su was fit only to be a lowly underling. Harboring delusions of associating with a prestigious family like the Weiss was utterly impossible. Coupled with the earlier brief conflict, Wei Jiantang's resentment simmered. Though he seldom spoke, his words were always incisive, causing Wei Tian to narrow his eyes. Earlier, at the hotel, his mother had speculated about this very issue. Now that Wei Jiantang had voiced it, the probability seemed quite high. Join the family tree? Huh. With me, Wei Tian, around, he can dream on. Bastards are unworthy of being inscribed in the Wei family lineage. Wei Tian decisively waved his hand, sealing Wei Su's fate. This little bastard would never gain entry into the family tree, nor would his parents. As long as he, Wei Tian, was present, such an occurrence would be impossible. Enough. Let us go inside and see the old man. Wei Tian lightly brushed off his tailored suit and strode confidently into the ancestral home. Wei Quan, Wei Jiantang, and Hulan followed closely behind, as did the rest of the family. Wei Tian had already begun to exude the aura of the Wei family patriarch. Upon entering the ancestral home, an elderly man seated in the main hall noticed the imposing figure of Wei Tian and nodded in approval. Among the current generation of the Wei family, few could stand out, and indeed, It could be said that only Wei Tian was truly remarkable. Thus, the old patriarch held him in high regard, even rising to greet him with delight. "Ah, you've come, my boy." Wei Tian smiled and replied, "I have." The elder nodded and took his seat. In the eyes of Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang, there was a flicker of concealed jealousy, for had they been in his position, they would never have received such a warm welcome. Only Wei Tian could elicit such treatment from the old man. Yet, they could not deny the reality. Wei Tian was indeed the most successful among them, boasting a fortune of billions and managing several companies, including one or two in the entertainment industry. This incited envy in both Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang, for the entertainment world was rife with beautiful women. As the owner of an entertainment company, it was evident that Wei Tian had his pick of stunning women. This was a point of envy for them. After exchanging pleasantries with the old man, Wei Tian feigned casualness, as if it were a mere offhand remark. "Grandfather, I've heard that Wei Su wishes to join the direct family tree. What are your thoughts on that?" Wei Su. The elder paused momentarily, then recalled the name, asking, "Does he have any accomplishments?" Wei Tian shook his head, dismissing any notion of accomplishment. It was rumored that he had ventured into entrepreneurship in Suzhou, but it ended in failure. Once a man of considerable means, boasting millions, he found himself suddenly alone, stripped of his wealth overnight. However, it seemed that he had recently managed to ingratiate himself with a few affluent acquaintances, prompting him to seize this occasion of the birthday banquet to request that his family be included in the family tree. "Impossible." The old man did not hesitate, shaking his head decisively as he said in a deep voice, "With no blood ties to the Wei family and no achievements to speak of, merely a sycophant, such a person is unworthy of inclusion." Wei Tian felt a surge of joy within. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang shared his sentiment, pleased that the elder would not entertain the idea of allowing that individual to join. With the old man's stance clarified, Wei Tian deftly shifted the conversation, claiming that his girlfriend had accompanied him but was feeling unwell due to the unfamiliar environment and would make her appearance at the birthday banquet the following day. He also mentioned that several wealthy friends would grace the occasion with their presence. Naturally, the old man was delighted at this news. Seated in the front hall, Wei Tian surveyed his surroundings with a cold smile. "Wei Su, what will you use to contend with me now?" Chapter 109, Sister-in-Law. Phoenix Hotel. Wei Su sat in the hotel room's living area, watching a program on television, his expression one of mild exasperation. Beside him sat Lin Xiaoxiao, meticulously applying her makeup. This once frosty female had seemingly shed her cold demeanor in his presence, curling her long, beautiful legs beneath her as she lounged on the sofa in an exceedingly relaxed manner. To an unknowing observer, it might appear as though the two were in a romantic relationship. However, Wei Su was not deceived by her demeanor. Something felt amiss. Fortunately, Zhou Bo returned shortly. He had previously taken the camera-equipped showerhead to confront the hotel manager. Upon his return, Zhou Bo addressed Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, "Miss, I have spoken with the manager of Phoenix Hotel regarding this matter. He appears unaware of the situation, but it has been reported to the Justice Association for resolution. They will inform you of any developments." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded calmly, expressing her gratitude. Zhou Bo shook his head, downplaying his efforts. Seeing the two seemingly well-matched young people together, he smiled slightly and took his leave. As the door closed behind him, Wei Su sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. He rose to leave, but Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Wei Su shot her a glance, replying, "What I do is none of your concern." Lin Xiaoxiao picked up her phone and opened it, revealing a photo of them together as her screensaver. "Clever," Wei Su conceded, raising his thumb. "I intend to take a stroll since the banquet doesn't start until tomorrow." Lin Xiaoxiao stood as well. "Then I'll accompany you. I feel uneasy staying alone in this room." Wei Su sighed. "Well, it seems I have no choice then." However, he quickly assessed her attire and added, "You should change your clothes. We might need to traverse some rugged terrain." Lin Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. "Are you planning to hike?" Wei Su shook his head. "I merely wish to revisit the place where I used to live." "Oh," she responded, obediently retreating to her room to change, surprising Wei Su with her compliance. The transformation in her demeanor was remarkable, from previously indifferent to now inexplicably clingy. He surmised that her past experiences had left her rather rattled. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Wei Su opened the door to find Wei Xiaolian standing there. Wei Xiaolian was indeed quite busy, as the direct descendants had assigned their tasks to the collateral relatives, leaving them to indulge in leisure. Now, Wei Xiaolian had changed into a new outfit, having evidently bathed and radiating the scent of shower gel. "Finished with your tasks?" Wei Su asked with a smile. Wei Xiaolian nodded cheerfully. "Yes, I came to see you." "Cousin." As she entered the room, Wei Xiaolian quickly noticed the lingering scent of a woman in the air. "Ah, cousin, you've been keeping secrets. You brought a girlfriend?" She teased with a playful grin. Wei Su rolled his eyes. "She's not my girlfriend. Merely a friend with whom I don't share a deep connection. Wei Xiaolian regarded him with skepticism. Do you think I'm a fool? Have you ever seen a woman share a room with just a male friend? It dawned on Wei Su that she had a point. Although the presidential suite boasted 2 large bedrooms, it still amounted to a man and woman cohabitating a single space. Before he could respond further, Lin Xiaoxiao emerged from the room, clad in form-fitting, light-wash jeans and a long-sleeved plaid shirt that accentuated her youthful vibrancy. Even Wei Xiaolian, who was quite attractive herself, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao. The latter's slender, curvaceous figure was the epitome of the ideal physique that many women dreamt of possessing. Upon noticing Wei Xiaolian, Lin Xiaoxiao's demeanor shifted to one of wariness, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Who was this woman? What connection did she have to Wei Su? In an instant, a flurry of questions erupted in her mind. You must be the sister-in-law. You're stunning, Wei Xiaolian exclaimed, stepping forward with admiration and curiosity. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Sister-in-law? When did I become this stranger's sister-in-law? Wei Su quickly intervened, pulling Wei Xiaolian back and awkwardly introducing. This is my cousin, Wei Xiaolian. She's just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Oh, just a cousin. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared that this woman held a special relationship with Wei Su, but it turned out they were merely cousins. Yet, the memory of Wei Xiaolian calling her sister-in-law lingered. Did that imply that she was regarded as Wei Su's girlfriend? Surprisingly, this thought did not evoke any irritation within Lin Xiaoxiao. Instead, she found herself feeling quite fond of Wei Xiaolian. The chill in Lin Xiaoxiao's expression melted away as she smiled at Wei Xiaolian, extending her hand in introduction. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaoxiao. Ah, nice to meet you. Sister-in-law, I'm Wei Xiaolian. Just call me Xiaolian, she replied, beaming with delight. This sister-in-law is truly beautiful, more so than any woman in Phoenix City. I can't fathom where my cousin found such a lovely girlfriend. Wei Su felt helpless. He was about to clarify that Lin Xiaoxiao was not his girlfriend. But Lin Xiaoxiao had already nodded and declared, then I shall call you Xiaoliang from now on. Great. Let's go out and have some fun together. I was planning to hang out with my cousin anyway, and since you're here, we can all go out as a trio, Wei Xiaoliang suggested. Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and smiled, looking quite charming. All right, let us enjoy ourselves. Wei Su found it peculiar. Why did this icy woman treat Wei Xiaoliang with such warmth, shedding her usual frosty demeanor? Moreover, it seemed that even if Wei Su tried to explain, it would be futile, as Wei Xiaoliang would cling to her own interpretations regardless. Thus, Wei Su found himself leading the 2 beautiful ladies out of the hotel. Amidst the envious glances of numerous guests, their first destination was a noodle shop, a venerable establishment that had been in operation for over 20 years. Wei Su had been familiar with this old noodle shop since childhood, and even after all these years, it was said to still be thriving. Remarkably, this shop had yet to open any branches. Given its popularity, it could have easily expanded and profited even more. The noodles served were truly delectable, with a rich broth and chewy noodles, making it a favorite among the locals of Phoenix City. As such, visits to this old noodle shop often required long waits, and there were times when Wei Su had to eat his noodles squatting in the alley due to a lack of seating. The flavors from those days remained etched in his memory. Now that he had returned to this small Phoenix City, he intended to revisit familiar places while attending to his business. Wei Xiaoliang had been quite attached to Wei Su in her childhood, often accompanying him to this noodle shop. She and Lin Xiaoxiao were now linked arm in arm, having developed a sisterly bond in just a short time. Wei Su found it baffling how swiftly friendships between women could blossom. Unbeknownst to him, it was Wei Xiaoliang's endearing calls of sister-in-law that had made Lin Xiaoxiao's heart flutter with joy. Even Lin Xiaoxiao was astonished. She typically maintained a consistent demeanor towards both unfamiliar men and women, yet today, she found Wei Xiaoliang remarkably pleasant to behold. Wei Su inquired, Aren't you bringing Uncle Zhou along for noodles? Lin Xiaoxiao replied, I called him, but he declined to come. Wei Su nodded in understanding. He hailed a taxi and set off for the old noodle shop. After disembarking, he navigated through a series of turns until he finally spotted the familiar noodle shop nestled within a small alley. To his surprise, the establishment was still bustling with business. The shop had undergone some renovations, appearing different from how he remembered it. Yet in Wei Su's eyes, it was still filled with the nostalgia of his childhood. Lin Xiaoxiao observed the hidden gem of a noodle shop within the alley and couldn't help but feel slightly astonished. Seeing patrons squatting outside to enjoy their noodles struck her as entirely different from her usual dining experiences. Wasn't eating noodles supposed to be done seated inside? Why were they squatting outside? Noticing the expression on Lin Xiaoxiao's face, Wei Su chuckled and asked, What's wrong, Miss Lin? Do you think this humble noodle shop is beneath your status? Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head, squinting at him. If you dare to be sarcastic again, don't blame me for sharing the photos. Wei Su exclaimed, What the hell? He raised his hands in surrender. Curious, Wei Xiaoyang asked, "What photos?" Lin Xiaoxiao, without hesitation, unlocked her phone to reveal a picture of her playfully tugging on Wei Su's ear, exuding warmth. "Wow, how affectionate." Wei Xiaoyang marveled, then shot a glance at Wei Su, insisting, "You said she's not your sister-in-law." Wei Su could only smile wryly. She truly isn't. Your sister-in-law is still in Suzhou. Chapter 110. The overbearing presence. The noodle shop was still incredibly crowded, with no available seating. As Wei Su approached, Wei Xiaoyang followed suit. Lin Xiaoxiao queried, "Isn't this place full? Shouldn't we wait?" Wei Su smiled. "You don't understand. Eating outside at this old noodle shop is actually more flavorful than sitting inside. Look at the patrons outside. They are the locals from Phoenix City, while most of those sitting inside are tourists or elderly individuals with mobility issues." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao observed that indeed, those seated outside were predominantly young adults or middle-aged men and women. Is it possible that the noodles taste better when eaten outside? She wondered aloud. Wei Xiaoyang grinned. "Of course, sister-in-law, since this is your first time, you'll understand soon enough." Lin Xiaoxiao simply nodded. Throughout her life, she had only eaten street food once before, during her last outing with Wei Su. Now, it was her second time, and rather than feeling apprehensive, she was filled with curiosity. Watching the patrons slurping their noodles as if they were the most exquisite delicacy on earth piqued her interest. Wei Su instructed the two ladies to stand by the side. Nearby patrons quickly noticed the two strikingly beautiful women, their elegant demeanor setting them apart. However, they recognized Wei Xiaoyang and Wei Su. "Isn't this Wei Su? After all these years, you finally decided to come back," exclaimed a man with a greasy mouth after finishing his noodles. Wei Su turned to see an old acquaintance and squatted down to chat. "Hey, isn't that Uncle Zhang? Long time no see. Look at you." Uncle Zhang clapped Wei Su on the shoulder, and other patrons recognized him as well, exchanging pleasantries. They affectionately referred to him as young rascal, yet every expression was filled with warmth. "Wow, the girl next to Xiaoyang is stunning. Is she your girlfriend?" someone asked with a grin. Wei Su shook his head, laughing, "Just a friend." "You little rascal, you're not being honest. Look at the way she gazes at you. Filled with affection. How could she not be your girlfriend?" Uncle Zhang teased. Lin Xiaoxiao overheard and felt a blush creep across her cheeks. But her years of composure kept her face neutral. She turned to Wei Xiaoyang, asking, "Do I really look at Wei Su that way?" Wei Xiaoyang was taken aback. "Sister-in-law? You're oblivious. When you look at my cousin, it's undeniably affectionate. Your eyes are naturally beautiful. Paired with that gentle gaze, if I were him, I would have already swooped in for a kiss." Although her words were playful, they left Lin Xiaoxiao feeling embarrassed. Had she truly gazed at Wei Su with such affection? She was unaware. Wei Su, feeling weary of further explanations, rose from his seat, dismissing the conversation with a wave of his hand. "I shall join the queue." The line was quite lengthy, yet Wei Su resolutely decided to wait. He instructed Wei Xiaoyang and Lin Xiaoxiao, the two young women, to find a spot sheltered from the sun and take a seat on a small stool. This was Lin Xiaoxiao's first experience with such a stool, and she was apprehensive about its stability. The two young ladies, with their undeniable beauty, inevitably attracted the gaze of numerous men. Wei Shu returned with 3 bowls of noodles, his choice being the spicy noodle variant, while the other 2 bowls contained the milder Yanshan noodles, suitable for Wei Xiaoyang and Lin Xiaoxiao, who were both unable to handle spiciness. As he placed the bowls before them, Wei Xiaoyang began to eat heartily, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. Meanwhile, Wei Shu squatted beside Lin Xiaoxiao, devouring his noodles without concern for the beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, maintained her poise, taking small bites. It dawned on her why this old noodle shop was frequented by so many patrons. The seemingly humble bowl of Yangchun noodles was bursting with flavor. Halfway through her meal, she glanced at the nearly finished bowl of spicy noodles in front of Wei Shu, the vibrant red broth enticing her. "Is your noodle delicious?" she inquired. Wei Shu nodded enthusiastically, "Absolutely. It tastes just like it did in my childhood, aromatic and spicy." Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated momentarily. "Is it very spicy?" "It's manageable, not overly so," he reassured her. "Then, may I have a bite?" she asked, surprised at her own boldness, as she had never before suggested sharing a bowl of noodles with a man, a gesture that felt quite intimate. However, having voiced her desire, she was resolute in not retracting it. Wei Shu, untroubled by the implications, promptly lifted a pair of chopsticks, transferring some spicy noodles into Lin Xiaoxiao's bowl, while also taking a portion of her Yanshan noodles in return, justifying it as an equitable exchange. Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling a rare pang of possessiveness, exclaimed, "You took my noodles." Wei Shu, with a playful smirk, replied, "I gave you a bite, so it's only fair that you give me one in return." Lin Xiaoxiao huffed playfully. Were her colleagues to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. When had their usually aloof president been reduced to sharing street food and making such playful noises reminiscent of a coy young woman? After tasting the spicy noodles, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with delight. Delicious, she declared, though the heat had left her otherwise exquisite face slightly flushed. Wei Xiaoyang chuckled. Cousin, you can't deny it now. She's clearly your girlfriend. Wei Shi rolled his eyes in response, choosing silence. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a swell of happiness within her. At that moment, however, a commotion erupted among those queuing at the noodle shop. Two impeccably dressed individuals arrived, brazenly demanding that their bodyguards allow them to bypass the line. This audacity incited ire among the patrons, yet the imposing figure of the bodyguard quelled any outright protest. Nearby onlookers quietly murmured about the audacious pair. Wei Xiu turned to Uncle Zhang, inquiring about the situation. Uncle Zhang sighed, explaining, that man and woman are siblings who used to frequent this shop. But after suddenly acquiring immense wealth, amounting to hundreds of millions, they've become rather arrogant. Today, they've returned with their bodyguards to cut in line. Truly infuriating. Wei Xiu nodded. Comprehending the situation, the nouveau riche, believing themselves to be above the rules, wielding their wealth and power to act with impunity, such individuals were indistinguishable from the scum of society. Chapter 111. Make your move. At the front of the shop stood the woman, her face sharp and disdainful, beside a man whose demeanor exuded arrogance. It was evident that the heavens had orchestrated this encounter, revealing the true nature of the seemingly simple siblings. Now that they had acquired wealth and status, they behaved as if they were superior, acting with haughtiness. Wei Xiu did not recognize them, but from Uncle Zhang, he learned their surname was Qian, a rather rare name. The man was called Qian Lai, and the woman Qian Shuang, names that held a certain elegance. Qian Shuang was clad in a deep blue cardigan draped over a white blazer, carrying a designer handbag, radiating an air of superiority. With her arms crossed, she stood with her chin lifted high, exuding arrogance. The nearby young women cast envious glances her way, yet she paid them no mind. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Xiaoxiao, not Wei Xiu, as the latter's beauty was so striking that it drew everyone's attention. Lin Xiaoxiao sat gracefully on her stool, savoring her noodles, a light sheen of perspiration glistening on her fair forehead. Qian Lai, too, was captivated by Lin Xiaoxiao's beauty, his eyes gleaming with interest as he swallowed hard. Astonished that such a stunning woman could be found in Phoenix City, it was no wonder he was taken aback. Even the most popular actresses on television paled in comparison to her in terms of grace, beauty, and figure. Qian Shuang shot a cold glance at Lin Xiaoxiao before turning to glare at her brother, warning him about his wandering eyes. What is so beautiful? All you do is ogle women. I'll tell father if you don't behave. It was clear to any observant soul that this self-important Qian Shuang was envious, jealous of the woman enjoying her noodles. Yet, Qian Lai, undeterred by his sister's admonitions, narrowed his eyes with a grin. Sister, I want to let this opportunity slip by. I'd rather face father's wrath than let this woman escape. I want her to be mine. With that declaration, he boldly approached Lin Xiaoxiao. Qian Shuang rolled her eyes, offering a terse warning, though she is beautiful. Her background is mediocre. She is not worthy of you. Just have your fun, but don't bring her home. Qian Lai smirked, replying, Can I keep a lovely mistress? Qian Shuang dismissed him with silence, her cold gaze fixated on the disgruntled patrons around them, who were glaring at her for their audacious behavior. Yet, with the bodyguards standing beside her, they dared not voice their anger. As the noodles were being purchased, Qian Lai made his way toward Lin Xiaoxiao, who was blissfully enjoying the street food delicacy she had longed for since childhood. She was entirely oblivious to the attention from the men, maintaining her indifference toward anyone but Wei Xiu. Wei Xiaoyang, however, gently nudged her with her small arm. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her charming face, puzzled. Wei Xiaoyang pointed discreetly, There's a fly buzzing around you. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao's previously gentle expression transformed into one of icy disdain, a look of utter aversion directed at Qian Lai, as if silently commanding him to go away. Wei Xiu observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. He was indeed curious about the intentions of this woman regarding Qian Lai. Naturally, Qian Lai sensed the frosty demeanor of this woman, yet he remained unfazed. Had he not endured enough? In the days of his family's poverty, the goddess he ardently pursued hardly acknowledged his existence. However, now that his family had prospered, that same goddess who once regarded him with indifference was now willingly reclining in bed, inviting his affection. To put it plainly, this striking beauty before him remained oblivious to his family's wealth. Once she learned of his family's assets exceeding 100 million, it was certain that her icy demeanor would melt away, leading her to openly embrace him. With an air of confidence, Qian Lai stood before Lin Xiaoxiao. Looking down at her as she sat on a small stool, he deliberately showcased the exquisite watch on his left wrist, smiling as he said, Beautiful lady, are you enjoying your noodles? Let us be friends, shall we? According to past experiences, When the women he desired caught sight of the luxury watch worth over 100,000, they typically began to flirt and prepare to submit to his advances. However, this petite beauty, still holding her bowl of noodles, maintained her chill demeanor, her voice as frigid as a glacier, delivering a single command: get lost. When those words fell, Qian Lai's expression darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Qian Shuang, who had been covertly observing from a distance, narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of cold fury flashing across her sharp features. How dare she tell her beloved brother to go away? Was she courting death? Uncle Zhang, on the other hand, gave a thumbs up to Wei Su, exclaiming, "This little rascal's wife certainly has a fiery temper." Wei Su sighed, clarifying, "She is not my wife." Qian Lai, in a deep voice, retorted, "Don't push your luck." Lin Xiaoxiao set down her bowl and stood up. At 175 meters tall, she possessed a model-like figure, and upon rising, she towered over Qian Lai, who stood at only 170 meters. She gazed down at him like a lofty, unyielding mountain, overshadowing his nouveau riche demeanor. In a cold voice, she reiterated, "Get lost." "I want to say it a third time. Qian Lai, Qian Shuang." The crowd. Wei Xiaolian. What does it mean to be domineering? This is what it means. Enraged, Qian Lai could hardly believe he was being chastised by a mere woman. In his fury, he raised his arm, intending to slap Lin Xiaoxiao. Yet, she displayed no sign of fear, merely turning her gaze toward Wei Su. Sighing, he thought, "What a troublemaker she is." In a swift motion, he stepped in front of Lin Xiaoxiao, blocking Qian Lai's arm, and with a swift kick, sent Qian Lai flying 2 meters back. Wei Su remarked, "A man who strikes women is utterly worthless and will only earn scorn." The crowd erupted into an uproar. Those who had been cut in line looked on with satisfaction at the scene unfolding. That'll teach you to cut in line. As for Qian Shuang, her expression shifted dramatically. She approached with 2 bodyguards, helping Qian Lai to his feet. Her gaze turned cold as she regarded Wei Su and Lin Xiaoxiao. "Very well. In this Phoenix City, someone dares to strike my brother. I must say, you possess a measure of courage. However, that courage could very well become the straw that breaks the camel's back." Wei Su shrugged nonchalantly. "Then feel free to make your move. I'll be ready." Chapter 112, Ordinary Background. Many believe in the saying that men who strike women are not true men. This implies that if a man resorts to violence against a woman, he is devoid of masculinity. Of course, this does not mean that no woman should ever be struck. If one encounters a woman akin to a murderous psychopath, should one refrain from defending oneself? Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao was evidently not the type of woman who warranted such treatment. She was simply enjoying her noodles. And it was Qian Lai who drew her attention, only to become infuriated when she told him to leave. Is this truly a man? Clearly, he is nothing but scum, believing that a bit of wealth grants him dominion over the world. To be frank, Wei Su had encountered many such individuals, all convinced that a touch of financial stability rendered them untouchable. Therefore, it was only natural for Wei Su to take action. However, he had shown restraint, had he wished. He could have easily sent Qian Lai to the hospital with a single kick. Remarkably, Qian Lai, resilient as he was, stood up without a whimper of pain, moving to stand beside his sister, glaring fiercely at Wei Su. At that moment, Qian Shuang's face was as cold as ice, her gaze fixed intently on the man who had dared to challenge her. Wei Su, unfazed, lit a cigarette, seemingly indifferent. Behind Qian Shuang, 2 towering bodyguards stood, their expressions stern, ready to spring into action should Wei Su make any questionable moves. The surrounding audience watched intently, some feeling vindicated while others expressed concern for the young man. After all, the Qian siblings had bodyguards, and this young man appeared unarmed. If a fight were to break out, it was clear who would be left on the ground. At least, that was their assumption. Given that Wei Su did not seem particularly robust, merely a well-proportioned young man. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao and Wei Xiaolian regarded Wei Su, who stood protectively in front of them. With calmness, Lin Xiaoxiao even resumed her seat to continue enjoying her noodles, which she found delightful. In her experience, the Italian pasta she had tasted before paled in comparison to this simple street fare, even if it had been prepared by a top chef. It was not that the gourmet pasta was not delicious. Rather, Lin Xiaoxiao had grown weary of it, having dined on it all her life. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao still engrossed in her meal, Wei Su couldn't help but chuckle. "Kid, you sure know how to meddle, don't you?" Qian Lai's expression darkened. Yet he forced a laugh, appearing unperturbed. However, it was clear to everyone that he was seething with rage. Qian Shuang glanced at her brother, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Qian Lai dismissively shook his head. "I'm fine. Do you think this kid could hurt me?" In truth, he was in discomfort, but with so many eyes upon him, how could he admit it? After all, one must maintain their dignity. "Kid, is she your girlfriend?" Upon confirming her brother's well-being, Qian Shuang turned her piercing gaze back to Wei Su. Hearing her question, Wei Su pondered for a moment, tempted to clarify that she was not his girlfriend. Yet, If he did so, she might accuse him of meddling once more. Thus, he nodded and replied, "Indeed, she is my girlfriend." "What of it? Name your price." Qian Shuang replied with an air of indifference, her tone flat, yet her words made everyone tense slightly. "Name your price? What does that mean?" Wei Su narrowed his eyes. "What else could it imply? My sister has asked you to state your price. Go ahead. What sum would it take to part ways with this woman?" Qian Lai spoke with a tone dripping with disdain. After uttering these words, he coldly laughed, adding, "You should consider yourself fortunate that there are so many witnesses here. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to negotiate." His implication was clear. It was only due to the crowd that he was even allowed to make a bid. In a deserted alley, not only would he not have a price to propose, but he might not even have the chance to utter a word. Upon hearing this, Wei Su could only chuckle in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the audacity of his confidence to make such a statement. "A price? Apologies, but I shall not name one. Since she is my girlfriend, regardless of the amount you offer, I would never entertain the notion of selling her." Wei Su replied calmly. His words garnered admiration from those around him, who began to regard him with newfound respect, recognizing the young man's integrity. Unbeknownst to them, this was not the first time Qian Lai had engaged in such antics. Previously, at a bar, he had encountered a couple, and upon taking a fancy to the woman, he had directly demanded a price from the man, inquiring how much it would cost to break them apart. The man jokingly suggested 50,000. To everyone's astonishment, Qian Lai promptly transferred the sum, leaving the man utterly dumbfounded. The outcome was predictable. The man, having accepted the money, could only watch helplessly as his girlfriend left with Qian Lai. However, the woman was not without her flaws either, having since been discarded by Qian Lai when he grew bored of her. Thus, the onlookers were genuinely concerned about the possibility of this young man naming a price. For this pair of siblings played for keeps. Had they heard of the Qian family from Phoenix City? When Qian Shuang noticed that Wei Su refused to name a price, she remained unfazed and casually remarked, "You should know better." Wei Su, indifferent, continued smoking, unwilling to engage in her trivial discourse. In his eyes, any family from Phoenix City, including his own, amounted to nothing more than a rabble, believing themselves invincible due to their wealth. Yes, in this modest Phoenix City, possessing a little money allows one to act like a lord, but, alas, my assets in Suzhou City exceed 100 billion. How do these petty families from Phoenix City compare to me? Wei Su chose not to voice these thoughts, as he felt doing so would render him foolish, especially with the formidable woman beside him, who commanded a commercial empire. In her presence, he was merely a subordinate, and thus, he found no need to boast. Qian Shuang cast a glance at the smoking Wei Su, and, to her surprise, found him quite handsome, exuding both charm and composure. She nearly entertained the thought of acquiring him for her own pleasures. Yet, his nonchalant demeanor caused her to frown, as she believed that if this man were to adopt a serious attitude, he would undoubtedly be a figure of great allure. However, at present, he remained her adversary, and thus, she refrained from softening her stance. Seeing Wei Su's silence, she assumed he was simply unaware of the Qian family's significance in Phoenix City. Consequently, she arrogantly elaborated, "My family, the Qians, ranks among the top 5 families in Phoenix City, tracing our lineage back 200 years. Through generations, our fortunes have flourished. And under my father's stewardship, we have risen to prominence within the business sector of Phoenix City." Her words brimmed with pride and self-importance, as if she were presenting her family's pedigree, reveling in her perceived superiority. Upon hearing this, Wei Su could scarcely contain his laughter. Flourishing lineage? Rising to prominence? He had never encountered such a farcical portrayal of a nouveau riche. Originating 2 centuries ago, having grown up in Phoenix City, he had never encountered the Qian family until they had recently struck it rich. Disregarding her ostentation, he extinguished his cigarette, uninterested in further idle conversation, and urged, "Get to the point. If you continue this way, I might just succumb to embarrassment." Wealthy individuals typically sought to remain discreet, while these newly affluent families flaunted their riches as if desperate for acknowledgement. Yet Qian Shuang remained oblivious. Upon hearing Wei Su demand she get to the point, her expression darkened, and she asserted, "The crux of the matter is that my brother has taken a liking to this woman, and you should promptly vacate. Perhaps if you kneel and bow before me, I might be in a good mood, and tonight, you could even service me, please me, and your fortunes will surely follow. If you are wise, you will kneel and end this relationship with her." The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. What a peculiar situation. The brother desired the woman, while the sister had her sights set on the man. Uncle Zhang frowned, considering advising Wei Su to leave with his girlfriend. However, at that moment, Wei Su shot Uncle Zhang a reassuring glance, signaling him to remain calm. Nothing was amiss. In response to Qian Shuang's proposition, Wei Su maintained his smile, retorting, "Have you not heard the saying, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet?" Qian Shuang narrowed her eyes, her resolve steely. Speak plainly. Will you comply or not? If not, then I must warn you, should you dare to lay a hand on my brother, I have ample means to retaliate. The law will undoubtedly favor me, and you will not only owe a debt, but will find yourself embroiled in perpetual troubles. Take my advice and relinquish this woman. Though her family may be ordinary, you are unworthy of her beauty. Only my brother is fit to claim her. After a brief pause, she declared, I expect your answer in 3 seconds. Her words dripped with veiled threats, laden with urgency. Upon hearing her dismiss Lin Xiaoxiao's lineage as ordinary, Wei Su could not suppress a laugh. Ordinary? If her family were deemed ordinary, then I assure you, no one present could lay claim to any semblance of distinction, including the Qin family. Chapter 113, Delaying Tactics. Do not mistake ignorance for leverage. The Qin family is not to be trifled with. Qian Lai raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as his previously sullen demeanor transformed into a calm facade. He suddenly grasped that engaging with such commoners was beneath him. At worst, he would simply have his bodyguards teach them a lesson afterward. The Qian family enjoyed a prestigious standing within Phoenix City. Their influence and authority far beyond what ordinary individuals could contend with. Wealth indeed grants one the power to act with impunity. Today, Qian Lai felt remarkably magnanimous. He was reluctant to present a violent image before a beautiful woman. In the past, had he been kicked down, he would have ordered his bodyguards to teach these two a severe lesson. Yet now, he found himself calmly conversing with the insolent man, which he considered a testament to his own broad-mindedness. The audacity of the man to laugh in such circumstances was nothing short of rebellious. Qian Lai, being of a superior status, found it unconscionable that this commoner not only failed to show gratitude for his restraint, but dared to mock him. Kneel before me this instant. If you refuse, do you believe you can walk out of Phoenix City unscathed? Qian Lai smiled faintly, his grin laced with an undercurrent of menace, and declared, I am not jesting. You may certainly test that. After all, I possess numerous means at my disposal. For the eldest scion of the Qin family, making a person vanish without a trace is an effortless task. This was a threat, a silent yet palpable one, intended to convey to Wei Su that the Qin family was not a force he, as an ordinary citizen, could contend with. Having spoken, Qian Lai turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaoxiao, who had risen after finishing her bowl of noodles, his eyes brimming with desire. My dear, your boyfriend cannot protect you. He lacks the capability. Come into my embrace, and I shall cherish you, ensuring you become the happiest woman in the world. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. The more he beheld Lin Xiaoxiao, the more captivated he became. She was exquisitely beautiful, her cold demeanor and haughty bearing reminiscent of a lotus blooming atop a snow-capped peak, inciting in him an irresistible urge to conquer her. The thought of this icy beauty yielding to him in intimate submission painted a picture so enchanting that he could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, he believed that once he possessed this woman, he would never let her go. However, to Qian Lai's dismay, Lin Xiaoxiao's response to his overtures was not one of enchantment or joy. Instead, her expression remained frigid, and her gaze bore a hint of disdain, as if she regarded him as little more than a fool. This infuriated Qian Lai. According to the usual script, upon revealing his affluent lineage, any woman he desired would willingly succumb to his advances. Yet here, in this modest noodle shop, this beautiful woman dared to defy him? My patience is finite. Qin Shuang, feeling vexed, noted the persistent lack of submission from the two individuals before her, which irritated her greatly, particularly since she, too, had taken a fancy to this handsome man. In recent years, since the Qian family's rise to prominence, she had found that merely stating her family name was sufficient to dissolve any obstacle she faced, leading to an inflated sense of superiority. Now, this pair dared to disregard her? Were it not for the throngs of people around, fearing the tarnishing of her noble image, she would have unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon this brazen woman. Jealous of Lin Xiaoxiao's beauty, she secretly fantasized about the day her brother grew weary of the woman, at which point she would arrange for acid to be thrown on her face, ruining her exquisite features and watching her fall from grace. Clack. Yet, beneath the siblings' threats, Wei Su remained unfazed, leisurely igniting a second cigarette and puffing away with a nonchalant demeanor. His attitude clearly signified that he dismissed the Qian siblings' words as mere background noise. Utterly unconcerned, witnessing this man's audacity provoked an intense fury in the siblings. Clearly, he was obstinate, refusing to heed their warnings. It seemed he would need to learn a hard lesson about respect for authority. You are clearly lacking in manners, Qin Shuang said coldly, turning her gaze to Qian Lai. Understanding her intent, Qian Lai gestured for two imposing bodyguards, clearly not to be trifled with, to step forward. Accompanied by his bodyguards, he encircled Wei Su, his smile a thin veneer over his malice. It appears you require some instruction on how to conduct yourself, he said, his smile chillingly sinister. The bodyguard's expressions mirrored his, imbued with a ruthless intent. Taking money for their services and dealing with trouble was precisely what they were hired to do. Having accepted the Qian siblings' remuneration, they were duty-bound to fulfill their obligations. The duo sprang into action, aiming to immobilize Wei Su's hands, rendering him powerless and allowing their employer to deal with him as he wished. Seeing her cousin ensnared by 3 men, Wei Xiaoyan's expression turned anxious. Brother, yet Lin Xiaoxiao gently held her back, reassuring her, trust me, with his capabilities, he can easily handle 2 or 3 men. Wei Xiaoyan's face reflected shock. Sister-in-law? Are you serious? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. Why would I deceive you? If even Zhou Bo praises his skills, how could he possibly be subdued by a mere trio of men? When he sparred with Zhang Yan's boyfriend, that boxer Kuden Ti even grazed the hem of his garment before being sent flying by a single punch. This speaks volumes about Wei Su's exceptional prowess. Thus, when the 2 bodyguards attempted to fully restrain Wei Su, his demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming as sharp and lethal as a drawn sword. As they advanced with their grappling techniques, Wei Su deftly twisted his body, retreating a step to evade their grasp. In that instant, he harnessed his strength, delivering precise strikes to the waist of each bodyguard, though his blows were not delivered with brute force. The waist is among the most vulnerable areas of the human body. An injury there could incapacitate a person entirely. Therefore, Wei Su refrained from excessive power, landing a punch on each bodyguard's midsection. The bodyguards had never anticipated that this young man possessed such agility, nor that his counterattack would be so formidable. Despite the lack of brute strength, the impact of his fists elicited cries of pain as they both crumpled to the ground, clutching their waists in agony. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had initially expected this man to be subdued by the bodyguards and then bullied by Qian Lai. To their disbelief, he not only retaliated but did so with such ferocity that he felled the 2 burly bodyguards in an instant. The viewers were not alone in their shock. Even Qian Shuang and Qian Lai were left utterly astounded, especially Qian Lai, who stood so close to Wei Su that he witnessed the defeat of his bodyguards firsthand. What sort of monster is this? This should not be possible. Could it be that the bodyguards he hired were mere imposters? But that did not hold true, for these men had resolved many of his previous predicaments and had proven their skills. These bodyguards were once skilled martial artists, but after accidentally injuring someone, they were incarcerated by the Justice Association. Now, freshly released, they served as Qian Lai's protectors. Thus, it seemed implausible that they were anything but legitimate. Yet, how was it that they were bested by this seemingly frail young man? Was this not a performance? Indeed, it was no act. Had the bodyguards been privy to their employer's thoughts, they would have surely choked on their astonishment. This man was genuinely a martial artist. They possessed no capacity for resistance and could only submit to being overwhelmed. From the previous evasive maneuvers and aggressive actions, it is evident that this man is anything but ordinary. Wei Su stood before Qian Lai, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Young Master Qian, it was you who instigated your bodyguards to attack me first. I believe I am merely exercising my right to self-defense, am I not? Gulp. As he faced Wei Su, who stood directly in front of him, Qian Lai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It finally dawned on him why this man had been disregarding them entirely. The bodyguards and family background they flaunted were, in his eyes, utterly inconsequential, worthy of nothing more than contempt. Hence, he had chosen to ignore them. Qian Lai stammered, trembling with fear of being struck. The earlier kick had already left him in considerable pain, and he had feigned indifference to maintain his facade. In reality, the pain had been excruciating. Now, as he planned to have his bodyguards avenge him, the sight of 2 of them collapsing to the ground left him quaking in terror. Wei Su patted Qian Lai's shoulder, a smile still on his lips. Young Master Qian, do not resort to silence. Continue your discourse. Alternatively, you may choose to launch another attack, and I shall respond. Let us see whose techniques are more formidable, yours or my fists. Qian Lai, what does it mean to be at a loss for words? This is precisely that feeling. Unable to bear it any longer, Qian Shuang interjected, her anger boiling over. How dare you lay a finger on my brother? I command you to step away from him at once, or you shall regret it when the Qian family shows no mercy. She had already made a covert phone call and summoned reinforcements. The current objective was merely to buy time. Chapter 114. The most malicious of hearts. Upon witnessing the 2 bodyguards being swiftly incapacitated, Qian Shuang grasped one undeniable truth. This man was undoubtedly playing the part of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Moreover, she was certain that his abilities were far from trivial. They had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. But did this strike fear into Qian Shuang? Not in the least. It was simply a matter of encountering someone capable of fighting back. In her eyes, since 2 bodyguards had proven insufficient, why not simply call for more reinforcements? Qian Shuang had lost interest in her original plan of enjoying a bowl of noodles. Her father was nearby, engaged in business negotiations. While she and her brother had merely set out for a casual meal at the renowned Old Noodle Shop, a staple of their childhood in Phoenix City. However, their impatience had led them to allow the bodyguards to cut in line. Little did they anticipate that they would encounter a solid wall of resistance. For now, the only option was to remain in a stalemate, awaiting reinforcements. When her father arrived with backup, it would be this insolent youth who would face misfortune. "I command you to release my brother at once, or you will regret it," Qian Shuang ordered coldly. Wei Su cast a dispassionate glance at Qian Shuang, then applied a slight pressure downward. Qian Lai felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, letting out a cry before collapsing to the ground. He could no longer endure the agony. The grip on his shoulder felt like a vice, compelling him to sit down to escape the torment. Witnessing this, Qian Shuang's fury intensified. "I warn you once more, do not harm my brother again, or you shall bear the consequences." Wei Su remained unmoved, merely letting out a sigh. Is this how the Qian family communicates, with commanding tones? Qian Shuang, seething with rage, opened her mouth to retort. However, at that moment, Wei Su swiftly delivered another kick, sending Qian Lai sprawling to the ground, crying out once more. "You, what of it?" Wei Su smiled faintly, casually tossing aside his cigarette butt, which landed perfectly in the trash bin. "You ought to consider yourself fortunate to have encountered someone as reasonable as I. Had it been another, your brother's arm or leg might very well have been broken by now. Do you comprehend?" Qian Shuang, Wei Su's words held a grain of truth. The Qian siblings should count themselves lucky that they had stumbled upon a reasonably minded individual today who had refrained from delivering serious harm. Even the two bodyguards who lay on the ground had only sustained minor injuries. Some rest and a bit of ointment would suffice for their recovery. Had the Qian siblings encountered someone from a more powerful family, flanked by skilled protectors, they would likely be regretting their actions deeply. Would such individuals show mercy? Absolutely not. They would be quick to break bones. Currently, Wei Su was relatively lenient and amiable, merely exerting control over his strength to deliver a light punishment. Yet, Qian Shuang disregarded his words, fixated on him with eyes full of rage and hatred. Her brother, as the esteemed young master of the Qian family, had been humiliated by a mere commoner, which nearly drove her to madness. She could feel the mocking gazes of onlookers, as if they were deriding her and her brother, saying, "Good, they deserve to be taught a lesson." When had the illustrious Qian family ever been subjected to such humiliation, especially in public? This was a complete loss of face. Thus, she screamed in a fit of rage, "You are courting death." Qian Shuang, having lost all sense of decorum, launched herself at Wei Su, her hands flailing wildly as she attacked with reckless abandon. Slap. In response to Qian Shuang's frenzied assault, Wei Su barely lifted an eyelid, delivering a resounding slap across her face. The sound echoed sharply, and in that instant, it felt as though the world had gone silent. Every breath could be heard. The spectators stood in shock, unable to fathom that this young man not only dared to confront Qian Lai, but had also taken on Qian Shuang, who was known to be even more formidable than her brother. Their essay saying, "Isn't there? The most venomous heart belongs to a woman," especially Qian Shuang, whose narrow-mindedness and propensity for vengeance were extreme. It was said that she had driven a woman to suicide over a recent grievance, and although the woman had been saved, she bore a lifelong psychological scar. Many were wary of Qian Shuang. While angering Qian Lai might lead to mere oppression, crossing Qian Shuang meant inviting a relentless pursuit. After being struck, Qian Shuang stood frozen, her eyes vacant. You actually hit a woman. Are you still a man?" Earlier, this man had declared that men should not strike women, which had given her the courage to confront him. Yet, she never anticipated such a blatant contradiction. Wei Su, however, merely smiled faintly, replying nonchalantly, "Men should indeed not strike women. However, striking a beast is permissible, and you know precisely why I struck you." Qian Shuang, are you implying that she is a beast? Very well, I shall remember you. Qian Shuang coldly pointed at Wei Su, indifferently declaring, "From this day forth, do not expect to leave Phoenix City. I will ensure you comprehend the consequences of offending the Qian family." Wei Su sighed, realizing that reasoning with her was utterly futile. Her character had deteriorated beyond redemption. "Huh, you dare to lecture me? What are you, to presume you have the right to educate me?" Qian Shuang scoffed. To her astonishment, Wei Su nodded earnestly, saying, "Your words do hold some merit. It is your father I ought to educate, not you. After all, it was he who indulged you." What? Qian Shuang could hardly believe her ears. This man dared to claim he would discipline her father? Such audacity. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone bold enough to threaten her father. Did he not recognize her father's standing? Her father, a titan in Phoenix City, wielded not only considerable wealth, but also extensive connections. How could this seemingly ordinary, yet somewhat handsome man dare to assert he would educate her father? It was utterly ludicrous. Chapter 115, The Queen of the Lin Commercial Empire. Haha. Qian Shuang suddenly burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Countless opponents had fallen before her father with ease, including several tycoons in Phoenix City. To her, her father was nothing short of invincible, capable of resolving nearly any issue. Indeed, not only did Qian Shuang find Wei Su's words outrageous, but the onlookers also perceived his statements as excessively arrogant. The head of the Qian family, Qian Baiwan, was the chairman of the Qian Group, worth billions and one of the most formidable figures in Phoenix City, one whom no one dared to offend. Yet this young man proclaimed he would discipline him. Such ambition was commendable, but to express it so openly bordered on hubris. Do you realize how juvenile and absurd your words are? Even Qian Lai, who had been pinned down, could not help but regard Wei Su with derision. Wei Su laughed in response. He had already dared to offend the sole daughter of the Lin family, one of the 5 prestigious families of Gusu City, and had rejected her at the door. And yet, this mere group leader of Phoenix City considered himself invincible? It was simply laughable. Weary of conversing with these frogs at the bottom of the well, Wei Su waved dismissively. Hurry up, speed it up. I know you called for reinforcements. I hope the savior you summon is your so-called invincible father, or else I shall be sorely disappointed. Qian Shuang sneered, as you wish. I hope you do not soil your pants in fear or sneak away. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao stood beside Wei Su and softly inquired, is the Qian family formidable? Wei Su replied, in Phoenix City, they are considered powerful, but in Gusu City, they are nothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, beginning to understand. In a small place like Phoenix City, the Qian family could act so arrogantly, but in Gusu City, they would likely be taught a lesson. Qian Shuang, overhearing Wei Su's words, could not resist another jab. Indeed, my Qian family would be nothing in Gusu City, but you two are merely commoners. Do you fancy yourselves as the big shots of Gusu City? She shook her head and scoffed. Do you think the elites of Gusu City would come to Phoenix City for leisure and dine on ordinary noodles? What a preposterous notion. Wei Su was rendered speechless, who decreed that the elite must only dine in high-end restaurants. They could eat whatever they desired. How shallow the Qian family truly was. Seeing that Wei Su had chosen to ignore him, Qian Lai swiftly stood up, clutching his injured arm, and returned to his sister's side. Brother, are you all right? Qian Shuang asked with concern. Do I look fine to you? Qian Lai replied, his voice tinged with grievance. I cried out in pain. Surely, something is wrong. Do not worry, I've called for father. He will personally help us reclaim our dignity. I refuse to believe that 2 commoners can turn the tide. Qian Shuang declared fiercely. Nearby, Wei Xiaoyan could not help but remind Qian Shuang. Aunt, do not forget, there are 3 of us commoners. Qian Shuang spun around sharply. Shut your mouth, you commoner. How dare you call me aunt? Wei Xiaoyan grinned, wrapping her arm around Lin Xiaoxiao's, saying, sister-in-law, you must protect me. For some reason, seeing her cousin and sister-in-law's calm demeanor made Wei Xiaoyan feel less afraid. Lin Xiaoxiao calmly nodded. I will protect you. The Qian family is nothing to fear. Wei Xiaoyan gave a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you are truly impressive. Wei Su wished to tell Wei Xiaoyan to stop calling Lin Xiaoxiao sister-in-law, but he could not be bothered. He knew she would not comply even if he asked, so he decided to let it be. Qian Shuang had already helped her brother to a side to rest, quietly awaiting their father's arrival for support. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Wei Su and asked, do you need my assistance in dealing with the Qian family? Wei Su shook his head. There is no need for you to intervene. However, Lin Xiaoxiao insisted, this matter indeed arose because of me, so it is only right that I handle it. Wei Xiaoyan chimed in cheerfully. Oh sister-in-law, you and my cousin are a couple now. Why bother with yours and mine? Just let him take care of it. At this, Wei Xiaoyan teasingly added, moreover, sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. It is only fair to test whether my cousin has the ability to protect you. Do you not agree? Wei Su was left speechless. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her heart swell with joy. Her fondness for Wei Xiaoyan was rapidly increasing. The girl always referred to her as sister-in-law, and she found herself surprisingly pleased by the title. Nonetheless, her happiness aside, Lin Xiaoxiao pulled out her phone and called Uncle Zhou, asking him to investigate the Qian family in Phoenix City. Upon hearing that they were to investigate her family, Qian Shuang smirked. Investigate away. I could not wish for anything more. Once you uncover the truths about my Qian family, you will understand just how formidable we truly are. Do you really think you can contend with us? Uncle Zhou was efficient. Within 2 minutes, he called back with a cheerful explanation of the Qian family's details. Miss, the Qian family is merely a small entity in Phoenix City, with some collaborations with our Lin subsidiaries, a negligible family. What made you suddenly wish to investigate them? Uncle Zhou inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, in half an hour, I want to see the Qian family's stock market crash by 50%. Can you accomplish that? Uncle Zhou responded with a smile. That is hardly a challenge. Madam, you need only await the news. As Lin Xiaoxiao's words echoed, Wei Xiaoyan was left utterly astounded. Sister-in-law? You. Are you truly suggesting that the Qian family could suffer a 50% crash in the stock market within half an hour? But Qian Shuang merely laughed arrogantly, her confidence unwavering. She was certain of one thing. This was merely a gathering of individuals who wielded power through the influence of others. A 50% plummet in the stock market of the Qian family within 30 minutes? What an absurd jest. The onlookers shook their heads slightly, perceiving the audacious words of this attractive young woman as nothing short of brash. Only Wei Su understood that Lin Xiaoxiao had shown restraint, had she truly been provoked. Not only would the stock market of the Qian family collapse, but even that of 10 such families could be effortlessly dismantled. For she was the queen of the Lin business empire. Chapter 116, Astonishment. The idea of the companies controlled by the Qian family facing a stock market collapse was, in Qian Shuang's eyes, utterly implausible. She acknowledged that there were indeed many capable of sanctioning the Qian family, but she was certain that this woman before her was not among them. After all, how could someone with the power to challenge the Qian family be found dining in such a remote locale? Thus, Qian Shuang dismissed the woman's claims as mere hot air. The notion that a single phone call could lead to a 50% downfall of her family's stock market was laughable. Noticing Qian Shuang's cold smirk, Wei Su recognized her disbelief in Lin Xiaoxiao's ability to undermine her family's financial standing. Such ignorance is often fearless. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Wei Su awaited the arrival of the head of the Qian family. Minutes later, several black luxury vehicles halted outside the alley. A cadre of bodyguards disembarked first, followed by a portly middle-aged man, his age likely in the 40s. Qian Shuang, who had been simmering in silence, felt emboldened upon the arrival of her father, and she stood amidst the crowd, ready to unleash her fury. You two lowly beings, I now wish to see what courage you possess to stand against Qian Shuang. Channeling her pent-up frustration, Qian Shuang directed her ire at Wei Su and Lin Xiaoxiao. With a frigid demeanor, she commanded the approaching bodyguards, "These two have offended me, and they audaciously claimed they could cause a 50% crash in our family stock market. Seize them at once." The bodyguards advanced without hesitation. "You wretched creature, I shall slap your face to pieces," Qian Shuang declared, striding directly towards Lin Xiaoxiao, her palm raised in a vicious arc. In her eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao was far more detestable than the man beside her, for Lin Xiaoxiao was even more beautiful. Women are often envious, and Qian Shuang's jealousy ignited a fierce desire to mar Lin Xiaoxiao's flawless visage. Thus, she wielded her hand with considerable force. "How brazenly tyrannical you are, seeking to inflict harm for no reason. You truly deserve a beating." At that moment, Wei Su swiftly rose and firmly grasped her raised wrist, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "You." Qian Shuang trembled, her right hand ensnared by Wei Su's grip. She had not anticipated that this man would dare to obstruct her. "Stand down. If you lay a finger on Shuanger, I assure you, you will not leave this alley alive." The approaching rotund figure, her father, glared fiercely, his voice resonating with authority. "Dad," Qian Shuang exclaimed joyfully, then turned provocatively to Wei Su. "My father has arrived. If you wish to live, you shall release me at once." Yet, Wei Su remained steadfast, maintaining his hold on her wrist. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Wei Su lifted his hand high and struck Qian Shuang's harsh, domineering face with a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed through the air, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. "Ah!" A piercing scream shattered the stillness, plunging the atmosphere into a chilling abyss. Qian Shuang, unaccustomed to such a severe blow, felt as though she might faint from the impact. This brutal man dared to strike her without a hint of compassion. "You are no man," she shrieked, her voice hoarse with outrage. "Whether I am a man is not for you to decide," Wei Su replied, dismissing her with indifference as he turned his gaze to the portly figure. The man, dressed in an impeccably tailored black suit, scrutinized him with a piercing gaze. Qian Baiwan, the current head of the Qian family, held a reputation of great stature in Phoenix City, his wealth amounting to billions, a figure of considerable renown. His long tenure in power had imbued him with an unspoken, formidable presence. Even before entering, the gathered crowd could feel an icy chill emanating from him. With deliberate steps, Qian Baiwan approached, his demeanor calm and collected. A disheveled Qian Shuang rushed into her father's embrace, weeping profusely. "Dad, you must seek justice for us. Look, my brother is on the ground, and I have been struck by him." Qian Lai, previously silenced by the blow, finally joined his sister at their father's side, echoing her grievances. If what they claimed were true, Qian Baiwan would indeed need to restore justice for his children. After hearing Qian Shuang's words, Qian Baiwan spoke solemnly. Initially, his son had thought the woman quite lovely and charming, wishing to befriend her, only to have the man beside her strike him without a word. "Dad, you must take action," Qian Shuang lamented. Qian Baiwan gently brushed his daughter's hair aside, offering comfort. "Fear not, for now that your father is here, justice shall be served." With her father's support, Qian Shuang felt emboldened. The humiliation she had suffered would be repaid tenfold. What form of revenge do you desire? Qian Baiwan, ignoring Wei Su entirely, focused on comforting his daughter. After grasping the situation, he sought Qian Shuang's input. With her eyes filled with hatred and venom, Qian Shuang declared, I want to mar the face of that vile woman who dared to threaten the Qian family stock market with a 50% collapse. It is utterly ludicrous. I shall teach her a lesson. Most women are born with a penchant for jealousy, and Qian Shuang yearned to destroy the beauty that eclipsed her own. With that thought, she became increasingly restless. Go seize her, Qian Baiwan commanded, his tone decisive. The embodiment of a wealthy, powerful figure, he ordered without hesitation. Qian Shuang held her head high, eager to witness the outcome. Are we not to first discuss and ascertain the identity of this lady beside me? Wei Su interjected slowly. Qian Baiwan scoffed. I have no time to waste on you. I, Qian Baiwan, do not care for your identity. You have dared to harm my daughter, and you shall face the consequences. Even if you were to kneel and apologize, it would be too late. Perhaps it was the unbroken streak of fortune over the years that had fostered such arrogance in Qian Baiwan, taking advantage of his wealth. Qian Baiwan believed he could act with impunity within Phoenix City. Especially evident in his tone, he seemed to think he could apprehend anyone at will. To Qian Baiwan, right and wrong held no significance. At their family stature, even egregious misdeeds could go unchallenged. After all, the Qian family had engaged in many unsavory activities over the years. Thus, Qian Baiwan exuded confidence, dismissing the two commoners with disdain. What was the worst that could happen? A little compensation, perhaps? Money was certainly not in short supply for the Qian family. Witnessing Qian Baiwan's arrogant demeanor, Wei Su could only shake his head in disbelief. To think he would dare to mar the visage of the Lin family's heiress. Qian Baiwan, you truly possess audacity. Why are you still standing there? Bring that wretched girl over. He commanded his bodyguards, his voice rising an octave, then declared with conviction, Today, even if the King of Heaven were to descend, I shall seek justice for my daughter. With a swagger, Qian Shuang stepped forward. Suddenly, a business vehicle came to a halt outside the alley, and a bespectacled man, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly exited and rushed inside. Husband. Upon seeing the man, Qian Shuang's face lit up with joy. What brings you here? I have urgent news. The bespectacled man, visibly anxious, immediately turned to Qian Baiwan and said, Father-in-law, something terrible has happened. Qian Baiwan furrowed his brow. What has transpired to elicit such alarm? It's catastrophic. Our family stock market has been targeted, and it has plummeted by 50%. The man lamented with a bitter smile. Boom. Qian Shuang. Qian Baiwan. The father and daughter stood in stunned silence. Even Qian Lai, who had regained some confidence, was left speechless upon hearing this news. A chill swept through the room. Qian Baiwan, who had not faced significant challenges in half a lifetime, turned pale at the revelation. Their family stock market had truly collapsed. All because of the woman standing before them. Qian Shuang, equally ashen-faced, gazed in horror at the composed Lin Xiaoxiao. The bespectacled man followed his wife's gaze and turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, his expression one of shock as he stammered, Lin Xiaoxiao. President Lin? What are you doing here? Taking a deep breath, Qian Baiwan pondered her identity. Due to recent business dealings, he had left matters in his son-in-law's hands, and thus was unaware of the woman's status. The bespectacled man spoke gravely. Father-in-law, you must have heard of the Lin family, one of the 5 prominent families in Suzhou, right? Qian Baiwan's expression faltered. Are you saying? The man nodded, confirming, indeed, this young lady is Lin Xiaoxiao, the heiress of the Lin family, now the reigning queen of the Lin group. Qian Baiwan. Qian Shuang. Qian Lai. This woman is the queen of the Lin business empire? After a long pause, Qian Baiwan forced himself to appear composed and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. You are the heiress of the Lin family, but so what? Ultimately, you were in the wrong first. And what of the remaining 50% of your family stock? Do you still wish to retain it? With those words, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Qian Baiwan suddenly felt his limbs stiffen, his lips turning purple. He longed to assert that he didn't take care, but the words caught in his throat, and he dared not speak. Dad, Qian Shuang, caught in the middle, was paralyzed by the realization that the wretched girl she had spoken of was the exalted daughter of the Lin family. She was in a state of sheer terror. The daughter of one of the 5 prominent families? The queen of the Lin group? Qian Baiwan, equally dry-mouthed, was rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Wei Su stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a knowing expression. Chapter 117, A Dialogue with the System. What is shock? This was shock. No. For the Qian family, this was sheer terror, not mere shock. Especially for Qian Baiwan, Qian Shuang, and Qian Lai, their faces were etched with fear. The bespectacled man, confused by their sudden silence, inquired, Father-in-law, our company has numerous collaborations with Miss Lin's subsidiaries. Are you certain you do not wish to extend a greeting? He remained oblivious to the fact that his father-in-law had thoroughly offended Lin Xiaoxiao. His words echoed in the alley, leaving Qian Baiwan and the others at a loss for words, their faces paling further. Their family's company had numerous partnerships with her subsidiaries, and now they had gravely offended this esteemed heiress. Recalling his earlier threats to apprehend her and mar her face, the three members of the Qian family fell silent, their expressions drained of color. What is wrong with you all? The bespectacled man wondered aloud. How strange. Have my father-in-law, wife, and brother-in-law all fallen ill? At that moment, Wei Su, who had remained silent, suddenly smiled and remarked, I had warned you long ago that if you brought your family to apologize sincerely, you could have salvaged this situation. Yet you refused to heed my words, insisting on marring Miss Lin's face and seeking justice. And now look where we are. The bespectacled man. Qian Shuang, Qian Baiwan, Qian Lai. No one spoke, since silence has fallen upon us. We shall take our leave. We will meet again, and our grievances shall be settled then, as we shall see whose methods prove superior. Wei Su said with a slight smile, signaling for Lin Xiaoxiao and Wei Xiaoyang to depart. Wait, please wait. Qian Baiwan's chubby face was drenched in sweat as he hurriedly spoke. Lin Xiaoxiao remained indifferent, her demeanor cold as she continued forward. Wei Xiaoyang glanced back at the Qian family, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at her sister-in-law. Wei Su waved his hand, indicating that Qian Baiwan need not say more. Their true abilities would be revealed in the business world. Ultimately, the Qian family stood there, lost and despondent, while the surrounding onlookers were astonished. They may not know who Miss Lin was, but it was clear that Wei Su had made a significant advancement this time. As they walked, Wei Xiaoyang finally voiced her curiosity. Sister-in-law, you are actually the heiress of the Lin family? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded calmly and replied softly, yes, so what? Wei Xiaoyang adopted a righteous stance. Then how could you possibly be interested in my cousin, who is so lacking in wealth and power? Wei Su, please. Am I really that inferior? I am not lacking. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and replied, perhaps my vision is flawed? Wei Xiaoyang giggled, that must be it, otherwise you would never have noticed my cousin. Wei Su stood by, speechless, thinking, who would be interested in me? He could hardly believe that someone as noble as Lin Xiaoxiao would take notice of him. Although Wei Su is now quite affluent, he still needs to exert further effort to be deemed a suitable match for Miss Lin from the Lin family. His modest fortune would likely be dismissed by many within the Lin household. In the eyes of Lin family relatives, the most fitting match for her would be Qin Jiang, as his lineage is not inferior to the Lin family, and he is exceptionally talented, standing on equal footing with Lin Xiaoxiao. Thus, Wei Su remained self-aware. After finishing their meal, Wei Su took the two young women for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. That evening, Wei Xiaoyang also checked into the hotel. While Lin Xiaoxiao showed no intention of booking a separate room, likely still haunted by the earlier incident with the camera, leaving her with a psychological shadow. Consequently, she continued to share the presidential suite with Yang Yi. Fortunately, the suite boasted 2 luxurious bedrooms. At 8 o'clock that night, after dining, Wei Su returned to the room, where Lin Xiaoxiao proceeded to take a shower. Wei Su playfully inquired, aren't you afraid I'll sneak a peek? Lin Xiaoxiao replied coolly, I've already been seen, so it doesn't matter. Wei Su found himself at a loss for words in response to such a retort. During Lin Xiaoxiao's shower, Wei Su exchanged messages with Mu Wanqing and Han Yun. Mu Wanqing inquired about Wei Su's itinerary, and he reciprocated by asking what she had been busy with lately. Their conversation reminiscent of an old married couple. Han Yun's message was succinct, merely stating, I miss you. Wei Su then asked how her studies were progressing, to which Han Yun responded that everything was going smoothly, grateful that her intellect had not waned. Wei Su considered this quite normal, given that Han Yun graduated from an aviation university, which demands not only personal attributes, but also academic performance. As she resumed her studies, initial challenges were expected, but she would gradually acclimate. He then teasingly asked Han Yun if she had attracted any suitors, to which she replied affirmatively, stating that she had received several advances but had dismissed them all without a second glance. Wei Su nodded in approval, praising her discernment. Han Yun then playfully tempted Wei Su with a voice message, her tones sweetly coaxing, eliciting a longing in him to return to Suzhou and engage in passionate encounters with her. After their chat, Wei Su turned on the television. When Lin Xiaoxiao emerged from her shower, she appeared even more alluring, clad in a bathrobe, tightly secured, yet still evoking vivid imaginings in Wei Su's mind. He pondered the risks of such attire, wondering if she was inviting trouble. Nevertheless, he shook his head in resignation, recognizing that she was indeed a source of complications. He surmised that even if she were to lie bare on the bed, he would not dare to move, not out of desire, but out of fear of the overwhelming troubles that would ensue. Wei Su acknowledged that he was not yet in a position to bear such burdens. Noticing Wei Su's furtive glances, Lin Xiaoxiao, who typically detested being scrutinized, felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. She could not comprehend why this was the case. Once Wei Su retreated to shower, she cast a glance at her own attire, realizing she was in a bathrobe with nothing underneath, though securely wrapped. This was still a rare occurrence for her to present herself in such a manner before a man. With any other man, she would never have agreed to share a presidential suite, let alone appear in a bathrobe. She blinked, contemplating why she felt no aversion towards Wei Su, and what that fluttering sensation in her heart had been. After some time, unable to find an answer, Lin Xiaoxiao rose and returned to her room to lie down. As she was accustomed to retiring early, upon finishing his shower, Wei Su noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao had already retreated to the other bedroom. So he too returned to his own room. However, instead of sleeping, he lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, engaging in a mundane dialogue with the 1-second kill system. System, are there any kill events tonight? He inquired. Apologies, host, but there are none, the system replied. Why is it that when I first acquired you, there were almost daily events? That was to better assess the compatibility of the system with the host's body. Hence the increased frequency of events for optimal integration. Then can't you trigger a few more kill events? It's been several days since I've reaped any benefits from you, Wei Su pressed. The system cautioned, I must remind you, host, that the items available through this system do not guarantee to be entirely beneficial. Some may even be detrimental to you. How so? Wei Su asked. For instance, the Kempinski Hotel you previously acquired. If similar hotels or companies appear in future auctions, some may carry liabilities that would fall upon you should you purchase them. Wei Su understood the implication. It meant that not everything the system offered was advantageous. Some items could lead to financial losses. He nodded in comprehension before suddenly asking, does this system include people or servants as items? Yes, the system replied. Wei Su was taken aback. You can buy people? Is this system essentially a human trafficking operation? Sensing his astonishment, the system clarified, in principle, yes, but in its many years of operation, I have yet to encounter such cases. Exasperated, Wei Su retorted. If you've never seen it, then don't assert that it exists. The system fell silent, prompting Wei Su to abandon the conversation and pick up the book on his bedside to read. Halfway through, he found it hard to focus on sleep. So he got up and went to the living room to turn on the television. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao unexpectedly opened her door and emerged, clad in adorable pink bunny pajamas. Wei Su was somewhat astonished. Such a cold individual had a penchant for cute sleepwear. Lin Xiaoxiao approached the sofa and sat beside him. Why are you still awake at this hour? Wei Su asked with a smile. I can't sleep, she replied. Though she could not fathom why the thought of Wei Su sleeping just a wall away kept her awake. Wei Su nodded in understanding. I can't sleep either. The two fell into a comfortable silence, watching a tedious animated show on television. After a while, Lin Xiaoxiao broke the stillness, asking, is the Wei family's birthday banquet tomorrow? Wei Su confirmed, and she inquired, may I accompany you? Surprised, he asked, what do you want to attend for? I'm bored, she stated, yet her autumn-like gaze remained fixed on him. Reluctantly, Wei Su nodded. Very well, you may join me. Chapter 118. Is this person really you? At the Wei family ancestral home, Wei Tian sat quietly, gazing at the starry sky while conversing on the phone. He was chatting with some friends, inviting them to join the birthday banquet the following day. The rationale behind Wei Tian's actions is quite straightforward. He seeks to cast Wei Su into the depths of despair. After all, at tomorrow's birthday banquet, he certainly cannot allow Wei Su to emerge unscathed. At the very least, he must ensure that Wei Su is thoroughly humiliated. Once he finishes the call, having made arrangements with his friends and conveyed his intentions, he hangs up. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. Upon opening it, he is surprised to find Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang standing there. Is there something you need at this late hour? Wei Tian inquires. We were hoping to invite you, Brother Tian, to join us for a night of revelry. Wei Quan replies with a chuckle. Wei Jiantang adds, we've arranged for several lovely ladies to accompany us. Care to join in the fun? However, Wei Tian shakes his head in refusal. I cannot go. My girlfriend has just moved in next door. At this late hour, she must be asleep. Yet, despite this, he is unwilling to indulge in frivolity, fearing unforeseen complications. His girlfriend, after all, hails from a prominent and affluent family in their city. He has only just managed to win her affection, and to date, they have merely held hands. There have been no kisses or more intimate gestures, indicating that he remains in a period of evaluation. Only once this phase is over will he be able to earn her and her family's approval, and with that recognition, he could ascend to greater heights. The significance of his girlfriend's lineage cannot be understated. Consequently, the once carefree partygoer has significantly restrained his nocturnal escapades over the past few months. Thus, it comes as a shock to Wei Tian that his girlfriend would agree to accompany him to his family's elder's birthday celebration. This unexpected turn compels him to be even more mindful of his conduct. Hence, when faced with Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang's suggestion, he declines outright. Who would have thought Brother Tian could be so devoted? We seem to be in the wrong here. Wei Quan apologizes with a smile. Wei Jiantang nods in agreement. Brother Tian, your loyalty is commendable, but why does sister-in-law not share your bed? Wei Tian responds nonchalantly. Perhaps I have yet to reach her heart. Wei Quan shakes his head. Brother Tian, in my opinion, you need not tread so cautiously with a girlfriend of such stature. Have you considered how long it has been since she agreed to date you? About 3 months, Wei Tian replies. And have you kissed her? Shared a bed? Wei Quan presses. Wei Tian shakes his head, maintaining his calm demeanor. Neither. Unbelievable, Wei Quan exclaims, taken aback. Wei Jiantang interjects, Brother Tian, how long has it been since you've been with a woman? Since the day I started pursuing her, Wei Tian answers. The more he responds, the more discomfort he feels. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang exchange incredulous glances. In their eyes, they are scions of affluent families, yet Wei Tian's predicament surprises them. They had envisioned him as a figure of authority and decisiveness. Seeing the sympathetic looks from Wei Jiantang and Wei Quan, Wei Tian explains, I need her family's status. At this revelation, they understand. Brother Tian is playing a long game. You really needn't be so cautious. Once you step out, she won't know what you're up to. Wei Quan remarks with a grin. Wei Tian contemplates this and realizes he has indeed been suffering from the lack of intimacy. After all, he had previously enjoyed a life of indulgence, buoyed by his wealth. Noticing Wei Tian's wavering resolve, Wei Jiantang encourages him, just go out and have some fun. She won't find out. Wei Tian hesitates at this suggestion. Don't worry, sister-in-law isn't here. We can be back by 3 or 4, Wei Quan assures him. With this reassurance, Wei Tian finally consents. Very well, let us go out. That's the spirit. I've arranged for several beauties waiting for you, Brother Tian. Tonight, you shall revel as a carefree king. The trio quietly descends the stairs. Unbeknownst to them, after they leave, in the adjacent room, a stunning beauty, whose appearance merits an 80 out of 100, opens her door. Her demeanor is icy as she murmurs to herself. Indeed, men cannot change their nature. Wei Tian, you are no exception. She then retreats to her room, seizes her phone, and makes a call. Come pick me up. I am tired of staying at the Wei residence. Let us return to the Phoenix Hotel. I shall head back to Wansong City tomorrow. Understood. Mississippi Wei Su, too, wishes to avoid further tension with Lin Xiaoxiao. They sit quietly watching an animated series without exchanging words, prompting him to rise and prepare to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao squints. Are you going out to fool around? Wei Su responds with exasperation. Do you truly think I am the kind of man who needs to fool around? Lin Xiaoxiao remains silent. Wei Su gestures to his handsome face. Look at this. I'm quite good looking. If I desired a woman, I wouldn't need to go out and fool around. I could simply stand on the street, and many girls would approach me. Lin Xiaoxiao retorts with 3 words, shameless. Wei Su shakes his head. I'm just going downstairs for some fresh air. I'll join you, Lin Xiaoxiao declares as she stands. Wei Su eyes her skeptically. Are you really going out in that outfit? Lin Xiaoxiao glances down to see she is still in her rabbit pajamas. I'll go change into something else. She replies as she heads off. All right, you change. I'll wait for you downstairs. Wei Su waves her off before exiting. Upon reaching the first floor, Wei Su makes his way to the garden near the parking area. He sits on a bench, crossing his legs, enjoying the evening breeze with a sense of contentment. A car approaches. At the entrance to the parking lot, a woman dressed elegantly steps out and stands there. Wei Su observes her, deducing that she is a lady of privilege, exuding an air of sophistication. The woman notices Wei Su as well, for reasons unknown. She contemplates for a moment before walking over to him. Looking at him, she coolly asks, hello, may I pose a question? Wei Su gestures invitingly. Please, go ahead. If someone is betrayed by their boyfriend or girlfriend, what do you think that person should do? Wei Su is momentarily taken aback. What an odd question to be asked by such a refined lady on a late evening. After a moment of reflection, he responds, is that person you? The lady's expression shifts abruptly, her countenance darkening. Very good. It seems Wei Su has hit the mark. This betrayed individual is indeed her. Yet, he cannot help but wonder. This woman, with her 8 out of 10 beauty and commendable figure, and clearly from a well-off background, how could her boyfriend betray her? Chapter 119, A Question and an Answer. The lady likely did not anticipate that this man would see right through her. Her expression turned somber. To be fair, as the daughter of the Chui family in Wansong City, this is her first experience of betrayal. Proud and haughty, she has always dismissed the advances of suitors. Wei Tian, however, won her approval because he appeared different from the other men. After all, the side of Wei Tian that she had witnessed was nothing short of perfect. Yet, she was not so naive as to immediately surrender her body after entering a relationship. There had been no kisses exchanged, only the occasional holding of hands. She intended to assess whether this man truly met the high standards she had envisioned. However, just as she was preparing to lower her defenses and had even agreed to accompany him to a modest venue for a birthday celebration, she was struck with the shocking revelation that Wei Tian had been unfaithful. Such an act constituted betrayal in her eyes. To consider it from another perspective, if she, a young lady of prominence, were to sneak around at night for another man, it would undoubtedly be regarded as treachery. Thus, Wei Tian's actions were, in her view, synonymous with disloyalty. She yearned for a love marked by fidelity, not this deceitful pretense. Consequently, she immediately contacted her bodyguard, instructing him to escort her away from the Wei family estate. Disappointment in Wei Tian consumed her, leading her to refuse to remain in the ancestral home of the Wei family. Now that she had conveniently arrived at a hotel, she stumbled upon a man leisurely enjoying the evening breeze in the park, perhaps fueled by her feelings of betrayal. The young lady from the Chui family found herself initiating a conversation with this man. Yet, he saw through her facade and inquired whether she was indeed the one who had been betrayed. Her expression soured. Wei Su, however, remained unfazed and smiled, questioning, "What of it?" When she probed how he would react if betrayed by a woman, he pondered, "I suppose I would seek revenge." She pressed further, "What kind of revenge?" Wei Su smiled subtly. "That I shall not disclose." The young lady responded, "Very well." Just then, her bodyguard arrived behind her. But she suddenly felt no urgency to return to the hotel. Instead, she chose to sit down and allowed her bodyguard to wander off. She asked, "What is your surname?" Wei Su, finding the evening rather dull and welcoming the company, replied, "Wei Su." The woman's expression turned cold instantly. "Are you also from the Wei family?" He nodded, then shook his head. "What does that mean?" "I am still somewhat of a Wei, but after tomorrow, I shall no longer be associated with them." He replied with a smile. He then asked, "By the way, what is your surname, miss?" "Chui Yulin," she answered. "A lovely name," Wei Su remarked. "But why will you no longer be a Wei after tomorrow?" Chui Yulin inquired. Wei Su chuckled, "Because I have no fondness for the Wei family. Thus I intend to part ways with them. Of course, most of the family, save for a couple, have always looked down upon me." Chui Yulin, intrigued, asked, "What heinous act have you committed to warrant such disdain?" Wei Su shook his head. "I have committed no such grievous offense. They simply disdain me for no particular reason." Chui Yulin fell into a brief silence. Her curiosity piqued. "Since you are aware that I am from the Wei family, you must know of Wei Tian?" Wei Su interjected. Chui Yulin nodded. "Certainly, he is the man who betrayed me." Noting her acknowledgement, Wei Su continued, "In his youth, he bullied my cousin and I gave him a good thrashing for it. Since then, he has held a grudge against me, making snide remarks during our annual family gatherings. With the old man's birthday approaching, I suspect he will not let me off lightly tomorrow." Chui Yulin asked, "Do you have a plan?" Wei Su smiled slightly. "What do you think?" Chui Yulin shook her head. "I won't guess." "By the way, you haven't told me what you would do if you were betrayed," he prompted. Wei Su shrugged. "What else can one do? If she makes me uncomfortable, I will return the favor." Chui Yulin pressed, "Be more specific." He contemplated for a moment before saying, "The simplest course is to reciprocate in kind. If she can betray me, so can I her." He gestured to his handsome face. "Look at this visage. When I enter a bar, I am besieged by women. Will I truly miss one?" Chui Yulin frowned. "Are you suggesting that if she strays, you would also seek another?" "Just jesting." Wei Su waved his hand, laughing. "Though that method may provide momentary satisfaction, it is ultimately unwise. There are more appropriate courses of action." Chui Yulin's curiosity was further piqued. "What is the correct approach?" Wei Su suddenly turned to her. "Why are you so full of questions?" Chui Yulin took a stack of money from her bag and offered it to him, stating earnestly, "Speak. If your answer satisfies me, this money will be yours." Wei Su glanced at the stack, impressed. "Ah, a little heiress, are we?" He smiled wryly. "Do I seem like someone in need of money?" Chui Yulin produced another stack. "Do not think I am someone easily swayed by wealth," he declared with seriousness. She presented yet another stack. Unfazed, he accepted it and cleared his throat. "Well, I can certainly provide you with a satisfactory answer." Chui Yulin regarded this audacious man with a hint of amusement. "All right then. What is your answer?" Wei Su's demeanor turned solemn as he addressed the young heiress. Encountering betrayal and retaliating with betrayal is, in truth, a rather foolish endeavor. Furthermore, as a woman, if you were to seek another man, the one to suffer would ultimately be you. Instead, you could opt for more effective means of revenge. For instance, you could ruin this man's career or strip him of his dignity. As for self-deprecating forms of revenge, those are best avoided. Chui Yulin fell into deep contemplation. Wei Su continued, "It is quite simple to ruin a person. It is a matter of obliterating them." He was no saint. Should anyone dare betray him, regardless of gender, he would ensure their ruin. He had never been one to repay kindness with kindness. After a moment of silence, Chui Yulin seemed to find satisfaction in his response and nodded. Thank you for your answer. Wei Su smiled. You're welcome. He added, of course. First consider whether you truly love him. If you do, then perhaps it is best to part amicably. Cui Yulin sank into thought once more. Did she love Wei Tian? It seemed not. Chapter 120. Offering advice. A transaction. Entirely justifiable. Wei Su accepted the 3 stacks of money from the young lady, feeling obliged to guide her along a clear path. In truth, if one were to scrutinize the matter, Wei Su had never truly engaged in a romantic relationship. Take Han Yun, for instance. She was a woman he supported, devoid of true emotional ties, though perhaps feelings had developed over time. As for Mu Wanqing, she had never agreed to a genuine courtship with Wei Su, and now that she had just returned to the country, she was busy learning to manage her family's company, as she seemed to be the only one capable of handling such responsibilities. Regarding Su Su Wumei and Lin Xiaoxiao, Wei Su's relationships with them could only be classified as that of friends and superiors. Thus, Wei Su had never truly experienced a romantic relationship, and so, it can only be said that one dared to speak while the other dared to listen. However, this young lady remains oblivious to whether Wei Su has ever experienced love. Given this circumstance, Wei Su could easily fabricate a story. After all, it is likely that she would struggle to discern the nuances in his words. Nevertheless, having accepted her payment, Wei Su felt compelled to approach the matter with earnestness, offering some conventional advice. He certainly could not lead her astray, could he? Thus, he fixed his gaze upon Miss Cui seriously. Cui Yulin had never engaged in such a direct stare with a man before, and being scrutinized by Wei Su made her somewhat uneasy. Just as she was about to excuse herself, Wei Su inquired, Miss, I shall ask you once more, do you love the person who betrayed you? Cui Yulin pondered for a moment and realized that her anger towards Wei Tian's betrayal was not as intense as she had thought. At most, she felt a tinge of disappointment, as if she had misjudged someone. If she truly had feelings for Wei Tian, witnessing him cavorting with others would likely leave her heart in tatters. I do not love him. Cui Yulin shook her head. Wei Su nodded, narrowing his eyes with a smile. For love, there are particular remedies, and for indifference, there are others. Since you claim not to love him, my most straightforward advice would be to part ways amicably. Cui Yulin then probed, and what if I do love him? Wei Su shrugged. If you love him and he betrays you, it signifies that he has squandered your affection, which, in a way, is even more grievous. Thus, you are entitled to seek retribution, to make him aware of the consequences. With a playful smile, he added, of course, even in your case of indifference, you could still retaliate, since you harbor no love for him. In truth, Wei Su's words were mere whimsical musings, spoken without much thought. Yet, strangely, Cui Yulin found a semblance of logic in his nonsensical chatter. If you possess the means to exact revenge, then go ahead, Wei Su smiled. How shall I exact revenge? Cui Yulin queried. Quite simply, Wei Su maintained his cheerful demeanor. Does the one who betrayed you have someone he despises? You could stage a scene with that person. When a man sees his girlfriend walking arm in arm with someone he loathes, even if he claims not to love you, he will inevitably explode with fury. Upon hearing this, Cui Yulin suddenly fixed a penetrating stare upon Wei Su. He touched his face, questioning, is there something on my face? Cui Yulin shook her head, then softly remarked, I believe I have found the man he detests. Wei Su smiled, since you have identified him, go seek him out and enlist his cooperation in this performance. Even if it is not revenge, it will certainly provoke him, won't it? Cui Yulin's expression turned playful as she regarded him, saying, what if the man my boyfriend despises is you? What? Wei Su felt he had misheard and asked again. What did you say? I said, what if the man who betrayed me is you? Cui Yulin suddenly wore a mischievous grin. Ha, Miss Cui, you must be jesting. Wei Su laughed heartily, gently patting Cui Yulin. Please, don't be silly. I am merely offering you advice. Cui Yulin pointed to her radiant face, stating earnestly, do I seem like I am joking? Wei Su hesitated, then asked, so your boyfriend is Wei Tian? Cui Yulin replied. Wei Su was taken aback. What is fate if not this? This was indeed serendipity. Merely stepping outside for a breath of fresh air led him to Wei Tian's girlfriend. What extraordinary luck. After regaining his composure, he queried, Miss Cui, are you certain that you are Wei Tian's girlfriend? I was, Cui Yulin replied calmly, but not anymore. Wei Su covered his face with his hands, letting out a deep sigh. Cui Yulin observed the complex expression on the man's face, resembling regret for having spoken too freely, and a smirk crept onto her lips. She felt a strange sense of delight. Did you not suggest staging a scene with the man Wei Tian despises to irritate him? How perfect that you are the very man he despises. Wei Su sighed. It goes beyond mere disdain. If it were not illegal to kill, I suspect Wei Tian would be the first to take my life. Cui Yulin was astonished. He despises you that much? Wei Su smiled slightly. It is not just him who harbors contempt for me. I reciprocate those feelings. If the roles were reversed, I would likely do the same. Cui Yulin narrowed her eyes. Wei Su continued, since you are Wei Tian's girlfriend, why did you suddenly venture out at midnight? Were you not staying at the Wei family ancestral home? Given Wei Tian's character, he would not settle for a mere 3-star hotel. Returning to the ancestral home would surely offer better accommodations. Thus, the Wei family had chosen to reside there. As for Wei Su, he had no intention of seeking their approval. In a strict sense, the elder of the Wei family was, in name, Wei Su's grandfather, having adopted Wei Su's father. Out of both sentiment and obligation, Wei Su ought to address him as grandfather. However, he was acutely aware that the elder of the Wei family harbored a dislike for Wei Su's family. Consequently, Wei Su had resolved to sever ties with the Wei family entirely, unwilling to entangle himself further. Cui Yulin, noticing Wei Su's inquiry, replied. He likely went out to indulge in debauchery, perhaps to find solace in another woman's embrace. Wei Su nodded in understanding. Men like Wei Tian, who had achieved a modicum of success, were unlikely to be overly faithful. It was expected that he would venture out for frivolity. Only someone like Wei Su, possessing a certain moral rectitude, would refrain from engaging with other women. Initially, he had been drawn to Han Yun as a means of avenging Yuan Liang, leading him to seduce her. Yet upon discovering that she had not been intimate with Yuan Liang, Wei Su felt compelled to take responsibility for her. Had Han Yun and Yuan Liang been involved, Wei Su would have distanced himself from her. This was a cold and pragmatic aspect of Wei Su's character. Of course, he was also incredibly realistic. If Han Yun and Yuan Liang were in love and had become intimate, yet she could still betray him, then should he take her in, she could just as easily betray him tomorrow as well. Thus, Wei Su had always been cautious with his feelings for Han Yun, never investing too deeply. However, with Mu Wanqing, his affections were entirely sincere. Should Han Yun ever betray him, Wei Su would remain calm, seeking only to retaliate before moving on. Conversely, if Mu Wanqing were to betray him, he could not fathom the extent of his actions. Nevertheless, Wei Su held an unshakable belief that, even if everyone else in the world betrayed him, Mu Wanqing would remain steadfast. For reasons he could not articulate, he felt this conviction deeply. Wei Su turned to Cui Yulin and smiled. Since the matter now involves me, you may disregard my previous remarks. Cui Yulin raised an eyebrow slightly, questioning. Are you implying that the suggestions you previously offered me were mere ramblings? No, that's not it. Wei Su hastily clarified. I can only say that when it comes to matters concerning myself, that approach is unfeasible. He was desperately trying to shirk responsibility. Damn it, having accepted the money. This is truly uncomfortable. Cui Yulin observed the somewhat embarrassed expression on Wei Su's face and suddenly smiled. No, since it was your idea, you must take responsibility. The birthday banquet will commence tomorrow at this 3-star hotel, and I shall be present. I trust you will cooperate with me in this act. Wei Su chuckled wryly. That seems rather inappropriate. Cui Yulin replied with a grin. It's settled then. I will go reserve a room. She stepped aside, paused for a moment, and suddenly inquired. By the way, which floor are you staying on? Without much thought, Wei Su responded, the 8th floor. He then added, remember to have the bodyguard check the entire room for cameras before you enter, including the bathroom and toilet. Cui Yulin halted, her brows furrowing tightly. Is there really such a thing in a 3-star hotel? Wei Su sighed. Don't be naive. Even 5-star hotels can have hidden cameras. This sort of thing is not uncommon. After a moment's contemplation, Cui Yulin nodded and smiled. Thank you for the reminder. Wei Su waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. After Cui Yulin departed, Lin Xiaoxiao, having changed her attire, made her way downstairs. The two women encountered each other at the entrance, and Cui Yulin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiaoxiao's stunning beauty. She stood at the door, observing the direction Lin Xiaoxiao was headed, which happened to be towards the area where Wei Su had been. Cui Yulin blinked in surprise. Could it be that Wei Su was indeed walking alongside such a beautiful person? That shouldn't be the case. As hadn't the Wei family claimed that Wei Su had fallen from grace? How could a failed man attract the affection of such a beauty? Chapter 121, The Banquet. The following morning, the Phoenix Hotel was already bustling with activity. The Wei family, a moderately prominent clan in Phoenix City, found it acceptable to host the banquet at the only 3-star hotel in the area. The hotel had even been booked exclusively for the occasion. Inside the hotel, as Wei Su awoke, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao was already engaged in her morning routine. Casting a glance at her applying makeup, he couldn't resist commenting. Honestly, you look best without any makeup. There's truly no need for so many cosmetics. Lin Xiaoxiao paused momentarily, turning her head to regard Wei Su. Seeing her attention, he shrugged and added, of course, if you enjoy wearing makeup, that's perfectly fine. With Lin Xiaoxiao's beauty and flawless complexion, she was already a paragon of natural elegance. A true lotus emerging from the water. Among all the women he had encountered, she was undoubtedly the most exquisite. Of course, if Lin Xiaoxiao chose to continue with her makeup, it was her prerogative. There existed a beauty in both the made-up and the unadorned. After Wei Su's remark, however, Lin Xiaoxiao surprisingly ceased her makeup application altogether and proceeded to change clothes with a bare face. She herself was unsure why she so readily acquiesced to Wei Su's words. As her upbringing had instilled in her the belief that makeup was a form of courtesy, she would never appear before others in a disheveled manner. Yet, upon hearing Wei Su praise her natural beauty, she felt no desire to apply makeup any longer. Confident in her appearance, she regarded makeup as merely a gesture of politeness. Since Wei Su had remarked that her unadorned beauty was sufficient, she decided to forego makeup altogether. As Lin Xiaoxiao entered her room to change, Wei Su also busied himself with his attire. However, the outfit he donned was neither particularly fashionable nor expensive. Rather, it was an ordinary suit that appeared rather inexpensive. It wasn't that Wei Su wished to wear something extravagant. He simply found it bothersome and had forgotten to bring anything more suitable to him. Attending a birthday banquet for the Wei family was a trivial matter. He intended merely to partake in a meal and then depart, severing ties with the Wei family henceforth and ensuring mutual non-interference. Naturally, Wei Su anticipated that Wei Tian would undoubtedly attempt to make things difficult for him. Not only Wei Tian, but also Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang would come to challenge him. Even his nominal uncles, Wei Tong and Wei Yin, would likely seek to trouble him. But what of it? To Wei Su, it held little significance. They could attempt to intimidate him. But would he simply submit to their bullying? Such naive thinking was unwarranted. If he were still the Wei Su who had failed in his ventures, he might have indeed succumbed to their harassment in silence, given his previous state of disgrace. However, how could anyone expect the current Wei Su to endure such treatment in silence? He was no longer a failure. He had successfully turned his fortunes around. To speak of the only five-star hotel in Suzhou City, it was worth considerably more than Wei Tian's assets. Moreover, Wei Su was determined to expand and strengthen the Kempinski Hotel in the future. His current wealth surpassed that of Wei Tian by a significant margin. Furthermore, with the system at his disposal, he could continue to thrive. As long as the system existed, failure would be a foreign concept to him. Dressed and ready, Wei Su stepped outside. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, remained in her room. Wei Su stood at the door, calling out, "The birthday banquet is about to begin. Have you finished changing?" From within, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice replied, "Not yet. You go ahead. I'll come find you shortly." Wei Su nodded. "All right, once you're ready, head directly to the restaurant on the second floor." "Got it," he said, making his way down to the second-floor restaurant. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoyan was already busy welcoming guests at the hotel entrance. As for Wei Quan, Wei Jiantang, and the others, they had yet to arrive. Nor had Wei Tian made an appearance. Reflecting on Cui Yulin's earlier words, Wei Su surmised that Wei Tian was likely out indulging, as he was unfamiliar with Phoenix City, having spent most of his life developing in Wansong Province. Thus, it would fall to Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang to navigate the area. It seemed the three men had been out reveling and had yet to show up. Of course, even if they did arrive, it was clear that the task of receiving guests would solely fall to Wei Xiaoyan, as they would never deign to partake in such duties themselves. Instead of heading directly to the restaurant, Wei Su approached the first floor, seeking out Wei Xiaoyan, who was greeting guests at the entrance. He approached her with a smile, and upon recognizing her cousin, Wei Xiaoyan greeted him before returning to her duties. Several guests were familiar to Wei Su, though not intimately so. He exchanged pleasantries with them. However, some guests, aware of Wei Su's status, regarded him with disdain, even refusing to return his greetings. Wei Su found this inconsequential. In his eyes, these matters were utterly trivial, including the individuals present, for Wei Su would never find himself in need of their assistance in the future. Since he had no need for them, he deemed it sufficient to extend merely the basic courtesies. As the time approached 10 in the morning, preparations for the banquet were underway, yet Wei Tian and the others arrived fashionably late, along with the venerable elder of the Wei family. It was evident that Wei Tian's demeanor was less than favorable. He must have realized that his girlfriend had discovered his indiscretions. Otherwise, Cui Yulin would have likely remained at the ancestral home. They had stealthily returned late last night, only to awaken to find her absent from the room. Upon making a phone call, Cui Yulin had nonchalantly informed him that she had moved to a hotel, unable to adjust to the ancestral residence. Sensing her indifference, Wei Tian inquired about the matter, but she abruptly ended the call. Consequently, he had been consumed by worry ever since. Deep down, he grappled with doubt and turmoil. Had his escapades been exposed? Or was there another concern at play? Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, resolving to ascertain the truth upon his arrival. Upon spotting Wei Su standing at the entrance, Wei Tian could not help but let out a derisive chuckle, softly muttering watchdog. Wei Su, however, chose to disregard him, unwilling to engage in petty squabbles. To Wei Su, he was merely an irritating fly, annoying, yet inconsequential. If he buzzed around a couple of times, Wei Su would not bother to swat him away. He would simply ignore him. However, should the incessant buzzing continue, he would not hesitate to show his ruthless side. Shortly thereafter, Wei Tian emerged to greet several guests, whose lavish attire indicated their esteemed status. With pride, he introduced his friends to the elder of the Wei family, who received them with great courtesy upon learning of their distinguished backgrounds. Wei Su, observing this exchange from the sidelines, found it amusing. At long last, all the guests had arrived, and they proceeded to the dining room on the second floor. Within the banquet hall, Wei Su opted for a seat in a corner, contentedly indulging in the meal, while Wei Tian and his entourage claimed the spotlight at the front, ensuring that his friends were seated prominently. The elder, standing at the head table, appeared quite spirited as he surveyed the guests, offering polite remarks. Wei Su paid little attention, focusing instead on his food. Meanwhile, Wei Tian, frowning, was on the phone, inquiring about Cui Yulin's anticipated arrival. Cui Yulin, the esteemed daughter of the Cui family in Wansong province, enjoyed immense favor from her grandfather and hailed from one of the region's premier families, akin to a local sovereign. Her stature was comparable to that of the 5 prominent families in Gusu City, placing her on an equal footing. Thus, Cui Yulin held significant importance in Wei Tian's heart. Should he succeed in marrying her, his fortunes would undoubtedly soar, propelling his wealth from mere billions to potentially hundreds of billions, especially if the Cui family chose to extend their support. Yet, despite his high hopes, he felt a rising tide of anxiety. His instincts warned him of impending trouble. The lack of response from Cui Yulin after his messages left him restless. He yearned to seek her out, but feared disturbing her. In retrospect, he regretted his reckless behavior from the previous night, realizing that while the thrill was momentary, the consequences appeared dire. His expression turned grave. However, in his displeasure, he resolved not to let those he disliked enjoy their moments. Thus, he fixed his gaze upon Wei Su, who remained oblivious, engrossed in his meal. A cold smile crept across Wei Tian's face as he lifted his glass and approached Wei Su. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang exchanged glances before looking toward their father, while Wei Tong and Wei En nodded in agreement, allowing their sons to accompany Wei Tian. It was an opportunity to relieve their boredom by tormenting Wei Su, teaching him a lesson in humiliation. They intended to dispel any notions he harbored about entering the family genealogy, making it abundantly clear that not just anyone could be included in the Wei family lineage. What they failed to grasp was that Wei Su had no desire to be part of this so-called family tree. In fact, even if they begged him to join, he would refuse. Chapter 122. Who regrets is the fool. Many believe that Wei Su was eager to inscribe his name in the Wei family genealogy. At least 90% of the Wei family members present assumed he intended to seize this opportune moment to rise and request the elder's approval for inclusion in the lineage. After all, it was a joyous occasion for the elder's birthday, and perhaps in a moment of merriment, he might acquiesce. Wei Tian and the others clearly shared this sentiment. Hulan observed her son as he confidently strode toward Wei Su, glancing at Wei Tong with a smile, asserting, "That little wretch, Wei Su, will never gain entry into our family tree." Wei Tong nodded in agreement, affirming the impossibility, for Wei Su, lacking both talent and wealth, was, aside from his decent appearance, utterly useless. Hence, the family would never permit his name in the genealogy. Only those of merit could be included. Wei En smiled slightly, adding, "Naturally, the third son is a bastard, and his offspring will also be bastards. The Wei family does not welcome such." "Third son? You still call him that? He is unworthy," Wei Tong remarked with a slight smile. Wei En nodded, conceding his error. He then turned to Hulan with a mild smile, expressing admiration for Wei Tian's accomplishments, how he had managed to build a company worth billions in Wansong province, a place rivaling Gusu City. It was clear that the weight of the Wei family's future would rest upon Wei Tian's shoulders. Hulan, pleased by Wei En's generous praise of her son, beamed with joy and feigned modesty as she remarked, "You flatter me. Our Wei Tian still has much room for improvement. A worth of several billions is merely a starting point. Do you know the status of his girlfriend, the esteemed daughter of the Cui family?" Wei En and Wei Tong eagerly inquired, "What of her?" "She is the young lady of the Cui family, the foremost family in Wansong province. If we were to draw comparisons, her status is akin to that of the legitimate heirs of the 5 prominent families in Gusu City. Now, do you comprehend the significance of this young lady's lineage?" Hulan boasted with pride, her tone brimming with self-satisfaction. After all, her son's girlfriend was exceptional, indirectly reflecting her son's worth. If he were not remarkable, how could he attract the attention of a princess from a commercial empire? The Cui family held a position of great esteem in Wansong province. Thus, Hulan was immensely pleased. Yet, little did she know that just last night, her beloved son had squandered his relationship and jeopardized his future merely by indulging in a night of revelry. Upon hearing Hu Lan's explanation, Wei Tong and Wei An, both in their 50s, were momentarily taken aback. The reticent young lady, it turned out, was no ordinary girl but a lady of considerable lineage. No wonder. Had they known sooner, they would have hastened to curry her favor. At the time, Wei Tian merely introduced her as his girlfriend, leading them to assume that she was merely enamored with his wealth. After all, given Wei Tian's appearance, he hardly seemed worthy of Cui Yulin. They had presumed that Cui Yulin was simply a woman clinging to Wei Tian's fortunes. However, they were gravely mistaken. It was Wei Tian who was clinging to her. The true prize, it seemed, was remarkably unassuming. Regret gnawed at them. Had they been aware, they would have treated the young lady with greater consideration. After all, when she entered the Wei family's ancestral home yesterday, she promptly retired to her room, even politely excusing herself after finishing her meal. This led them to believe she was merely trying to elevate her status by associating with the Wei family, and thus, the household had not accorded her the attention she deserved. Hu Lan, why didn't you mention this sooner? We inadvertently slighted your daughter-in-law, Wei Tong reproached lightly. Hu Lan smiled. It's quite all right. She will emerge shortly, and at that time, we can converse with her properly. My son's charm is quite sufficient, rest assured. Wei Tong and Wei An nodded, resigned to this course of action. In the dining hall, Wei Tian was the center of attention. For everyone knew he was the pride of the Wei family, the most distinguished among the younger generation. Thus, when he rose with a glass in hand, many guests discreetly watched him. Some of the women among the guests even hesitated, contemplating whether to approach Wei Tian for his contact information. They observed him heading towards a corner where Wei Su and Wei Xiaoyang, his cousins, were happily indulging in their meal. Wei Su, in particular, detested being in the limelight. He believed that being overly ostentatious was never a good thing, and the scrutiny of many was hardly desirable. He preferred to maintain a low profile, adhering to the adage that silent wealth is the wisest course. Those who flaunt their success often attract envy and misfortune. Therefore, he harbored a strong aversion to Wei Tian's brash and arrogant demeanor, viewing it as a cautionary tale. Should he dare to flaunt himself in Suzhou, he would undoubtedly make many enemies. As Wei Tian approached their table, Wei Su paused his eating, wiped his mouth, and did not rise. All eyes were surreptitiously fixated on them. Wei Quan, ever the provocateur, sneered. Oh, Wei Su, your audacity knows no bounds. Our esteemed brother Tian has come here to drink with you, and you don't even stand up to toast him? Wei Su replied with a smile. Why should I rise? Truly arrogant you are. Wei Jiantang interjected harshly, pointing at Wei Su. I truly wonder what face of failure like you has to sit at this banquet. Do you not realize your presence sullies the Wei family's celebration? Wei Su pondered for a moment. Are you truly insisting that I leave? Wei Tian, with a slight smile, interposed, preventing further words from Wei Jiantang, and asked with a grin, are you really not going to stand up to toast? Is my presence not worthy of the respect you owe me? Wei Su shrugged, unperturbed, and replied nonchalantly, what merit does Wei Tian possess that warrants my standing to toast him? The room erupted in a murmur of astonishment at Wei Su's retort. However, curiosity and anticipation sparked in their eyes. They were eager for the unfolding drama. Well, Wei Tian exclaimed, pleased, just don't regret it. Wei Su, with a warm smile, retorted, whoever regrets is the fool. Chapter 123, what a disgrace. Wei Su's temperament was not particularly placid. Yet, he adhered to a principle. If one does not offend him, he shall not offend them. However, should one provoke him, retribution would be swift. This was his nature. Presently, he merely wished to finish his meal in peace. And once the banquet concluded, to seek out the elder of the Wei family to clarify his situation and extricate himself entirely from the Wei clan. From then on, he would not be involved with them, nor would they seek him out. However, some pesky flies insisted on buzzing around, notably Wei Tian, Wei Jiantang, and Wei Quan, individuals who had long held a grudge against Wei Su. In their youth, they had suffered at his hands. Yet, in recent years, Wei Su had remained in Suzhou, never returning to Phoenix City, making it difficult for them to exact their revenge. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, they were determined not to let it slip away. Regrettably, they had never been able to match Wei Su before, and they still could not, whether in terms of strength or wealth. Slowly, Wei Su rose from his seat. Wei Xiaoyang tugged at his sleeve, her face etched with concern. She wanted to urge him to leave, to skip the banquet altogether, but she understood that her cousin was not one to shy away from conflict. He had never been a coward. She recalled a time when they, as young scions of the Wei family, were walking home from school, perhaps in 5th or 6th grade, when two human traffickers, a man and a woman, suddenly emerged and attempted to drag Wei Xiaoyang into an alley. The male trafficker brandished a knife, threatening them to remain silent, lest they face dire consequences. Wei Quan, Wei Tian, and Wei Jiantang were petrified, paralyzed by fear, watching helplessly as Wei Xiaoliang was pulled away in tears. For traffickers, girls fetched a higher price than boys, and Wei Xiaoliang, with her delicate beauty, had become their target after many days of lurking. Under duress, Wei Quan and the others retreated step by step, their thoughts consumed with escape, completely ignoring their cousin in peril. The male trafficker, seeing the children's fear-induced silence, grew emboldened, relaxing his vigilance. Ultimately, Wei Quan and the others, with gritted teeth, fled, not daring to call for help. Only Wei Su stood his ground, hands in pockets. Calm, yet with an occasional glint of ferocity in his eyes. The trafficker, noticing Wei Su's defiance, scoffed. "Oh, you're not running away?" Wei Su shook his head, feigning innocence. "Uncle, are you a bad person? You don't seem like one." The male trafficker and his female counterpart exchanged a fleeting glance, within which a trace of delight flickered. This little boy, astonishingly, was quite the simpleton. While the other children had fled, he remained oblivious to their malevolent intentions. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous. Capturing another boy could yield a handsome profit. The male trafficker, thus lowering his guard, tucked his knife behind him, crouched down, and with a smile, addressed Wei Su. "How about you come with Uncle? Uncle will treat you to some candy." "Candy?" Wei Su's eyes sparkled with naivete. "Then, can I have an Alps lollipop?" The trafficker smiled even more warmly. "Certainly, of course." "Then please take me with you." Wei Su surprisingly extended his hand towards the trafficker. The trafficker thought to himself that this boy must be rather dim-witted. However, he felt no aversion. After all, an extra child to sell was advantageous. Thus, he truly let his guard down, taking Wei Su's hand to make their retreat. But at that very moment, as he turned, the once innocent-looking boy's expression transformed. Sharp and fierce, akin to a cheetah poised to strike. Suddenly, he wrenched his hand free and snatched the knife from behind the trafficker without a moment's hesitation, plunging it directly into the trafficker's back. "Ah!" The trafficker screamed, utterly astonished that this child dared to retaliate. Moreover, the intensity of the boy's counterattack swiftly diminished his combat effectiveness by half. With a fierce countenance, Wei Su yanked the knife free, gripping it tightly. And while the trafficker writhed in pain, he plunged the knife into him once more. This strike rendered the trafficker entirely incapacitated. Witnessing this, the female trafficker panicked, releasing Wei Xiaoliang and rushing to confront Wei Su. "Run!" Wei Su shouted to Wei Xiaoliang, turning to flee himself. Terrified, Wei Xiaoliang felt her legs weaken. But upon hearing Wei Su's resolute command, she regained her strength and, gritting her teeth, sprinted towards a nearby alley. This was a familiar route they often took after school, allowing her to escape successfully. As Wei Su was pursued by the female trafficker, he shouted, "Murder! Murder!" Ultimately, the attention of the surrounding populace was drawn to the scene, leading to her being subdued by the very people she sought to manipulate. Following this incident, Wei Xiaoliang began to grow closer to her cousin, unaware that she harbored feelings for him that she could not articulate, despite their lack of blood relation. Wei Xiaoliang was not unattractive. During her university years, numerous suitors had pursued her, yet she had never acquiesced. Now, reunited at the banquet, she gazed at the composed Wei Su, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she recalled the brave little boy he once was. He possessed such intelligence. At that moment, she felt intuitively that Wei Tian, Wei Quan, and Wei Jiantang were bound for misfortune, for they had crossed paths with Wei Su. Her intuition was undeniable. She was unaware of the full extent of Wei Su's capabilities, but she understood that he was not someone whom Wei Tian and Wei Quan could easily oppress. Indeed, once Wei Su rose from his seat, he seized a wine bottle from the table, an action that startled everyone present, including Wei Tian, Wei Quan, and Wei Jiantang. They stumbled back several steps in fright. Wei Su, however, merely smiled, not intending to use the bottle as a weapon but rather to uncork it and pour himself a glass, smiling as he said, "Why are you all so frightened?" Wei Tian, Wei Quan, and Wei Jiantang were left speechless, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment for their cowardice. They had indeed been intimidated by Wei Su. The intensity of his demeanor when he stood up, combined with his swift motion to seize the bottle, had led everyone to believe he intended to strike. Thus, their hasty retreat was a natural reaction, yet it left them feeling utterly humiliated. Why? Because the one who had intimidated them was Wei Su, the cousin they had looked down upon and detested for years. They had intended to use this banquet to publicly humiliate him, only to find themselves outmaneuvered. The weight of the surrounding gazes felt piercing, as they sensed the mocking stares of those present. Most attendees were families with amicable ties to the Wei clan, and they were somewhat aware of the dynamics at play between Wei Su and the others. Consequently, witnessing Wei Su intimidate them, and indeed succeeding in doing so, was a source of profound embarrassment for Wei Tian. As they absorbed the scornful glances from the crowd, Wei Tian, Wei Quan, and Wei Jiantang wore expressions of deep discontent. In truth, aside from Wei Tian's decent appearance, the other two were rather unremarkable. Thus, when their faces darkened, it only served to render them less appealing. Wei Tian glared intensely at the nonchalant Wei Su, his complexion reddening. The courteous demeanor he once possessed transformed into one of anger. He had never anticipated that Wei Su would dare to frighten him, nor did he foresee the extent of his own humiliation. And there stood Wei Su, seemingly unaffected, leisurely pouring himself a drink, as if to convey that he held no regard for Wei Tian. Had any other member of the Wei family intimidated him, they would have promptly apologized. Yet Wei Su remained unfazed, exuding an air of defiance. Wei Tian narrowed his eyes, coldly declaring, "I will give you one more chance. Apologize immediately, or you shall face the consequences." Wei Su chuckled, genuinely amused. He found Wei Tian to be rather peculiar, self-important, dismissive, and brimming with a sense of superiority. Did he truly believe that his success in business granted him the right to act with impunity? "I'm sorry, but I have no reason to apologize, Wei Tian. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, feel free to reveal them. Do not threaten me as if I were easily frightened." In an instant, Wei Tian's expression turned grim. The numerous guests present on the scene had begun to congregate, their gazes fervently fixed upon the unfolding drama. They were eager to witness the outcome of this confrontation, although deep down, they believed they already knew the answer. With most leaning towards the notion that Wei Tian held the upper hand. Wei Su, after all, was merely an unknown youth. How could he possibly contend with Wei Tian? Wei Tian, in contrast, had achieved a modicum of success in the capital of Wansong province, rendering the disparity between them all the more pronounced. "Very well, Wei Su. Just wait and see," Wei Tian mused. However, he was acutely aware that he could not publicly humiliate Wei Su. It was simply not feasible, given the multitude of eyes upon them. Fortunately, Wei Tian possessed a degree of composure, and after a fleeting moment, he managed to quell his inner fury, inhaling deeply to restore tranquility to his gaze. He had initially anticipated that confronting Wei Su would compel him to apologize or submit, yet to his surprise, the latter appeared utterly unafraid, almost foolishly so. This realization soured Wei Tian's mood considerably. At that moment, the elder of the Wei family finally interjected, turning his attention to Wei Su with a furrowed brow. "Today is my birthday banquet. How can you continue to act so recklessly? Mature a bit. Stop behaving like a failure." His words were directed squarely at Wei Su. The onlookers, eyes alight with anticipation, eagerly awaited the spectacle. It was evident that the elder had recognized Wei Tian's grievances and stepped in to grant him some dignity. For Wei Tian was now the most cherished scion of the Wei lineage. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang, the other direct descendants, were deemed incapable of carrying the family's aspirations. Only Wei Tian could shoulder the responsibility of the Wei family's resurgence. Thus, the elder's defense of Wei Tian was entirely expected, leaving Wei Su to suffer as a scapegoat. Originally, the conflict between Wei Tian and Wei Su was a personal matter. However, with the elder's intervention, the equilibrium was shattered. Yet, this was inherently to Wei Tian's advantage, as earning the elder's favor was a testament to his capabilities, leaving him no room for complaints. In the elder's eyes, Wei Su was unequivocally a failure, as evidenced by his earlier remarks. Moreover, the elder's reprimand of Wei Su suggested that in his view, opposing Wei Tian was nothing but folly, while Wei Tian's provocation of Wei Su was entirely justified. Wei Su's expression remained unperturbed. Even in the face of the elder's scolding, he exhibited no signs of anger. Maintaining his composure, he regarded the man who was ostensibly his grandfather, yet who now looked at him with indifference, feeling no emotional connection whatsoever. Ultimately, Wei Su chose to take no action and uttered not a word, simply sitting down in obedience. This act was a gesture of repayment. Considering that this elder had taken in his father and raised him, Wei Su felt a sense of gratitude and would not impose any embarrassment upon the elder. The guests, witnessing Wei Su's unexpected compliance, were taken aback. Did this young man truly submit to the elder's admonition? Such behavior was not anticipated. After all, in their eyes, Wei Su, regardless of his abilities, had demonstrated a fierce spirit, as evidenced by his earlier act of seizing a bottle in defiance. Many had thought he would boldly confront Wei Tian, given the ferocity in his gaze, which exuded an air of determination. Thus, no one perceived Wei Su as a mere pushover. Yet, this formidable individual had, at the elder's behest, seated himself without protest, prompting the guests to exchange puzzled glances. Seeing Wei Su comply, the elder snorted in irritation before turning to Wei Tian with a smile. "Do not stoop to the level of such an uneducated individual, Wei Tian." Wei Tian, observing Wei Su's submission, felt a swell of satisfaction. What can a failure like him possibly offer in competition? He thought. The notion of having his deceased parents included in the Wei family lineage was laughable, How absurd. With a smile, Wei Tian nodded at the elder, acknowledging that it was indeed a mistake to engage with a failure. Though he framed it as his own fault, the implication was unmistakable. He was clearly denouncing Wei Su as a mere failure. In this, Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang joined in, laughing heartily as they made disparaging remarks about Wei Su. Indeed, he's a failure. A few years back, he had the audacity to sever ties with our family and venture to Suzhou, and now he returns, laden with debts, shamelessly crashing the elder's birthday party. Is he hoping to leverage this occasion to have us clear his debts, or to insert his deceased parents into our family tree? How naive. Their words dripped with scorn, each taunt a reminder of Wei Su's past failures. However, they seemed to overlook a crucial point. That was history. The present Wei Su, sitting quietly, was in a position where, in terms of assets, only two individuals surpassed him, Lin Xiaoxiao and the esteemed Miss Cui Yulin of Wansong Province. The surrounding guests began to murmur among themselves, piecing together the narrative. No wonder the elder favored Wei Tian. It became clear that Wei Su was indeed a failure, relegated to a corner of the banquet hall. Yet, this was the nature of familial dynamics. One's worth was often gauged by their accomplishments. The more successful one was, the more respect and admiration they garnered from relatives, and conversely, the less accomplished one was, the more disdain they faced, with elders often treating them with the coldness of an ice mountain. Nevertheless, Wei Su remained unfazed, his demeanor serene as he sat in the corner, impervious to the barbs of those around him. The mockery held no power over him, and he found the suggestion of having his parents' names added to the Wei family tree rather insulting. Wei Xiaoyang observed her cousin, Wei Su, with a pang of sympathy, feeling an inexplicable ache for him. Chapter 125. Our relationship isn't that close. In Wei Xiaoyang's eyes, Wei Su's life journey had certainly been fraught with adversity. Initially, she was unappreciated in the Wei household, and after departing for the city of Gusu, her entrepreneurial endeavors met with failure. Upon returning to her family, she now faced scornful ridicule. Were she in her position, she might have succumbed to despair. Yet, Wei Xiaoyang found herself too preoccupied to exchange words with Wei Su by her side. At that moment, two radiant figures suddenly graced the restaurant. Lin Xiaoxiao and Cui Yulin entered, with Lin Xiaoxiao clad in a resplendent white gown, seemingly prepared for this moment. Notably, she adorned her head with a delicate princess crown, embellished with a dazzling diamond. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her eyes twinkled like stars, resembling a princess emerged from a painting, beautiful, noble, and graceful, captivating all who beheld her. Cui Yulin, on the other hand, donned a flowing purple dress, her refined features and languid demeanor evoking an irresistible urge to embrace and cherish her. As they entered the dining hall together, Cui Yulin's aura and elegance rivaled that of Lin Xiaoxiao. The appearance of these two women instantly illuminated the entire restaurant. If one were to encapsulate their presence in a single word, it would be resplendent. The once lively restaurant fell into a hush as these two women made their entrance, leaving all in attendance utterly entranced by their beauty and grace. Who are these enchanting women? They resembled two princesses, each exquisite in her own right. How could the Wei family possibly invite such stunning guests to this birthday banquet? Surely, they must be daughters of some prestigious lineage, regardless of their familial ties. Their undeniable aura suggested that their backgrounds were far from ordinary. Such elegance could never be feigned. The guests began to murmur amongst themselves, unable to resist the allure of these two remarkable women. Their arrival shifted the focus of the gathering, as if they were the true stars of the celebration. Lin Xiaoxiao wore an expression of indifference, as unyielding as an ancient glacier, instilling a sense of hesitation in those who dared to approach her. Akin to a beautiful lotus blooming at a lofty peak, best admired from afar, Cui Yulin exuded an air of regal grace, reminiscent of a princess from a distant kingdom. Though not aloof, her noble demeanor deterred others from drawing near, lest their own ordinary essence pale in comparison. The contrast between the two women was stark. Wei Tian, of course, noticed their presence. At first glance, his attention was irresistibly drawn to Lin Xiaoxiao. For in terms of beauty, she was undeniably superior to Cui Yulin, making it impossible for even Wei Tian to remain unaffected. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze shifted to Cui Yulin, his eyes softening with affection, resembling a lovesick man. However, Cui Yulin paid him no mind, treating him as though he were invisible. Although the elderly patriarch of the Wei family was momentarily overshadowed, he felt no discontent. Why? Because it was evident that both women hailed from noble backgrounds, far from ordinary. He recognized Cui Yulin as the young lady who had taken residence in their ancestral home just the day before. She was Wei Tian's girlfriend and the esteemed daughter of the Cui family in Gusu, her status undoubtedly exalted. Thus, the patriarch held her in high regard. knowing that if she were to become a member of the Wei family, the clan would surely prosper. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, he was unfamiliar with her identity but perceived her as possessing an undeniable nobility. Though he did not know her, this did not diminish his welcome. Hosting such distinguished ladies at the birthday banquet was, in itself, a testament to the Wei family's status. It was as if he were proclaiming to the guests, "Look, the individuals we have invited are not merely you, but also these extraordinarily noble and captivating young ladies." Meanwhile, Wei Tian's friends from Gusu, upon glimpsing Lin Xiaoxiao, were momentarily rendered speechless, exchanging incredulous glances. It was clear they recognized her, yet their disbelief left them momentarily frozen, only able to meet each other's eyes. Their expressions swiftly turned serious. Indeed, they now understood the gravity of the situation. Previously, they had regarded the Wei family's modest birthday celebration with a casual demeanor. For the Wei family of Phoenix City did not warrant their utmost respect, as they themselves held a degree of prominence in Gusu. However, witnessing the Wei family's ability to invite Lin Xiaoxiao, dubbed the most beautiful woman in Gusu, altered their attitudes entirely. This banquet demanded their utmost seriousness. They could no longer afford to treat the elderly patriarch with indifference. After all, the Wei family had secured an invitation for the illustrious Lin Xiaoxiao. Did this imply a significant connection between the Wei and Lin families? If such a connection existed, it would be prudent for them to cultivate a favorable relationship with Wei Tian. Their acquaintance was rather superficial, stemming from a few business dealings in Wansong province, which had led them to maintain a semblance of friendship. However, upon realizing the Wei family's substantial influence, they recognized the necessity of adjusting their approach. Perhaps this connection could lead them to the Lin family, and should they succeed, it would open doors to great fortune. Promptly, several friends rose to follow Wei Tian, who hastened to greet his girlfriend. Approaching Cui Yulin, he softly said, "You've arrived. Come, take a seat." Without waiting for her response, he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao with utmost courtesy, saying, "Miss, please, take a seat at the front table. I hope the Wei family's birthday banquet brings you joy." His words were polished and respectful, showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor. To his girlfriend, he displayed tenderness, while to the unfamiliar lady, he maintained polite decorum, earning nods of approval from the surrounding guests, who acknowledged his admirable approach to social interactions. At that moment, his friends chimed in with playful banter, "Wei Tian, you're not being fair. With such stunning ladies gracing your family's banquet, you haven't introduced us?" Wei Tian, recognizing his friends, wore a smug smile as he introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Cui Yulin, the esteemed daughter of the Cui family in Wansong province." He then gently urged, "Xiao Lin, why don't you greet them?" Upon hearing this, his friends were momentarily taken aback, stunned by the revelation that this woman, whose elegance rivaled Lin Xiaoxiao's, was indeed the daughter of the Cui family. Their expressions betrayed their astonishment. Could it be that the Wei family is truly on the rise? They have invited the most illustrious lady from the Lin family, as well as the daughter of the Cui family, and she is Wei Tian's girlfriend. Was Wei Tian truly the recipient of extraordinary fortune? It is essential to recognize that the Cui family stands as a prominent and esteemed lineage in the capital of Wansong province, possessing considerable wealth and social standing comparable to that of Lin Xiaoxiao in Gusu City. It can almost be asserted that Miss Cui Yulin is among the most distinguished figures in Wansong's capital. Upon hearing Wei Tian's introduction, the individuals present greeted Cui Yulin in unison. However, to Wei Tian's astonishment, Cui Yulin's demeanor exhibited no signs of recognition. She bore not even a trace of a smile. Furthermore, with an expression of utter indifference, she uttered a statement that nearly rendered Wei Tian unconscious with shock. "I apologize, but as of now, I am no longer Wei Tian's girlfriend. We are merely two strangers acquainted with one another." This proclamation sent ripples throughout the restaurant, as if a stone had been thrown into a still pond. The elder of the Wei family widened his eyes in disbelief, while Wei Tian's mother, Hulan, whose face had previously radiated pride, found her smile evaporating instantaneously. The members of the Wei family were taken aback, with the exception of Wei Su. The guests, initially stunned, soon became intrigued by the unfolding drama. As for Wei Tian, he felt as though a heavy stone had been dropped onto his chest, nearly causing him to faint. What on earth was happening? This turn of events was utterly unexpected. Cui Yulin's words struck Wei Tian like a resounding slap to the face, simultaneously striking the Wei family's reputation. You had introduced her as your girlfriend with a cheerful demeanor, only for her to abruptly deny that status. Did this not evoke feelings of awkwardness, discomfort, and anger? Indeed, he was overwhelmed with embarrassment, distress, and rage. If not for his rationality reminding him that Cui Yulin was not a woman he could confront, he might have impulsively slapped her. It was humiliating, truly a disgrace that left him a laughingstock. Fortunately, he regained his composure swiftly. The moment his smile faded, he managed to re-establish it, adopting an exceedingly gentle tone laced with jest. Shaolin, let us save the jesting for later, shall we? It is my grandfather's birthday banquet, and everyone is watching. Come now, be a dear and sit down. His tone resembled that of someone soothing a child, as if to convey that Cui Yulin's previous remarks were merely a lover's quarrel, and their relationship remained intact. However, Cui Yulin had no intention of granting Wei Tian any semblance of grace. With a voice as cold as ice, she retorted, "Please refrain from calling me Shaolin in the future. Our relationship is not as amicable as you presume. Thank you." The atmosphere in the restaurant was one of shock, with a cacophony of varied emotions swirling within the guests. The Wei family members, after their initial astonishment, wore expressions of dismay, as their family's dignity had been thoroughly trampled upon by Cui Yulin. In contrast, the other guests observed with keen interest. Their anticipation for the subsequent developments peaked. Wei Tian's friends, initially bewildered, fell into silence, their expressions shifting from confusion to contemplation. They began to wonder if Wei Tian was merely putting on a facade, only for Miss Cui to refuse to play along. An undeniably embarrassing scenario. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had hoped to witness Wei Tian's downfall, found herself momentarily sidelined by Cui Yulin's swift action in humbling him, prompting her to adopt a more passive role in the unfolding drama. As Wei Tian's mother, Hulan, recognized her son's predicament, she hastened to intervene, attempting to appease Cui Yulin. "Shaolin, you two must have quarreled. It's quite all right. I can scold him for you. He must have neglected you, right? Come, let us have a chat." She reached out to take Cui Yulin's hand, hoping to draw her closer. Yet, Cui Yulin stepped back, maintaining distance. "I'm sorry, but this is not a quarrel. This is a formal declaration of our breakup. If you wish to know why, you may inquire with your son about what he was up to last night." At this revelation, Hulan stood frozen, while Wei Tian's complexion drained of color. She knew. She was aware of his indiscretions from the previous night. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang exchanged glances, their expressions laden with bitterness. They had concocted this scheme to ingratiate themselves with Wei Tian, but it had backfired spectacularly. It was one thing for Wei Tian to appear virtuous, yet he had reveled in debauchery, engaging intimately with two women until the early hours. They had even given him a thumbs up at the time, but now it seemed that karma had come calling. Cui Yulin had indeed discerned the truth, leaving the Wei family in a state of turmoil. The collective understanding among the guests began to crystallize. What kind of misconduct could lead to such a swift and public dissolution of a relationship? Clearly, Wei Tian's transgressions had become public knowledge, and as it is often said, a man may wish to keep his domestic affairs undisturbed while indulging in affairs elsewhere, yet it appeared he had miscalculated. "Shaolin, please let me explain. I merely went out to enjoy the scenery last night," Wei Tian stammered, faltering as he realized the absurdity of his excuse. A wealthy man, out late at night, merely to admire the view. Did he truly believe those present were fools? Cui Yulin regarded him with an incredulous expression, as if he were the one lacking sense. The elder of the Wei family wore a grimace, disheartened that his grandson had engaged in such folly. There was nothing inherently wrong with seeking pleasure, yet discretion was paramount. One should never allow their partner to discover such indiscretions. Even he, in his youth, had strayed, for the Wei family once basked in grandeur. Cui Yulin's expression remained composed. "The matter is clear. Henceforth, we shall be strangers. I wish you well." With that, she turned to leave. Yet, just as the crowd assumed she was departing, she paused at the entrance, as if having noticed someone, and approached a corner table, smiling as she addressed the somewhat bemused Wei Su. "Mr. Wei Su, would you mind if I joined you?" The reactions were palpable. Wei Su, Wei Xiaoyang, Wei Tian, Wei Quan, and the rest of the onlookers were left speechless, collectively pondering the strange turn of events. In the corner where Wei Su resided, there were actually no seats taken, save for Wei Su and Wei Xiaoyang. This unassuming corner had been overlooked by everyone, but now, with the arrival of Cui Yulin, it had transformed into the focal point of attention. All eyes gravitated towards this corner. Upon witnessing that Wei Su was acquainted with Cui Yulin, Lin Xiaoxiao's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly, and an inexplicable discomfort settled within her. Wei Su observed that although Cui Yulin had inquired whether she could sit down, she had already taken her place beside him. The table was spacious, yet she chose to sit right next to him. Wei Tian's expression darkened as he beheld his girlfriend brazenly seated beside his rival, a clear indication of his simmering fury. However, despite his anger, he had to suppress it, for he understood that he could do nothing against Cui Yulin. Her status rendered him a mere insignificant figure. In fact, he felt that being associated with Cui Yulin was akin to a commoner attempting to court a noble princess. The onlookers deemed Wei Tian rather audacious. It was said that Cui's family lineage was one steeped in literary prestige, and through the generations, they had produced several business prodigies. elevating the Chui family from a scholarly background to a prominent family within Wansong province. This also indicated that Chui Yulin, nurtured in such an esteemed environment, was undoubtedly a paragon of refinement and poise, unlike other young ladies who squandered their privilege in reckless pursuits. Many women from affluent families struggled to maintain their dignity. With wealth and power at their disposal, they often descended into debauchery, completely disregarding their self-respect. There were numerous accounts of young ladies maintaining clandestine relationships with multiple suitors, leading lives of utter moral decay, far more indulgent than their so-called rascally counterparts. In such a milieu, it became evident how rare and precious a lady like Chui Yulin was, pure, cultured, and strikingly beautiful. Among the men of Wansong province, 90% harbored envy towards Wei Tian, perceiving his association with Chui Yulin as a celestial being gracing a pile of refuse. Chapter 127, A Stroke of Misfortune. When compared to ordinary individuals, Wei Tian was indisputably exceptional. He held stakes in several companies, with a fortune amounting to billions. Living a life of luxury unattainable to 99% of the populace. He drove extravagant cars, resided in opulent mansions, and was still relatively young, around 27 or 28. In a typical scenario, a man of such stature would be deemed a coveted husband by families far and wide. Yet, he found himself intertwined with Chui Yulin, who hailed from a distinguished lineage, renowned for its nobility, virtuous conduct, and striking beauty. Chui Yulin was indeed the ideal woman in the eyes of many elite men. In stark contrast, Wei Tian appeared merely as an ordinary fellow. His wealth? Apologies, but any subsidiary of the Chui family would dwarf his assets in valuation. Therefore, in the eyes of the Chui family, Wei Tian's wealth, capabilities, and connections were negligible. If one were to seek a man superior to Wei Tian in Wansong province, they would find many candidates. It would be a misconception to believe that affluent families only produced wastrels. They also nurtured a plethora of outstanding individuals who began their journey from a position of advantage. If these families failed to cultivate excellence, they would have long since perished. Wouldn't they? Rationally speaking, Chui Yulin should not have considered Wei Tian as a potential partner. However, it was precisely this man who found himself alongside the daughter of the Chui family, inciting envy and resentment among the men of Wansong province. Naturally, Chui Yulin was no fool. She would not easily surrender her virtue to just any man. Thus, she communicated her expectations to Wei Tian. Show me your worth. During this period, Wei Tian exhibited commendable behavior. Previously fond of revelry and nightly escapades, he reformed for Chui Yulin, abstaining from bars and adopting the demeanor of a gentleman. After enduring to this point, with Chui Yulin consenting to accompany him to Phoenix City for an elder's birthday celebration, it signified that Wei Tian was not far from success. If he could navigate this banquet smoothly, it was quite possible that Chui Yulin would agree to marry him upon their return to Wansong province. Although Chui Yulin struggled to comprehend the complexity of romantic relationships, she was not overly concerned. What she sought was a man she deemed suitable. Emotional connection was secondary, as feelings could be cultivated post-marriage. Alas, misfortune struck. Wei Tian succumbed to temptation and ventured out to indulge in debauchery, even engaging two companions for the night, as if to compensate for the void of his recent restraint. Now, retribution had arrived, leaving Chui Yulin disillusioned. In her eyes, a man unable to control his basest instincts could never qualify as her husband. Thus, she chose to part ways. Now seated beside Wei Su, an affront and mockery directed at Wei Tian. For the guests in the restaurant, it was evident that Wei Tian had squandered a golden opportunity, a chance for ascendance. As regret filled his heart, he directed a venomous glare at Wei Su, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. The elder of the Wei family approached Wei Tian, gently patting his shoulder and admonishing him to remain calm. If you lose your composure, you will inevitably fail. The elder's words managed to instill a measure of tranquility within Wei Tian. Realizing that without Chui Yulin, there was still a woman even more radiant beside him, he turned to the noble lady adorned in a white gown, crowned with a diamond tiara, and flashed his most confident and charming smile. My lady. But before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the room, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The regal woman responded to Wei Tian not with gentle words or a captivating smile, but with a sharp slap that rendered him momentarily dazed. The guests were left agape. Wei Su observed this spectacle with a resigned smile. He understood well why Lin Xiao had delivered that slap. It was for him, though reluctant to admit it. That was the sole reason. After all, Lin Xiao had no enmity with Wei Tian and was unfamiliar with him, leaving no rationale for her to strike him. Hence, the only conclusion was that it was a defense of Wei Su. This woman truly. Wei Su could only smile wryly. But for Wei Tian, there was no room for mirth. His heart seethed with fury. Initially, the girlfriend publicly dismantled and mocked him. only to be met with a resounding slap from the enigmatic noblewoman. His dignity and pride had been utterly obliterated. If we were to say that Shui Yulin's prior actions had cast Wei Tian's face and dignity to the ground, then Lin Xiaoxiao's abrupt slap was akin to mercilessly trampling upon that very face and dignity. How dare you? Did you truly believe I would not dare to strike you? In a fit of rage, Wei Tian reached for a nearby wine bottle, intending to hurl it at Lin Xiaoxiao. Wei Su's expression hardened as he rose and swiftly approached Lin Xiaoxiao. However, at that moment, several friends of Wei Tian seized him tightly, imploring, "Brother, you cannot strike her. You must not lay a hand on this woman. Indeed, cease your actions. If you do, you will lose everything." They desperately endeavored to dissuade him while holding him back. Why? Why can I strike her? This wretched woman had the audacity to slap me. I'll be damned if I don't tear her apart. Be quiet. She is Lin Xiaoxiao, the president of the Lin Group in Gusu City. If you dare to make a move against her, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. At the utterance of those words, the furious Wei Tian momentarily froze, and the numerous guests around him were equally stunned. What? Lin Xiaoxiao, the president of the Lin Group in Gusu City? If their memories served them correctly, there was only one Lin Group in Gusu City, and only one Lin Xiaoxiao. Thus, this enchanting and regal beauty, like a princess, was indeed, gasp. The guests could not help but inhale sharply. Shui Yulin from Wansong province was distant, leading them to have a limited understanding of her status and identity, so their reaction was muted. They merely recognized that she was someone of significance. However, this Lin Xiaoxiao, the president of the Lin Group, was a prominent figure right before their eyes. Most of the attendees were businesspeople, fully aware of what this female president represented. In her presence, the likes of Wei Tian and the Wei family were mere trifles. Did you think you could strike her? With just a word, she could bring all of Wei Tian's enterprises to ruin, should she choose to do so. It seemed that Wei Tian had truly encountered a streak of unprecedented misfortune, having provoked not one, but two of the most formidable women. Chapter 128. What a pity. Wei Su lamented the need for Wei Tian to consult today's almanac, which surely contained warnings against attending banquets or engaging in conversations with women. Little did Wei Tian anticipate that the two stunning women, who had captured the attention of all, would bring him such distress. One had cast his dignity to the ground, while the other had trampled upon it repeatedly. Shui Yulin, as Wei Tian's girlfriend, no, rather, his ex-girlfriend, publicly severed their relationship and took her seat beside Wei Su, his adversary, effectively mocking and retaliating against Wei Tian's betrayal. Lin Xiaoxiao, as a friend, or perhaps a half-friend, of Wei Su, struck Wei Tian in a fit of indignation on his behalf. Although superficially, these actions appeared disconnected from Wei Su, they were, in truth, inextricably linked to him. At this moment, the expressions of the guests in the restaurant were indeed captivating. On one hand, they were astonished by the spectacle of Wei Tian being slapped. On the other, they were equally shocked by the identity of the woman who had delivered the blow, Lin Xiaoxiao, the female president of the Lin Group, the queen of the Lin commercial empire, a figure of immense distinction. To elaborate succinctly, the combined assets of all present guests might not even amount to 1/10 of Lin Xiaoxiao's worth, including all of Wei Su's holdings. This illustrates the capital and capability she possessed. It is essential to note that she was not merely a figurehead reliant on her family's legacy, but a formidable and exceptionally gifted businesswoman. Lin Xiaoxiao assumed leadership of the Lin Group 2 years prior. At that time, she was not regarded favorably by many. Some believed the group would collapse under her stewardship, while others feared she would bring ruin to it. Only a handful held faith in her ability to sustain and elevate the Lin Group's legacy. Reportedly, when news spread within the Lin Group that the elder Lin intended to appoint his granddaughter as the chairman and president, numerous shareholders openly threatened to withdraw their investments if such a decision were enacted. They were unaware of Lin Xiaoxiao's true capabilities. All they knew was that she was the granddaughter of the elder Lin, having studied abroad and reportedly interned at a prestigious global company. Upon her return to assume control of the Lin Group, these shareholders believed that while she could serve as chairman, she should not interfere with the company's operations. However, the elder Lin's decision to appoint her as both chairman and president indicated his intent for her to take full control of the group. The shareholders could hardly acquiesce, as they could not bear to see a young woman in her 20s wielding authority over the entire Lin Group, a decision they deemed foolish. Consequently, 7 out of 15 shareholders declared their intention to withdraw their investments, stating that if the elder Lin insisted on allowing Lin Xiaoxiao to manage the Lin Group, they would immediately divest. This ultimatum indeed placed the elder Lin in a precarious position. On one hand, these shareholders held significant stakes in the group, and their mass exit would create a financial burden in reacquiring their shares. On the other, they were longtime allies who had helped him build his empire. making it difficult for him to dismiss them. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xiaoxiao urged her grandfather not to intervene, offering to handle the situation herself. The outcome left the elder Lin astounded, for she agreed to the withdrawal of the 7 shareholders while simultaneously investing a substantial sum to buy back all the shares of the Lin Group. As a result, the Lin Group was left with only 8 shareholders, including Lin Xiaoxiao herself, as she reclaimed both equity and shares. However, this maneuver led the Lin Group into a state of financial strain, given the significant funds expended to repurchase the shares. Despite the turmoil surrounding her, Lin Xiaoxiao remained composed and unruffled. The withdrawal of investments from stakeholders in the Lin Group was conducted entirely in secrecy, with few outside the family privy to the situation. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiaoxiao engaged in discussions with the Fong family, one of the prestigious 5 families, regarding a project. In this venture, she stipulated that the Lin family would contribute labor without financial input, as the Lin Group's cash flow had encountered significant deficiencies, leaving them without surplus funds. The Fong family, not contemplating the implications, consented to her terms. Had they demanded financial contributions from the Lin family, the Lin Group would have indeed faced a dire financial crisis. However, the Fong family was unaware of the Lin family's precarious situation. Had they known, they might have exploited it to coerce the Lin family into a more disadvantageous agreement. It was precisely this ignorance that facilitated the successful negotiation of the project, with the Fong family providing the necessary funds and the Lin family supplying the requisite labor. Ultimately, the project thrived, albeit precariously. Even the venerable patriarch of the Lin family, a man seasoned by life's tempests, was left in a cold sweat upon learning of his daughter's audacious gambit. Had the project failed, the repercussions would have been catastrophic for the Lin family. Thankfully, success was theirs to claim. In the aftermath, the majority of the company's employees became aware of the narrow escape from a potential financial collapse, a crisis averted by the newly appointed female president, whose resolute and tenacious spirit had steered the Lin Group through turbulent waters. Following this triumph, the shareholders who had hastily withdrawn their investments were left utterly astonished. They had anticipated the downfall of the Lin Group under the stewardship of a woman. Yet it was she who not only navigated the crisis, but also propelled the Lin Group to newfound heights of prosperity. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao's commercial acumen began to crystallize, earning her respect and admiration in the city of Gusu, where no one dared to underestimate her again. Even Qin Jiang, known as the cunning young master of the Qin family, upon learning of Lin Xiaoxiao's astute maneuvers, remarked with brightened eyes that she was undoubtedly the perfect match for him. It was not merely Qin Jiang who felt this way. The young gentlemen of Gusu, captivated by her blend of intellect and beauty, yearned to claim her as their own. After all, marrying Lin Xiaoxiao equated to inheriting the entire Lin Group and securing a partnership with a commercial prodigy. Yet many believed that the one who would ultimately win her heart would be Qin Jiang, for he seemed the only one deserving of such a paragon. However, to everyone's astonishment, it was rumored that Qin Jiang had encountered failure in his pursuit of Lin Xiaoxiao, having extended an invitation for a meal, only for her to dismiss it without a second glance, tossing the invitation into the nearest trash bin. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, reveling in the humiliation he faced. Yet, Qin Jiang appeared unfazed. The tales of Lin Xiaoxiao's exploits spread like wildfire through the circles of affluent families. Not a soul remained unaware of her name. The attendees, predominantly businessmen, could hardly overlook the presence of such a formidable businesswoman. Initially, they failed to recognize her, as their first glimpse had been of her gracing the cover of a business magazine, where she was depicted in a simple yet elegant OL dress, beautiful, yet lacking the radiance she now exuded. Today, clad in a resplendent white gown and adorned with a princess crown, she resembled a figure from a fairy tale, captivating all with her unparalleled elegance and grace, momentarily obscuring her identity from scrutiny. However, a few of Wei Tian's friends immediately recognized Lin Xiaoxiao's stature. Unfortunately, the circumstances seemed less than favorable for Wei Tian. At that moment, he held a bottle of wine, his face drained of color in shock. He had nearly hurled it at this woman, one whom he could never afford to provoke. Had he done so, it would have spelled disaster for him. Thus, he felt a tumult of terror, fear, and relief swirl within him. His companions, witnessing his sudden halt, exhaled in unison, relieved that they had narrowly avoided calamity. To challenge the princess of the Lin Group was tantamount to courting disaster. Had he acted rashly, not only would the Lin family retaliate, but Lin Xiaoxiao's numerous admirers would have reduced him to mere fragments. Lin Xiaoxiao maintained an expression of indifference, devoid of any emotional upheaval. Wei Su sighed in resignation. Wei Tian, his countenance darkened, eventually lowered the wine bottle and bowed deeply to Lin Xiaoxiao, apologizing profusely for startling her. The guests, witnessing this exchange, felt a twinge of regret. Had Wei Tian's bottle struck Lin Xiaoxiao, it would have certainly made for an entertaining spectacle. Following his apology, Wei Tian found little inclination to linger at the gathering. With two formidable women having rendered him a figure of ridicule, remaining would only invite further mockery. As he prepared to depart, he turned towards Lin Xiaoxiao, who exuded an air of regal detachment, and inquired, "Miss Lin, I am puzzled. This is our first encounter, is it not? Why did you feel compelled to strike me without hesitation?" A sly smile graced Lin Xiaoxiao's lips as she, to the astonishment of the onlookers, elegantly linked her arm with Wei Su's and coldly replied, "Is this clear to you now?" Wei Su sighed internally, wishing to hide his face from the prying eyes of the guests, many of whom had begun snapping photographs. My goodness, Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend? The revelation struck Wei Tian like a thunderbolt, plunging him into despair. The entire Wei family, including the patriarch, was momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Wei Su, that insignificant fellow, had become Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend? Wei Su wished to withdraw his arm from her grasp, but Lin Xiaoxiao held on firmly, and he feared that breaking free would cause her embarrassment, especially since she had just defended him. Thus, he resigned himself to her hold, knowing he would soon need to visit the Lin family and maintain the pretense of being her boyfriend. Being photographed together now mattered little. The truth would inevitably surface. Cui Yulin, observing the mismatched couple, felt a pang of surprise. The man who had advised her just the previous night was indeed Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend? It hardly seemed plausible. Her eyes flickered with contemplation, while Wei Xiaoliang's gaze brightened. Indeed, she was a formidable sister-in-law. However, deep within her eyes, as she gazed upon the seemingly ill-matched couple, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passed over her countenance. Perhaps, that inexplicable affection, which ought not to exist, should indeed be severed. As for Wei Su, he harbored no intention of continuing his participation in this banquet, especially given the turmoil that had unfolded. Initially, he had no desire to attend. His return was solely to definitively sever ties with the Wei family. Grandfather, Wei Su called out for the last time. The elderly patriarch of the Wei clan was momentarily taken aback, hastily rising to face the grandson he had long scorned and with whom he shared no blood relation. "What is it?" he inquired, his tone shifting to one of civility. Wei Quan, Wei Jiantang, and the others, observing this exchange, felt a profound heaviness in their hearts. They understood precisely what Wei Su was about to propose, the incorporation of his own family into the family tree of the Wei clan, and furthermore, as members of the direct lineage. It appeared that the elder of the Wei family would not refuse this request. Not for any particular reason, but simply because the princess of the Lin family was intimately entwined with Wei Su's arm. This alone spoke volumes. No one in the Wei family had achieved more than Wei Su, for he had captured the affection of the Lin family's princess. This was in stark contrast to Wei Tian. Although Wei Tian had claimed that Cui Yulin was his girlfriend, her demeanor and actions belied that assertion. In contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao clung to Wei Su's arm with an eagerness that suggested her attachment, while Wei Su's expression conveyed a hint of disdain. This indicated that in the realm of romance, Wei Su was the one in control, with Lin Xiaoxiao as the more passive participant. Such a revelation left the Wei family members and numerous guests in disbelief. However, it was an undeniable truth. Lin Xiaoxiao had indeed taken the initiative to link arms with Wei Su, holding on tightly, as if fearing he might withdraw. Nearby guests hastily captured photographs, for it had been long rumored that Lin Xiaoxiao had no interest in any man, yet now they had evidence. If these images were disseminated, the city of Suzhou would surely erupt in astonishment, and Wei Su's name would resound in the ears of every young gentleman, albeit as a rival. Of course, this would particularly resonate with his most formidable adversary, young Master Qingjiang. But Wei Su was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His final call to grandfather was indeed just that, a final call. He regarded the elder of the Wei family and solemnly stated, "I have but one matter to address." The Wei family members swallowed hard, their minds racing with speculation that it must pertain to the matter of inclusion in the family tree. Hu Lan's expression darkened. She vehemently opposed this, yet felt powerless. Her gaze burned with resentment towards the woman who had embarrassed her son, Lin Xiaoxiao. She yearned to scratch her face with her sharp nails, yet refrained, knowing that such an action would spell disaster for her family. The elder of the Wei family, leaning on his cane, had also surmised what Wei Su was about to propose. Surely, it was about reinstating his parents into the family tree. Previously, the elder had vehemently opposed the idea and would have mocked and derided Wei Su should he dare to bring it up. But circumstances had shifted. With Wei Tian's downfall, Wei Su had emerged as the most accomplished member of the Wei family, having won the affection of the Lin family princess. Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang, meanwhile, were already contemplating how to atone to Wei Su in hopes of securing his favor. Wei Tong and Wei En, Wei Su's nominal uncles, were not idle either. At that moment, Wei Tong rose and approached Wei Su, his demeanor exuding warmth and the indulgence of an elder. Today is a day of great joy for the elder. If you have anything to say, do not hesitate. Even if the elder disagrees, as your uncle, I shall advocate for you. Indeed, Wei Yin chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. His own company was facing dire straits, and he believed that if he could curry favor with this small rascal and have him speak a word on his behalf, perhaps his business could survive. As your second uncle, I too will speak on your behalf. Please, share your concerns. The elder of the Wei family stroked his beard with a smile, urging, you too, stand aside. Let suitor speak. I shall grant whatever he requests, for this is a day of celebration. The surrounding guests were taken aback by this scene, murmuring in disbelief. The Wei family truly lacked shame. Just moments ago, they had harbored disdain for Wei Su, even scolding him, and now, merely because a princess-like beauty had shown him affection, they had done a complete about-face, speaking to him with kindness? Particularly Wei Tong and Wei Yin, who could forget how they had derided Wei Su's parents at every family banquet to bolster their own sense of superiority. Now, having realized that he was the successful one, they were quick to change their tune and ingratiate themselves, truly astonishing. However, if they were in the same position, they might have done the same. After all, what choice did they have? Wei Su regarded the three fickle elders with a calm gaze, his heart filled with scorn. Especially the elder of the Wei family, who had previously referred to him as a failure, now addressing him as Suer. It was utterly nauseating. Wei Su suddenly smiled and said, before either of you stood up, I had but one matter to address. However, now that you have risen, I have three matters to discuss. The elder of the Wei family, sensing no impending crisis, waved his hand dismissively. Speak freely. Wei Su raised a finger. The first matter is quite simple. It pertains to the relationship between my family and the Wei clan. The members of the Wei family felt a collective gasp. They believed that Wei Su indeed intended to reinstate his deceased parents into the family tree. However, they were mistaken. As Wei Su continued, their expressions froze in disbelief. I believe you are all aware of our relations. Since I am not a blood relative of the Wei clan, you have looked down upon my family and scorned us throughout my life. Therefore, I have decided that from this day forth, my family and I shall sever all ties with the Wei clan of Phoenix City. We will have no further connections. The elder of the Wei family was left dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to be reinstating his family in the lineage? Why was he now severing ties? Nephew, surely there's been some misunderstanding. We are family. Do not rush to cut ties. Wei Tong interjected hastily. I'm afraid there's truly no misunderstanding. Your face is remarkably thick, Wei Tong. You have mocked me as a small rascal both openly and in private. Did you think I was deaf, or that the assembled guests were? Wei Su retorted coldly. Wei Tong was left speechless. The guests nodded in agreement. Many had attended the Wei family banquets for years and had witnessed firsthand the ridicule directed at Wei Su's family, almost as if it were an annual spectacle. Thus, the second matter I wish to address concerns you, Wei Tong. Wei Su's expression was devoid of emotion as he directly called out Wei Tong's name instead of referring to him as second uncle. I hear you operate 2 or 3 companies. Is that right? Very well. I can inform you that from this moment forth, you may hasten to file for bankruptcy. As soon as the words fell, boom. Wei Tong collapsed back into his seat, his complexion ashen. Wei Su's words were blunt. What was more pivotal was that at this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was quite compliant in retrieving her phone and dialing Zhou Bo, softly instructing, investigate the companies operated by the Wei family in Phoenix City immediately. Zhou Bo responded, yes, miss. Wei Tong's expression grew even more desolate. At this juncture, Wei Su turned to the quivering Wei Yin, offering a faint smile, albeit a chilling one, and added, as for the third matter, do not gaze any longer. Your company should also prepare to apply for bankruptcy. The members of the Wei family were left speechless. The elder of the Wei family solemnly remarked, Wei Su, no matter what, this is your own kin. Do you truly intend to leave no survivors? Chapter 130. Why again? With Wei Su's current capabilities, orchestrating the downfall of both Wei Tong and Wei Yin's companies was not a daunting task. Moreover, he would not require assistance from others. He could easily crush them himself. However, they all presumed it was Lin Xiaoxiao who was aiding Wei Su in suppressing them. But it mattered little. Let them think as they please. When the elder of the Wei family uttered the phrase leave no survivors, Wei Su smiled, a smile that appeared genuinely joyful. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was imbued with an icy demeanor. Leave no survivors? Wei Su shook his head, laughing as he remarked, if I truly intended to leave no survivors, then the Wei family would find themselves without even a place to reside. Do you believe that? The members of the Wei family remained silent. When you forced my parents to toil in Gusu City, leading a life of utmost hardship, did you ever consider whether you were the ones leaving no survivors? Now that you find yourselves in a disadvantageous position, You suddenly comprehend what it means to leave no survivors? The members of the Wei family were left in stunned silence. Cui Yulin observed Wei Su's retreating figure. Her curiosity piqued about what the Wei family had done to incite such fury in him. In truth, Wei Su spoke without any anger, maintaining a calm demeanor, even appearing indifferent to their ire. All right, since matters have been elucidated, I shall take my leave. After all, I am no longer connected to your Wei family. With that, Wei Su turned on his heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. Lin Xiaoxiao followed suit, leaving the assembly in a state of bewilderment. Their expressions a medley of emotions. The guests were filled with sentiment, pondering how Lin Xiaoxiao had acquired a boyfriend, causing countless young masters in Gusu City to face heartbreak. Conversely, the atmosphere among the Wei family was oppressively grim, particularly for Wei Tong, Wei Yin, and Wei Tian, whose faces were the most pallid. Simultaneously, the elder of the Wei family, amidst the turmoil of his birthday banquet, could hardly endure the weight of such events. How could the celebration possibly continue? In that moment, Cui Yulin also gradually rose and left the banquet, trailing behind Wei Su. As for Wei Xiaoyan, she too exited but drove back to the Wei residence to inform her father of the entire ordeal. Excuse me, sir, please wait. Cui Yulin softly called after Wei Su. He halted his steps, turning with Lin Xiaoxiao. He smiled and inquired, may I assist you? She scrutinized Wei Su and then glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao before smiling. You two do not appear to be a couple, do you? Wei Su was taken aback. How did you know? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly tightened her grip on Wei Su's arm. Her cool countenance now tinged with vigilance towards Cui Yulin. Yet, Cui Yulin disregarded Lin Xiaoxiao's apprehensive demeanor, merely chuckling. Have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten pork? Ordinary couples do not behave as you do. If you were truly a couple, Mr. Wei Su, you would exhibit more intimacy with Miss Lin. Wei Su nodded, conceding, indeed, we are merely pretending. He attempted to withdraw his hand. For the performance had reached its conclusion and it was time to revert to normalcy. However, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed unwilling to relinquish her hold. Her expression neutral, yet firmly clinging to his arm, causing Wei Su's arm to brush against her ample bosom. To avoid awkwardness, Wei Su acquiesced, allowing Lin Xiaoxiao to maintain her embrace. In truth, he could not fathom Lin Xiaoxiao's thoughts. If Lin Xiaoxiao had developed feelings for him, it would be utterly improbable. She was not a naive young girl, but rather the queen who presided over a business empire. How could she possibly be attracted to someone as ordinary as Wei Su? Of course, at present, Wei Su was indeed an ordinary individual in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Noticing her ruse exposed, Lin Xiaoxiao still did not release Wei Su's arm. She simply regarded Cui Yulin with a calm demeanor. Cui Yulin, undeterred, felt no fear, as the heiress of the Cui family in Wansong province. Her status and position were certainly not inferior to Lin Xiaoxiao's. However, Lin Xiaoxiao's evident hostility only piqued Cui Yulin's curiosity about what captivated Lin Xiaoxiao about Wei Su. She discerned that the two were not a couple, for Wei Su's demeanor did not align with that of a romantic partner. Yet she could perceive the unspoken emotions in Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze, an understanding only a woman could grasp. Cui Yulin pondered for a moment before smiling. If you ever visit Wansong province, do remember to seek me out. I can be your guide. Wei Su smiled graciously and nodded, of course, though he replied affirmatively. In truth, he had no intention of contacting her. Even if he were to find himself in Wansong province for business or leisure, he would not seek out Cui Yulin. Having already entangled himself with Lin Xiaoxiao, he had no desire to invite further complications. Now that Cui Yulin had ended her relationship with Wei Tian and returned to singlehood, it was likely her family would urge her towards matchmaking and marriage, should he become involved. He might once again find himself playing the role of her boyfriend at family dinners. Why again? Wei Su suddenly realized he had already played the role of a boyfriend twice in familial settings. The first time was willingly for Mu Wanqing, as he genuinely harbored feelings for her and was eager to be her boyfriend. Now, portraying Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend at a meal marked his second instance. Moreover, this time was likely to be more challenging than the first. Although the Mu family was not an ordinary family, it paled in comparison to the Lin family. The relatives of the Lin family would undoubtedly be exceedingly discerning and formidable. It was probable that even one of them would have objections against Wei Su. Alas, what a predicament! After Cui Yulin departed, she made her way downstairs and entered the vehicle of her bodyguards. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed, "See to it that an investigation is conducted on a man named Wei Su from the Wei family." The bodyguard nodded. Understood. Mississippi. Out of curiosity, he further inquired, "Are you planning to play a prank on someone again, miss?" In Wansong province, Cui Yulin was notorious for being difficult to contend with. Despite her outward appearance of a refined young lady, she was known for enjoying pranking others, and those she targeted often refrained from retaliating, swallowing their indignation instead. She was merely curious about how that man managed to win over the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Chui Yulin replied with indifference. Who claims that she has taken a liking to Wei Tian? In truth, she merely employs Wei Tian as a shield. As a daughter of a prominent family, she is often bound by circumstances beyond her control. It is inconceivable for her to become a mere pawn in her family's schemes of marital alliances. Thus, she must utilize her connections and abilities to the fullest extent, ensuring that her own happiness remains firmly within her grasp. Chapter 131. Are you afraid? In Wansong's provincial city, the young lords were perplexed, unable to fathom why Chui Yulin would associate herself with Wei Tian. Logically, the scion of a prestigious family, especially one residing in the capital, ought to seek a husband of equal standing, rather than someone like Wei Tian, who lacks any significant background or capability. Admittedly, establishing a company worth hundreds of millions is quite an achievement for an ordinary individual. However, for those hailing from illustrious lineages, such sums are merely trifles, insignificant in the grand scheme of their wealth. Thus, a woman of Chui Yulin's stature should not be seen with someone like Wei Tian. Could it be that she has truly fallen for him at first sight? In reality, this is merely a scheme devised by Chui Yulin. She understands that should she refrain from romance, her family will select a suitable match for her, one she would be utterly powerless to influence. After all, her potential suitor would not be a simpleton. Desiring to avoid the entrapment of an arranged marriage that would jeopardize her own happiness, she resorts to a cunning strategy, opting for Wei Tian as a mere puppet. No one is aware of Chui Yulin's true intentions. To the outside world, she is simply a well-bred young lady, poised and courteous. Consequently, a portion of Wansong's populace genuinely believes that Chui Yulin has fallen for this impoverished youth. Yet, for Chui Yulin, Wei Tian is nothing more than a marionette, easily manipulated to serve her ends. If this puppet becomes distasteful to her, she will unceremoniously discard him. The question then arises, which puppet shall she control next? As Chui Yulin sat in her vehicle, deep in thought, a fleeting image of Wei Su crossed her mind. The man who remained unfazed, even when admired by Lin Xiaoxiao. Perhaps he would make for an intriguing puppet, or perhaps a collaborator. Whatever the case may be, she resolved to assess his capabilities first. Should he prove to be too formidable, collaboration would be on the table, and she would endeavor to meet his demands. If he were found lacking, he would simply become her next Wei Tian, yet another tool in her arsenal to escape familial pressures. Contemplating Wei Su, she was suddenly reminded of Lin Xiaoxiao, a woman who bore certain similarities to her. Chui Yulin narrowed her eyes as she gazed at the passing scenery, suddenly curious about how Lin Xiaoxiao would react if she were to steal away the man she cherished. Would she explode with rage? After returning to their room, Wei Su and Lin Xiaoxiao, perhaps due to shyness or embarrassment, found their hands finally released. Wei Su leaned down to inhale the scent of his arm, smirking. Not bad at all. Lin Xiaoxiao's ears flushed, yet her demeanor remained composed as she coldly inquired, "And what is your relationship with Chui Yulin?" Wei Su shrugged. "Just an acquaintance, really." Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. "I've heard of her." "Oh, what can you tell me about her?" Wei Su asked, intrigued. Lin Xiaoxiao countered. "What do you think she's like?" After some contemplation, Wei Su replied, "Just an ordinary young lady from a prominent family, I suppose." "I must inform you, you are mistaken," Lin Xiaoxiao stated coolly. "She was not always like this. Once, she was a feared figure in Wansong, a veritable she-devil. Anyone who crossed her path faced her wrath. Some merely subjected to pranks, while others were left utterly destitute, losing both fortune and life." "Wait, what? Destitute?" Wei Su was taken aback. "You mean both money and people are gone?" As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao gestured to her graceful neck, like that of a swan, indicating that Chui Yulin was indeed a formidable character. Wei Su's eyes widened in shock. "Wow, she's that ruthless?" he thought, shivering slightly. Previously, he had merely perceived Chui Yulin as a refined young lady, never suspecting her to possess such a fierce nature. The people of Wansong once referred to her as a little devil. Everyone was wary of her. However, perhaps due to her age, which was comparable to his, and the pressure from her family to marry, she had begun to feign innocence, transforming into a well-mannered young woman. Lin Xiaoxiao remarked calmly, since adopting this refined demeanor, the already attractive Chui Yulin has become even more captivating, prompting numerous families to seek alliances with the Chui family. Yet, she has chosen a boyfriend who is utterly beneath her status, only to discover that it is Wei Tian. Wei Su blinked, seemingly struggling to process this information. He felt a pang of relief that he had not offended her during their previous conversation. Had he done so, he might have faced retaliation. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. This seemingly courteous and dignified young lady had once been a formidable little devil, and it seemed she possessed a heart as cold as ice. "How do you know her so well?" Wei Su inquired. "My cousin resides in Wansong," Lin Xiaoxiao explained. "She mentioned a woman who shares some similarities with me, and when I inquired about her name, it turned out to be Chui Yulin. However, I had never seen her before, which is why I didn't recognize her at the restaurant. Wei Su pondered for a moment, in some respects. Your cousin is quite accurate. You and Cui Yulin do share some similarities. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. In what way do I resemble her? Wei Su replied. Both of you are formidable women, not to be trifled with. Lin Xiaoxiao merely raised an eyebrow. After a moment of reflection, Wei Su remarked. Given your insights, I suspect Cui Yulin is using Wei Tian as a pawn. Lin Xiaoxiao agreed. It is certainly possible. According to my cousin, Cui Yulin is a woman who adeptly conceals her true self. With a sigh, Wei Su declared, then I must avoid Wan Song from now on. Even if circumstances necessitate my presence, I must proceed discreetly. Better to be cautious. If I were to attract unwanted attention, I might find myself in a precarious situation. Little did he know, he was indeed being watched, as Cui Yulin had already begun to instruct others to investigate his background. The timing of any potential action would depend on circumstances. Rest assured, I will protect you, Lin Xiaoxiao stated indifferently. Wei Su chuckled. You make it sound as though I am a delicate flower in need of your protection. Lin Xiaoxiao countered. If you are willing to be supported by me. It is not out of the question. Her tone carried a hint of jest. Quickly, Wei Su waved his hands. No. I am unworthy of the Lin family's esteemed daughter. I have heard that an abundance of distinguished suitors are vying for your hand, each with remarkable backgrounds. Should I become your kept man, my days of prosperity would certainly come to an end. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, Are you afraid? Chapter 132. Another gathering, are you afraid? As those 3 words fell, Wei Su turned in surprise, gazing at the ever-composed Lin Xiaoxiao, unable to comprehend her meaning. What are you talking about? He inquired. I ask you, are you afraid? Am I afraid? Wei Su felt utterly bewildered. Why would he be afraid? What was there to fear? You are afraid of falling for me, Lin Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. No, you are genuinely narcissistic, Wei Su exclaimed incredulously. How can there be such a self-absorbed woman in this world? Do you dare to say you aren't afraid? Lin Xiaoxiao gazed earnestly into Wei Su's eyes. He fell silent. Indeed, he found himself somewhat apprehensive. Yet, it was not the fear of falling in love with her, but rather the complications that would ensue should he do so. Observing his silence, Lin Xiaoxiao too fell quiet, turning her attention to the LCD television. In truth, she was unclear about her current feelings. Yet articulating them proved to be challenging. All right, let us pack our bags. Now that the birthday banquet has concluded and everything has been clarified, it's time to depart. Wei Su stated. He then rose and headed to his room to gather his belongings. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to watch his retreating figure, her expression rather complex. Whether Wei Su would fall in love with her was uncertain. However, she had come to realize that he had become a unique presence in her life. With other men, she felt no emotional stirrings, yet Wei Su elicited a subtle shift within her heart. Had it been anyone else, she would never have followed them to Phoenix City. Nor would she have slapped Wei Tian in front of so many people. It was precisely because it was Wei Su that she acted thus. Yet, her own feelings had begun to blur, leaving her in a state of confusion. Ultimately, she too retreated to her room to start packing. Once her luggage was in order, Wei Su exchanged a few words with Lin Xiaoxiao before calling Yuan Xiong. This time, he had brought Yuan Xiong along, but over the past few days, Wei Su had allowed him to wander freely, instructing him to call when it was time to return. Now, it was time to head back to Suzhou City, and thus, he needed to make that call. Lin Xiaoxiao informed Wei Su that in 3 days, she would take him to her home. This visit was imperative, otherwise, her family would likely begin to seek out Wei Su. Wei Su had no choice but to nod in agreement, acknowledging that he ought to experience her family's prowess firsthand. Upon descending the stairs, Yuan Xiong greeted Wei Su with a smile, saying, Boss, our company has begun its comprehensive integration. It won't be long before your assets are consolidated. I just wanted to ask, Boss, do you intend to focus on hotels or something else? After placing his luggage in the car, Wei Su pondered for a moment before responding, I haven't decided yet. You should hurry and think it over. Preparations are essential. I never imagined I would have the chance to work alongside such a prominent boss, Yuan Xiong chuckled. Once merely the head of security at a credit company. Now he found himself in the company of a high-flying boss, and it brought him undeniable joy. Time was indeed of the essence. Wei Su laughed and turned to gaze out the window. Indeed, the merger was about to commence. To grow and strengthen, consolidation was necessary. Being overly fragmented would yield adverse results. Thus, a merger was imperative. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was Wei Xiaoyang. Hello? Xiaoyang? Yes, cousin, have you left? Wei Su nodded. Well, the birthday banquet has concluded, and I must return. On the other end, Wei Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. Birthday banquet? It was supposed to last for 3 days, but now it seems it can only last for 1. And you dare say it has concluded? Yet. She found some solace in the chaos that had ensued at the banquet. She had never harbored any fondness for the Wei family. especially given the way they had been undermined by Wei Quan and Wei Jiantang. Will you return to Phoenix City? Wei Xiaoyang inquired. Wei Su fell silent for a moment. Return? He truly had no desire to do so. Even his parents' graves were arranged in a cemetery in Suzhou City. He had never contemplated returning to Phoenix City, nor had he intended for his parents to return. I suppose I won't be coming back, Wei Su replied with a smile. Wei Xiaoyang's expression darkened, as she understood well the implications. The Wei family owed Wei Su far too much and had treated him poorly. She had witnessed firsthand how the Wei family had treated him, and thus, she empathized. Had she been in his position, she too would not wish to return. Sensing Wei Xiaoyang's despondence, Wei Su remarked, although I won't be returning to Phoenix City, you are always welcome to visit me. Just give me a call when you arrive in Suzhou City. I would be delighted to have you. Wei Xiaoyang softly acknowledged. I will make an effort to visit Suzhou City in the future. When you do, I will treat you to a grand feast. Wei Su smiled. All right, let us leave it at that. Goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Wei Xiaoyang turned to face the grim expressions of those in the front hall, stating flatly. He said he will no longer return to the Wei family, nor to Phoenix City. You can all give up hope. In the front hall sat the elderly patriarch of the Wei family, along with Wei Jiantang, Wei Quan, and others. Even Wei Tian, who appeared pallid, was present. He had lost everything. He could envision the company he had in Mansong province ultimately being crushed by Cui Yulin. He understood well what kind of woman Cui Yulin was. Hence, he was indeed left with nothing. Upon hearing Wei Xiaoyang's words, the elderly patriarch's expression became complex. Wei Tong and Wei Quan, his nominal uncles, exchanged glances filled with dismay. Wei Tong spoke in a low voice. This Wei Su has truly risen to great heights and has begun to forget his roots. Wei Yan added, a wolf that won't be raised. Yet, Wei Xiaoyang smiled. Indeed, have you considered how you have treated Wei Su and his family over the past decade? Once you reflect, you will understand why Wei Su is unwilling to return to the Wei family. The room fell into silence. They were well aware of how they had treated Wei Su. After all, they were the perpetrators themselves. Finally, the elderly patriarch of the Wei family declared, enough. Let this matter rest. Do not provoke Wei Su again, lest it bring calamity upon the Wei family. Disperse. There is no need to hold the banquet anymore. A simple meal among ourselves will suffice. Wei Tian looked at the patriarch and asked, Grandfather, does this mean Wei Su has severed all ties with our family? What else is there to say? The elderly patriarch replied curtly, his tone lacking any warmth. After all, Wei Tian had become utterly useless. He possessed neither assets nor capabilities. And thus, the patriarch's tone reflected his disdain. Wei Tian felt unjust, but ultimately dared not speak further. On the road, Wei Su sat in the car, ending the call and beginning to contemplate. The journey was still quite long. At last, they arrived in Suzhou City. Wei Su returned directly to his villa, while Lin Xiaoxiao, having flown back, was already settled in her own villa. When Wei Su returned, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoxiao, but she did not greet him. She merely glanced at him before retreating to her room. Wei Su shrugged his shoulders and returned to the long-absent villa. Inside, several maids had already been hired by the property management at Wei Su's request to take care of the household chores and cleaning. Their appearances were merely mediocre, and Wei Su felt no interest in them, so he ascended the stairs to sleep. However, just as he was about to drift off, a text message arrived on his phone. It was from a high school classmate. Wei Su, we're planning a class reunion tomorrow night. Are you free to join us? Wei Su replied, a reunion? Who will be attending? Just the old high school classmates, along with their respective families. Will you come? After contemplating for a moment, Wei Su realized he was indeed free tomorrow, as he would not be visiting Lin Xiaoxiao's home until 3 days later. Thus, he responded, I can make it. That's great. But I should warn you, Gu Dajuan and his gang are aware of your so-called entrepreneurial failure and bankruptcy. They might make things difficult for you at the reunion. So, be cautious. Gu Dajuan's group had been Wei Su's adversaries back in high school. It was not that Wei Su sought trouble with them. Rather, he had once intervened when they were bullying a girl, confronting them in a fierce altercation. Remarkably, he had emerged victorious, taking on 3 of them with reckless ferocity, driving them back. However, he was left battered and bruised, sustaining a head injury that caused him to bleed profusely. After scaring Gu Dajuan and his friends away, Wei Su fainted, unable to even glimpse the girl he had rescued. Soon after, the college entrance examinations approached, and within days, everyone returned home, each going their separate ways. Now, hearing about the upcoming reunion from his high school classmates, Wei Su felt a twinge of sensitivity and asked, is Zhang Yutong attending as well? Of course. In fact, she inquired if he would be coming. It's rather strange. Have you two become close? Wei Su fell silent for a moment before replying. Then perhaps I shall skip it. Oh, come on, buddy, you must attend for my sake. Peng Jun is your good friend, after all. When a good friend invites you, you ought to oblige. Peng Jun was one of the few friends Wei Su had in high school, known for his integrity and admirable character, which was why Wei Su cherished their friendship. With Peng Jun's persuasion, Wei Su finally sighed and agreed, "Fine, I will go. That's more like it. Remember, tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock at the Riverside Hotel." We couldn't afford the Kempinski, so we settled on the Riverside. Wei Su had no particular preferences and simply replied, "All right." Chapter 133, Wu Mei moves in. Previously, a reunion had been held by college classmates, but that gathering ended in discord. It had been organized by Yuan Liang, who, due to his misdeeds, was now incarcerated within the Justice Association. And yet, here was another reunion organized by high school classmates. Wei Su pondered for a moment, but found no reason to decline. So he decided to attend. However, the fact that Zhang Yutong would also be there made him uneasy. Did this woman still harbor ulterior motives? After the last encounter, she seemed determined to approach Wei Su again. Could it be that she was behind this reunion? Wei Su began to hesitate. His disdain for Zhang Yutong was genuine. She exhibited no sense of morality or loyalty, as her intentions were clearly to marry for wealth rather than love. In essence, she was after Wei Su's financial status. After some contemplation, Wei Su concluded that there was nothing to worry about. In fact, this could be an opportunity to finally dissuade Zhang Yutong for good. Yet, he would need to find a woman to pose as his girlfriend. Mu Wanqing would be the ideal choice. Thus, Wei Su dialed Mu Wanqing's number. "Hello, Wei Su. I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. Oh, just bring that document to me for a quick look. I'll have to hang up, I'm really swamped. I'll treat you to dinner later." It was evident that Mu Wanqing was preoccupied at the Mu family's company, fully engaged in her work. Wei Su nodded in understanding before hanging up. He bore no resentment towards her busyness, as he understood her situation. She had been there for him during difficult times. If it hadn't been for her support in previous years, Wei Su might have succumbed to despair. Therefore, he felt no grievances about her current commitments. He even contemplated preparing a dish to bring to her, knowing the chefs at the Kempinski Hotel, especially the Chinese cuisine chefs, were quite skilled. However, he reconsidered, realizing that such an impulsive visit might disrupt Mu Wanqing's rhythm, so he decided against it. With Mu Wanqing occupied with her responsibilities, Wei Su turned to seek someone else. Should he consider Su Su? That wouldn't work either. She was currently training at the Kempinski Hotel, and her naivety might expose their ruse if he claimed she was his girlfriend. What about Lin Xiaoxiao? That would also be problematic. She would likely create an awkward scene, and he feared that classmates would recognize her. After all, her beauty and fame were well known in Suzhou, often regarded as the city's most beautiful woman. Many actresses in Suzhou envied Lin Xiaoxiao for her looks, but there was little they could do, as she was not only stunning but also wealthy. Ultimately, Wei Su decided to call Han Yun. "Hello, Wei Su." Han Yun's gentle voice came through the line. Wei Su smiled. "Yes, it's me. I've missed you." Han Yun pouted, her words dripping with longing. She had genuinely fallen for Wei Su. In just a few days apart, her heart felt restless. Wei Su chuckled. "I've missed you too. Are you free tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" Han Yun pondered before responding. "I want to be free. I have a lot of classes that will last until at least 7 or 8. Wei Su nodded. "Then never mind. Make sure to study hard." Han Yun giggled. "I'm not a child. I know what I'm doing. I will study diligently." After hanging up and exchanging goodnights, Wei Su found himself wavering. It seemed that all the women he knew were unavailable. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The maid opened it to reveal Wu Mei. At that moment, Wu Mei was no longer clad in security attire, but rather donned fitted jeans and a pristine white t-shirt, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. Though her outfit was simple, it accentuated her alluring figure beautifully. The physique of a martial artist, undoubtedly, was something to behold, slim where it should be, curvaceous where it ought to be. Wu Mei appeared fresh-faced, her hair tied back in a spirited ponytail, wearing a baseball cap. Though she hailed from humble beginnings, she now exuded a fashionable charm. Even the maids nearby cast envious glances at Wu Mei, admiring her beauty. "Miss Wu, what brings you to my humble abode at this late hour? Surely, you aren't here to offer yourself as a bedfellow?" Wei Su jested with a grin. "As long as you can best me in a fight, I am yours to command," Wu Mei replied nonchalantly. Wei Su was left speechless. That was a challenge he could not accept. With a sigh, he said, "All right, it's already 7 or 8 in the evening. What brings you here? Do you expect me to treat you to a late-night snack?" Wu Mei glanced at Wei Su and replied, "Didn't you mention wanting to hire me as your personal bodyguard? The company over there has agreed ahead of schedule, and the contract has been dissolved. I am now a free agent." Wei Su understood. The young woman had come to discuss business. He then said, "So, you shall be my personal bodyguard. Move in tomorrow. There will naturally be a room for you in the villa, and regarding your salary, I will transfer a year's worth to you tomorrow, after which you can officially commence your duties." Wu Mei was taken aback by his words. "Is that it? What about the contract? Aren't we going to discuss it?" Wei Su tilted his head and replied, "A contract? There's no need for such formalities between us. Why not? She inquired. I trust you, and that is sufficient. He smiled. Wu Mei was taken aback. She had never encountered a situation where a contract was disregarded. In truth, it was quite simple. When certain matters required your involvement, you had to step up. Of course, generally, dangerous tasks would not be assigned to you, and you have the right to refuse. However, when it comes to my personal safety as your employer, you are obligated to protect me unconditionally. Do you understand? Wei Su explained. Wu Mei nodded, comprehending the terms. All right then, you may return home now. Wei Su waved his hand dismissively. Yet, Wu Mei remained uneasy and reiterated, you truly don't need to sign a contract? No. Just hurry along. Wei Su waved again. If there was one beautiful woman among those Wei Su knew whom he felt no desire for, it was undoubtedly Wu Mei. As for Mu Wanqing, there was no denying that he dreamed of holding her close and showering her with affection. Regarding Su Su, she was charming enough that any man would be drawn to her. If she were to offer herself, Wei Su would not hesitate. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, while Wei Su refrained from pursuing her due to the complications surrounding her, he knew he would struggle to resist her allure if she were to tempt him. And then there was Han Yun, with whom he had already shared intimacy. But Wu Mei, while undeniably beautiful and alluring with an exquisite figure, even if she were to stand before him unclothed, he would not dare to approach her, out of sheer fear, given Wu Mei's prowess. Unless he incapacitated her with some sort of drug beforehand, Wei Su genuinely felt uneasy about the possibility of her turning violent. A woman of such formidable skill, her capabilities were likely on par with those of a seasoned assassin. Thus, Wei Su harbored no particular interest in her. Once the business was settled, he was ready for her to leave. However, this straightforward and brusque manner of negotiation left Wu Mei feeling unsettled. In her previous job-seeking endeavors, had anyone ever agreed without first signing a contract? She pondered and insisted, no, I should stay here starting tonight. I can sleep anywhere, just assign me a room. Wei Su replied, there's no need for that. You can move in tomorrow. No, I must move in tonight to prevent you from having second thoughts. If you change your mind, I can still stay here, and with your skills, you won't be able to evict me, she declared, stepping outside. Wei Su sighed, realizing her determination. In less than half an hour, she returned with a large bag slung over her shoulder. Wei Su was astonished. You really moved in? Wu Mei replied proudly, of course. Now, which room is mine? Wei Su rubbed his forehead and instructed the maid to show her to a room of her choice. However, the maid appeared troubled. What's the matter? Wei Su inquired. The maid hesitated. Sir, currently the only available rooms are on your floor. Wei Su paused. What about the rooms on the second floor? The maid blushed and said, but those rooms were assigned for us maids to stay in. Wei Su realized, oh, right. I almost forgot. He had thought the villa had ample vacant rooms, so he allowed the maids to stay. They were thrilled. Not only because his salary was higher than average, but also because he was quite handsome, which made the maids exceedingly happy. Of course, several of the more attractive maids secretly donned seductive lingerie each night, hoping for a chance to catch their master's attention. However, they were likely overestimating their chances. Wei Su was not the type to jump at every woman he saw. Then let her stay on my floor, he waved his hand. Wu Mei feigned fear. What? I'd be sharing a floor with you? What if you were to attack me in the middle of the night? Wei Su rolled his eyes. You keep pretending. Even if I wanted to, do you really think I could take you? Wu Mei burst into laughter. You have a point. All right, enough of this. Hurry back to your room. Seeing you annoys me. Wei Su waved impatiently. Wu Mei ascended the stairs under the envious gazes of the maids. It was hard not to be envious. After all, sharing a floor with the master meant more opportunities, didn't it? Chapter 134. Business discussion. Wei Su returned to his room and lay on the luxurious mattress, staring at the ceiling with a sense of agitation. Surely he could not go alone tomorrow. He would undoubtedly be tormented by that troublesome Zhang Yutong. Unfortunately, he had few acquaintances available. Perhaps he could simply have Wu Mei pretend to be his girlfriend? She was the only viable option. Wei Su then rose, opened his door, and walked to Wu Mei's room, gently knocking on her door. It swung open, revealing Wu Mei's wary face. I say, boss, you're not actually planning to force yourself on me, are you? Wei Su rolled his eyes. Get lost. Am I that kind of person? Wu Mei pouted, her expression suggesting otherwise. Wei Su sighed. If I were truly that kind of person, would I come to you so directly? If I wanted to take advantage of you, wouldn't I employ some cunning? Perhaps by slipping something into your drink or food to make you drowsy, then it would be even easier. Wu Mei gasped, her face filled with alarm. Boss, please don't even think about that. That's a crime. Wei Su was at a loss for words. That's exactly why I wouldn't do it. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Then, what is it that you need, boss? Wu Mei leaned against the doorframe. Let me in. Standing outside makes no sense. I can't. I haven't organized my personal clothes yet. If you go in, I'll be mortified, she protested. Wei Su sighed again. Fine, then come out and let us talk. That should be acceptable. That works, she replied. Thus, the two of them made their way to the expansive balcony. It must be said that this luxurious standalone villa possesses unique qualities. For instance, standing on this balcony, one can behold the distant sea, listening to the soothing sound of the waves, which brings a sense of tranquility. Simultaneously, one can admire the shimmering lights of the city at night, which is indeed delightful. As the two stood on the balcony, Wei Su could sense the delicate fragrance of Wu Mei. This was not the scent of any perfume, but rather an enchanting aroma that was subtle yet comforting. It wafted by with the breeze, lingering briefly before fading away, enticing one to crave more. Wei Su remarked, "I would like to ask you for a favor tomorrow." Wu Mei, seemingly unfazed, took a bite of an apple she had brought from the room and inquired, "What favor?" "To pretend to be my girlfriend," Wei Su responded. Wu Mei was taken aback, then reached out to touch his forehead. "Boss, you're not running a fever, are you?" "Of course not." Wei Su swatted her hand away in annoyance. "If you're not feverish, then you must be feeling frisky," Wu Mei stated confidently. "Enough joking," Wei Su said seriously. "I genuinely need your assistance. Tomorrow, their SA class reunion, and their SA rather shameless woman I hope you can help me send away." Wu Mei chuckled at this. "No way, boss. Have you really been bothered by a woman? If you dislike her, just tell her directly. Why let her cling to you?" "I've done that. I even scolded her," Wei Su replied. "And yet she still clings to you?" Wu Mei was astonished. "I told you, she is utterly shameless. Only after my money." Wei Su shrugged, looking helpless. Zhang Yutong was indeed the most audacious woman he had ever encountered. Upon discovering that Wei Su was the owner of the Kempinski Hotel, she immediately discarded Zhou Shangbin and shamelessly began to pursue Wei Su, even claiming to others that she and Wei Su were a match made in heaven. It was simply ludicrous. How shameless can she be? "Enlighten me," Wu Mei laughed. Thus, Wei Su recounted the incidents involving Zhang Yutong. After hearing his account, Wu Mei's face was a portrait of shock. "Goodness, this girl is unbelievably shameless. I've never heard of such a thing." Wu Mei, having come from a humble background, had previously been somewhat restrained when speaking to Wei Su. However, now that they had grown close, her demeanor had relaxed, resembling a spirited woman. Wei Su found no fault in this. If Wu Mei were to remain overly constrained, it would only make him uncomfortable. "See, if I don't take a woman with me, I'd likely be tormented by her incessant attention. Moreover, there are many acquaintances at the reunion, and it wouldn't be appropriate to act too ruthlessly," Wei Su explained. "Then why not just skip it?" Wu Mei asked, puzzled. "I've already committed to attending. I can't back out now. They are all old friends, and I can't bear to lose face," Wei Su said. Wu Mei rolled her eyes. Interestingly, she looked quite lovely doing so. In fact, there was an innate charm in her features. Although her martial upbringing often masked it with a bold demeanor, which was less apparent in everyday interactions. Yet, in the evening, during moments of relaxation, her natural allure shone through, captivating Wei Su. Noticing Wei Su's gaze lingering on her, Wu Mei felt a bit shy and playfully scolded him. "Lecher, what are you staring at? Keep that up and I'll gouge your eyes out." This line was reminiscent of a dialogue from a film. Wei Su chuckled and complimented. "Only because the heroine is so beautiful, I can't help but gaze a little longer." To his surprise, Wu Mei actually appeared somewhat bashful. Having lived with her master for most of her life, and now being alone after his passing, she had experienced the harsh realities of life, even facing near starvation. It was safe to say that no one had ever praised her beauty. Despite her formidable martial prowess, she was still a woman. Being complimented by Wei Su made her feel a twinge of embarrassment, though it was merely that, embarrassment. Her expression quickly returned to normal as she said, "Since it's your request, I'll agree, but it's merely pretend, mind you. I want to be engaging in anything more intimate." Wei Su nodded, understanding this was reasonable. However, when the time came to act, they would need to portray a semblance of closeness at the gathering, and once it concluded, that would be the end of it. Wu Mei did not find anything amiss with this arrangement and agreed. "All right, let us proceed with that. Is there anything else, boss?" "Yes." "What is it?" "Tomorrow at the reunion, you must refrain from using physical force indiscriminately." Wu Mei blinked in confusion. "Do I look like someone who would strike without provocation?" "Yes." Wei Su replied earnestly. "You are right. I'm not joking. I'm just giving you a heads up. There will be a few of my old adversaries at the reunion. And there might be some friction," Wei Su explained. "Your adversaries? They aren't some big shots, are they?" Wu Mei asked, intrigued. Wei Su shook his head. "No, not big shots, just a few ordinary thugs." Wu Mei was taken aback. Chapter 135, What Will You Do? In Wu Mei's eyes, someone of Wei Su's stature should have rivals of equal standing, not mere ruffians. How could they possibly qualify to be his adversaries? Yet now, her esteemed boss was telling her that his rivals were just a few petty criminals. Wu Mei began to doubt Wei Su's true identity. Nevertheless, the villa in which she resided was undeniably real, indicating that Wei Su was indeed wealthy. he could not possibly be impoverished. However, if he were such a significant figure, what about his ambitions and his vision? His opponents should be formidable adversaries, engaging in a battle of wits and strategy, ultimately determining a victor. Yet, his opponents were mere thugs. Wu Mei found this deeply unsettling. She had initially believed she was protecting a figure of great respect, only to realize that her charge seemed somewhat beneath her expectations. This was an affront to her identity as a protector. After all, her master was the #1 assassin in the Xia nation, once was, and she claimed that proudly. As his successor, she should be safeguarding someone of high caliber. Yet her current employer Wei Su, noticing the incredulity on her face, understood her thoughts. You think that someone of my stature shouldn't he have rivals like those thugs? Wu Mei nodded. Wei Su sighed in resignation. You, my dear, if I say you're foolish, it rings true. Wu Mei pouted. I am not foolish. Indeed you are. Wei Su affirmed confidently. He then added, I'm not a wealthy heir or a scion of a prominent family. I built my fortune from the ground up. Therefore, my previous adversaries were merely inconsequential figures. What is wrong with that? It's perfectly normal. Wu Mei finally grasped his point. So, boss, is this a case of returning home in triumph to seek vengeance? Vengeance is a stretch. They aren't worthy of my attention, Wei Su replied, shaking his head lightly. As long as they don't provoke me, the reunion will proceed smoothly. If they dare to cause trouble, then they can forget about living in peace. Wu Mei nodded, comprehending his perspective. Do you truly understand? I truly understand. Good. Then hurry back and get some rest. Don't speak to me in that tone. I'm not a child. All right. Be good and go to sleep. You. At last, Wu Mei returned home, her expression pouting in a manner that finally hinted at the charm of femininity. Typically, Wu Mei exuded such a vigorous aura that she often appeared overly assertive, lacking in the delicate allure of a woman. Wei Su stood on the balcony, gazing out at the scenery, just about to turn away when unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the adjacent villa. That figure, of course, was Lin Xiaoxiao. At that moment, she donned an opulent silk nightgown, standing gracefully on the balcony, her long hair dancing in the evening breeze, her beauty rivaling that of a princess descended from the moon. Upon spotting Wei Su, he felt it impossible to simply walk away. What a coincidence, he awkwardly greeted her. Since returning from Phoenix City, Wei Su had undeniably sensed a subtle awkwardness lingering between himself and Lin Xiaoxiao. This was not the discomfort of strangers, but rather that of two individuals who had unveiled their feelings yet remained apart, resulting in an atmosphere tinged with embarrassment. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded gently, her demeanor surprisingly warm rather than aloof. Unable to endure the tension, Wei Su stammered, Well, you continue to enjoy the view. I'll head back to sleep. He attempted to turn away, yet at that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao softly remarked, You are indeed afraid. Wei Su halted, turning back to face her with a defiant expression, retorting, What am I afraid of? That's an unfounded claim. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, turned her gaze upon him with her enchanting autumnal eyes and said, Whether you are afraid or not, you know it best yourself. In the end, he sighed, resting his hands on the railing as he gazed into the distance. Lin Xiaoxiao kept her eyes fixed upon him, finally breaking into a gentle smile, a smile as radiant as a jewel in the night, eclipsing even the brightest moon. She said, You no longer dare to meet my gaze. Lin Xiaoxiao, are you not tiring of this? Wei Su shot her a glance. Not at all, she replied softly. Staring into her gem-like eyes, Wei Su sighed once more. You know my heart is already taken. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, I am aware. Yet she immediately added, But does that have any bearing on my feelings for you? Wei Su looked at her in surprise. This was the first time Lin Xiaoxiao had openly confessed her affection, catching him off guard. He was no fool. During his time in Phoenix City, he had already discerned her burgeoning feelings for him. Initially, he believed her attachment stemmed from the stress of the incident with the camera, mistaking it for dependency that would vanish once she regained her composure. However, her subsequent actions at the birthday banquet, standing up for him, linking arms with him, and agreeing to share a presidential suite, clearly indicated that she had indeed developed feelings for him. It was likely that Lin Xiaoxiao herself was unaware of her own heart's inclination for with her character. How could she possibly share a suite with a man or stand up for him? Moreover, her phone's wallpaper featured a photograph of the two of them together. All these signs pointed to her having fallen for him. Wei Su could only pretend to be oblivious, as Lin Xiaoxiao was truly a formidable complication in his life. Yet, after her remark about his fear, the unspoken truth of their feelings seemed to surface. Now, Lin Xiaoxiao had boldly and directly confessed her affection for him, leaving Wei Su utterly astonished. He was already enamored with another. Mu Wanqing was the woman he intended to marry. As for Han Yun, he had to admit that he did not regard her with the same weight, as his feelings had not fully developed. Han Yun might merely be someone he supported, while Mu Wanqing was destined to be his legitimate partner. However, if Lin Xiaoxiao were to intrude upon this arrangement, Her background and status would undoubtedly prevent her from remaining in Mu Wanqing's shadow. Thus, Wei Su genuinely wished to avoid entangling himself with Lin Xiaoxiao, though he shamelessly acknowledged that he found her beauty and character immensely appealing. Yet now, a dilemma lay squarely before him. Wei Su pondered, what should he do? Chapter 136, A Resolution. Wei Su did not know Lin Xiaoxiao's thoughts, but he was acutely aware of his own situation. He had reiterated countless times that Lin Xiaoxiao represented a significant complication for him. Currently, he felt unequipped to bear that burden. Thus, no matter how stunning or captivating she appeared, she was merely a beautiful trouble in his eyes. Consequently, Wei Su had to concede that he could not shoulder such feelings. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and stated earnestly, "To be frank, to me, you are simply a woman, or rather, merely a very beautiful woman. To put it bluntly, if you were to lie naked on my bed, I might succumb to base instincts, but I would not fall in love with you. Do you understand my meaning?" Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent. Wei Su continued, "Thus, you are, at most, a friend to me, and the troubles you bring with you are far too numerous." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression turned sardonic, and she repeated, "Indeed, you are afraid. Do you think I would be?" Wei Su chuckled dryly, responding, "If Mu Wanqing's status were that of a legitimate daughter from one of the 5 great families, do you think I would still be afraid?" Wei Su was, in essence, a rather straightforward individual. If it were the woman he loved, he would pursue her regardless of her lineage, be it the daughter of a king or a noble. This was not due to any ulterior motive. It was simply because she was the woman he cherished. In essence, Wei Su possessed an internal gauge that measured the significance of his feelings. Before undertaking any action, he assessed whether it was worth the effort and cost. Presently, it was evident that he deemed it unworthy, as accepting Lin Xiaoxiao's affection posed significant risks, especially since he had yet to fall in love with her. Upon hearing Wei Su's words, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly laughed, akin to a blooming poppy. She softly said, "So, if I were to make you love me, would you then be willing to truly become my man?" Perhaps that could be said. Wei Su hesitated before adding, "But do not harbor any illusions. My heart will forever belong to Mu Wanqing. You should just move on." With that, he turned and retreated into his room, appearing somewhat as if he were fleeing the scene. Admittedly, when he uttered those words, he felt a pang of insecurity, for it was hard to deny that no man could remain impervious to Lin Xiaoxiao's allure. In all of Gusu City, aside from those with unconventional inclinations, it could be said that almost no man could resist her charm. That was a plain truth. Firstly, Lin Xiaoxiao is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, a fact that is universally acknowledged, and it can be said without exaggeration that she is the most stunning beauty in the city of Gusu. Previously, Wei Su was somewhat reluctant to concede that Lin Xiaoxiao held this title, believing that those who conferred it upon her were merely boasting. He thought that her beauty was merely a result of makeup, and that she would inevitably appear less attractive without it. However, upon witnessing Lin Xiaoxiao's unadorned visage, Wei Su realized that her claim to being the foremost beauty in Gusu was indeed justified and devoid of any flaw. Even though he harbored profound affection for Mu Wanqing, he could not deny that, in terms of physical allure, Mu Wanqing paled in comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao. Of course, the beauty of these two women is distinct in its own right. Mu Wanqing's beauty exudes a gentle charm that warms Wei Su's heart. A mere glimpse of her smile is enough to soothe his soul. Whenever Wei Su engages in video calls with Mu Wanqing, he finds himself captivated by her eyes, enchanted by her smile, and drawn to her delicate features, as if every aspect of her countenance offers him solace and healing, a beauty characterized by its gentle and restorative nature. In contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao possesses a breathtaking beauty that is so mesmerizing it could ensnare the soul if one were not careful. To draw an analogy, her beauty resembles that of Chang'e residing upon the moon, stunningly ethereal, yet only meant to be admired from a distance, devoid of any inclination towards irreverence. In comparing these two forms of beauty, Wei Su would naturally prefer the gentle allure of Mu Wanqing. He seeks not merely a woman of exquisite beauty, but rather a sanctuary that can heal his wounded heart. Mu Wanqing is that sanctuary for Wei Su, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is destined to remain his eternal refuge. Thus, Wei Su believes that since he does not love Lin Xiaoxiao, he shall not provoke her, nor can he reciprocate her affections. Hence, he chooses to evade her. Furthermore, he intends to maintain this avoidance in the future. Lin Xiaoxiao is not an ordinary woman, and Wei Su feels utterly powerless in her presence. Upon seeing that Wei Su had returned to his room and had previously rejected her with words, Lin Xiaoxiao felt no trace of displeasure. Instead, a smile began to grace her lips. Simultaneously, the emotions stirring within her reaffirmed her genuine affection for Wei Su. For the first time in her life, she found herself enamored with a man. Whenever she was with Wei Su, her previously tranquil heart would involuntarily leap with joy. Much like a fawn that has finally discovered a forest, frolicking joyfully among the trees. Each encounter with him left her entirely unperturbed. This was truly remarkable. In the past, every man she had encountered, be it Xinjiang or other scions of affluent families, or those elite members of society, had gazed upon her with eyes filled with desire and ulterior motives. In essence, these men did not truly admire Lin Xiaoxiao as a person, but rather the status she represented. She understood that if one day she were to lose her beauty and her position as the president and chairman of the Lin Group, descending into the realm of an ordinary woman, these men would not spare her a second glance. Yet Wei Su was different. She knew that if he genuinely fell in love with a woman, he would never abandon her, regardless of her appearance or misfortunes. He would remain steadfast. Was Mu Wanqing beautiful? Lin Xiaoxiao pondered, and while she considered her to be somewhat attractive, she was not exceptionally so. She merely possessed an ordinary beauty, one that paled in comparison to many actresses in the entertainment industry. Yet why did Wei Su love her? Given Wei Su's capabilities, he could easily find a woman more beautiful and alluring. He could even turn down a confession from Lin Xiaoxiao, the esteemed president of the Lin Group. Without a second thought, this clearly demonstrated that when a man truly loves a woman, he does not merely judge her based on her external beauty or wealth and power, but rather follows his heart. If his heart swells with affection for a woman, he will cherish her regardless of her status. As Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated these thoughts, a soft sigh escaped her lips, and a hint of regret flickered across her stunning visage. How fortunate must the woman loved by this man be? From the shadows, Zhou Bo slightly bowed to Lin Xiaoxiao and softly remarked, "Miss, you too could become that fortunate person." Lin Xiaoxiao replied calmly, "Did you not hear? He already has someone in his heart." Indeed, Zhou Bo acknowledged. However, if Mr. Wei can love Miss Mu Wanqing, he could also develop feelings for you. You are not inferior to her. Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent at his words. Zhou Bo continued, "Forgive my boldness, but do you truly believe that love will always come naturally? There are no rules dictating that love must be effortless. It can also be pursued with determination. I say this with the hope that you will ponder deeply, lest you live with regret." Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent. Observing her, Zhou Bo clenched his teeth and said, "Permit me one more audacious thought, Mississippi. Consider the possibility of marrying someone like Qin Jiang or Lan Guangming. Do you truly believe your life would be filled with happiness? I do not. For they would not care for your feelings, treating you as a mere tool. They would never take you to enjoy street food or explore the alleys together. If you were to marry into such a life, you would find yourself ensnared in a web of interests and calculations." This statement caused cold sweat to bead upon Lin Xiaoxiao's smooth forehead as she contemplated such a scenario. She gently bit her silver teeth, pondering if Zhou Bo meant for her to win Wei Su's heart. Zhou Bo smiled and said, "If you truly care for Mr. Wei, then that is precisely my intention. Yet he is already taken. Alas, miss, if he were to genuinely love you, the one who would be conflicted would not be you, but Mr. Wei. It is he who should wrestle with his feelings. You need only capture his heart. Moreover, I have always believed that Mr. Wei is not a coward nor a mediocre man. Perhaps the time for him to soar has yet to arrive. Trust me, my eyes, having observed humanity for decades, will not lead me astray." Zhou Bo asserted with conviction. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance as she exhaled softly, as though she had come to a decision within her heart. She gently remarked, "If it weren't for you, Zhou Bo, having protected me all these years, I might suspect you were sent by Wei Su as a matchmaker." Zhou Bo slightly bowed and replied with a smile, "I merely wish to prevent you from harboring regrets and to spare you from descending into despair." Chapter 137, Carefree and Infuriating. After returning to his room, Wei Su suddenly shivered, a strange sensation rising in his heart, leaving him feeling somewhat chilled. This feeling was akin to being preyed upon by a formidable beast, rendering him the hunted. Wei Su murmured to himself, could this be an illusion? However, that didn't seem plausible, for in recent times, he had no enemies. With Wei Tian and his ilk no longer enjoying Cui Yulin's support, they posed no threat to him. But who could it be? Unbeknownst to him, the true source of his impending danger was the stunningly beautiful president, who had silently resolved to initiate her assault. Meanwhile, Wei Su remained blissfully unaware, akin to a small wild rabbit grazing with its head down, oblivious to any lurking peril. System, what is this unsettling feeling within me?" he lamented, feeling powerless and resorting to calling upon the system for a chat. "Host, this is merely your illusion," came the system's cold, unfeeling voice. "No, my intuition has always been quite accurate. Someone must be secretly watching me," Wei Su asserted with conviction. "This is your misconception, host," the system reiterated, still icy in tone. "I still feel frightened. How about you trigger a few one-hit kill events for me, just to soothe my wounded spirit?" Wei Su shamelessly suggested. "Get lost," retorted the system. With a resigned sigh, Wei Su accepted that he could do nothing but sleep. The night passed uneventfully. Upon waking, he stretched lazily and noticed several messages flashing on his phone. All were from Peng Jun curiously, among those connected to Wei Su in high school. Two bore the character for military in their names. However, while Peng Jun was a friend, Gu Dajuan was his adversary. Gu Dajuan had likely harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Wei Su. It was said that Gu Dajuan had once cornered a girl he secretly admired. But his clumsy approach turned what should have been a heartfelt confession into a scene reminiscent of ruffians encircling a lone girl. Afterward, Wei Su had sought to understand the situation better and felt a pang of regret. He had witnessed Gu Dajuan and his gang confronting the girl without a second thought, and rushed in to confront them. Naturally, the trio led by Gu Dajuan suffered a humiliating defeat, while the other onlookers promptly scattered. This left Gu Dajuan utterly disheartened. Later, upon learning the full story, Wei Su discovered that Gu Dajuan had merely intended to confess his feelings. But his lack of finesse had led him to gather a crowd for support. Consequently, the girl had misinterpreted the situation. And it was not just her who had misunderstood, Wei Su had too. That encounter had solidified a grudge between them. Moreover, Gu Dajuan had a reputation for being a bully, often tormenting classmates and engaging in unreasonable behavior, which instilled fear in many. Wei Su's thrashing of Gu Dajuan and his cronies had brought him a sense of satisfaction. However, after the college entrance examinations, they all went their separate ways, leaving Gu Dajuan with little opportunity for revenge. Given Gu Dajuan's narrow-minded nature, it was likely that he still harbored a grudge against Wei Su. Rumor had it that in recent years he had established a modest business in Gusu City, gaining a fair amount of influence. Yet, the animosity between them remained, and Wei Su needed to tread carefully. For he could not naively assume Gu Dajuan had truly let go of the past. If the roles were reversed, Wei Su knew he would certainly hold on to such grievances. He had never considered himself particularly magnanimous. If someone wronged him and he was unable to retaliate, he would bide his time until he could strike back with full force. After glancing at the messages on his phone, Wei Su got out of bed, dressed, and prepared to head out. His attire was still quite ordinary, a short-sleeved shirt and three-quarter pants, both modestly priced, paired with a pair of ordinary sneakers. Back in his college days, this outfit would have made him quite the dapper young man. However, in the current age, one would be looked down upon if their entire ensemble cost less than 1,000 yuan. Those with even a modicum of success tended to adorn themselves in outfits worth thousands or even tens of thousands, as a matter of pride. For instance, Lin Xiaoxiao had personally commissioned a formal suit worth over 100,000 yuan for Wei Su when he visited her home. He had no desire to wear it and left it tucked away in the wardrobe. For someone like Lin Xiaoxiao, who stood at the pinnacle of Gusu City's social hierarchy, attending an event in attire that was anything less than extravagant would reflect poorly on her. Wei Su had once discreetly inquired about the price of her stunning white gown and tiara worn at the Wei family's birthday banquet. At that time, Zhou Bo had raised 3 fingers, leading Wei Su to assume 30,000 yuan. He was taken aback by the extravagance. However, Zhou Bo had merely shaken his head and solemnly stated, "Mrs. Gown is not expensive. Did you see those sparkling adornments? They are sapphires of exceptional purity, custom-made for her from abroad, with only 10 pieces available worldwide. The one she purchased is said to be worth around 12 million. Zhou Bo further elaborated on the tiara, explaining that despite its delicate appearance, it was embellished with a rare dragon-eye diamond. "Do you know what a dragon-eye diamond is?" he queried. Wei Su shook his head. Zhou Bo chuckled, "Neither do I." "Then why speak so mysteriously?" Wei Su retorted. Yet, Zhou Bo continued, "It is indeed very precious. A birthday gift from our master on the day the young lady turned 20, and only 3 exist globally." Wei Su could only marvel at the extravagance. Attending a birthday banquet in this small town did not require such opulence. Zhou Bo, however, insisted, "This is to maintain your dignity, Mr. Wei. If the young lady appeared underdressed, it would be you who would suffer embarrassment. Her outfit is estimated to be worth around 30 million. At this revelation, Wei Su could only manage a bitter smile. It turned out that Zhou Bo's 3 fingers indicated 30 million, not 30,000 or 300,000. Curse those wealthy individuals. Though Wei Su was indifferent to fashion, he found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of the affluent. Once dressed, he stepped out the door, only to find Wu Mei waiting at the entrance. She wore simple jeans and a t-shirt, presenting herself as an unassuming girl. Yet her physique, sculpted from years of martial arts training, coupled with her alluring features, exuded a captivating charm. Indeed, when Wu Mei removed her heavy makeup, she transformed into a striking beauty. Although her skin bore the marks of hard work and years of training, it possessed a wild allure. If one were to describe the impression Wu Mei gave, it would be akin to a mother leopard, visually enticing yet capable of delivering a fierce blow. Were she to temper her assertiveness and adopt a more delicate demeanor, She could easily transition from a fierce leopard to a beguiling fox. In essence, she embodied a captivating allure, aptly reflective of her name. Are you ready? Wu Mei inquired, her flawless complexion devoid of any makeup or even skincare products. Wei Su nodded with a smile, indicating his readiness. The two then commenced their descent down the stairs. Along the way, the maids greeted Wei Su warmly, affectionately calling him master, which brought him great joy. Wu Mei, standing nearby, looked on with disdain, deeming the situation perverse. Wei Su, feeling slightly offended, retorted, "How am I perverse? You let so many girls call you master. Isn't that more perverse? They're fulfilling their duties as maids. As their employer. It's only natural for them to address me in such a manner," he defended. "Natural, my foot. You sound like a slave owner," Wu Mei scoffed. Wei Su sighed, explaining, "Just because they call me master doesn't mean I can do as I please. Have you ever been to the East? They have maid cafes there. That's what you call service. However, the maids at those cafes aren't genuine maids. Ours are the real deal." Curiosity piqued, Wu Mei asked, "So the maids in the East aren't real maids? What are they then?" Wei Su rolled his eyes, urging her to look it up herself, too exasperated to explain. Fine, fine. If you don't want to tell me, then don't," Wu Mei retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. Upon reaching the garage, Wei Su revealed a modest sedan, which appeared to be of little value. Perhaps around 100,000 at most. Wu Mei frowned and inquired, "Boss, where's your Lamborghini Veneno? You're attending a class reunion in this old clunker?" Wei Su opened the car door, exclaiming, "Why all the chatter? Hurry up and get in." Reluctantly, Wu Mei complied. Like most girls, she preferred riding in luxurious sports cars, and her familiarity with Wei Su allowed her to speak so casually. Throughout their time together, Wu Mei had come to understand the essence of Wei Su's character. In summary, he could be described with a few key phrases: magnanimous, unconcerned with trifles, broad-minded, and exceptionally kind to his own. He epitomized the kind of boss Wu Mei had always envisioned. Yet, for reasons unknown, she often found herself unable to resist sparring with him. Perhaps it was his carefree demeanor that provoked her. Unbeknownst to Wu Mei, she wasn't the only one harboring a desire to confront Wei Su. Lin Xiaoxiao felt the same, especially after witnessing his nonchalant antics. Meanwhile, Wei Su remained blissfully unaware of the ire he inspired, maintaining his carefree attitude. Humming a little tune as he started the car and set off towards the Jiangbin Hotel, all under Wu Mei's disdainful gaze.